Starting tomorrow, I won't get the chance again. At least not for a very long time. Not until I'm raised to Sister of the Light again. First-rank novices aren't allowed to have anything to do with young wizards. The penalty is quite severe. Your first day as a novice, and already you're breaking the rules. You shouldn't be here. You'll be up to your elbows in scalding water and dirty pots if they catch you. She shrugged. Some things are more important than rules. Richard frowned at the distant look in her eyes. Why don't you sit? I don't have time. I only came to keep a promise. She pulled something from a pocket. And to bring you this. She lifted his hand and placed something in it, then closed his fingers around it. When Richard opened his fingers and looked, his knees almost buckled. It was the lock of Kaelin's hair he had thrown away. Sister Verna clasped her hands together. The first night we were together, I found that. Without looking up, he whispered, What do you mean, you found it? She leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. After you fell asleep, after you decided not to kill me, I went for a walk and I found it. His eyes slid closed. I can't take this, he managed to make himself say. I've set her free. Kaelin made a great sacrifice to save your life. I promised her that I would not let you forget that she loves you. Richard's strength had vanished. The muscles in his legs quivered. His hand shook. I can't take this. She sent me away. I have set her free. Sister Verna spoke softly. She loves you, Richard. Please, as a favor to me, take it. I have violated the rules to bring this to you. I made a promise to Kaelin to make sure you know she loves you. I was reminded again today what a rare thing real love is. Richard felt as if the whole weight of the palace had fallen down on him. All right, sister, as a favor to you. But I know she doesn't want me. If you love someone, you don't ask them to put a collar around their neck. You don't send them away. She wishes to be free. I love her, and so I have set her free. Someday, Richard, I hope you will realize how much she has sacrificed and the truth of her love. Love is a precious thing and should not be forgotten. I don't know what your life holds in store, but someday you will find love again. But I think you need a friend more than anything else right now. I'm sincere in my offer, Richard. Will you take this collar off me? She was silent a moment. Her voice came heavy with regret. I cannot, Richard. It would bring you to harm. I have a duty to preserve your life. The collar must stay on. He nodded. I have no friends. I am in enemy territory, in enemy hands. That's not true. But I'm afraid that as a novice I won't have the chance to convince you otherwise. Pasha looks like a nice young woman. Try to make friends with her, Richard. You need a friend. I can't make friends with someone I may have to kill. I meant every word I said today, sister. I know, Richard, she whispered. I know. But Pasha is almost your age. Sometimes it's easier to make friends with those your own age. I think she would like to be your friend. For a novice, this is as important a time as it is for a young wizard. The relationship between a novice and the wizard she is assigned is unique. The bond that will grow is very special and will last the lifetime of each. She, too, is frightened. Her whole life she has been a student, a novice. Now, for the first time, she is the teacher. Not only the boy learns, but the girl, too. They both are entering a new life. It is a very special thing for both. Slave and master, that is the only bond. She sighed. I doubt any novice has ever faced a task like the one Pasha will have. Try to be understanding of her, Richard. Pasha is going to have her hands full with you. The Creator knows the prelate herself would have her hands full with you. Richard stared off at nothing. Have you ever killed anyone you loved, sister? Well, no. Richard lifted the aegil in his fist. Denna held me by magic, as do the sisters. She kept a collar around my neck, as do the sisters. They had tortured her until she was mad enough to do the same to me. I understood how she could do it because I would have done anything she said to keep from being hurt any more. He was hardly aware of the pain from the aegil ripping through him. I understood her, and I loved her. A tear ran down his face. That was the only way I was able to escape. She controlled the rage of the sword. Because I was able to love her, I was able to turn the blade of the sword of truth white. Dear Creator, Sister Verna whispered, her eyes wide. "You have turned the sword's blade white?" Richard closed his eyes and nodded. "I had to take the love of her into my heart. Only then could I turn the blade white. Only then could I run it through her while she looked lovingly into my eyes. Only because I loved her could I kill her and escape. As long as I live, I will never be able to forgive myself." Sister Verna embraced him protectively. "Dear Creator," she whispered, "what have you done to your child?" Richard pushed her away. "Go, sister, before you get into trouble." He wiped his eyes. "I'm being foolish." She gripped his shoulders. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" He wiped his sleeve across his nose. "It's not something I'm proud of. And you are the enemy, sister." He looked to her wet eyes. "I've told you the truth. I told the other sisters the truth today. I will kill anyone I must. Sister, I'm capable of killing anyone. I'm the bringer of death. I'm a monster. That's why Kaelin wanted me sent away." She brushed his hair back from his face. "She loves you, Richard. She was trying to save your life. Someday you will see that." She sighed. "I'm sorry. I must go. Will you be all right?" His smile was empty. "I don't think so, sister. I think there is going to be war. I think I'm going to end up killing sisters. I hope you aren't one of them." She wiped her fingers across his cheek. "We never know what the Creator has in store for us." "If this Creator of yours has any power, I think you'll be restored to sister a lot sooner than you think, sister." "I must go. Good luck to you, Richard. Have faith." As soon as she was gone, he threw his cloak around his shoulders and put on his pack. He had to act now, while they were still afraid of him, while they were still unsure. He checked that the sword was clear in its scabbard. He hooked the quiver on his pack and shouldered his bow as he moved out onto the balcony. With a running knot, Richard attached the rope to the stone railing. He put his knife between his teeth and then slipped over the edge, into the darkness, into his element. Chapter 51. Night didn't seem to diminish the number of people on the streets of Tanamura. The little fires cooking meat on sticks still burned, and the hawkers still conducted a brisk business. Men called to him to come throw dice with them. Once they saw his collar, people tried to entice him into buying everything from food to shell necklaces for his lady. He told them that he had no coins. They laughed, saying that the palace would pay for anything he wanted. Richard hunched his shoulders and kept walking. Women dressed in flimsy, revealing clothes pressed against him, giggling and smiling as they ran their hands over him, trying to get fingers into his pockets. They made him offers he could hardly believe. Pushing didn't get them away. His glare did. Richard was relieved to leave the city behind, to leave the lights of torches, lamps, candles, and fires behind, to leave behind the smells and the noise. He breathed easier when he was into the moonlit country. He glanced over his shoulder at the twinkling lights while he climbed the hills. He was constantly aware of the collar around his neck and wondered what would happen if he went too far, though from what Pasha had told him, that was many more miles than he intended to go. Still, he worried she might be wrong, and that the slack in his chain might suddenly snap tight. Finally, he reached a satisfactory spot. He surveyed the grassy prominence overlooking the city in the distance. A little way off to the side, in the swale, he could see the dark shapes of old trees looming up in the moonlight. Shadows black as death lurked in the gaps. Richard stared at the menacing gloom for a time, transfixed by a faint, lingering desire to go into the waiting folds of its night. Something in him hungered to go in there and call forth the magic. Something in him lusted to bring forth the rage, to let it vent its wrath, vent his wrath. It felt as if his frustration at being held against his will, his anger at being a helpless prisoner, his fear at not knowing what was going to happen to him, and his heartache for Kaelin, all needed to be let out, like pounding a fist against a wall when you are angry. Somehow, those woods promised him that release. Richard finally turned from the Hagen woods and set about collecting firewood. With his knife, he whittled a pile of shavings into a bare spot he had scooped out with his boot. Striking steel and flint, he started the shavings to smoldering. and once they had taken with a good flame, he piled on some wood. Once the fire was going nicely, he set out a pot, poured in water, and started cooking rice and beans. While he waited for it to cook, he finished a small piece of bannock he still had left. He sat, his arms curled around his knees, and watched the dark woods, the Hagen woods. He watched the city shimmering in the distance. The sky overhead was a sparkling canopy of stars. He watched the sky, too, waiting to see a familiar shape blacken a patch of stars. After a time, he heard a soft thud behind him. He laughed when the furry arms grabbed him and tumbled him onto the ground. Gratch gurgled with his throaty laugh, his arms and legs and wings trying to enwrap his opponent. Richard tickled his ribs, and Gratch roared with a deep, growling laughter. The tussle ended with Gratch finally on top, hugging Richard with arms and wings. Richard embraced the little Gar tightly.
Gratch, dog, rock, dog.
Richard squeezed him tighter. I love you too, Gratch. Gratch put his wrinkly nose to Richard's. His glowing green eyes looked down, and he let out a throaty giggle. Richard wrinkled his nose.
Gratch, your breath smells.
He sat up, holding the Gar in his lap. Did you catch some food on your own? Gratch nodded enthusiastically. Richard hugged him again. I'm so proud of you. And you did it without blood flies. What did you get? Gratch cocked his head to the side, his furry ears turned forward. Did you get a turtle? Richard asked. Gratch giggled and shook his head. Did you get a deer? Gratch sagged with a regretful growl. Did you get a rabbit? Gratch bounced and shook his head, enjoying the game. I give up. What did you have to eat? Gratch covered his eyes with his claws, peeking out between them. A raccoon? You got a raccoon? Gratch nodded with a toothy grin, then threw his head back and roared as he pounded his chest. Richard patted the beast's back. Good for you! Very good! Gratch gave a gurgling giggle and then tried to push Richard back for more wrestling. Richard was relieved that the Gar was finally able to start catching his own food. He made Gratch sit still and settle down while he checked the rice and beans. He held the pot out. You want some of my dinner with me? Gratch leaned close and carefully smelled the pot. He knew it was hot. He had gotten a burn before and was careful now when Richard cooked things. He wrinkled his nose at the rice and beans. He made a croaking sound and rolled his shoulders. Richard knew that meant he wasn't enthusiastic, but if nothing better was forthcoming, he would have some. Richard poured him some in his own bowl. Blow on it, it's hot. Gratch held the tin bowl to his face and pursed his leathery lips. He blew air and spit between his fangs as he tried to cool his snack. Richard ate with a spoon as he watched the Gar trying to lick the rice and beans from the bowl. Finally, Gratch rolled onto his back and, holding the bowl with his claws and feet, poured its contents in his mouth. In 3 swallows, it was gone. Gratch sat up and flapped his wings. He scooted close. With a plaintive babble, he held out his bowl to Richard. Richard showed him the empty pot. All gone. Gratch's ears wilted. He put a hooked claw to Richard's bowl and gave it a little tug. Richard pulled his bowl away and turned his back. Mine. It's my dinner. Gratch resigned himself to waiting patiently while Richard finished eating. When Richard pulled his knees up and wrapped his arms around them as he watched the city, Gratch squatted and tried to imitate the pose. Richard pulled the lock of hair from his pocket. He twirled it in the moonlight, staring while he watched it turning. Gratch thrust out a claw. Richard elbowed it away. No, he said in a low voice. You can touch, but only if you're gentle. Gratch reached out tentatively, slowly, carefully touching a claw to the lock of hair. His glowing green eyes looked up, studying. He stroked the claw down Richard's hair. Gratch touched Richard's cheek, touched a tear rolling down. Richard sniffed and swallowed. He put the lock of hair back in his pocket. Gratch put a gangly arm around Richard's shoulder and laid his head against him. Richard put his arm around Gratch, and they watched the night for a time. Finally deciding he had better get some sleep, Richard found a spot of thick grass on which to spread a blanket. He lay down with Gratch curled up close, and the two of them fell asleep together. Richard woke when the moon was nearly down. He sat up and stretched. Gratch made fists and imitated Richard, adding wings to the yawning stretch. Richard rubbed his eyes. It would be dawn in an hour or two. It was time. He stood, Gratch coming up beside him. I want you to listen to me, Gratch. I have some important things to tell you. Are you listening? Gratch nodded, his wrinkly face set in a serious cast. Richard pointed to the city. You see that place, with all the fire, all the light? I'm going to live there for a while. Richard tapped his chest and then pointed to the city. I'm going to be down there, but I don't want you to visit me there. You must stay away. It's a dangerous place for you. You stay away. Gratch watched Richard's face. I'll come up here to visit you. All right? Gratch thought a moment and then nodded. You stay away from the city. And you see the river down there? You know what a river is. I've shown you water. You stay on this side of the water. This side. Understand? Richard didn't want the Gar hunting the livestock on the farms on the other side of the river. That would surely get him in trouble. Gratch looked from Richard's face to the city, and then back. He made a sound from deep in his throat to express his understanding. And Gratch, if you see any people, Richard tapped his chest and pointed to the city. People like me, don't you eat them. He put a finger in front of Gratch's face. People are not food. Don't eat any people. Understand? Gratch growled in disappointment and then nodded. Richard put an arm around the Gar's shoulders and turned him toward the Hagen woods. Now listen, this is important. You see that place down there? Those woods? A low, menacing growl rose from the Gar's throat. His lips drew back from his fangs. The glow in his green eyes intensified. You stay out of there. I don't want you going into that place. I mean it, Gratch. You stay away. Gratch watched the woods, the growl still in his throat. Richard gripped a fistful of fur and gave him a shake. You stay away from there. Understand? Gratch glanced over and finally nodded. I have to go in there, but you can't follow. It's dangerous in there for you. Stay out. With a plaintive pule, Gratch put an arm around Richard and pulled him back a step. I'll be safe. I have the sword. Remember the sword? I showed you my sword. It will protect me, but you can't come with me. Richard hoped he was right about the sword. Sister Verna had told him that the Hagen woods were a place of vile magic, but he had no choice. It was the only plan he could think of. Richard gave the Gar a tight hug. You be a good boy. Go hunt yourself some more food. I'll be coming up here to see you and we'll wrestle. All right? Gratch grinned at the mention of wrestling. He pulled hopefully on Richard's arm. Not now, Gratch. I have something I must do, but I'll come back on another night and wrestle with you. Gratch's ears wilted again. His long arms wrapped around Richard in a goodbye hug. Richard collected his things and, with a final wave, headed down into the swale. Gratch watched as the dark woods swallowed him up. Richard walked for close to an hour. He needed to be deep enough into the Hagen woods to make sure his plan would work. Limbs draped with moss and vines looked like arms reaching out to snatch him. Sounds drifted through the trees, guttural clicking and long, low whistles. Off in stagnant stretches of water, things splashed at his approach. Warm and breathing hard with the effort of the walk, he came to a small clearing, high enough to be dry and open enough to afford him the view of a small patch of stars. There was no rock or log in the clearing, so he flattened a thick clump of grass and sat down beside his pack, crossing his leg. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Richard thought about home and the Heartland woods. He longed to be back in his woods. He thought about the friends he missed so much, Chase and Zed. All the time he had grown up with the old man, Richard had never known Zed was his grandfather. But he had known he was his friend, and that they loved each other. He guessed that was what mattered. What difference would it have made, anyway? Richard could not have loved him more, and Zed could not have been more of a friend. It had been so long since he had seen Zed. Although he had seen him at the People's Palace in Dahara, he hadn't really had much time to talk with him, to catch up on things. He shouldn't have left so soon. He wished he could talk to Zed now, to seek his help and understanding. Richard had no idea if Kaelin would go to Zed. Why should she? She was rid of Richard, and that was what she wanted. He wished with all his heart it weren't so. He missed her smile, her green eyes, the soft sound of her voice, her intelligence and wit, her touch. She made the world alive for him. He would have given his life at that moment just to hold her for 5 minutes. But she knew what he was and had sent him away, and he had set her free. It was for the best. He wasn't good enough for her. Before he realized what he was doing, he was seeking the peace within himself, seeking his Hahn, as Sister Verna had taught him. He had practiced almost every day when he had been with her, and although he never felt his Hahn, whatever it was, it had always felt pleasant to seek it. It was relaxing and brought peace. It felt good to do that now. He let his mind find that place of peace and let his worries drift away. In his mind, as he always did, he pictured the sword of truth floating in space before his mind's eye. He saw every detail of it, felt every detail of it. In his peace, in his meditation, without opening his eyes, Richard drew his sword. He wasn't quite sure why, except it felt the right thing to do. The unique ring of steel hung in the night air, announcing the blade's arrival to the Hagen woods. He laid the sword across his knees. The magic danced with him in the place of peace. If anything came, he would be ready. Now he had to wait. It would be quite a while, he was sure, but she would come. When she realized where he was, she would come. As he sat still and quiet, the night returned to its normal activity around him. While he concentrated on the picture of the sword, Richard was vaguely aware of the chirps and clicks of bugs, the low, steady croaks of frogs, and the rustling of mice and voles among the dry debris of the forest floor. The air occasionally whirred with a bat. Once he heard a squeak as an owl caught its dinner. And then, while in the dreamlike haze as he sat and pictured the sword, the night became still. In his mind, he saw the dark shape behind him. In one fluid movement, Richard was up and spinning, the sword tip whistling through the air. The flowing shape pitched back and lunged again when the sword was past. Richard felt the thrill that he had missed, that it would not be ended so soon, that he could dance with the spirits, that he could let the rage free. It moved like a cape in the wind, dark as death and just as quick. Around the clearing they darted, the sword glinting in the waning light of the moon, the blade slicing the air, the dark shapes, blade-like claws, flashing past. Richard immersed himself in the sword's magic, in its wrath, in his own. He freed his anger and frustration to join with the sword's own fury, reveling in the dance with death. Across the clearing they spun, like leaves in a gale, one avoiding the blade, the other the claws. Lunging and ducking, they used the trees for cover and attack. Richard let the spirits of the sword dance with him. He immersed himself in the magic's mastery. He let himself do as the spirits counseled, and he watched, almost in a detached state, as they spun him this way and that, had him skim across the ground, dodge right, then left, leap and thrust. He hungered to learn the dance. Teach me. Knowledge, like memory, flowed forth, forged by his will into the completing link. He became not the user of the sword, the magic, the spirits, but their master. The blade, the magic, the spirits, and the man were one. The dark shape lunged. Now! With a solid thwack, the blade halved the shape. A spray of blood hit the trees close by. A death howl shivered the air, and then all was still. Richard stood panting, almost sorry it was over. Almost. He had danced with the spirits of the dead, with the magic, and in so doing had found the release he sought. Release not only of some of his feelings of helpless frustration, but release, too, of darker needs, deep within himself, that he didn't understand. The sun had been up for nearly 2 hours when he heard her coming. She was blundering through the brush, huffing indignantly at branches that snagged her clothes. He could hear twigs snap as she staggered up the rise. Tugging her skirt free from a thorn, she stumbled into the clearing before him. Richard was sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed and the sword resting across his knees. She came to a panting halt before him.
Richard?
Good morning, Pasha. He opened his eyes. Beautiful day, isn't it? She held her long brown skirt up a little in her hands. Her white blouse was damp with sweat. Her hair had burrs in it. Pasha blew a strand of hair from her face.
You have to get out of here at once. Richard, this is the Hagen Woods.
I know. Sister Verna told me. Interesting place. I rather like it. She blinked at him.
Richard, this place is dangerous. What are you doing here?
Richard smiled to her. Waiting for you? She peered around at trees and dark shadows.
Something smells awful in here, she muttered.
Pasha squatted down in front of him, smiling a little smile as a person might to a child, or to someone she thought was insane.
Richard, you've had your fun, your nice walk in the country. Now, give me your hand, and let's get out of here.
I'm not leaving until Verna is restored to Sister again. Pasha shot to her feet.
What?
Richard took his sword in hand and rose in front of her. I'm not leaving here until Verna is restored to the rank of Sister, the same as she was before. The palace must choose what's more important to them, my life or keeping Sister Verna a novice. Pasha's mouth fell open.
But the only one who can remove Verna's sanction is Sister Marin.
I know. He touched his finger to her nose. That's why you're going to go and tell Sister Marin she must come here in person and give me her solemn pledge that Verna is once again a sister and agree to my terms.
You can't be serious. Sister Marin will not do that.
I'm not leaving this spot unless she does.
Richard, we'll go back and see if Sister Marin will discuss this, but you can't stay here. It's not worth dying for.
He regarded her with a cool expression. It is to me. Her tongue wet her lips.
Richard, you don't know what you're doing. This is a dangerous place. I'm responsible for you. I cannot allow you to stay here. If you won't come away with me, then I will have to use the collar and make you come with me. And I know you don't want that.
Richard's grip tightened on the sword's hilt. Sister Verna is being punished in retaliation against me. I have made a vow to myself to restore Verna to Sister. I can't allow the sanction to stand. I'll do whatever I must, die here if I have to. If you use the collar to hurt me or drag me off, I'll fight you with everything I have. I don't know who will win, but if that happens, I am sure of one thing. One of us will die. If it's you, then the war will have started. If I die, then your test to become a sister will end on the first day. Sister Verna will still be a novice, but that is where she stands now. At least I will have done my best.
You would be willing to die? For this?
Yes. It's that important to me. I will not allow Sister Verna to be punished because of what I have done. It was unjust. Her brow wrinkled.
But Sister Marin is the head mistress of the novices. I'm a novice. I can't go to her and tell her she must reverse the order. She'll skin me alive.
I am the cause of the trouble. You are simply the messenger. If she punishes you, I would not stand for it any more than I will stand for what was done to Sister Verna. If Sister Marin wishes to start a war, then let it start. If she wishes to keep my truce, then she will have to come to me, here, and agree to my terms. Pasha stared at him.
Richard, if you are here when the sun goes down, you will die.
Then I would suggest you hurry. She turned, holding her arm out toward the city.
But I must go all the way back. It took me hours to get here. It will take me hours to go back, and then I must find Sister Marin, and then convince her that you're serious. And even if I could get her to agree to return with me, we must still get back here.
You should have ridden a horse.
But I ran here as soon as I realized where you were. I wasn't thinking about a horse or anything else. I knew there was trouble and just came after you.
He gave her an even look. Then you made a mistake, Pasha. You should have thought before you acted. Next time, maybe you will think first. Pasha put a hand to her chest as she gulped air.
Richard, there is hardly time.
Then you had better hurry, or your new charge will be sitting here in Hagen Woods when the sun goes down. Her eyes moistened with frustration and concern.
Richard, please, you don't understand. This is no game. This place is dangerous.
He turned a little and pointed with the sword. Yes, I know. Pasha peered around him to the shadows and gasped. Hesitantly, she stepped to the thing by the trees. Richard didn't follow. He knew what was there, 2 halves of a creature from a nightmare, its guts spilled across the ground. Its sinuous head, like a man's half melted into a snake or lizard, was a picture of wickedness itself, covered in a glossy, tight, black skin, smoothed down to the base of the thick neck, where it began welting up into pliable scales. The lithe body was shaped much like a man's. The whole of the creature seemed made for fluid speed, deadly, quick grace. It wore hides covered with short black hair and a full-length black hooded cape. What Richard had taken for claws were not claws, but 3-bladed knives, one in each webbed hand, with crosswise handles held in the fist. Steel extensions went up each side of the wrist for support when a strike was made. Pasha stood, dumbstruck. Richard finally went to stand by her, looking down at the 2 halves of the thing. Whatever it was, it bled, the same as any other creature, and it smelled like fish guts rotting in the hot sun. Pasha stood trembling as she stared at the thing.
"Dear Creator," she whispered, "it's a Mriswith."
She took a step back.
"What happened to it?"
What happened to it? I killed it, that's what happened to it. What sort of thing is a Mriswith? Her big brown eyes came to his.
"What do you mean you killed it? You can't kill a Mriswith. No one has ever killed a Mriswith."
Her face was a picture of consternation. Well, someone has killed one now.
"You killed it at night, didn't you?"
Yes. Richard frowned. How do you know that?
Mriswith are rarely seen outside Hagen Woods, but there have been reports over the last few thousand years. Reports given by people who somehow managed to live long enough to tell what they saw. The Mriswith always take on the color of what is around them. In one report, one rose up in the tidal flats and was the color of mud. One time in the sand dunes, it was the color of the sand. One report noted that in the light of a golden sunset, the Mriswith was golden. When they kill at night, they're never seen because they are black, like the night. We think they have the ability, or maybe the magic, to assume the color of their surroundings. Since this one is black, I guess that you killed it at night."
Richard took her arm, gently pulling her away. She seemed transfixed by the creature. He could feel her trembling under his hand. Pasha, what are they?
"Things that live in the Hagen Woods. I don't know what they are. I've heard it said that in the war that separated the New World from the Old, the wizards created armies of the Mriswith. Some people believe that Mriswith are sent by the Nameless One. But the Hagen Woods are their home, and the home of other things. They are why no one lives out in the country on this side of the river. Sometimes they come out of the woods and hunt people. They never devour their kills. They seem simply to kill for the sake of killing. Mriswith disembowel their victims. Some live long enough to tell what got them. That is how we know as much as we know."
How long have the Hagen Woods, the creatures, been here?
"As far as I know, at least as long as the Palace of the Prophets. Nearly 3,000 years.
She took a fistful of his shirt.
"In all that time, no one, not once, has ever killed a Mriswith. Every victim said that they never saw it until after it slashed them open. Some of those victims have been sisters and wizards, and not even their Han warned them. They said they were blind to its coming, as if they were born without the gift. How is it you were able to kill a Mriswith?"
Richard remembered seeing it coming in his mind. He took her hand from his shirt. Maybe I was just lucky. Someone was bound to get one sooner or later. Maybe this one was just a half-wit.
"Richard, please, come away with me. This is not the way to have a test of wills with the palace. This could get you killed."
I'm not testing anyone's will. I'm taking responsibility for my actions. It's my fault Sister Verna was demoted. I've got to set it straight. I'm taking a stand for what's right. If I don't do that, then I am nothing.
"Richard, if the sun sets on you in the Hagen Woods..."
"You are wasting precious time, Pasha." Chapter 52. It was late afternoon when he heard them coming. He heard the sound of only one horse, and Pasha's voice calling out the direction. At last they broke into the clearing. Richard sheathed his sword.
"Bonnie!"
He gave the horse's neck a scratch.
"How you doing, girl?"
Bonnie nuzzled his chest. Richard pushed his fingers in the side of her mouth and felt the bit while Sister Maren frowned at him. "I'm glad to see you use a snaffle bit, sister." "The stable boys said they couldn't find the spade bits." She glared down at him suspiciously. "Seems they vanished, mysteriously."
"That's so,"
Richard shrugged.
"Can't say I'm sorry."
Pasha was panting with the effort of having kept up with the sister on her horse. Her white blouse was soaked with sweat. She fussed hopelessly with the matted, tangled mess of her hair. The sister must have made Pasha walk as punishment. Sister Maren, in her plain brown dress buttoned to her neck, looked cool and comfortable atop the horse. "So, Richard," Sister Maren said as she dismounted, "I am here, as you requested. What is it you want?" She knew very well what he wanted, but Richard decided to restate it in a pleasant tone. "It's quite simple. Sister Verna is to be restored to Sister, at once, and you are also to return her dakra to her." She gestured dismissively. "And here I thought you would want something unreasonable. This is simple. It is done. Verna is returned to Sister. It makes no difference to me. And when she asks why, I don't want you to tell her about this business with me. Just say you reconsidered or something and decided to reinstate her. If you want, you can tell her you prayed for guidance from your Creator, and it came to you that she should remain a sister." She brushed some of her fine sandy hair back from her face. "That would suit me. Are you satisfied? Is everything to your liking?"
"That would end it, and keep our truce."
"Good. Now that the trifling matters are dispensed with, show me this dead bear. Pasha has half the palace in an uproar with some babble about you killing a mriswith." Pasha furiously studied the ground as Sister Maren directed a scolding frown in her direction. "The foolish child never sets her slippered foot on anything that hasn't been swept, scrubbed, or polished. The only time she sticks her head out of doors is go see the latest bolt of lace to come to Tanamura. She wouldn't know a rabbit from an ox, and she certainly wouldn't know a... What is that smell?" "Bear guts," Richard said. He held out his arm, showing her the way. Pasha deferentially stepped aside. Sister Maren straightened her dress at her hips and marched toward the trees. Pasha peeked up at him, and when they heard Sister Maren gasp, her head came the rest of the way up, and she smiled. When Sister Maren stepped backward to them, her face white as bedsheets, Pasha resumed her study of the ground. Sister Maren's trembling fingers lifted Pasha's chin. "You have spoken the truth," she whispered. "Forgive me, child." Pasha curtsied. "Of course, Sister Maren. Thank you for taking the time to witness my report." Sister Maren's haughty attitude had vanished, to be replaced by sincere concern. She turned to Richard. "How did this creature die?" Richard lifted the sword clear of its scabbard a half-foot, and then slid it home. "Then what Pasha said is true. You killed it?" Richard shrugged. "I spend quite a lot of my time out of doors. I knew it was no rabbit." Sister Maren returned to the creature, mumbling to herself, "I must study it. This is an unprecedented opportunity." Pasha looked to Richard and wrinkled her nose in disgust as the sister ran her finger over the lipless slit of a mouth, touched the ear holes, and ran her hand across the glossy black skin. She tugged at the hide clothes, pulling them this way and that as she inspected them. She rose to her feet, peering down at the entrails. Finally she turned to Richard. "Where is the cape? Pasha said it had a cape." When the mriswith had lunged, and he had sliced it in two, the cape had been billowed open, and so it was undamaged. While Richard had been waiting for Pasha to return with the sister, he had accidentally learned the astonishing thing the cape could do. After that, he had washed it clean of blood, hung it over branches to dry, and then stuffed it away in his pack. He had no intention of giving that cape away. "It's mine. It is a prize of battle. I'm keeping it." She looked perplexed. "But the knives? Don't men fancy things like that as prizes of battle? Why would you want a cape instead of the knives?" Richard tapped the hilt. "I have my sword. Why would I want knives that have proven inferior to my sword? I've always wanted a long black cape, and it's a fine one, so I'm keeping it." The furrows of her scowl stole back onto her face. "Is this another condition of your truce?" "If need be." The furrows softened. She sighed. "I guess it doesn't matter. It is the creature that is important, not its cape." She turned back to the reeking corpse. I must study this. While she bent back to the mrisswith, Richard hooked his bow, quiver of arrows, and pack to the front of the saddle. He put his foot in the stirrup and sprang up onto Bonnie. "Don't stay after the sun goes down, Sister Marin." She glanced over her shoulder. "My horse! You can't have my horse." Richard smiled apologetically. "I twisted my ankle fighting the mrisswith. I'm sure you wouldn't want the palace's newest pupil limping all the way home now, would you? I might fall and crack my skull." "But—" Richard reached down and gripped Pasha's arm. She gasped in surprise as he yanked her up, sitting her behind him on Bonnie. "Please don't let the sun set on you here, sister. I hear it's dangerous in the Hagen woods after dark." Pasha hid her face from the sister, and he could feel her giggling softly against his back. Yes, Sister Marin said, her eyes already lost to the mrisswith. "All right, you two go on back. You have done well, both of you. I must study this creature before the animals get to it." Pasha held him so tight that he could hardly breathe. It was distracting to feel her firm breasts mashed against his back. Her fingers gripped his chest, trying to get a better hold on him, as if she was afraid she might fall at any moment. When they were clear of the woods and into the open hills, he slowed Bonnie to a walk and pried Pasha's hands off. She clamped them right back. "Richard, I might fall." He pulled her hands loose again. "You're not going to fall. Just hold on easy and let your hips move with the horse. Use your balance. You don't need to cling for dear life." She gripped his sides. "Well, I'll try." The sky was turning golden as they descended the rounded hills toward the city. Richard swayed with Bonnie's steps as she went over rocks and across shallow ravines and thought about the mrisswith and his hunger to fight it. The craving to go back into the Hagen woods still burned in the back of his mind. "Your ankle isn't really twisted, is it?" Pasha asked after a long ride in silence. "No." "You lied to a sister. Richard, you must learn that lying is wrong. The Creator hates lies." "So Sister Verna has told me." He decided he didn't want to ride any more with her holding on to him, so he dismounted and led Bonnie by the reins. Pasha scooted forward into the saddle. "Then why did you do it if you know it's wrong?" "Because I wanted to make Sister Marin walk back. She made you walk all the way out there again as punishment for something that was not your fault." Pasha slid off Bonnie and came up to walk beside him. She raked her fingers through her hair, trying to arrange it to her satisfaction. "That was very nice of you." She put a hand on his arm. "I think we're going to become good friends." Richard pretended to turn and look around as he walked, so that her arm fell away. "Can you get this collar off me?" "The Radahan? Well, no. Only a full sister is able to remove a Radahan. I don't know how." "Then we are not going to be friends. I have no use for you." "You have gone to great risk for Sister Verna. She must be your friend. A person only does such things for friends. You went out of your way to see that I had a horse to ride back. You must hope we can become friends." Richard watched the country ahead as he walked. "Sister Verna is not my friend. I did as I did only because what was done to her was my fault and was unjust. That is the only reason. When I decide to get this collar off, only those who help me will be my friends. Sister Verna has made it clear that she will not help me get the collar off. She intends that it remain on me. When the time comes, if she stands in my way, I will kill her the same as I will kill any other sister who tries to stop me. The same as I will kill you if you stand in my way." "Richard," she scoffed, "you're a mere student. You shouldn't brag about your powers so. It's unbecoming to a young man. You should not even joke about such things." She took his arm again. "I don't believe you would ever hurt a woman." "Then you believe wrong." "Most young men have trouble adjusting at first, but you will come to trust in me. We will become friends, I'm sure of it." Richard yanked his arm away and spun to her. "This is no game, Pasha. If you get in my way when I decide the time has come, I will cut your pretty little throat." She peered up at him with a coy smile. "Do you really think I have a pretty neck?" "It's a figure of speech," he growled. He moved on, tugging Bonnie ahead. Pasha hastened her step to keep up. She walked in silence for a time, busying herself with pulling little knots and burrs from her hair. Richard was in no mood to be pleasant. Killing the mrisswith had brought him a strange feeling of fulfillment, but it was fading now, and his frustration with his situation was returning, and it brought with it the anger. Pasha's face brightened. She put on a pleasant smile.
I don't know anything about you, Richard. Why don't you tell me about yourself?
What do you want to know?
Well, what did you do before you came to the palace? Did you have some kind of skill, a profession you worked at?
Richard scuffed his boots through the dirt. I was a woods guide.
Where?
Where I grew up, in Heartland, in Westland. Pasha pulled the white blouse away from her chest, trying to dry it.
I'm afraid I don't know where that is. I don't know about the New World. Someday when I'm a sister, maybe I'll be called upon to go there and help a boy.
Richard didn't say anything, so she went on.
So you were a woods guide. That must have been scary, being out in the woods all the time. Weren't you afraid of the animals? I'd be afraid of the animals.
Why? If a rabbit jumped out of a bush, you could just burn it to ashes with your hand. She giggled.
I'd still be frightened. I like the city better.
She pulled some hair back from her face and looked at him as they walked. She had a funny way of wrinkling her nose.
Did you have a girl? A love or anything?
Richard was taken by surprise at the question. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He snapped it closed. He was not about to discuss Kaelin with her. I have a wife. Pasha missed a step. She hurried to catch back up.
A wife?
She considered a moment. Her voice now had an edge to it.
What is her name?
Richard kept his eyes straight ahead as he walked. Her name is Duchailu. Pasha twisted a strand of hair around her finger.
Is she pretty? What does she look like?
Yes, she is pretty. She has thick, black hair, a little longer than yours. She has attractive breasts, and the rest of her is shapely too. From the corner of his eye, he could see Pasha's face glowing red. She picked at the end of the strand of hair. Her voice came quiet and cold, despite her trying to layer indifference over it.
How long have you known her?
A few days. Her hand fell away from her hair.
What do you mean, a few days? How could you only know her a few days?
When Sister Verna and I went to the Majandai land a few days ago, they had her chained up. They were going to sacrifice her to their spirits, and they wanted me to do the killing. Sister Verna said I was to do as the Majandai wished, so we could pass through their land. Instead, I disobeyed Sister Verna and shot an arrow at their queen mother, pinning her arm to a pole. I told them that if they didn't let Duchailo go and make peace with the Baka Banmana, I would put the next arrow through the queen mother's head. They wisely agreed.
She is one of the savages?
She is Baka Banmana, a wise woman. She is not a savage.
And she wed you because you were her hero? Because you rescued her?
No. Sister Verna and I had to go through her land to come here. When we were there, I killed her 5 husbands. Pasha snatched him by the arm.
They are blade masters. You managed to kill 5 of them?
Richard started walking again. No, I killed 30 of them. Pasha gasped. Her 5 husbands were among the 30. Duchailu is their spirit woman, and said I was now the leader of her people. She said that since she was the spirit woman, and I their leader, their kaharin, I was now her husband. Pasha's smile crept back.
Then you aren't really her husband. She was just telling you some of her some of her Baka Banmana spirit babble.
Richard didn't say anything. Pasha's smile evaporated. Her scowl returned.
And how do you know what her breasts and the rest of her looks like?
She looked the other way and gave a sniff.
I suppose she rewarded you for your valor.
I know because when they sent me in to kill her, she had a collar around her neck and she was chained to a wall. She was held naked in that collar so that men could rape her whenever they wanted. Pasha swallowed and looked away again. She is with child now by one of those men. I guess that because the people to be sacrificed are held in a collar, the sisters never gave a thought to putting a stop to it. I don't guess the sisters care much what happens to someone in a collar.
The sisters care?
Pasha said in a small voice. Richard didn't argue. He walked on in silence. Pasha looked cold as she folded her arms beneath her breasts. The sky was turning a deep purple, but it was not getting cold. It was still warm. After a time, Pasha's step regained a bit of its bounce. She glanced over, the smile back.
So, what about you? You have the gift. Did your father have the gift, too? Is that where it was passed down from?
Richard's mood sank like a rock in a well. Yes, my father had the gift. She looked up hopefully.
Is he still living?
No, he was killed a short time ago. Pasha smoothed the front of her skirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
Richard's hand tightened on the reins. I'm not. I'm the one who killed him. She froze.
You killed your father? Your own father?
Richard's glare locked onto her. He had me captured and put in a collar to be tortured. I killed the beautiful young woman who held the leash to that collar, and then I killed him. She had no trouble mistaking the threat in his voice, his words, or his eyes. Her lower lip began to quiver, and then Pasha burst into tears, turned, and ran. Holding her skirts up in her fists, she went around an outcropping of rock and ran off over the edge of the hill. Richard let out a long sigh as he tied the reins to a slab of granite. He patted Bonnie's neck. Be a good girl. Wait here for me. He found Pasha sitting on a rock with her arms wrapped around her knees as she cried. Richard came around to face her, but she turned her face away. Her shoulders shook as she gasped in racking sobs.
Go away!
She put her forehead against her knees as she wailed.
Or did you come to slice me to bits?
Pasha,
All you care about is killing people.
that's not true. I want nothing more than to end the killing.
Oh, sure,
She cried.
That's why you speak of nothing else.
That's only because
I've been praying for this day nearly my whole life. All I ever wanted was to be a sister of the light. The sisters help people. I wanted to be one of them.
she succumbed to her tears.
I'm never going to be a sister now.
Sure you will.
Not according to you. From what you keep telling us, you intend to kill us all. From the first moment, all you have done is threaten us.
Pasha, you don't understand. Her tear-stained face came up.
Don't I? We had a big banquet to make you feel welcome, bigger even than the harvest banquet. I had to go without you and tell everyone you were ill. They all stared at me. The other novices get boys who want to learn. My friends have come to me before, complaining that their young charge brought them a frog or a bug in his pocket. You bring me a miss with. Sister Marin said we did well today. She hardly ever says that. It's not something she does unless she really means it. You were cruel to Sister Marin. She's been headmistress of the novices ever since I came here. She is strict, but that's because she cares about us. She watches out for us.
Pasha gasped back a sob.
When I was little, the first day I came to the palace, I was scared. I had never been away from home. Sister Marin drew a little picture for me. She told me it was a picture of the Creator. She put it on my pillow and told me he would watch over me in the night so I would be safe.
Pasha tried to stifle the tears, but couldn't.
I've always kept the picture. I wanted to give it to my boy on his first night so he wouldn't be afraid. I had it with me yesterday. I saw you, saw that you were grown. I knew I couldn't give it to you. I didn't want to embarrass you. And when I saw you, I thought, well, Pasha, he's not a young boy like all the other novices get, but the Creator has given me the handsomest man I ever saw. I was so glad I had on my prettiest dress, the one I had been saving for that day.
She gasped for air.
And you tell me I'm ugly.
Richard's eyes slid closed. Pasha, I'm sorry.
No, you're not, she cried. You're nothing but a big brute. We had everything prepared for you. We gave you one of the nicest rooms in the palace. You didn't care. We provided you with money for whatever you might need or want, and you act as if we insulted you. We had fine new clothes for you, and you turn up your nose at them.
She wiped her tears, but more replaced them.
I'd be the first to admit that there are some sisters who think too much of themselves. But most are so kind they wouldn't even step on a bug. And you hold up a bloody sword in front of them and vowed to kill them?
She held up fists full of her skirt and covered her face as she convulsed in sobs. Richard put a hand on her shoulder, but she pushed it away. Richard didn't know what to do with his hands. Pasha, I'm sorry. I know it must seem like...
No, you're not. You're not sorry at all. You want the Radahan off, but that's what my job is, to teach you to use your gift so you can get the collar off, but you won't let me. Without the collar, you would have died. 2 sisters have given their lives for you. They will never come home to their friends. Those friends wept in secret and put on a smile to welcome you. In return for trying to help you, trying to save your life, you threatened to kill us all."
Richard put a gentle hand to her head.
"Pasha, I'm never going to be a sister. Instead of getting a boy who wants to learn, I get a madman with a sword. I'll forever be the object of laughter at the palace. Young girls will be told to behave themselves, or they'll end up like Pasha Mace and be put out like she was. My dreams have come to ruin."
It hurt him to see her sobbing in such pain and sorrow. Richard took her up in his arms. She fought him at first, trying to push him away, but when he pulled her against him and put her head to his shoulder, she went limp and cried all the harder. Richard held her tight and rubbed her back as she trembled and cried. He rocked her gently in his arms.
"I only wanted to help you, Richard," she sobbed. "I only wanted to teach you."
He hushed her. I know. It'll be all right." She shook her head against his shoulder.
"No, it won't."
"Yes, it will. You'll see." Finally, her hands came up, clutching his shirt as she cried. Richard didn't try to stop her tears. He simply held her, trying to give her comfort. "Do you really think that you could teach me to use the gift, and that then the sisters would take the collar off?" She sniffled.
"That's my job. That's what I've been training for. I wanted so much to show you the beauty of the Creator, of His gift to you. That's all I wanted."
Her arms circled him. She clung to him as if trying to soak up succor. He stroked her hair.
"Richard, when I touched you yesterday, when I touched your Radha Han and felt something of your Han, I felt some of your feelings. I know you hurt inside. It made me hurt just to feel a little of it."
Her hand came up to the side of his neck, as if to comfort him.
"I don't know of many things that can cause that much hurt. Richard, I'm not asking to take her place."
Richard's eyes closed as his head sank down on her shoulder. He swallowed back the pain. She ran her fingers through his hair and held his head to her. After a time, he found his voice. "Maybe it wouldn't hurt me to occasionally wear one of those outfits." She pushed away a little, looking up through her tears.
"Maybe just to the dining room with the sisters?"
He shrugged. "That would be a good use of them, I guess." "You pick one you would like me to wear. I don't know anything about fancy clothes." He managed a small smile. "I'm just a woods guide." Her face brightened. "You would look handsome in the red coat." Richard winced. "The red one? Does it have to be the red one?" She ran her finger down the aegil hanging from his neck.
"No, it doesn't have to be that one. I just thought it would look good on your broad shoulders."
Richard sighed. "I will feel foolish in any. It might as well be the red."
"You will not look foolish. You will look handsome."
Pasha grinned. "You'll see. All the women will be batting their lashes at you." She lifted the aegil.
"Richard, what is this?"
"Just sort of a good luck charm." "You ready to go back? I think you need to get started teaching me. The sooner you start, the sooner I get this collar off. Then we'll both be happy. You will be a sister and I will be free." He put his arm around her shoulders and she put hers around his waist as they walked back for Bonnie. Chapter 53. On the bridge to Halsband Island, in a pool of light under a lamp, a crowd of boys and young men mobbed them. Many were dressed in fine clothes, some wore robes, and each had a Radha Han around his neck. They all excitedly asked questions at the same time, wanting to know if it was true that Richard had killed Amriswith and what it looked like. They wanted to tell Richard their names and clamored for him to draw his sword and show them how he had vanquished the legendary monster. Pasha spoke to the most persistent boy at her hip.
"Yes, Kip, it's true that Richard killed Amriswith. Sister Merrin is studying it now, and if she deems it appropriate, she will tell you of its nature. But I can tell you true that it is a fearsome-looking beast. Now, off with you all. It's nearly dinner time.
Despite their disappointment that no more information was forthcoming, they were excited by what they had heard. They ran off in a bunch to tell others. After leaving Bonnie at the stables, Richard walked with Pasha down halls and through vast chambers, trying to memorize the layout. She pointed out the boys' dining halls and the dining hall where the sisters and some of the older young men ate. She also took him past the kitchens, where the aromas of cooking wafted through the surrounding corridors. Pasha pointed through a lattice-covered archway to a graceful stone wall running under the spreading branches of trees. The wall was veiled in places by vines. Large, white flowers dotted the green.
That's the prelate's offices and quarters,
Pasha said. Will she be at dinner tonight? Pasha giggled softly.
No, of course not. The prelate doesn't have time to have dinner with us.
Richard turned out of the hall and down a walkway toward a gate in the wall.
Richard, what are you doing? Where are you going?
I want to meet the prelate.
You can't simply go visit her.
Why? She hurried along beside him.
Well, she's a busy woman. She can't be bothered. They won't let you see her. The guards won't even let us through the gate.
He shrugged. It won't hurt to ask, will it? Then afterwards, you can pick an outfit for me, and we'll go to have dinner with the sisters. All right? The offer to let her pick his outfit gave her pause. Pasha stuttered that she supposed it wouldn't hurt just to ask, and struggled to keep up as he marched toward the guard. The guard stepped before the iron gate, spread his feet, and hooked his thumbs on his weapons belt as Richard strode right up to him. Richard put a hand to the man's shoulder. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Please? I didn't get you in any trouble, did I? I hope not. She hasn't come out to yell at you yet, I hope. The man frowned in confusion as Richard leaned closer. Look, what's your name? Swordsman Andelmere, Kevin Andelmere. Look, Kevin, she said she would send the guard at the west gate to get me if I was even 1 minute late. She probably forgot to send you out. It isn't your fault. I promise I won't mention your name. I hope you're not angry with me. Richard put his back to Pasha and leaned even closer to the guard. You understand. He rolled his eyes meaningfully toward Pasha and then gave the man a wink. Kevin glanced to Pasha as she fussed with her tangled mat of hair. Eh? You understand, I'm sure. Look, Kevin, say you'll let me buy you an ale. Will you? I better get in there before I get you in trouble, but before I go, promise me you'll let me buy you an ale to make it up to you? Well, I suppose I could let you buy me an ale. Richard clapped Kevin on the shoulder. That's a good man. Pasha was right on Richard's heels as he stormed past the guard and through the gate. He turned and gave Kevin a wave and a smile. Pasha leaned close.
How did you do that? No one gets through the prelate's guards.
Richard held the door into the building open for her. I just gave him too much to think about, and a worry he feared might be true. When an answer came to her knock, they stepped into a dimly lit room with 2 desks and 2 sisters. Pasha curtsied.
Sisters, I am Novice Pasha Mace, and this is our new student, Richard Cipher. He was wondering if he might meet the prelate.
Both sisters glowered at her. The one on the right spoke. The prelate is busy. Dismissed, Novice. A little pale, Pasha curtsied again.
Thank you for your time, sisters.
Richard gave a little bow. Yes, thank you, sisters. Please give the prelate my kindest regards.
I told you she wouldn't see us,
Pasha said on the way out. Richard hiked his pack up higher on his shoulder. Well, we gave it our best try. Thanks for indulging me. He had known that Pasha had been right, that the prelate wouldn't see them, but he had seen what he had come to see. He had only been interested in knowing the layout of the building and grounds for future reference. Richard hadn't changed his mind about his captivity, but he had decided to try a different approach for a while. He would bide his time and see what they could teach him. Nothing would please him more than to be released from the collar without having to hurt anyone. In the building that housed his room, Gillamy Hall, named after a prophet, Richard had learned, a young man came hesitantly out of the shadows on the lower level before the wide marble stairs. His head of curly blonde hair was cut short at the sides. His hands were stuck into the opposite sleeves of his violet robes. Silver brocade circled the cuffs and neck. He looked smaller than he was because of the way he hunched over. His head bowed to Pasha while his blue eyes searched for a safe place to settle.
Blessings on you, Pasha, he said softly. You look lovely tonight. I pray you are well.
Pasha squinted and thought.
Warren, isn't it?
His head bobbed, surprised that she knew his name.
I'm fine, Warren. Thank you for asking. This is Richard Cipher.
Warren smiled shyly at Richard.
Yes, I saw you before the sisters yesterday. I suppose you, too, want to know about the Mriswith,
Pasha said with a sigh.
Mriswith? Richard killed a Mriswith. Isn't that what you wanted to ask about? Really? A Mriswith?
No. He turned back to Richard. I wanted to ask if you would care to come down to the vaults sometime and look at the prophecies with me. Richard didn't want to embarrass the young man, but he had no interest in prophecies. I'm honored by the offer, Warren, but I'm afraid that I'm not much good with riddles. Warren diverted his eyes to the floor.
Of course, I understand. Not many of the others are much interested in the books either. I just thought that maybe, I just thought that since you mentioned that particular prophecy yesterday, that maybe you would want to talk about it. It's a unique piece of work. But I understand. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Richard frowned. What prophecy?
The one you mentioned at the end about you being,
Warren swallowed.
The bringer of death. It's just that I don't think I've ever met anyone from the prophecies before.
He blinked in awe.
Since you are in the prophecies, I thought maybe...
His voice trailed off. He looked down at the floor as he started to turn away.
But I understand. I'm sorry to have...
Richard gently caught hold of Warren's arm and turned him back. Like I said, I'm not very good with riddles, but maybe you could teach me something about them so I wouldn't be so ignorant. I do like to learn. Warren's face brightened. His whole body seemed to swell. When he straightened, he was almost as tall as Richard.
Oh, I'd like that. I would really like to talk to you about that prophecy. It's a real conundrum. To this day, the argument over it has never been settled. Maybe with your help.
A broad-shouldered man in plain robes and wearing a Radha slipped up silently, took a fistful of Warren's robe at the shoulder and moved him aside. His eyes were locked on Pasha the whole time. He gave her a smooth smile.
Good evening, Pasha. It will be dinner time soon. I've decided to take you.
His eyes glided down the length of her and then back up.
If you can get yourself cleaned up. And do something with your hair. You look a mess.
You better get to it. He started to turn away. Pasha put her arm through Richard's.
I'm afraid I have other plans, Jedediah.
Jedediah gave Richard a cursory glance.
What? This country boy? The two of you going to go chop wood or maybe skin rabbits?
You're the one, Richard said. I remember your voice. You're the one who called down from the balcony yesterday asking, all by yourself? Jedediah's condescending smile looked to come easily to him.
An appropriate question, don't you think?
Pasha lifted her chin.
Richard killed a Mriswith.
Jedediah's eyebrows went up in mock wonder.
Well, how brave of the country boy. You've never killed a Mriswith, Warren spoke up.
Jedediah slowly turned a withering glare on Warren. Warren shrank away.
What are you doing above ground, mole?
He turned back to Pasha.
And did you see him kill it? I would wager he was alone when he claimed to have killed it. He probably found a Mriswith that had died of old age, stabbed it with his sword, and then bragged to you to try to impress you.
He redirected a smirk to Richard.
Isn't that about the way it happened, country boy?
Richard grinned. You've caught me cold. You have it right.
As I thought.
He twitched a small smile to Pasha.
Come to me later, child, and I'll show you some real magic. A man's magic.
Jedediah strode away imperiously and disappeared around the corner. Pasha put her fists to her hips.
Why did you say that? Why did you let him think that?
I did it for you, Richard said. I thought you wanted me to stop causing trouble and act a gentleman. She folded her arms in a huff.
Well, I do.
Richard turned to Warren, still shrunk back against the marble newel post. If he does anything to you, Warren, I want you to come tell me.
It's me that's the thorn in his pants. If he takes it out on you, you come tell me."
Warren brightened. "Really? Thank you, Richard. But I don't think he would bother with me. And I'll be seeing you down in the vaults when you have the time."
He cast a shy smile at Pasha.
"Good night, Pasha. So nice to see you again. You look lovely tonight." "Good night."
She smiled.
"Good night, Warren."
She watched him scurry off down the hall.
What a strange young man. I almost couldn't remember his real name. Everyone calls him the Mole. He almost never comes up from the vaults under the palace.
She glanced sideways to Richard.
"Well, you've made a friend tonight who can be of no help to you and an enemy who can harm you. You stay away from Jedediah. He's an experienced wizard, close to being released. Until you learn to defend yourself with your Han, he can hurt you. He can kill you."
"I thought we were one big happy family."
"There is a pecking order among wizards. Wizards with the strongest power vie for dominance. It sometimes gets very dangerous. Jedediah is the pride of the palace and does not take well to the idea that another may challenge his supremacy."
"I'm hardly a challenge to the power of a wizard."
Pasha lifted an eyebrow. "Jedediah never killed a Mriswith, and everyone knows that."
Feeling decidedly uncomfortable in the red coat Pasha had selected, Richard tried to enjoy the lentil porridge they had prepared especially for him. Pasha wore a stunning dark green dress that did more to reveal her figure than cover it. Richard thought it revealed more of her breasts than was prudent. The young men there as guests of sisters or their novices did little eating and a lot of watching. None missed a move Pasha made. Many of the young men in collars came by and introduced themselves to Richard, saying they wanted to get to know him better. They promised to show him the city and some of its more interesting sights. Pasha's face reddened at the last. Richard asked if they knew where the guards went for ale, and they promised to take him there whenever he wished. Sisters of every age, shape, and size came to greet him. They all acted as if the events of the night before had never taken place. When Richard asked Pasha why, she said all the sisters understood the difficulty a young man had in making the adjustment of coming to the palace. She said they were accustomed to such outbursts of emotion and didn't take them to heart. Richard kept to himself the thought that this time they should. Some of the sisters smiled and said they hoped they would be given the opportunity to work with him, and a few scowled and promised they would be seeing him, and promised not to be tolerant of anything less than his best efforts. Richard smiled and said he would give them nothing less than his best. He wondered to himself what he was committing to. Near the end of the meal, two attractive young women, one in a satiny pink dress, the other in yellow, rushed in, stopping at various tables, speaking in whispers to other young women. They at last came to the corner where Richard and Pasha sat. One bent close to Pasha.
"Have you heard?"
Pasha stared with a blank look.
"Jedediah fell down a flight of stairs."
Her eyes sparkled with the telling of the gossip. She leaned closer with the titillation of what she had to tell next.
"Broke his leg."
Pasha gasped.
"No. When? We just saw him a while ago."
The woman giggled and nodded.
"Yes, it's true. It just happened. Not but a few minutes ago. The healers are with him now. No need for concern. He'll be back to good by morning." "How did it happen?"
The woman shrugged.
"Just clumsy. Tripped on the carpet and tumbled down."
She lowered her voice.
"He was so furious he flamed the carpet to ash." "Wizard's fire,"
Pasha whispered incredulously.
"In the palace? Such a high crime. No, not wizard's fire. Of course not, silly girl. Even Jedediah is not that brazen. Just simple fire. But it was one of the oldest carpets in the palace. The sisters are not pleased at his display of temper. They ordered the bone and the pain not be mended until morning as punishment." Their gossip finally expended, the two young women's eyes and smiles settled on Richard. Pasha introduced them as two friends of hers, Celia and Dulcie, two novices with charges of their own. Richard was polite, complimenting them on their pretty dresses and the way their hair was curled. Their smiles widened. Taking his arm when they finally left, Pasha thanked him. "For what?" "I've never been permitted to eat with the sisters or with the novices who have a young man to train. This is the first time I've ever been to dinner just like I was a sister. You were pleasant and considerate of everyone. I was so proud to have you with me. And you look very handsome in those clothes.
In that dress, I would imagine you could easily get someone better bred than me as a dinner companion. Richard pulled open the fancy shirt collar. I've never worn a shirt this ruffled, or white, nor a coat this red. I think I look foolish. A self-satisfied smile spread on Pasha's face.
I can promise you that Celia and Dulcie do not think you look foolish. I'm surprised you couldn't see them glowing green. I thought maybe they might decide to sit right down on your lap.
Richard thought that if Celia and Dulcie liked the red coat so much, they could have it, but he kept the thought to himself. Why doesn't an important wizard like Jedediah wear fancy clothes?
Only beginning wizards wear clothes like this and are permitted to go into the city. At certain milestones in a wizard's advancement, they change to a particular form of dress. The further a wizard progresses, the more modest his dress. That's why Jedediah wears simple tan robes, because he has nearly reached the end of his training.
What's the purpose of such an odd rule?
To teach humility. Those with the nicest clothes, the most freedom and unlimited money are those with the least power. No one respects them for these things. It's meant to teach the young men that mastery comes from within, not from external trappings.
Then wearing these things is a demotion for me. I was already wearing humble clothes.
You are not yet entitled to wear humble robes. You may wear your own clothes occasionally, if you wish. If they were simple robes, though, it would not be allowed. The people in the city know a wizard's abilities and power by his dress. No wizard who wears simple robes is permitted to go into the city.
She smiled.
Someday, when you have advanced enough, you will be permitted to wear the robes of a wizard.
I don't like robes. I like the clothes I was wearing.
When you have your collar off and leave the palace, you may wear what you wish. Of course, most come to respect the robes of their profession and wear them the rest of their lives.
Richard changed the subject. I want to go see Warren. Tell me how to get down there.
Now? Tonight? Richard, it's been a long day, and I must give you your first lesson yet tonight.
Just tell me how to get down there. Will Warren be down there this late?
I don't know that he has ever seen anywhere else. I think he must sleep on the books. I was surprised to see him up in the palace today. That in itself will be gossip for weeks.
I don't want him to think I forgot him. Just tell me how to get down there.
Well,
she sighed.
If you insist on going, we will go together. I'm supposed to escort you wherever you go in the Palace of the Prophets. For now, anyway.
Chapter 54. In the core of the Palace of the Prophets, they began their descent down into the vaults. The stairways on the upper levels were elegant. Lower down, the stairs became utilitarian stone, with their leading edges worn round and smooth. The maidservants he had seen on the upper levels were nowhere to be seen. Paneled walls gave way to stone. In some places he had to duck under huge beams. Lamps were no longer stationed on the walls, but instead widely spaced torches lit the way. Sounds of palace life were left far behind, to be replaced by dead silence. Some of the hallways were wet with leaking water. What's in these vaults? Richard asked.
The books of prophecy. Books of history and records of the palace are also kept there.
Why are they way down here?
For protection. Prophecies are dangerous to the untrained mind. All novices study books of prophecy, but only certain sisters are permitted to read them all and work with them. Young wizards who show that their gift gives them an aptitude for prophecy are taught by these sisters. There are a few young men who work and study in the vaults, but Warren is to the vaults what Jedediah is to other forms of magic. Every wizard has a specialty. We will work with you to discover what your innate ability is. Until we can learn this, it will be hard to take your training very far.
Sister Verna told me something about that. So, what do you think my talent is?
Usually we can tell by the personality of the boy. Some like to work with their hands and end up making things of magic. Some like to help the sick or injured and become healers. Things like that. We can usually tell.
So what about me? She glanced briefly in his direction.
None of us has ever seen anyone like you before. We have no idea yet.
Pasha's face brightened.
But we will.
A huge, round stone door, as thick as Richard was tall, stood open in the gloom. Beyond it were rooms carved from the bedrock that the palace sat atop. Lamps did little to brighten the place. There were a number of long, time-worn tables with books and papers scattered about on them, and shelves in rows that extended into the distance to each side. 2 women sat at the tables, taking notes as they read by the light of candles set close. One of them peered up and addressed Pasha.
"What are you doing down here, child?"
Pasha curtsied.
"We came to see Warren, sister."
"Warren? Why?" Just then Warren came scurrying out of the darkness.
It's all right, Sister Becky. I asked them to come."
"Well, the next time please let someone know in advance."
Yes, sister, I will."
Warren burrowed between the 2 of them and took their arms, leading them into the shelves. When he realized he was touching Pasha, he jerked his hand away and turned red.
"You look dazzling, Pasha." "Why, thank you, Mole."
She flushed red herself. She put a hand to his shoulder.
"I'm sorry, Warren. I didn't mean anything by that. I meant to call you Warren."
He smiled.
"It's all right, Pasha. I know people call me the Mole. They think it a pejorative, but I take it as a compliment. You see, a mole can find its way in the dark where others are blind. That is much like what I do. I find the way where others see nothing."
Pasha sighed in relief.
"I'm glad, Warren. Mole, did you hear that Jedediah fell down a flight of stairs and broke his leg?"
"Really?" He searched her eyes.
"Maybe the Creator was trying to teach him that when you hold your nose so high in the air, you can't see where you're going." "I don't think Jedediah paid any heed to the Creator's lessons," Pasha said. "I heard tell that he was so angry he burned a prized carpet to ash."
Warren still held her eyes.
"You are the one who should be angry, not Jedediah. He said cruel things to you. No one should say cruel things to you." "He's usually kind to me, but I admit I did look a mess." "Some of these books look a mess to people, but it is what's inside that matters, not the dust on their covers."
Pasha blushed.
"Why, thank you, Mole. I think."
Warren looked to Richard.
"I didn't know if you would really come. Most people say they will, but they never do. I'm so pleased you did. Come this way. Pasha, I'm afraid you must wait here." "What?"
She leaned forward, and Richard thought that maybe her breasts might spill out if she didn't straighten up.
"I'm going too."
Warren's eyes widened.
"But I must take him into one of the back rooms. You are a novice. Novices are not allowed."
She smiled warmly as she did straighten up.
"Mole, if a novice is not allowed, how could a new student be allowed?"
Warren's eyes narrowed.
"He is in the prophecies. If the prophets saw fit to write about him, they could hardly intend he not see it."
Warren seemed considerably more confident down here in his element than he had been up in the palace. He stood his ground with confidence. Pasha rubbed his shoulder. He glanced down at the hand.
"Warren, you're the Mole. You show others the way. I'm the one in charge of Richard. I show him the way. I would be neglecting my duty if I allowed him to go somewhere without me this soon. I'm sure you can make an exception for me. Can't you, Warren? It's to help Richard, to help understand the prophecy and how he is to serve the Creator. Isn't that what's important?"
Warren finally took his eyes from her and told them to wait. He went off to the 2 sisters and spoke with them in hushed tones. He finally came back wearing a smile.
"Sister Becky said it would be permitted. I told her you understand a bit of High Daharan. In case she asks, say you do." "What's High Daharan? Warren, you want me to lie to a sister?" "I'm sure she will not ask."
Warren turned his face away.
"I told the lie for you, Pasha, so you would not have to."
She leaned closer to him.
"Warren, if you're caught telling lies about such things, you know what they will do."
He gave her a small, haunted smile.
"I know."
"What will they do?" Richard asked, suddenly suspicious. Warren waved impatiently.
"Never mind. You 2 come along."
They had to hurry after him as he scurried off into the darkness. They went past rows of shelves placed tight together, coming at last to a solid wall of rock. Warren put his hand to a metal plate, and part of the wall moved away, revealing another chamber beyond. Inside the small room sat a table and maybe a dozen rows of shelves. 4 lamps made it seem bright inside by comparison. Inside, Warren touched another plate, and a section of wall slid closed, entombing them in stone and silence. He pulled out a chair for Pasha and had Richard sit to her right. Finally, he pulled a leather-bound book from the shelves and carefully placed it before Richard. "Please don't touch it," Warren said. "It's very old and fragile. Of late it has been getting more use than usual. Let me turn the pages." "Who's been using it?" Richard asked. "The prelate?" A smile twitched across Warren's lips. "Whenever she is to come down here, her 2 big guards come first and make everyone leave. They clear the vault so the prelate can have the place to herself, and people won't know what she reads." "Her big guards?" Pasha asked. "You mean the 2 sisters in her outer office?" "Yes," Warren said. "Sister Alicia and Sister Fenella." "We saw them today," Richard said. "They didn't look that big to me." Warren lowered his voice meaningfully. "If you ever cross them, you will think otherwise. They will seem very big indeed." Richard took pause at Warren's expression. "If the place is cleared out, how do you know she's been reading this book?" "I know." He turned to the book on the table. "I know. She has been doing most of her reading in this room of late. I live with these books. When someone touches them, I can tell. You see this smudge in the dust? It's not mine, it's the prelate's." Warren carefully lifted open the cover and, with both hands giving support, turned the yellowed pages. Richard didn't recognize any of the words, or some of the letters, for that matter. On one of the pages that Warren flipped, Richard thought he recognized something. A drawing. It sparked a deep memory. Warren flipped over more pages, finally stopping. He leaned over Richard's shoulder, pointing. "This is the prophecy you spoke of." Warren moved around to the right side of the table. "This is the original in the prophet's own hand. Few have ever seen it. Do you understand Haidaharen?" "No, it just looks like scribbling to me." Richard glanced over the meaningless writing. "You said there was argument over its meaning?" Warren's eyes had an intense gleam. "There is. You see, this is a very old prophecy, perhaps as old as the palace, maybe older. This is the original prophecy. It's in Haidaharen, as is everything in this room. Very few people understand Haidaharen." Richard nodded. "So people have only read the translations, and there is reason to believe that those translations may not be accurate." "You understand," Warren whispered. His movements became more lively. Yes, you see the problem. Most don't. Most think one thing in one language must mean a certain thing in another. In order to complete the translation, they settle on an interpretation that fits their view of the meaning, but in so doing, they create a conspectus that may or may not be the meaning of the prophecy. "But that doesn't take into account possible different meanings," Richard said. "So when they translate it, they give it only one version. They can't translate its ambiguity." Warren thrust himself forward in excitement. "Yes, you have it. That's what they can't understand, and so they argue over the various translations, as if there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. But this is Haidaharen." Warren's words trailed off. Richard was staring at the page. The images there were drawing him in. It was almost as if they were murmuring to him. He had never seen such words before, but somehow they resonated with something deep within him. His hand slowly reached out, drawn to one of the words. His finger came to rest on it. "This one," Richard whispered, as if from a trance. The strokes of the letters seemed to lift from the page as if alive, and coil around his finger, the dark lines caressing, fondling with intimate familiarity. Before his eyes, too, floated the image of the sword of truth. Warren's white face came up from the book. "Drauka," he whispered. "That's the word that is the center of the controversy. Für Grissa ost Drauka, the bringer of death." Pasha leaned over. "So what's the controversy? You mean those words could be translated differently?" Warren made a vague gesture with his hand. "Well, yes and no. That's the literal translation of the words. It's their meaning that is in dispute." Richard pulled his hand back. He banished the image of the sword. "Death. It has different meanings." Warren practically laid on the table as he leaned over. "Yes! You understand!" "Death is plain as pie," Pasha said. Warren straightened and rubbed his hands together. "No, Pasha, not in Haidaharen. The weapon the sisters carry, the Dakra, its name comes from this word. Drauka means death, as in dead, like if I were to say, the Mriswith Richard killed is dead. Drauka, dead. But it has other meanings, too. Drauka also is a word that represents the souls of the dead." Pasha leaned forward with a frown.
Are you saying that Drauka, in that sense, can make it mean the bringer of souls?
No, Richard said. He whispered the second meaning of the word. Spirits. The bringer of spirits.
Yes,
Warren said in a quiet voice. That is the second interpretation.
How many of these different meanings to Drauka are there? Pasha asked.
3, Richard thought.
3,
Warren said. Richard knew the third. The underworld, he whispered as he stared at the word Drauka on the page. The place of the dead. That's the third meaning of Drauka. Pale as a spirit, Warren leaned toward him.
But you don't understand the Haran?
Richard slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the page. Warren's tongue darted out to wet his lips.
Please, tell me you don't have Haran blood.
My father was dark and Rahl, Richard said softly. He was the wizard who ruled Dahara, and before him my grandfather, Panis.
Dear Creator,
Warren whispered. Pasha put a hand to Richard's arm as she leaned toward them both.
Underworld? How could it mean underworld?
Because, Warren said, the underworld is the world of the dead. Her brow knit tighter.
But how could it mean the bringer of the underworld? How can you bring the underworld?
Richard stared blankly ahead. You tear the veil. The silence echoed around the stone room. Pasha looked from one face to the other. She finally broke the silence.
But I was taught that for a foreign word in a prophecy that had different shades of meaning, you had only to interpret it in context. It should be a simple matter of seeing how it is used to decipher its meaning.
Warren lifted an eyebrow. That's what the argument is about. You see, in this prophecy it speaks of things that could pertain to each of the 3 possible meanings of the word Drauka. Depending on which meaning was intended, it changes the meaning of the prophecy. That is why it cannot be interpreted with surety. It's like a dog chasing his tail. The more you try, the more you just end up going round and round. This is why I'm so anxious to know the intended meaning of the word Drauka. If I could know that, then I might be able to decipher the rest of the prophecy accurately for the first time. I would be the first in 3,000 years to understand it. Richard pushed his chair away from the table. Well, as I said, I'm not very good with riddles. He forced himself to smile. But I promised to think on it. Warren brightened.
Would you? I would be so appreciative if you would be able to help me.
Richard squeezed Warren's shoulder. You have my word. Pasha rose.
Well, I guess we better get to Richard's lesson. It's getting late. Thank you both for coming. I rarely have visitors.
Pasha leading, the 3 of them went toward the door. As she passed through the doorway, Richard slapped his hand to the metal plate on the wall. The door grated closed. Pasha beat her fists to the stone as the slit had become too small for her to come back through. She shouted for them to open the door. As the stone sealed closed, her words were cut off, leaving Richard and Warren in silence. Warren stared at the metal plate.
How did you do that? You are just a beginning wizard. You should not be able to effect a shield with your hand for a very long time yet.
Richard didn't have an answer for the question, and so he ignored it. Tell me what you meant about knowing what the sisters would do to you if they caught you telling that kind of lie. Warren's hand went to his collar.
Well, they would hurt me.
You mean they would use the collar's magic to give you pain? Warren nodded as he took a knot of his robes in his fists. Do they do that often? Give us pain with the collar? Warren twisted the knot of robe.
No, not often. But to be a wizard, you must pass a test of pain. They come from time to time and give you pain with the Radahan to see if you have learned enough to pass the test of pain.
And how do you pass the test?
Well, I can only imagine that when you can endure the pain without begging them to stop, you pass. They never tell me what must be done to pass.
His face had gone ashen.
I've never been able to keep from begging them to stop. Once you learn to endure what they give more.
I thought it might be something like that. Thanks for telling me. Richard stroked his beard. Warren, I need your help. Warren lifted the sleeve of his robes and wiped it at his wet eyes.
What help can I give?
You said there are prophecies about me. I want you to study everything about me you can find, and about the towers of perdition, the Valley of the Lost. I also need to know everything I can about the Veil." Richard pointed at the book on the table. "There was a drawing a few pages before you stopped on the prophecy. It was a teardrop shape. Do you know what it is?" Warren went to the book and turned the pages back. "This?" "Yes, that's it." He remembered seeing it around Rachel's neck in his vision of her and Chase in the Valley of the Lost. An image of Zed came into Richard's mind. His heart thumped faster. "That looks like the thing I saw. What is it?" Warren gave him a puzzled look. "The Stone of Tears. What do you mean you saw it?" "What is the Stone of Tears?" "Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to study about it, but I think it might have something to do with the veil, if Draka could be interpreted to have something to do with the underworld. What do you mean you saw it?" Richard ignored the question for a second time. "Warren, I also need to know about the Stone of Tears, and everything you can find about the people who used to live in the Valley of the Lost, the Baka Banmana. Their name means those without masters, and about one they call the Kaharin." Warren stared dumbly at him. "This is all a lot of work." "Will you help me, Warren?" Warren looked down, picking at his robes. "On a condition. I never get out of this place. Not that I don't like working with the prophecies, you understand, but people think that I have no interest in anything else. I'd like to see the country around the palace, the woods, the hills." He twisted his fingers together. "I'm afraid of big places. The sky is so big. That's the other reason I stay down here, because it feels safe to me. But I'm sick of living like a mole. I would like to try going outside and seeing it. Would you, show me the countryside? You look to me like someone familiar with the out-of-doors. I think I would feel safe if you went with me." Richard smiled warmly. "You've come to the right person, Warren. I was a woods guide before all this started. I don't know all the country around the palace yet, but I surely intend to. I'd really enjoy guiding you around. It would be just like old times." Warren's expression brightened. "Thank you, Richard. I look forward to seeing open places. I need some adventure in my life. I'll start right away on the things you want, but the sisters give me work, so I must search when I can find the time. And I'm afraid that I must be honest, it will take a long time. There are thousands of volumes here. It will take months just to get a good start." "Warren, this may be the most important thing you ever studied. You may be able to save time if you start by reading everything the prelate has been reading." A sly smile came to Warren's lips. "I thought you said you weren't good with riddles. That is what I was thinking." His smile turned to a concerned frown. "Why do you want to know these things?" Richard studied the other's blue eyes for a long moment. "I am pure grissa os drauka. Warren, I know what it means." Warren clutched his fingers to the sleeve of Richard's red coat. "You know? You know which is the correct translation?" His fingers trembled. "Would you tell me?" "If you promise not to tell anyone else, for now." Warren nodded eagerly. "No one has been able to figure out which one of the three is the true translation, because in trying to justify one, they invalidate the whole." Warren frowned. Richard leaned toward him. "They are all true, Warren." "What?" he whispered. "How can that be?" "I have killed people with this sword. I am the bringer of death in that sense. That is the first meaning of Drauka. In order to prevail against otherwise impossible odds, such as defeating the Mriswith, I use the sword's magic to bring forth the spirits of those who have used it before me. I have called the dead forth, called the past into the present. In that way, I am the bringer of spirits. That is the second meaning of Drauka. As for the third meaning, bringing forth the underworld, I have reason to believe that I may have somehow torn the veil. That is the third meaning of Drauka." Warren gasped. "It's very important that you find out the information I asked you about. I don't think I have a lot of time." Warren nodded. "I'll try, but I think you put too much faith in me." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "I have faith in a man able to break Jedediah's leg." "I did nothing to Jedediah. Jedediah is a powerful wizard. I would never dare to oppose one of his powers." "Oh, come on, Warren. There are ashes of the burned carpet on the shoulder of your robe." Warren brushed frantically at his shoulder. "There is no ash there. I see no ash." Richard waited for Warren's eyes to come up. "Then why are you brushing at your robes?" Well, I just... Richard put a reassuring hand on Warren's back. It's all right, Warren. I'm a believer in justice. I think Jedediah got what he deserved. I won't tell anyone. And you must not tell anyone about any of this. I must warn you, Richard, you did a very dangerous thing yesterday when you told all the sisters that you were the bringer of death. That is a well-known and hotly debated prophecy. There are sisters who believe it means you are one who kills. They will try to comfort you. There are others who think it means you will bring forth the dead, call the spirits. They will want to study you. He leaned a little closer. There are others who think it means you will tear the veil and bring the Nameless One to swallow us all. They might try to kill you. I know, Warren. Then why would you let them know you are the one in the prophecy? Because I am Pure Grissa Ostraka. When the time comes, I will kill any of them I must in order to get this collar off. I had to give them fair warning first, give them the chance to live. Warren touched his finger to his lower lip. But you wouldn't hurt Pasha. Not Pasha. I hope to hurt no one, Warren. Maybe with the information you help me with, I won't have to hurt anyone. I hate being Pure Grissa Ostraka, but that is who I am. Warren's eyes teared. Please, you wouldn't hurt Pasha. Warren, I like her. I think she is a lovely person inside, like you said. I only kill to protect my life or the lives of innocent people. I don't believe Pasha would ever give me cause, but you must understand that if I am right and the veil is torn, then more is at stake than any one person's life. Mine, yours, or Pasha's. Warren nodded. I have read the prophecies. I understand. I will search for the things you need. Richard tried to reassure him with a warm smile. It will be all right, Warren. I'm the Seeker. I'll do my best. I don't want to harm anyone. Seeker? What is the Seeker? Richard slapped his hand to the metal plate. I'll tell you about it later. Warren glanced down at the plate as the door slid open. How are you able to do that? Pasha was standing calmly, waiting, her face making a good effort at not showing her anger. And just what was that all about? Richard stepped through the doorway. Boy talk. Pasha stopped him with a hand to his arm. What do you mean, boy talk? Richard looked into her warm brown eyes. I was twisting Warren's arm, making him tell me about the test of pain. You failed to mention it, so I had to ask him about it. Or were you planning on waiting until you came to do it before you told me? Pasha rubbed her bare arms as if to warm them. I do not do that, Richard. I'm only a novice. Full sisters must do it. Why didn't you tell me about it? Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't like to see people hurt. I didn't want to frighten you about what may not come for a long time. Sometimes the waiting can be worse than the actual experience. I didn't want you to have to wait in fear. Oh. Richard let out a long breath. Well, I guess that's a good reason. I apologize, Pasha, for what I was thinking of you. She forced a smile. Shall we go start your lessons? Above ground again, they passed down halls and through several buildings until they finally reached Gillamy Hall, where his room was. The fabric of Pasha's dress made a swishing sound as they climbed the wide marble stairway. The walls and columns were a matching tan, variegated marble. It was a beautiful place with elegant rooms, but it was not as impressive as the People's Palace in Dahara. Before he had seen that magnificent edifice, he would have been astonished by the opulence of this place. Now, he simply noted its layout in reference to everything else. Upstairs, as they went down another wide, carpeted hall, he saw several other young men wearing Radha. At last they reached his room. Richard caught her wrist as she reached for the door handle. She looked up in puzzlement. There's someone inside, he said. Chapter 55. It is my job to watch over you, Pasha said. She used her Han, breaking his hold on her wrist and throwing him aside as if with an invisible hand, and then charged through the door. Richard rolled, finishing on his feet, drew his sword and flew in after her. Only the small flames from the hearth gave light to the otherwise dark room. They both stumbled to a halt in the near darkness. A voice came from a chair beside the fire. Expecting a mriswith, Richard? Sister Verna! Richard slid his sword back into its scabbard. What are you doing here?" She rose to her feet and swept her hand in the direction of a lamp, bringing the wick to flame. "I didn't know if you heard." Her face was unreadable. "I'm once again a Sister of the Light." "Really?" Richard said. "That's great news." Sister Verna clasped her hands in a relaxed manner. "Since I'm a sister again, I wanted to come and speak privately to you for a moment." She glanced to Pasha. "About some unfinished business Richard and I have." Pasha looked from the sister to Richard. "Well, I guess this dress is, well, not the most comfortable thing to give lessons in. Why don't I go change?" She curtsied to Sister Verna. "Good night, sister. I'm so happy for you. You should be a sister. And Richard, thank you for being such a gentleman tonight. I will return after I change." Richard stood facing the door once he had closed it behind Pasha. "Gentlemen," Sister Verna said. "I'm delighted to hear it, Richard. I would also like to thank you for my being returned to Sister. Sister Marin told me what happened." Richard laughed as he turned to her. "You've been around me too long, sister. But you need more practice at telling lies. You're not yet totally convincing." She couldn't keep a small smile from coming to her lips. "Well, Sister Marin told me that she had prayed for guidance and decided I would serve the Creator best if I were a sister, in view of my experience." She lifted an eyebrow. "Poor Sister Marin. Lying seems to have become infectious since you arrived here." He shrugged. "Sister Marin did what was right. I think your Creator would be pleased with the outcome." "I heard that you killed Limriswith. News spreads through the palace like a blaze through dry grass." Richard walked to the hearth. He leaned on the dark granite mantel and stared into the flames. "Well, I had no choice." Sister Verna stroked a hand tenderly down his hair. "Are you all right, Richard? How are you doing?" "I'm fine." Richard pulled the baldric over his head and set it and the sword aside. He tossed the red coat on a chair. "I'd be better if I didn't have to wear these silly clothes. But I guess it's a small price to pay for peace. For now. What did you want to talk to me about, sister?" "I don't know what you did, how you got me returned to Sister, but thank you, Richard. Does this mean you would like for us to be friends?" "Only if you will take this collar off me." She looked away from his eyes. "Some day, sister, you will have to make your choice. I hope when the time comes you choose to be on my side. After all we've been through, I would hate to have to kill you. But you know what I'm capable of. You knew what my answer would be. Surely you came here for more than that." "I've told you before how you are using your Han without knowing what you are doing, remember?" "Yes, but I don't think I'm using my Han." She lifted an eyebrow. "Richard, you killed Rimriswith. As far as I know, that has not been done in the last 3,000 years. You had to use your Han to do that." "No, sister, I used the magic of the sword to kill it." "Richard, I have observed you and learned a little about both you and your sword. The reason no one has ever been able to kill Rimriswith is because they never knew it was coming. Even the Han of sisters and wizards could not sense its approach. Your sword may have killed Rimriswith, but your Han let you know it was coming. You are calling on your gift, but without control." Richard was tired. He didn't feel like arguing, so he didn't. He flopped into a plush chair. He remembered the way he had seen the Rimriswith in his mind, had seen it coming. "I don't understand what I'm doing, sister. The Rimriswith came and I protected myself." She sat in a chair opposite. "Look at it this way, Richard. You killed a beast as deadly as anything walking the land, yet that little girl with the big brown eyes and about as much power compared to you as a sparrow compared to a hawk just used her Han to throw you down the hall. I hope you will study hard so you may learn to control your Han. You need to get it under control." She looked at him intently. "Why did you go into the Hagen Woods after I told you that they are dangerous? The real reason, not the justification, but the deep down inside reason. Please tell me the truth, Richard." Richard stretched back, looking up at the ceiling. He finally conceded with a nod. "It was like something drew me in. It was a need, a hunger. It was like I needed to pound my fist against the wall, and that was the way to do it." He thought she might launch into a lecture, but she didn't. Her tone was sympathetic. "Richard, I've been talking to a few friends of mine. None of us knows everything about the magic of the palace, and especially the Hagen Woods, but there is reason to believe that the Hagen Woods were placed there specifically for certain wizards. Richard studied her quiet expression, the creases in her face, the sincerity in her eyes. "Are you saying, sister, that if I need to pound my fist against the wall, maybe I should do so?" She gave a slight lift to her eyebrows. "The Creator gave us hunger so we would eat, because eating is necessary." "What would be the purpose of a hunger like mine?" She shook her head. "I don't know. For a second time in as many days, the prelate has declined to grant me an audience. But I'm going to try to find some answers. In the meantime, just please don't let the sun set on you in the Hagen Woods." "Is this what you came to tell me, sister?" She looked away and paused, rubbing her forehead with 2 fingers. She looked uncertain. He had never seen her like this. "Richard, there are things going on that I don't understand, and they are connected to you. Events are not happening as they should." She saw his curious look. "I can't talk about them just yet." She cleared her throat. "Richard, I don't want you to trust every one of the sisters." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "Sister, I trust none of you." That brought a short-lived smile to her face. "For now, that would be best. That was what I wanted to tell you. I'm going to find the answers, but for now, well, let's just say that I know you will do as you must to stay safe." After Sister Verna left, Richard thought about what she had said, and about the things Warren had told him. Mostly, he thought about the Stone of Tears. It puzzled him that the magic in the Valley of the Lost would present him with a vision of something he had never seen before, and put it around Rachel's neck. The other visions seemed to have been anchored in his longings and fears. Maybe because he missed seeing his friend Chase, he saw the vision of Rachel, too. She would be with Chase. But why would the vision put around her neck something he had never seen before, which turned out to look like a drawing in a book? Maybe they weren't the same thing. He told himself they couldn't be, but an uneasy feeling inside said otherwise. As much as he missed Chase and Rachel, it was the stone around Rachel's neck that had captured his attention. It was as if Rachel were bringing it to him for Zed, and Zed had been there with him, urging him to take the stone. Pasha's knock at the door brought him out of his brooding. She was wearing a plain, brownish-gray dress with small pink cloth buttons up the front, all the way up to her neck. Though it didn't show the expanse of flesh the green dress had, it was tailored so that it revealed nearly every detail of her shape. The fact that it covered everything only made what it covered all that much more intriguing. The color somehow brought out the softness of her brown hair. Pasha sat cross-legged on the floor, on the blue and yellow carpet in front of the fireplace. She draped her dress carefully over her knees and then looked up.
"Here, sit like me in front of me."
Richard sat on the floor and folded his legs. She motioned him to come closer until their knees touched. She took his hands and held them lightly as they rested across both their knees. "Sister Verna didn't do this when I practiced."
"That was because the Radahan had to be within the circle of influence of the magic of the palace before we could practice in this way. Until now, when you have practiced touching your Han, it has been alone. Most of the time from now on, I, or a sister, will use our Han to assist you."
She smiled.
"It will help you progress faster, Richard."
"All right. What do you want me to do?"
"She told you how to try to reach your Han, how to concentrate on finding that place within yourself?"
Richard nodded.
"That is what I want you to do. While you search for that place, I will use my Han, through the Radahan, to try to guide you."
Richard squirmed a little, getting more comfortable. Pasha took back a hand and fanned her face.
"This dress seems so warm after wearing the other."
She unbuttoned the top 5 buttons of her dress and then took his hand up again. Richard glanced at the fire to check the logs so he would know how long it had been when he opened his eyes again. He could never seem to judge the time while he searched for his Han. It always seemed like mere minutes, but it was usually at least an hour. Richard closed his eyes. He brought forth the image of the Sword of Truth on a plain background. As the quiet settled over him, as he sought the peace within, his breathing slowed. He took a long breath and then let himself sink into the calm center. He was aware of Pasha's hands holding his, of her knees touching his, and of her even breathing coming into harmony with his. It felt good to have her holding his hands. He didn't feel isolated the way he had always felt before. He didn't know if she really was using the magic of his collar to go with him, but he felt himself spiraling deeper than he had before. He drifted in the timeless place without thinking, without effort or worry. Whatever his Han was, he didn't see or feel anything he hadn't seen or felt before, other than feeling more relaxed than before, and the comforting feeling of having Pasha with him. It was no different. He was dimly aware of his body starting to feel cramped, and of the warmth from the fire. The cold steel of the sword seemed to be a core of ice in the heat. At last he opened his eyes. Pasha opened her eyes with him. Richard glanced to the fire. The logs had been reduced to glowing coals. 2 hours, he judged. A trickle of sweat ran down Pasha's neck.
My, but it's warm tonight.
She unbuttoned buttons. A lot of buttons. More of her was showing than had shown in the green dress. Richard made himself look back up into her soft eyes. Pasha gave him a small, self-assured smile. I didn't feel anything, Richard said. I didn't sense my Han, although I don't know what it is I'm supposed to sense.
I didn't either, and I should have. Strange.
She sighed to herself with a puzzled expression. Her face brightened.
But it takes practice. Did you feel my Han? Was it any help?
No, he admitted. I didn't feel anything. She made a little quirk with her mouth as she frowned.
You didn't feel anything of me?
He shook his head.
Well, close your eyes and try again.
It was late, and Richard didn't want to practice any more. It was tiring. But he decided to do as she wished. He closed his eyes. He concentrated on trying to bring back the sword. Suddenly, he felt Pasha's full lips against his. His eyes opened as she pressed against him. Her eyes were closed, her brow wrinkled. She grasped his face with her hands. Richard gripped her shoulders and pushed her away. She opened her eyes and licked her lips. She smiled coyly.
Did you feel that?
I felt it. She hooked an arm around his neck.
Apparently, not enough.
Richard gently put a hand against her as she tried to lean in. He didn't want to embarrass her, so he tried to keep his voice pleasant. Pasha, don't. She rubbed her free hand around on his stomach.
It's late. No one will be around. If it will make you feel more comfortable, I'll shield the door. You shouldn't worry.
I'm not worried. I just don't want to. She looked a bit hurt.
You do not think I am pretty enough?
Richard didn't want to offend her, and he didn't want to make her angry, but he didn't want to encourage her either. It's not that, Pasha. You're very attractive. It's just that... She unbuttoned another little button. Richard reached out and took a hold of her hand to stop her. He realized the situation was becoming hazardous. She was his teacher. If he angered or humiliated her, things could become dangerously complicated. He had things to do and couldn't afford to turn her antagonistic. She pulled her dress up her legs and put his hand against her thigh.
Like this better?
She asked in a breathy voice. Richard froze at the firm, sensual feel of her flesh. He remembered what Sister Verna had said, that he would soon find another pair of pretty legs. These were certainly that, and Pasha was leaving precious little to the imagination. He pulled his hand away. Pasha, you don't understand. I think you're a beautiful young woman. Her eyes fixed on his face as she ran her fingers down his beard.
I think you're the most handsome man I've ever seen.
No, you don't.
I love your beard. Don't ever cut it off. I think a wizard should have a beard.
Richard remembered the time Zed had used additive magic to grow a beard and teach him a lesson, and then had shaved it off, explaining he couldn't make it vanish with magic because that would take subtractive magic, and wizards didn't have subtractive magic. Subtractive magic was of the underworld. He caught her wrist and pulled her hand away from his face. To Richard, his beard was a symbol of his captivity. It meant he was a prisoner. Prisoners don't shave. That was what he had told Sister Verna. But he didn't think now was the time to explain that to Pasha. She kissed his neck. Somehow he was unable to stop her. Her lips were so soft, and he could hear her insistent breath close to his ear. It felt as if the kiss went all the way through him, down to his toes, something like the feeling he had had when she had put her hands to his Radha Han. The tingling numbed his brain. Inside he groaned. His resistance was being dissolved by her kisses. When he had been held in a collar by Denna, he had had no choice. Not even death could rescue him from whatever Denna wanted, but he still felt shame for what he had done. He was in a collar again, and Pasha was using some sort of magic on him, but he knew that this time he had a choice in the matter. He forced himself to hunch his head and get her lips from him. He gently pushed her back. "Pasha, please." She straightened a little. "What's her name? This girl you love?" Richard didn't want to tell her Kaelin's name. It was his life. It was private. These people were his captors, not his friends. "That's not important. That's not the issue."
"What does she have that I don't? Is she prettier than me?"
"You are a girl," Richard thought, "and she is a woman." But he couldn't say that. "You are a pretty candle," he thought, "and Kaelin is the sunrise." But he couldn't say that either. If he spurned Pasha, he would have war on his hands. He had to get out of this without making her feel resentful or rejected. "Pasha, I am honored. I'm flattered. I really am. But you have only known me a day. We've really just met."
"Richard, the Creator gives us urges and pleasure from acting on them, so we will come to know His beauty through His creation. There is nothing wrong with this. It is a beautiful thing."
He also gave us a mind to decide what is right and what is wrong. Her chin lifted just a little.
"Right and wrong? If she loved you, she would be with you. She wouldn't have let you go. That's what is wrong. She thinks you aren't good enough for her. She must wish to be free of you. If she cared, she would have kept you with her. She's gone. I'm here, and I care. I would fight to keep you. Did she fight?"
Richard's mouth opened, but no words came through the hurt. He felt as if his will to go on had drained right out of him, leaving nothing but a hollow, dead shell. Pasha reached out and touched his cheek.
"You will see that I care, Richard. I care more than she does. You'll see. It's right if a person cares as I do."
Her brow creased in worry.
"Unless you think I'm unattractive. Is that it? You've seen many women and you think that in comparison I'm ugly?"
Richard cupped a hand to the side of her face. "Pasha, you are ravishing. It's not that." He swallowed the dryness, trying to make his words sound sincere.
"Pasha, could you just give me some time? It's simply too soon. Can you understand?
Could you really care for a man who would forget his feelings so easily?
Could you just give me some time?"
She wrapped her arms around him and laid her head against his chest.
"I knew yesterday, when you held me so tenderly, that it was another sign that the Creator had sent you to me. I knew then that I would never want another. Since I'll be yours forever, I can wait. We have almost nothing but time. We have all the time you could possibly want. You'll see that I'm the one for you. You just tell me when you are ready, and I'll be yours."
Richard sighed as he closed the door behind her. He leaned his back against the door, thinking. He didn't like deceiving Pasha, letting her think that with time he could come to feel differently about her, but he had to do something. How shallow could Pasha's understanding of people be, for her to think that one could win love by invoking lust? He took out the lock of Kaelin's hair, spinning it in his fingers as he watched it. The things Pasha had said about Kaelin not fighting for him made him angry. Pasha could never know the struggles he and Kaelin had been through, the hardships they had had to overcome, the anguish they had suffered together, the battles they had fought together. Pasha probably couldn't conceive of a woman of Kaelin's intelligence, strength, and courage. Kaelin had indeed fought for him. She had more than once selflessly risked her life for him. What could Pasha know of the terrors Kaelin had bravely faced and conquered? Pasha wasn't woman enough to serve Kaelin tea. He stuffed the lock of hair back into his pocket. He forced his thoughts of Kaelin from his mind. He couldn't endure the pain. He had other things to do. Going into the bedroom, he positioned the ash-framed standing mirror and then retrieved his pack from the corner. Richard pulled out the black Mriswith cape. He threw it around his shoulders and stood inspecting his image in the mirror.
It looked like a normal cape. He thought it quite handsome, actually. The cut and length was right. The mrisswith had been about his size. The heavy fabric was inky black, almost as black as a nightstone that Addie had given him to help him across the pass, almost as black as the boxes of Orden, almost as black as eternal death. But the pleasing cut of the cape was not what intrigued him. Richard moved back against the light brownish wall. He pulled the hood up, cowling it around his face, and drew the cape closed. As he watched his image in the mirror, he concentrated on the wall he was standing against. In the span of a breath, his image vanished. The cape had become the color of the wall he stood against, to such a degree that only if he stared, focusing on the edges of the cape, could he distinguish himself standing against the wall. If he moved, it was only slightly easier to pick out his shape against the wall. Though his face was exposed, somehow the magic of the cape, or possibly the cape's magic along with his own, served to mask it, too, to enfold it somehow into the concealing color. This explained why the mrisswith appeared to be different colors. Richard moved objects behind himself to discover what effect they had. He stood in front of the wall and partly in front of a chair with his red coat draped over it. The cape produced a blotch of red that did a good job of mimicking the color and shape behind. Though it wasn't as flawless as when he stood before a plain wall, it would still be easy to miss him if he stood still. Movement would distort the complicated images as the cape changed to accommodate new conditions, though it still fooled the eye into missing him. But if he stood still, he virtually vanished in front of anything. The effect, at times, could be dizzying to watch. When he stopped concentrating, the cape would return to black. This, he thought as he looked at himself in the mirror standing in a simple black cape, was going to be useful. Chapter 56. As the weeks passed, Richard was constantly busy. He remembered that Kaelin and Zed had told him that there were no wizards with the gift left in the Midlands. Small wonder. They seemed to all be at the palace of the prophet. There were well over 100 boys and young men at the palace. From what Richard could discover, a goodly number of the older ones, at least, were from the Midlands, with some even from Dahara. Killing a mrisswith had earned Richard celebrity status among the younger boys. Two of them, Kip and Hirsch, were the most persistent. They followed him around, begging to hear stories of his adventures. At times they exhibited the maturity, almost wisdom of old men. At other times they, like all boys, seemed interested in nothing more than mischief. The object of this mischief was usually a sister. The boys never seemed to tire of thinking up new tricks to pull on them. Most of the pranks appeared to involve either water, mud, or reptiles. The sisters only occasionally erupted in anger when caught up in the boys' antics, and even then they quickly forgave them. As far as Richard could tell, the boys never earned more than a stern lecture. In the beginning, the young boys thought to number Richard among their targets. Richard had things to do and had no time or patience for it. When the boys learned that Richard was neither shy nor slow with discipline, they quickly moved on to other targets with their buckets of water. The fact that Richard set limits made Kip and Hirsch like him all the more. They seemed starved for older male companionship. Richard rewarded them with adventure stories, or sometimes, when he was going from one place to another and their presence wouldn't impede his progress, he taught them about the woods, tracking, and animals. They coveted staying in Richard's good graces, so when he wanted or needed to be alone and signaled with a finger or a nod, they vanished. Richard let them be around often when he was with Pasha, since he couldn't do more important tasks then anyway. Frustrated because she couldn't seem to find time alone with him, Pasha was somewhat mollified when Richard got her excluded from the boys' list of targets. She appreciated not having her fine dresses drenched or having to worry about discovering a snake in her shawl. Richard occasionally asked Kip and Hirsch to perform little errands, just to test them. He had plans for their talents. The other young men in collars wanted to show Richard the city. Two, Perry and Isaac, who lived in Gillamy Hall with him, took him into the city and showed him the tavern where many of the guards drank, and he soon after bought swordsman Kevin Andlemere the ale he had promised him. Richard discovered that most of the young men spent their nights away from the palace, staying in various fine inns around the city. It didn't take Richard long to figure out why. They were provided money, the same as he, and they were practiced at spending it. They bought themselves fancy clothes, dressing like princes,
and on their overnight stays they picked the finest accommodations. There was no shortage of women wanting to share those accommodations, astonishingly beautiful women. When Perry and Isaac took him to the city, they were always quickly surrounded by attractive women. Richard had never seen women this brazen. Every evening, the two men would each select a woman, sometimes several, and buy them presents, maybe a dress or a bauble, and then depart for their rooms. The two told him that if he didn't want to bother with spending time buying gifts, he could simply go to any of the houses of prostitution, but they assured him that those women were not as young or nearly as pretty as the ones who approached them on the streets. They admitted, though, that they went to prostitutes sometimes when they didn't feel like wasting time being sociable for no more than a simple coupling. When he was spotted with a collar, Richard drew women the same as Perry and Isaac did. Richard was beginning to see in a new light what Sister Verna meant about him soon finding another pair of pretty legs. The other two men thought Richard was mad to turn down all the offers. Sometimes Richard wondered if they might not be right. Richard asked Perry and Isaac if they weren't afraid of a woman's father cracking their skulls. They laughed and said that fathers sometimes brought their daughters to them. Richard threw his arms up and asked if they weren't concerned about getting some woman they didn't even know pregnant. They explained that if a woman got herself pregnant, the palace would provide for her and the child, even her whole family. When Richard had asked Pasha what was behind such a bizarre convention, she folded her arms across her breasts and presented her back to him while she explained that men had uncontrollable urges, and those urges would be a distraction to learning to use their Han, so the sisters encouraged the men to satisfy their needs. That was why she didn't go to the city with him at night. She was restricted from interfering with his needs. She had turned back to him and begged him to come to her with his needs, saying she would see to it that he had no desire to go to other women, or if he did go to the city, to at least allow her to be one of the women he slept with. She told him that she could satisfy him better than any other woman, and offered to prove it. Richard was dumbfounded by such talk, to say nothing of the behavior. He told Pasha that he only went to the city to see the sights. Having grown up in the woods, he had never roamed around in a city before. He told her that where he came from, it wasn't right to treat women in such a way. He promised that if he was ever overcome with need, he would come to her first. She was so happy to hear this that she didn't mind when he reminded her that he wasn't ready yet. She had no idea that there were times when he felt so lonely that he was sorely tempted to give in to her. She was unquestionably alluring, and it was sometimes difficult for him to make himself keep her at arm's length. Richard had Pasha show him everything she could of the palace. He had her show him some of the city, and take him on a tour of the docks to see the big boats. She said they were called ships because they went to sea. Richard had never seen anything that large afloat. She told him that they brought trade from cities of the old world farther down the coast. Pasha went with him to the sea, and they sat for hours, watching the waves, or explored the tide pools. Richard was astounded to learn that the sea went up and down, with tides all by itself. She assured him that it was not the magic of the palace, but did such a thing everywhere. Richard was spellbound by the ocean. Pasha was content to simply sit with him, but Richard couldn't afford to sit and watch the ocean too often. He had things to do. Pasha wasn't permitted to go with him to the city in the evening, in case he chose to be with a woman. He had to constantly reassure her that that was not why he went out at night. Since it was the truth that he wasn't sleeping with any of the women, he had no difficulty being sincere and convincing her. He did not tell her the truth, however, about what he really was doing. Richard decided that as long as the palace wanted to provide him with money, he was going to allow them to finance their own undoing. He spent the palace's money wherever it would help him. He became a regular at the taverns and inns the palace guards frequented. Whenever he was around, they never paid for a drink. Richard made an effort to learn all their names. At night, he would write down the name of any new guard he had met, and everything he could discover about him or any of the other guards. He paid the most attention to those who guarded the prelate's compound, and any other place he discovered he was forbidden access. He stopped by their posts whenever he was at the palace, and inquired idly about their lives, their girlfriends, their wives, their parents, their children, their food, their problems. Richard bought Kevin special expensive chocolates that his girlfriend favored, but which Kevin could ill afford on his wages. The chocolates earned Kevin favors from his girlfriend. Kevin always brightened at Richard's approach, even when he looked tired from the favors. Richard loaned money to any guard who asked, knowing it would never be repaid. When a few made excuses as to why they didn't have the money to pay back, Richard would not hear their reasons, telling them that he understood and that he would feel bad if they were to worry about it. Two of the toughest, who guarded a restricted area on the west side of the palace, would let him buy their ale, but wouldn't warm to him. Richard took it as a challenge. He finally struck on the idea of hiring them the services of 4 prostitutes, 2 each, just to get their attention. They wanted to know why. Richard told them how the palace provided him with the money, and he didn't see why only he should enjoy it. He told them that since they had to stand up all day guarding the palace, he thought it only fair for the palace to pay to put a lady under them when they lay down. The offer was too much for them to resist. They were soon giving him surreptitious winks when he passed. Once they became amenable to his offers, he saw to it that they had reason to give him the winks on a more frequent basis. As Richard knew they would, the 2 guards began bragging about their romps. When some of the other men found out that Richard had been willing to provide those 2 with the services of ladies, they pointed out to Richard that it wasn't fair to the others that they should be excluded. Richard conceded that he saw the logic of their argument. He soon discovered that he didn't have the time to handle individual requests, so he struck on an idea. He found a mistress of a brothel open to an inventive business arrangement. He put the establishment on retainer, open only to his friends. He calculated that in this manner he was actually saving the palace money over a piecemeal arrangement. He wanted the men to remember to whom they owed their gratitude, so required they give the mistress the code phrase, "a friend of Richard Cipher," before they would be granted admittance. There were no other restrictions. Richard gave the mistress a healthy raise in the retainer when she complained to him that business was steadier than she had anticipated. Richard soothed his conscience about the morals of what he was doing by reminding himself that he couldn't change what people chose to do, and it might save him from having to kill the guards when the time came. In that light, it made sense. One day when Pasha was with him and a man gave him a wink, she asked why. He told her it was because he was with the most attractive woman at the palace. She smiled for an hour. Richard accustomed the guards to seeing him in the black cape of the mriswith. He kept Pasha happy when he was with her by frequently wearing the red coat she liked best. Sometimes he wore the others, the black, the dark blue, the brown, or the green. Pasha most liked taking him to the city, but she went for hikes in the surrounding countryside to try to be a part of his interest. Richard learned that the guards were soldiers in the Imperial Order, on special detachment to the palace. The Imperial Order ruled all of the Old World, but seemed to have a non-intervention policy with the Palace of the Prophets. They never interfered with any sister, or any man wearing a Radahan. The guards were stationed at the palace to handle all the people who came to Hallsbund Island. Every day, people poured over the bridges to come to the palace. Sisters saw petitioners of every want. Some requested charity, some intervention in disputes, and some wished to be guided in the Creator's wisdom. Others came to worship in the courtyards scattered throughout the island. They viewed the place where Sisters of the Light lived as hallowed. Richard learned that the city of Tanamura, vast though it was merely an outpost of the Old World, at the fringe of the Empire. Apparently, the Emperor of the Imperial Order had an arrangement with the palace to provide guards, but not law. Richard suspected that the guards were the Emperor's eyes in an area of his empire where he was denied dominion. Richard wondered what the Emperor received in return for this arrangement. Richard also learned that in at least one of the restricted areas, the sisters had a special guest who never came out, but he was unable to discover any more. Richard began testing the guards' loyalty to him with simple, innocuous requests. He told Kevin that he wanted a special rose for Pasha that grew only in the prelate's compound. Richard made a point of parading Pasha, wearing the yellow rose, past Kevin. Kevin smiled with pride. At other restricted areas, Richard used the flower excuse, or said that he wanted to get a view of the sea from atop a particular wall. He made sure to remain in sight at all times, to reassure the guards and dull their sense of caution. It wasn't long before he had all the guards accustomed to his forays. After a time, he was coming and going almost as he pleased. He was their friend, a trusted and valuable friend. Since he was collecting so many rare flowers from the restricted areas,
he used them to an advantage. He presented them to the sisters who practiced with him. They were puzzled as to why he would give them flowers from restricted areas. He explained that he considered the sisters who trained him to be special, and he therefore didn't want them to have just any flowers, but those that were special and artfully obtained. Besides making them blush, this explanation also disarmed an otherwise inevitable suspicion if he frequented restricted areas. Though, as near as Richard could tell, there were close to 200 sisters, only 6 worked with him. Sisters Tovey and Cecilia were older, and as kind as doting grandmothers. Tovey always brought cookies or some other treat to their sessions. Cecilia insisted on combing his hair back off his forehead with her fingers and planting a kiss there before she left. Both blushed furiously when he gave them rare flowers. Richard had difficulty thinking of either as potential enemies. The first time Sister Marissa showed up at his door, Richard almost swallowed his tongue. Her dark hair and the way she filled her red dress made him stumble over his words like a fool. Sister Nicky, who never wore any color but black, had the same effect on him. When Sister Nicky locked her blue eyes on his, he had trouble remembering how to breathe. Sisters Marissa and Nicky were older than Pasha, his age, or maybe at most a couple of years older. They carried themselves with confidence and slow grace. Though Marissa was dark and Nicky blonde, they seemed to be cut from the same rare cloth. The power of their Han radiated from each, making them almost seem to glow. Richard sometimes thought he could almost hear the air crackle around them. Neither walked, both glided, like swans, serene and cool. Yet he was sure either could smelt iron ore with their placid glances. Neither ever grinned. They bestowed small, subdued smiles, and only while looking him in the eye. Richard could feel his heart thumping faster when they did. Once he offered Sister Nicky one of his rare flowers from a restricted area. His explanation of where it had come from and the story of why he was giving it to her flew right out of his head. She took the white rose gingerly between a finger and thumb, as if it might soil her hand, and while her gaze held his, she gave him one of her subdued smiles and said in an indifferent tone, "Why, thank you, Richard." What Pasha had told him about boys bringing sisters frogs came to his mind. He never gave either Sister Nicky or Marissa a flower again. Anything less than priceless jewels seemed an insult. Neither ever offered to sit on the floor for their sessions. In fact, the very idea of Sisters Marissa or Nicky sitting on the floor seemed ludicrous to him. The older sisters, Tovey and Cecilia, sat on the floor the same as Pasha, and it seemed perfectly natural. Sisters Marissa and Nicky sat in chairs and held his hands across a small table. It somehow seemed an erotic experience. It made him sweat. They both spoke with a quiet economy of words that added an air of nobility to their bearing. While neither ever made a clear offer, they managed to somehow leave no doubt in Richard's mind that they were available to spend the night with him. Richard could never pin down anything specific in what they said to confirm the impression, but he had no doubt. Their oblique words left him room to feign missing their intent, and neither ever deigned to clarify what she had said. He prayed that they would never make the offer any more explicit, because if they did, he knew he would have to bite his tongue in half to keep from saying yes. Both brought to mind what Pasha had told him about men having uncontrollable urges. He had never been around anyone who could make him stammer and fumble, and in general make himself appear a fool as those two did. Sisters Marissa and Nicky were the embodiment of pure, unadulterated lust. When Pasha found out that Sisters Marissa and Nicky were 2 of his teachers, she gave a small shrug and said that they were very talented sisters and she was sure they would help him reach his Han, but her cheeks broke out in red blotches. When Perry and Isaac found out about Sisters Marissa and Nicky, they both nearly succumbed to apoplexy. They said they would give up all the women in the city forever just to have one night with either. They said that if Richard was ever offered the opportunity, he had to take it and tell them every detail. Richard assured them that women the likes of those 2 would never be interested in a woods guide like him. He dared not say out loud that the offer had been made. The 5th sister, Armina, was older, a mature woman who was pleasant enough but all business. When he had no more luck finding his Han with her than any of the others,
She told him that it would come with time, and not to feel disappointed, but perhaps he should try to put more effort into it. Over time she warmed to him and smiled more. She was surprised and flattered by the special flowers. She blushed at her own blushes. Richard liked her straightforward personality. The last sister, Liliana, was Richard's favorite. Her easy smile was disarming, her plain, bony looks somehow alluring because of her open, friendly nature. She treated Richard like a confidant. Richard felt relaxed with her, sometimes spending more time than he could afford, talking with her late into the night simply because he enjoyed her company. Though he had no friends among his captors, she came closer than any. When Richard gave her the special flower, she hooked some of her brown hair behind an ear and leaned in. Her eyes were wide with mischief, wanting to know how he had gotten past the guards. She giggled when he told the story he invented of sneaking behind their backs. She stuck each rose proudly through a buttonhole and wore it until it wilted, or he gave her another. When she touched him in a friendly way, it somehow seemed the natural thing to do. He found himself laying a hand on her arm in the same manner when he told her funny stories about when he had been a guide. They roared with laughter together, holding their ribs and getting tears. Sister Liliana told him how she had grown up on a farm and loved the country. Several times Richard invited her on a picnic out in the hills. She was comfortable and happy in the countryside. She didn't care if she got her dress dirty. Richard couldn't imagine either Sister Marissa or Nicky setting a foot to dirt, but Sister Liliana would flop right down on the ground with him. She never made an offer to sleep with him. That in itself put him at ease. She never displayed any pretense. She seemed to genuinely enjoy her time with him. When he opened his eyes after a session with her and admitted he felt no harm, she would squeeze his hands and tell him that it was all right, and that she would try harder the next time to help him. Richard found himself telling her things he told none of the others. When he confided how much he wanted the Rada Han off, she put a hand to his arm as she gave him a wink and told him that she would see to it that he had his wish, that when the time came, she would do it herself. She said she could understand his feelings, and for him to have faith. She promised that if one day he was at the end of his tolerance, and he truly could stand it no longer, she would help him. She would remove the collar. But she wanted him to know that she had faith in him, and wanted him to put in his best effort to learn to control his Han before she even considered it. She said that other young men tried to forget their collar by bedding every woman willing. She told him that she could understand urges, but she hoped that if he chose to sleep with a woman it would be because he liked her, and not because he was trying to forget the collar. She told him not to go to the prostitutes because they were dirty and he would catch something. Richard told her that he was in love with someone and didn't want to be unfaithful to her. She grinned and clapped him on the back and said she was proud of him. Richard didn't tell her that Kaelin had sent him away, but he wanted to. He knew that someday, if he could stand it no longer, he could tell Liliana, and she would listen and understand. Because he was so comfortable around her, he felt that if anyone could help him find his Han, it would be her. He hoped it would be her. Richard had had only a brother, and didn't know what it would be like to have a sister, but he imagined that if he did have one, she would be like Liliana. The name Sister Liliana had a different meaning to him than was intended. She seemed his soulmate. Still, he couldn't let himself open up completely to her. The sisters were his captors, not his friends. They were the enemy for now. But he knew that when the time came, Liliana would side with him. Richard's lessons with the 6 sisters took up at most 2 hours a day. A waste of 2 hours as far as he was concerned. He was no closer to touching his Han than he had been the first time Sister Verna had him try. When Richard could manage to be alone, he explored the land around the palace and found the limits of his invisible chain. When he reached the farthest distance the collar would allow him to go, it felt like trying to walk through a 10-foot thick wall of mud layered over solid rock. It was frustrating to be able to see beyond, without obstruction, yet not be able to continue walking. It happened, as near as he could tell, about the same distance from the palace in any direction. It was a good number of miles, but once he found the limit, his world began to feel very small indeed. The day he found his boundary, the limits of his prison, he went to the Hagen woods and killed a Mriswith. His only true solace was Gratch. Richard spent most nights with the Gar. He wrestled with his furry friend, ate with him, and slept with him. Richard hunted food for Gratch, but the Gar was learning to hunt on his own. Richard was relieved to learn that. He didn't have the time to be with him every night. Hungry or not, Gratch was always distraught when Richard missed a night. Richard was worried that Pasha would know where he went all the time, by his collar, but quite by accident he discovered something else his Mryswith cape did. It masked from Pasha his whereabouts. When he wore the cape, she couldn't find him by his Radahan, by his Han. She was puzzled by his blanking out from her sense of where he was, but didn't seem too concerned, offering that perhaps it had an explanation that she would come to figure out one day. She seemed to think it was a deficiency on her part. Richard never offered her the solution. He realized that this was the reason none with the gift ever knew a Mryswith was coming. Richard wondered why he had been able to see the beast in his mind. Maybe it was as Sister Verna said, that he was using his Han. But sisters and wizards knew how to use their Han and couldn't detect the Mryswith. Richard had an easier time when he could go where he pleased and know Pasha would not know where he was. It saved thinking up explanations. He worried that if she ever discovered the reason, she would destroy his cape, so he hid a second for that contingency. Gratch seemed to be bigger every time Richard saw him. By the end of Richard's first month at the palace, the Gar was a head taller than Richard and significantly stronger. When they wrestled, Gratch learned to be careful not to hurt him. Richard also spent some of his time with Warren, getting him used to going outside. At first, he took Warren out into the courtyards at night. Warren told him that the size of the sky and landscape frightened him, so Richard reasoned that night would show him less of the landscape, at least to start. Warren said that the sisters had had him down in the vaults for so long that he thought he just became used to being closed in, but he was tired of it. Richard felt sorry for him and wanted to help him. He really liked Warren. He was about as smart as anyone Richard had ever met. There didn't seem to be anything that Warren didn't know at least a little about. Warren was nervous about being away from the safety of the palace, but was reassured by Richard's presence and the way Richard never ridiculed his fears. Richard was always considerate, never taking Warren farther than he felt comfortable. Richard told him that it was just like after you were injured and had been laid up for a while. It took time to stretch the old muscles. After a few weeks of their nighttime forays, Richard started taking Warren out in the daylight, first just up onto the walls to look at the vastness of the sky and ocean. Warren was always close to a stairway that led back into the palace, so he was reassured by having an escape route close by if he felt he had to go back inside. A few times he did, and Richard always went with him and talked about other things to take his mind away from the uncomfortable feeling. Richard had Warren bring a book outside with him so he could be distracted by reading. Letting Warren forget about the size of the sky helped. On a bright, sunny day, after Warren had become comfortable out of doors, Richard decided to try taking him out into the hills. Warren was a bit giddy at first, but as they sat on a rock high in the hills, overlooking the countryside and the city, Warren said that he felt as if he had mastered his fear. He said that he still felt uncomfortable, but he felt the fear was under control. He grinned at the vast landscape spread out below, enjoying the sight that for so long his fears denied him. Richard told him that he was happy that he was the one who had been able to guide him out of his mole-hole. Warren laughed. Warren said he needed adventure in his life, and this felt like the beginning. As far as Warren's search for information was going, he had been able to find out precious little. He had so far found only a few references in old books that talked about the Valley of the Lost and the Baka Banmana, but what he found was intriguing. The information made reference to the power the wizards had given the Baka Banmana in return for taking their land, so that they could someday have their land restored. It said that when the completing link was joined with this power invested in their spirit woman, the towers would fall. Richard thought about Duchailu saying that he was the Kaharin, and that they were now husband and wife. That was a linking of sorts. He wondered if over the intervening time the meaning of this joining could have been taken to mean marriage instead of its original intent. As they sat watching the vast landscape, Warren said, "The prelate has been reading prophecies and histories that talk about the pebble in the pond." Richard's ears perked up. He remembered Kaelin singing him a song about screelings that mentioned the pebble in the pond. Warren hadn't studied these prophecies before, and hadn't been able to piece together their importance as of yet. "Do you know what the wizard's second rule is?" Richard asked.
Second rule? Wizards have rules? What's the first?
Richard looked over. "Do you remember that night Jedediah broke his leg, and I told you that you had carpet ash on you and you tried to brush it off? I was using the wizard's first rule." Warren frowned. "You think on it, Warren, and let me know what you figure out. In the meantime, it's important that you speed up the search for the information I asked you about."
Well, it will be a little easier, now that Sister Becky is sick every morning and won't be looking over my shoulder.
"She's pregnant," he said, in answer to Richard's questioning frown. "Do many of the sisters have children?"
"Sure," Warren said. "But with all the young wizards around who can no longer go to the city, the sisters help out with their needs so they can study."
Richard gave Warren a suspicious look. "Is Sister Becky's child yours?" Warren blushed furiously.
"No."
He kept his eyes to the city.
"I'm waiting for the one I love."
"Pasha?" Richard said. Warren nodded. Richard looked down at the Palace of the Prophets and the city that surrounded it. Need. "Warren, do all the children of men with the gift inherit it?"
"Oh, no. It said that many thousands of years ago, before the old and new world were separated, many had the gift. But over time, those in power methodically killed off young ones with the gift, so they would have no one to threaten their rule. They also withheld the required teaching. It used to be that fathers taught their sons, but as fewer were born with the gift and it skipped more and more generations, those who knew the way jealously guarded their knowledge. That's the reason the Palace of the Prophets was created, to help those with the gift who had no teacher. As time went on, the gift was bred out of the race of man, the way you breed a trait out of an animal. This gave the wizards who held power less and less opposition all the time. Now that the trait is so bred out, one born with the gift is exceedingly rare. Maybe only one child in 1,000 fathered by a wizard is born with the gift. We're a dying breed." Richard looked to the city again, then to the palace. His eyes locked on the palace. Richard slowly rose to his feet. "They're not seeing to our need," he whispered. "They're using us as breeding stock." Warren stood, his brow wrinkled. "What?" "They're using the palace, the young men at the palace, to breed wizards." Warren's brow furrowed deeper. "Why?" Richard's jaw muscles flexed. "I don't know, but I intend to find out." "Good," Warren said with a grin. "I need an adventure." Richard gave him a cold look. "Do you know what adventure is, Warren?" Warren nodded, the smile still on his face. "An exciting experience." "Adventure is being scared to death and not knowing if you will live or die, or if the ones you love will live or die. Adventure is being in trouble you don't know how to get out of." Warren fumbled with the braiding on his sleeve. "I never thought about it like that." "Well, you think on it," Richard said, "because I'm about to start an adventure." "What are you going to do?" "The less you know, the less adventure you'll have to worry about. You just find out the things I need to know. If the veil is torn, we're all going to have a never-ending adventure." "Well," Warren said with a twinkle in his eye, "I found out at least one thing of help, then." "The Stone of Tears?" Warren nodded with a grin. "I found out there is no way you could have seen it. It's locked behind the veil. In a way, it's part of the veil." "Are you sure? Are you sure I couldn't have seen it?" "Positive. The Stone of Tears is the seal that keeps the Nameless One locked in his prison of the dead, in the underworld. He can rule the souls of the dead there with him, but he cannot come to this world. The Stone of Tears seals him there." "Good," Richard said with a relieved sigh. "That's great, Warren. Good work." He gently gripped Warren's robe and pulled him closer. "You're sure? There's no way the Stone of Tears could be in this world?" Warren confidently shook his head. "None. It's impossible. The only way for the Stone of Tears to be in this world would be for it to come through the gateway." Richard felt his flesh beginning to tingle. "Gateway? What's the gateway?" "Well, the gateway is what the name implies. A passage. In this case, a passage between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It's magic of both worlds, a passage constructed of magic. The gateway can only be opened with both additive and subtractive magic. The Nameless One has only subtractive, since he is in the underworld, so he can't open the gateway. The same way someone in this world cannot open it because we have only additive magic." Bumps were rising on Richard's arms.
But someone in this world, someone with both forms of magic, could open the gateway?
Well, sure, Warren stammered. If they had the gateway, but it has been lost for over 3,000 years. It's gone.
He gave Richard a self-assured smile.
We're safe.
Richard wasn't smiling. He grabbed Warren's robes in both hands and yanked his face close. Warren, tell me the gateway isn't called the magic of Orden. Tell me the gateway isn't the 3 boxes of Orden. Warren's eyes slowly expanded to the size of gold pieces.
Where did you hear that name for it?
He whispered in a disquieted tone.
I'm the only one in the palace besides the prelate and 2 other sisters who are permitted to read the books that call the gateway by its ancient name.
Richard gritted his teeth. What happens if one of the boxes is opened?
They can't be opened, Warren insisted. They can't. I told you it takes both kinds of magic, additive and subtractive, to open a box.
Richard shook him. What happens? His eyes still wide, Warren swallowed.
And the gateway between the worlds is opened. The veil is breached. The seal is off the nameless one.
And the stone of tears would be in this world? Warren nodded as Richard tightened his grip on the robes. And if the box were to be closed, that would close the gateway, seal the breach?
No. Well, yes, but it can only be closed by one with the gift. It takes the touch of magic to close the gateway. But if one with the gift closes the box, the gateway, then it ruptures the balance because he has only additive magic, and the nameless one escapes the underworld. More correctly, this world would be swallowed into the world of the dead.
Then how can the box be closed to keep the worlds separated?
The same way the gateway is open with both additive and subtractive magic.
And what about the stone of tears?
I don't know. I would have to study.
Then you better study fast.
Please, Warren whined. You don't mean that you know where the boxes are? You haven't found them, have you?
Found them? The last time I saw the boxes, one was opened, about to suck my bastard father into the underworld.
Warren fainted.
Chapter 57. Under the impotent rays of the late-day sun, an old woman was spreading wood ash on the ice covering the vast expanse of stairs. Caelan walked past, relieved that the old woman didn't look up to see that the person in the heavy clothes, white fur mantle, and carrying a pack and bow was the mother confessor returned to Aidendrill. She was in no mood for starting a celebration tonight. She was exhausted. Already, before coming home to the palace, she had climbed up to the wizard's keep on the mountainside, but the keep was stone-cold and dark as death. The shields were in place, though a confessor could enter, but no one was inside. Zed was not there. The keep sat now as the last time she had seen it so many months ago, when she had left to find the missing great wizard. She had found him and helped stop the threat from Darken Rahl, but now she needed the great wizard again. Since leaving the Galilean army nearly a month before, she had been struggling to reach Aidendrill and Zed. Storms had raged for days at a time. Passes had been rendered impassable by the weather and snow, forcing them to backtrack and find alternate routes. It had been a frustrating and tiring journey, but the despair at reaching her goal and not finding Zed was withering. Caelan had made her way through the side streets, avoiding King's Row. The palaces on King's Row housed dignitaries, staffs, and guards of the lands that were represented in Aidendrill. The kings and queens and rulers of those lands stayed in their palaces when they came to address the council. The palaces were a matter of pride for each land, and each was magnificent, although none could begin to compare to the confessor's palace. Caelan had avoided King's Row because she would be recognized there, and she didn't want to be recognized right now. She wanted only to find Zed and, failing that, speak to the council. So she headed toward the service area to the side, near the kitchens. Shondaland was out in the forest. He didn't want to come into Aidendrill. The size of the city and the multitudes of people made him uneasy, though he denied it, and claimed only to be more comfortable sleeping outside. Caelan couldn't blame him. After being alone in the mountains for so long, she too was uneasy going into the city, even though she had grown up in this place and knew its streets and majestic buildings as well as Shondaland knew the plains around the Mud People village. The people everywhere made her feel closed in as never before. Shondaland wanted to go home to his people, now that she was delivered safely to Aidendrill. She could understand his desire to be off, but asked him to rest the night and say goodbye to her in the morning. She had told Orsk to spend the night with Chandelier. His presence was wearing, his one eye following her everywhere, his jumping to help her with everything, his constantly standing ready to do her bidding at the slightest indication. It was like having a dog continually at heel. She needed a night away from that. Chandelier seemed to understand. She didn't know what she was going to do about Orsk. A stifling blast of warm air hit her as she went in through the kitchen entrance. At the sound of the door, a thin woman in a sparkling white apron spun to her.
"What are you doing in here? Get out, you beggar!"
As the woman lifted her wooden spoon in a threatening manner, Kaelin pushed back the hood of her mantle. The woman gasped. Kaelin smiled.
"Mistress Sanderholt, I'm so pleased to see you again." "Mother Confessor!"
The woman fell to her knees, clasping her hands together.
"Oh, Mother Confessor, forgive me. I didn't recognize you. Oh, good spirits be praised. Is it really you?"
Kaelin pulled the wiry woman to her feet.
"I've missed you so, Mistress Sanderholt."
Kaelin held out her arms.
"Give me a hug."
Mistress Sanderholt fell into Kaelin's arms.
"Oh, John, it's so good to see you."
She pushed away, tears running down her face.
"We didn't know what had become of you. We were so worried. I thought I might never see you again."
"It has been a long and difficult time. I can't tell you how good it is to see your face again." Mistress Sanderholt started pulling Kaelin toward a side table.
"Come, you need a bowl of soup. I'll have some on now if these featherbrains who do what scarcely passes for cooking haven't ruined it with too much pepper."
The welter of cooks and help caught the words and kept their heads down, applying their attention to their task. The sounds of whisks and spoons on bowls stepped up. Men picked up sacks and hurried away. Brushes worked at pots with greater zeal. Butter hissed in hot pans, and bread in ovens and meat on spits suddenly needed checking.
"I don't have time right now, Mistress Sanderholt." "But I have things I must tell you. Important things."
"I know. I have things to tell you, too, but right now I must see the council. It's urgent. I've been traveling a long time and I'm exhausted, but I must see the council before I rest. We will talk tomorrow." Mistress Sanderholt couldn't resist another hug.
"Of course, child. Rest well. We will talk tomorrow."
Kaelin took the shortest route, through the immense hall used for important ceremonies and celebrations. Fires in the large, magnificent fireplaces set around the room between fluted columns sent shadows of herself spiraling around her as she crossed the green slate floor. The room was empty now, allowing her footsteps to echo overhead from the intricate lierne vaulting with the wave-like sweeping ribs. Her father used to set thousands of walnuts and acorns, representing troops, all over the floor of this room to teach her battle tactics. She turned down the hall at the far end, toward the corridor to the council chambers. In the confessor's private gallery, groups of 4 glossy black marble columns to each side supported a progression of polychrome vaults. At the end, before the council chambers, was a round, 2-story-high pantheon dedicated to the memory of heroines, the founding mother confessors. Their portraits, in frescoes between the 7 massive pillars ranging to the skylight, were twice life-size. Kaelin always felt like a pretender to the post in the presence of the 7 stern faces that overlooked the room. She felt they were saying, "And who are you, Kaelin Amnel, to think you could be the mother confessor?" Knowing the histories of those heroines only made her feel all the more inadequate. Grabbing both brass levers, she threw the tall mahogany doors open and marched into the council chambers. A huge dome capped the enormous room. At the far end, the main vault was decorated with an ornate fresco celebrating the glory of Magda Syros, the first mother confessor. Her fingers were touching the back of the hand of her wizard, Merit, who had laid down his life to protect her. Together now, for all time in the colorful fresco, the two oversaw the mother confessors who followed and sat in the first chair, and their wizards. Between the colossal gold capitals of the columns thrusting up around the room were sinuous, polished mahogany railings at the edge of balconies that overlooked the elegant chamber. The arched openings, set at intervals around the room and leading up to the balconies, were decorated with sculpted stuccos of heroic scenes. Beyond were windows looking out over the courtyards. Round windows around the lower edge of the dome also let light into the glistening chamber. At the far end was the semicircular dais where the councillors sat, behind an elaborate curved desk. The opulent first chair in the center was the tallest. A clump of men were gathered around the first chair. By the numbers, Kaelin judged about half the council to be present. As she strode across long swaths of sunlight on the patterned marble floor, the heads began to follow her progress. Someone was sitting in the first chair. Although not enforced in recent times, it was a capital offense for a councillor to take the first chair, as it was considered tantamount to a declaration of revolution. The conversation hushed as she approached. It was High Prince Fyron of Kelton sitting in the chair. His feet were up on the desk, and he didn't take them down as he watched her draw near. His eyes were on her, but he was listening to a man with smoothed-down dark hair and beard, streaked with a touch of gray, leaning over, whispering to him. The man's hands were in the opposite sleeves of his plain robes. Strange, she thought, for an adviser to be dressed so, like a wizard. Prince Fyron lifted his eyebrows in delight.
Mother Confessor!
With deliberate care, he took his polished boots down and came to his feet. He put his hands to the desk and leaned over, looking down.
So good to see you.
Before, Kaelin had always had a wizard. Now she had none. No protection. She could not afford to appear timid or vulnerable. She glared up at Prince Fyron. If I ever again catch you in the chair of the Mother Confessor, I will kill you. He straightened with a smirk.
You would use your power on a counselor?
I will slit your throat with my knife if I have to. The man in the plain robes watched her with unmoving, dark eyes. The other counselors blanched. Prince Fyron pulled his dark blue coat open and rested a hand on his hip.
Mother Confessor, I meant no offense. You have been gone for a long time. We all thought you were dead. There has been no confessor in the palace for... What?
He looked to a few of the other men.
4, 5, 6 months?
Hand still on his hip, he held his other out and gave a bow.
I meant no offense, Mother Confessor. Your chair is returned to you, of course.
Kaelin eyed the remaining men. It is late. The council will meet in full session first thing in the morning. Every councillor will be present. The Midlands is at war. Prince Fyron lifted an eyebrow.
War? On whose authority? We have not discussed such a grave matter.
Kaelin swept her gaze over the councillors, letting it finally settle on Prince Fyron. On my authority as the Mother Confessor. Whispering broke out among the men. Prince Fyron never let his eyes leave hers. When she glowered at the men who were whispering, it sputtered out. I want every councillor here, first thing in the morning. You are adjourned for now, gentlemen. Kaelin turned on her heel and marched from the room. She didn't recognize any of the guards she saw throughout the palace. But then she wouldn't. Zed had told her before how most of the home guard had been killed in the fall of Aidendril to Tahara. She missed the old faces. The center of the Confessor's palace in Aidendril was dominated by a monumental 8-branched staircase, lit from 4 stories overhead by natural light that came through the glass roof. The vast square was surrounded at mid-level by arcaded corridors, their arched openings separated by polished columns of wildly variegated gold and green marble standing on square plinth blocks, each decorated with a medallion of a past ruler of one of the lands of the Midlands. The hundreds upon hundreds of glistening, vase-shaped balusters had been turned from a mellow, yellow stone that seemed to glow from within. The square newels, made of a dusky brown granite, were nearly as tall as she, and each was capped with a gold-leafed lamp. Florid carvings in stone covered expansive panels under the complex bands of dental moldings that ran in mitered bands over the tops of the capitals. The center landing held statues of 8 Mother Confessors. Kaelin had seen modest palaces that would fit within the space the staircase occupied. The monumental staircase and the room that held it had taken 40 years to build, the expense borne entirely by Kelton, in partial recompense for their opposition to the joining of the lands into the Midlands and the war it spawned. It was also decreed that no leader of Kelton could ever be honored with a medallion at the base of the columns. The staircase was dedicated to the people of the Midlands and was to honor them, not those who built it as penalty. Kelton was now a powerful land of the Midlands in good standing, and Kaelin thought it foolish to rebuke a people for something their ancestors had done centuries ago. As she reached the central landing and turned up the second flight toward her room, she saw a phalanx of servants waiting at the top of the stairs. They all bowed as one when her eyes fell on them. She thought it must look absurd. Nearly 30 sparkling, combed and buffed people in clean, crisp uniforms, all bowing to a filthy woman in wolf hides, carrying a bow and heavy pack. Well, this could only mean one thing. Word of her arrival had swept through the whole of the palace already. There wasn't likely to be a gardener in the farthest greenhouse that didn't by now know the Mother Confessor was home.
"Rise, my children,"
Kaelin said when she reached the top of the stairs. They moved back to make way for her. And then it started. Would the Mother Confessor like a bath? Would the Mother Confessor like a massage? Would the Mother Confessor like her hair washed and brushed? Would the Mother Confessor like her nails buffed? Would the Mother Confessor care to take any petitioners? Would the Mother Confessor like to see any advisors? Would the Mother Confessor like any letters written? Would the Mother Confessor like, wish, want, need, or require a whole list of things? Kaelin addressed the mistress of the maidservants. "Bernadette, I would like a bath. Nothing else, just a bath." 2 women rushed off to see to the bath. Mistress Bernadette's eyes made an involuntary flick down at Kaelin's attire. "Would the Mother Confessor like to have any of her clothes mended or cleaned?" Kaelin thought about the blue dress in her pack. "I guess I have a few things that need cleaning." She thought about all the rest of her clothes, most soaked with blood from one battle or another. "I guess I have a lot of things that need to be washed." "Yes, Mother Confessor. And would you like me to lay out your white dress for tonight?" "Tonight?" Mistress Bernadette reddened. "Runners have already been sent to King's Row, Mother Confessor. Everyone will want to welcome the Mother Confessor home." Kaelin groaned. She was dead tired. She didn't want to greet people, just to tell women how fine their hair looked, all pinned and decorated, or men how fine the cut of their coat was, or to listen patiently to supplications that invariably involved the distribution of funds and always sought to prove that the appellant was in no way seeking advantage, but only relief from the inequitable situation in which he was mired. Mistress Bernadette gave her a corrective look, as she had done when Kaelin was little, as if to say, "Look here, young lady, you have obligations, and I expect no trouble about it." What she said, though, was, "Everyone has been fraught with concern over the safe return of the Mother Confessor. It would do their hearts good to see you safe and well." Kaelin doubted that. What Mistress Bernadette really meant was that it would do Kaelin good to remind people that the Mother Confessor was still alive and in charge. Kaelin sighed. "Of course, Bernadette. Thank you for reminding me people have kept me in their hearts and been worried." Mistress Bernadette smiled as she bowed her head. "Yes, Mother Confessor." As the rest of the servants rushed off, Kaelin leaned toward Mistress Bernadette. "I remember when you would have added a swat on my behind for having to remind me of things." Mistress Bernadette's smile returned. "I think you are too smart now for that, Mother Confessor." She rubbed an invisible spot from the back of her hand. "Mother Confessor, did you bring any of the other confessors home with you? Will any of the others be returning soon?" Kaelin's features slid into her confessor's face, as her mother had taught her. "I'm sorry, Bernadette. I thought you knew. They are all dead. I am the last living confessor." Mistress Bernadette's eyes filled with tears as she whispered a prayer. "May the good spirits be with them always." "Why should they commence now?" Kaelin said tersely. "They didn't bother to be with Denis the day the quad caught her." The fireplaces in her rooms were all blazing, as she had known they would be, and would have been every day she had been away, month after month. The fires in the Mother Confessor's rooms would never be allowed to go out in the winter, in case she returned. There was a silver tray on a table, with a fresh loaf of bread, a pot of tea, and a steaming bowl of spice soup. Mistress Sanderholt knew spice soup was her favorite. Spice soup reminded Kaelin of Richard now. She remembered making it for him, and he for her. After dropping her pack and bow to the floor, Kaelin crossed the plush carpets and went into the next room. She stood, idly rubbing her fingers on one of the great, polished posts at the foot of her bed, staring, remembering that she was supposed to be here with Richard. The day they arrived in Aidendrill, they were to already have been wed. She had promised him this big bed. Kaelin remembered the joy in her heart the day they talked about being wed and coming to Aidendrill as husband and wife. She felt a tear roll down her cheek. She gasped a deep breath against the hot pain that burned through her chest, and wiped the tear away with her fingertips. Kaelin went to the glass doors, opening them out onto the expansive balcony. She put her trembling fingers to the broad, icy railing and stood in the cold air, looking up the mountainside to the wizard's keep, its dark stone walls standing out in the last golden rays of the sunset.
"Where are you, Zed?" she whispered. "I need you."
He came awake with a gasp as he slid and thumped his head. He sat up, blinking. An old woman with straight, black and white, jaw-length hair was sitting opposite him, cowering in a corner. The two of them were inside a coach. It rolled abruptly, sliding him across to the other side. The woman was staring in his direction. He blinked in surprise at her. Her eyes were completely white.
"Who are you?" he asked.
"Who be you?" she asked right back.
"I asked first."
She drew her cloak around her fine green dress.
"I don't know who I be. Who be you?"
He held a finger skyward.
I'm...
He let out a thin sigh.
"I'm afraid I don't know who I am either. Don't I look like anyone you recognize?"
She pulled her cloak a little tighter.
"I do not know. I be blind. I cannot see what you look like."
"Blind? Oh, well, I'm sorry."
He rubbed his head where he had hit it on the side of the coach. Looking down, he saw that he was wearing fine clothes, a maroon robe with black sleeves that had 3 rows of silver brocade around them. Well, he thought, at least I must be wealthy. He picked a black cane off the floor, giving its fine silverwork a look. He turned and thumped it against the roof in the direction of where the driver must be sitting, up top. The old woman jumped with a fright.
"What be that noise?" "Oh, sorry, I was trying to get the driver's attention."
The driver must have heard. The coach slid to a stop and then rocked as someone climbed down. When the door drew open and he saw the size of the man in a long coat sticking his wind-burned face in, he clutched his cane and slid back.
"Who are you?"
he asked, brandishing the cane.
"Me? I'm just a big fool," the big man growled. His deeply creased face softened into a little smile.
"Name's Ahern."
"Well, Ahern, what are you doing with us? Have you kidnapped us? Are we being held for ransom?"
Ahern chuckled.
"More like the other way around, I'd say." "What do you mean? How long have we been asleep, and who are we?"
Ahern looked to the sky. "Dear spirits, how do I get myself into these things?" He let out a sigh. "You've both been asleep since late yesterday. You've slept last night and all day today. Your name is Reuben Ribnick."
"Reuben?"
he harumphed.
"Reuben? Well, that's a fine name." "And who be I?"
the woman asked.
"You are Elder Ribnick." "Her name is Ribnick, too?"
Reuben asked.
"Are we related?"
Ahern hesitated. "Yes and no. You two are husband and wife. Sort of." Reuben leaned toward the big man.
"I think that needs explaining."
Ahern gave a sigh and a nod. "Your name's Reuben and hers is Elda, but that's not your real names. You told me that for now it would be best if I not tell you your real names."
"You have kidnapped us. You have knocked us on the head and spirited us away."
"Just calm down and I'll explain."
"Then explain before I give you a thrashing with my cane."
"It isn't worth it," Ahern mumbled to himself. "How did I ever get into this? Gold, that's how," he answered himself. Ahern pushed into the coach, sitting next to Reuben. He pulled the door closed against the flying snow.
"Well, just invite yourself right in,"
Reuben said. Ahern cleared his throat. "All right now, you two listen to me. You both were sick. You had me take you to see 3 women. He leaned closer to Reuben and scowled. 3 sorceresses.
"Sorceresses!"
Reuben yelped.
"No wonder we don't know who we are. You took us to witches and had a spell put on us."
Ahern put a calming hand on him. "Be quiet and listen. You are a wizard." Reuben gawked at Ahern. Ahern turned to Elda. "And you are a sorceress." Reuben waved his arms around with a flourish.
"No, I'm not," he snapped at last, "or you'd be changed to a toad."
Ahern shook his head with a grumble. "Your power is gone."
"Well,"
Reuben asked as he straightened his back,
"was I a talented wizard?"
"You were good enough to put those cursed fingers of yours to the side of my thick head and put it in my mind to help you, You said wizards had to use people sometimes to do what must be done. The burden of a wizard, you called it. You said helping you was something I would have done anyway, that you were only calling on the goodness within me to hurry my thinking along. Anyway, that, and more gold than I've ever seen, convinced me to do something I ought to know better than to get tangled in. I surely don't like anything to do with wizards and magic.
And I be a sorceress? Elda asked. A blind sorceress?
Well, no, ma'am. You were blind, but you could use your gift to see. See better than I can see with my eyes.
Then why be I blind now?
Both of you are sick. Sick with some kind of evil magic. The 3 sorceresses agreed to help you, but in order to cure you, they had to... well, they had to give you both something that would make your magic, your gift, go away. You made me wait outside, so I don't know what they did. I just know what you told me before you went back in for the last time to have it done. Reuben leaned in. You're making this up. Ahern ignored him and went on. The sickness you two had was feeding on your good magic. I don't know the way magic works, and the spirits know I don't want to know. I only know what you told me, the way you explained it to me when you came out and convinced me to help you. You said that in order to help you, the 3 sorceresses had to give you something to make your magic go away. Only in that way could you two heal. The evil magic wouldn't wither and die, and your wounds heal as long as it had the good magic to latch on to feed on. So now we have no magic. Well, I don't know how it all works, but as I understand it, you can't really get rid of your magic. What the 3 women did was make you forget everything about yourselves so you wouldn't know you had any magic, so the evil magic wouldn't know either, that it was there. So that's why neither of you knows who you are or how to use magic. That's why Elda is blind. Reuben squinted. Why would the sorceresses agree to help us? Mostly because of Elda. They said she was a legend among the sorceresses of Nicobarisi. Something about what she did when she was younger and used to live here. Reuben stared at the big man. It has to be true. He turned to Elda. It has to be true. No one could invent such an absurd story. What do you think?
I think as you. I think he be telling us the truth.
Good, Ahern said. Now comes the part you aren't going to like.
What about our magic? When does it come back? When do we remember who we are?
Ahern raked his meaty fingers through his shaggy gray hair. That's the part you aren't going to like. The 3 women said they doubt you two will ever get it back. You may never remember. You may never get your magic back. The silence echoed in the coach. Reuben finally spoke.
Why would we agree to such a thing?
Ahern picked at his fingers. Because you had no choice. You were both sick, mighty sick. Elda more than you. She would have been dead by now, and you within another day or 2 at most. You had no choice. It was the only way. Reuben folded his hands over the silver head of his cane.
Well, if that is so, then we had to. If we never remember, we will just learn to be Reuben and Elda and start our lives over.
Ahern shook his head. There's a problem about that. You told me that the 3 women said that if the evil magic finally left you, then you might be able to get your memory and your magic back. You told me that it was imperative that you get it back. You said that there was great trouble in the world that you had to help with. You said that it was a matter of grave importance to every person alive. You said you had something you must do.
What trouble? What is it I must do?
You didn't tell me. You said I wouldn't understand.
Well, how do we get our memories, our magic back?
Ahern glanced to each. It may not come back. The 3 women didn't know if it ever would, but if it is to come back, it will only come back with a shock, a great emotional jolt, or shock.
An emotional shock? Like what?
Like maybe anger. Maybe if you are angry enough. Reuben frowned.
So, what? You are to slap me to make me angry?
No. You said that you didn't know how, but something like that wouldn't work. You said it required a great emotional shock, but you didn't know what it could be or how to bring it about. You also said that if something did bring on the anger, it would be violent and terrible because of the magic. You said you had no choice, though, because you would die if you didn't do this. Reuben and Elda sat in silence and thought while Ahern watched them.
So where are you taking us? Why are we in this coach?
Aidendrill.
Aidendrill? Never heard of it. Where is it? How far?
Aidendrill is the home of the confessors, clear on the other side of the Rang Shadar Mountains. It's a long journey, weeks, maybe a month. It will be close to winter solstice, the longest night of the year, before we get there.
Seems a long way to go, Reuben said. Why did I want you to take us there?
You said you had to go to the Wizard's Keep. You said that it takes magic to get in, but you don't have any magic now, so you told me how to get you in. Seems you are a troublesome child, and had a secret way to sneak in and out of the keep without triggering the magic. Reuben drew his finger and thumb down his smooth jaw.
And you say I told you it was urgent?
Ahern gave a grim nod.
Then we'd best be on our way.
Just as she had been smiling to people all evening, Kaelin smiled to the woman in an elaborate dark blue gown before her. The woman was relating how concerned everyone had been for the Mother Confessor. Her insincerity was as transparent as the hypocrisy from everyone else. Kaelin had spent her whole life listening to duplicitous people try to mask their avaricious nature with words of altruism and amity. It sickened her. Kaelin wished that just once, one of these people she lived and worked with would have the honesty to admit how strongly they hated her, and how it infuriated them that she wouldn't allow them to rape the Midlands and its people for their own benefit. She admonished herself that they were not all like that. Kaelin idly wondered, as she half listened, what this dignified wife of an ambassador would think if instead of seeing the Mother Confessor standing before her in a sparkling white dress, wearing a choker of jewels worth half her kingdom, she were to see her on a horse, naked, painted white and drenched in blood, as she hacked with a sword at the faces of men trying to kill her. Kaelin decided the woman would probably faint. When the woman finally paused for a breath, Kaelin thanked her for her concern and moved away. It was getting late, and she was tired. She had an early appointment with the council. Seeing herself as she passed the mirror, Kaelin felt as if she had been dreaming for a very long time, and had awakened, the same as she was before, the Mother Confessor, in her white confessor's dress, at the Confessor's Palace in Aidendrill. But she wasn't the same as the last time she had been here. She felt 100 years older. She smiled. At least the bath had been wonderful. She couldn't remember finding a bath so luxurious. She had almost forgotten what it was like to be clean. Near the doorway, another finely dressed lady approached. A twitch of a frown touched Kaelin's brow. The woman's sandy hair seemed too short, out of character with the other women's hair, which brushed their shoulders. But her dress certainly was in character. It was a costly-looking black gown, letting her shoulders and the sparkling emerald necklace show. The woman blocked the doorway just before Kaelin stepped through. She dropped a hurried curtsy, her blue eyes darting about as she came up. "Mother Confessor, I must speak to you. It's urgent." "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't remember you." The woman's blue eyes never looked up. They were constantly checking the other people. "You don't know me. We have a friend in common." When the woman caught sight of a sour-faced, older woman looking in their direction, she put her back to the woman. "Mother Confessor, did you come to Aidendrill alone, or did you bring someone with you?" "I have a friend, Chandlin, who came with me, but he is in the woods to the south for the night." "Why?" "That is not the name I was hoping to hear." She looked up into Kaelin's eyes. "You must—" Her words trailed off. Her intense blue eyes slowly opened wider. She stood as if turned to stone. "What is it?" Kaelin asked. The woman seemed to be seeing specters. You... The color had drained from her in a sickening rush. The woman staggered back a step. The sudden whiteness of her shoulders against the black fabric of her gown made her look like a spirit in a dress. Her jaw trembled as she tried without success to bring words forth. Her face was a mask of terror. Her blue eyes rolled back into her head. Too late, Kaelin reached out for her. The woman crumpled into a heap on the floor. People nearby gasped. Kaelin, along with others, bent to the woman. Men and women crowded around, murmuring to each other about too much wine. The sour-faced woman elbowed her way through to the front. "Jebra! I thought it was Jebra!" Kaelin looked up. "You know this woman? And who are you?" The woman abruptly realized who she was speaking to. She flashed a sudden smile and curtsied awkwardly. I am the Lady Audith Condative Dedakovich, Mother Confessor. I'm so pleased to meet you at last. I've been wanting to talk. Kaelin cut her off. Who is this woman? Do you know her? Know her? Her sour expression returned. She is my body servant. Her name is Jebra Belvenvier. I'll have the lazy wench thrashed. Body servant? A man said. I don't think so. I've had dinner with Lady Jebra, and I can assure you she is a lady. Lady Audith sniffed. Oh, she's an impostor. Then you must pay her well, the man said sarcastically. She stays in the finest inns and pays with gold. Lady Audith gave the man another haughty sniff and snatched a guard's arm. You! Take this wench to my quarters. I'm staying at the Kelton Palace. I'll get to the bottom of this. Kaelin came to her feet and gave the Lady Audith a withering glare. You will do no such thing, unless you are presuming to tell the Mother Confessor what to do in her own palace. Lady Audith stammered an apology. Kaelin snapped her fingers to the side while holding Lady Audith's gaze. Guards jumped forward. Kaelin turned. Take Lady Jebra to a guest room. Have a servant bring her some ginger tea, cold towels for her head, and anything else she wants. I do not want her disturbed by anyone, and that includes the Lady Audith. I'm retiring for the night, and I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone either. I have an early session with the council. After I meet with the council, I want Lady Jebra brought to me. The guards saluted and bent to Lady Jebra. When Kaelin reached her room, she was brought out of her troubled thoughts by the sight of two Celtish guards from the Kelton Palace at the doors to her room. When the guards saw her, one of them coolly tapped on the door with the butt of his spear. Someone was in her rooms. Kaelin glared at the impassive guards as she stalked through the doors. No one was in the outer room. She stormed into the bedroom. When she saw him, she froze to a halt. Prince Firen was standing on her bed with his back to her. He gave her a smirk over his shoulder while he urinated in the center of her bed. When he was finished, Prince Firen turned while he buttoned his trousers. What in the name of the spirits do you think you are doing? She whispered. He lifted an eyebrow to her as he strutted past. Just letting the Mother Confessor know how happy we all are to have her home. His coat was open. He smoothed the ruffles on the front of his white shirt as he paused at the door. Sleep well, Mother Confessor. Kaelin yanked 6 times on the bell cord. 6 breathless maidservants met her as she was charging down the hall. You wanted something, Mother Confessor? Kaelin gritted her teeth. Take my mattress and bed covers outside to the courtyard and burn them. The girl blinked. Mother Confessor? Drag the mattress from my bed, along with all the bed covers, out into the courtyard below my balcony and set them on fire. Kaelin clenched her fist. What part don't you understand? The 6 flinched back a step. Yes, Mother Confessor. They stood trembling, their eyes wide. Now, Mother Confessor? If I wanted it done tomorrow, I would have called you tomorrow. Kaelin reached the stairs over the grand entrance just in time to see Prince Firen joining the man in plain robes waiting there for him. His dark eyes met hers for a long moment. Guards! She screamed down toward the doors. The men in uniform looked up as they came running. Diplomatic privilege is suspended. If I see that Celtish pig or any of his personal guard in this palace before the council session tomorrow morning, I will personally skin you all alive after I kill him. They saluted. Kaelin saw Lady Audith in the hall leading to the entrance, watching everything that had just happened. Lady Audith! Lady Audith was already staring up. I believe you said you were a guest of the Kelton Palace. Get out of mine. She was stammering her goodbyes as Kaelin spun on her heel and headed back to her room. She picked up a handful of guards on the way. Outside her rooms, she waited until they were lined up before her doors. If anyone comes into my room tonight, it had better be over your corpses. Do you understand? They all saluted to indicate that they did. Inside, Kaelin threw the white mantle around her shoulders and went out onto the balcony into the bitter, cold night. She stood with her back straight near the railing as she looked down on the scene in the courtyard below. She wanted to run, but she couldn't. She was the Mother Confessor. She had to do what all the Mother Confessors before her had done, protect the Midlands. She was alone and had no one to help her in her duty. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she watched flames leap up from her bed, the bed she had promised Richard.
Chapter 58. The reflections of the Mother Confessor, in her white dress, rotated around the polished black columns as she marched down the gallery, the Mother Confessor's private entrance to the council chambers. Kaelin was an hour early. She planned to be sitting in the first chair as she watched all the counselors arrive. She didn't want them talking among themselves before she was present. She froze to a halt as she threw the doors open. The room was packed. Every council chair was occupied. The galleries were all packed with people, not only officials, administrators, staff, and nobility, but ordinary people, farmers, shopkeepers, merchants, cooks, tradesmen, wagon drivers, and laborers, men and women of every sort. Every eye was on her as she stood before the doors. Across the huge room, the councillors all sat in their chairs. No one made a sound. Someone was sitting in the first chair. From this distance, she couldn't see who it was, but she knew. Kaelin touched her fingers to the bone necklace at her throat and prayed to the good spirits for protection and strength. Her boots echoed off the marble as she strode through patches of sunlight. There was something on the floor before the dais, but she couldn't tell what it was. When Kaelin reached the curved desk, the man sitting in the first chair was not the one she expected. Stretched out on a litter before the dais lay the body of Prince Byron. His skin was pasty. His arms were folded, his hands laid over the blood-soaked ruffles of his shirt. His sword rested across his body. Prince Byron's throat had been sliced open nearly to his spinal column. Kaelin looked up to the solemn, dark eyes watching her. He came forward from the back of the first chair and folded his hands together on the desk. A quick glance revealed what she hadn't noticed before, a ring of guards around the room. She glared up at the man with the dark hair and beard. "Get out of my chair, or I will kill you myself." The room rang with the sound of swords being drawn. Without taking his dark eyes from her, the man gestured with a flick of his hand. Every sword went hesitantly back into its scabbard. "You are done killing people, Mother Confessor," he said in a quiet voice. "Prince Byron was your last victim." Kaelin frowned. "Who are you?" "Neville Ranson." Still, his eyes did not leave her as he turned his hand up. A ball of flame ignited above his palm. "Wizard Neville Ranson." Still, his eyes did not leave her as he cast the ball of flame skyward. It rose obediently toward the peak of the dome, where it broke with a pop into thousands of sparkles. Astonished gasps filled the room. Wizard Ranson leaned back and drew open a scroll. "We have a great many charges, Mother Confessor. Where would you like to begin?" Without turning her head, Kaelin's eyes took a sweep of what she could see of the room. There was no chance of escape. None, even if the man before her were not a wizard. "Since they will all be invented, I guess it doesn't matter. Why don't we just dispense with the mockery and simply proceed to the execution?" The room remained dead silent. Wizard Ranson did not smile. His eyebrows lifted. "Oh, no mockery, Mother Confessor, but serious charges. We are here to get to the truth of them. Unlike the confessors, I refuse to put an innocent person to death. Before we are finished today, everyone here will know the truth of your treason. I want the people to know the full extent of your vile tyranny." Kaelin clasped her hands together as she stood with her back straight. She wore her confessor's face. The people all leaned forward a little. "Since it is a long list," Ranson said, "we might as well begin with the most serious charge." He glanced down. "Treason. And since when is defending the people of the Midlands treason?" Wizard Ranson slammed his fist to the desk as he shot to his feet. "Defending the people of the Midlands? I have never in my life heard such filth from the mouth of a woman." He smoothed his tan robes at his stomach and then sat back down. "Your defense of the people was to plunge them into war. You would condemn thousands to die to assuage your dread that someone other than yourself would rule, and rule with the unanimous agreement of the council, I might add." "It is hardly unanimous if the Mother Confessor dissents." "Dissents for her own selfish motives." "And who is it that you would have rule the Midlands? Kelton? Yourself?" "The saviors of all people, the Imperial Order." A prickling sensation rose up her legs. Kaelin felt as if the whole of the dome overhead were collapsing down on her. Her head spun. She thought she might be sick right there in front of everyone. She forced her stomach to behave.
The Imperial Order! The Imperial Order slaughtered Ebenicia! They crush all opposition to steal rule for themselves.
Lies! The Imperial Order is dedicated to benevolent rule. They simply wish to put your murderous intents to an end.
Benevolent? They raped and butchered the people of Ebenicia.
Ranson chuckled. Come, Mother Confessor. The Imperial Order has murdered no one. He turned to a man Kalen didn't recognize. Councillor Thurston, has your crown city been harmed by anyone? The jowly man looked surprised. Well, I've just arrived 2 days ago from the beautiful city of Ebenicia, and they know nothing of their slaughter. The crowd chuckled with him. Ranson smiled petulantly at her. Did you not expect, Mother Confessor, that we would have witnesses to expose your preposterous stories? This is simply a fiction meant to inflame people's fears and stir them to war. Ranson snapped his fingers. A woman in drab, worn clothes came in and stood to the side. Ranson gently told her not to be frightened and to tell her story. The woman told of how her children had to go to bed hungry because she had no money. She said she had been forced into prostitution to feed her children. Kalen knew it was a lie. There was no scarcity of charitable people and groups who would help anyone truly needing it. For the next hour, one witness after another was paraded in, and each told a story of hunger and want, and how the palace would not give them money to feed and clothe themselves, not caring if their children starved. The people in the balconies listened with rapt attention to the sad stories, some weeping with the witnesses. Kalen recognized a few of the people testifying. She remembered Mistress Sanderholt offering them work in the past. She had told Kalen that when they had come in, they scoffed at the things they were asked to do. Mistress Sanderholt ended up having to do many of the tasks herself. Wizard Ranson rose to his feet after the last witness had told his tearful story and turned to each side, addressing the people gathered. The Mother Confessor has a vast treasury, and she intended to use it to finance a war against the people of the Midlands who would wish to be free of her rule. She first takes the food from your mouths and the mouths of your children, and then, to keep you from thinking about the gnawing hunger in your gut, invents an enemy and starts a war with your hard-earned money, which she has stolen for her already wealthy friends. While you people go hungry, she eats well. While you need clothes, she would buy weapons. While your sons would bleed to death in battle, she lounges in the lap of luxury. When your family members are unjustly accused of crimes, she uses her magic to make them confess to crimes they did not commit, to silence their protests against her tyranny. People were weeping. A few cried out with anguish at the last part. Still more angrily demanded justice. Kalen began to doubt that she would be beheaded. This mob would probably tear her apart before she ever made it to the block. Ranson held his arms open to the people gathered. As a representative of the Imperial Order, I direct that the people get what they really need. The treasury of Aidendrill will be put to its best use. It will be turned back to the oppressed. I direct that every family shall be entitled to 1 gold piece a month to clothe and feed your children. There will be no starvation allowed under the rule of the Imperial Order. Cheering erupted in the great hall. The wild applauding and huzzas went on unabated for a good 5 minutes. Ranson sat and steepled his fingers while he listened to the celebration. He never took his eyes from Kalen, nor she from his. Kalen knew that life's hardships were not that simple to eradicate. She knew that seeming kindness could in truth be cruel. She calculated that the payments would take at most 6 months to empty the treasury. She wondered what would happen the following month, when the money was gone, and people would have by then stopped working or planting to provide for themselves. Then there certainly would be hunger and starvation in the guise of generosity. At last the noise died out. Ranson leaned forward. There is no way of telling how many people have gone hungry, or starved to death, or died in war by your command, Mother Confessor. It is obvious you are guilty of treason against the people of the Midlands. I see no reason to draw the evidence out, as we could for weeks. The other councillors all voiced yeas of agreement. Ranson slapped his hand to the desk. Guilty of the first charge, then. Treason. The people cheered again. Kalen stood with her back stiff, wearing her confessor's face. Ranson read off charges she could scarcely believe could be read with a straight face. Witnesses came forward and testified to atrocities that Kaelin thought anyone with common sense would laugh at. No one laughed. People she had never met before confided their intimate knowledge of what confessors did in secret. A lump rose in Kaelin's throat as she heard what people thought of her. People repeated irrational fears and rumors of every sort of outrage committed by confessors, and the mother confessor in particular. For her whole life she had sacrificed everything, as had the other confessors, to protect these people, and the whole time they believed these monstrosities instead. Kaelin thought, when she heard a witness testify that in order to retain their magical power, confessors had to dine regularly on human flesh, that there would be laughter at the charge. Instead, wide-eyed people leaned forward and gasped. She had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from bursting into tears, not because she was being charged with such things, but because people truly believed them of her. Kaelin finally stopped listening. As Ranson listed charges, brought forth witnesses, and the council found her guilty of charge after charge, she thought about Richard. She tried to remember all the moments she had spent with him, all the times he had smiled, all the times he had touched her. She tried to remember every kiss.
"You think it amusing?"
Ranson railed. Kaelin looked up. She realized she was smiling.
"What?"
A woman was standing to the side, weeping into a kerchief. Kaelin blinked at her and then looked up to Ranson.
"I'm sorry. I guess I missed her performance."
The crowd grumbled in anger. Ranson leaned back in his chair with a disgusted shake of his head.
"Guilty of practicing your confessor's magic on children." "What? Are you insane? Children?"
Ranson held a hand out toward the woman, who broke into wild wailing.
"She has just testified that her child is missing, and has told how other women have had their children disappear too, and how it is common knowledge that the children are taken so that confessors may practice their magic on them. As a wizard, I can verify the truth of this."
The crowd howled with rage. Kaelin blinked up at him.
"I have a headache. Why don't you just chop it off for me?" "Uncomfortable, Mother Confessor? Uncomfortable that the people would be given the chance to face their oppressor and hear the extent of her heinous crimes?"
Kaelin held her confessor's face to keep from tears. "I am sorry only that I have given my whole life to the people of the Midlands. Had I known they would be so ungrateful and believe instead such filth after what I have sacrificed for them, I would have been more selfish and left them to true tyranny." Ranson scowled down at her.
"You have worked your whole life for the Keeper."
The crowd gasped again.
"That is who you serve. That is what you work for. You offer the souls of your people to your master, the Keeper, in the underworld."
People in the balconies wailed with terror. Cries of anger and calls for vengeance echoed in the dome. Shaking their fists, the crowd on the main floor tried to push forward, but the guards spread their arms and held them back. Ranson lifted his hands, calling for calm and quiet. Kaelin moved her gaze over the people to each side.
"I give you to the Imperial Order," she called out in a loud voice. "I work no longer to save you. You will be punished for your unthinking willingness to believe these lies, punished by what your own selfish desires will bring upon you. You will come to regret the torment you have willingly cast yourselves into. I am joyful that I will be dead, so I will not be tempted to help you. I regret only that I have ever shed a tear for your suffering. To the Keeper with all of you!"
Kaelin glared up at a smirking wizard Ranson.
"Get on with it! Chop off my head! I'm sickened with this travesty of truth. You and your Imperial Order win. Kill me so I may be rid of this life and go to the spirit world, where I will not have to suffer to help anyone. I confess to everything. Execute me. I am guilty of it all."
She looked down at the body at her feet.
"Except killing this Celtish pig. I wish now that I had killed him, but unfortunately I can't claim credit."
Ranson lifted an eyebrow.
"A liar to the end, Mother Confessor. You cannot even admit the truth of this murder."
Lady Ordith came in, her nose in the air, and testified that she had heard Kaelin threaten Prince Byron only the night before. The council all spoke up that they, too, had heard her threaten to cut his throat.
"This is your proof?"
Kaelin asked. Ranson gestured to the side. "Bring in the witness. You see, Mother Confessor, we know the truth. One of your former friends wanted to help hide the truth of your ways, and we had to use extreme measures to make her cooperate. But in the end, she did." A shaking Mistress Sanderholt was led into the chamber. Guards stood to each side of her stooped, thin frame. Her face was drawn, her red eyes heavy with dark bags underneath. Her familiar vitality was gone. Swaying slightly, she looked as if she could hardly stand without aid. Mistress Sanderholt held her mangled hands out in fear they would touch anything. All her fingernails had been pulled off with tongs. Bile rose in Caelan's throat. A stern-faced Neville Ranson looked down at the woman. "Tell us what you know of this murder." Mistress Sanderholt gazed unblinking up at him. She bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with tears. It was obvious she didn't want to speak. Ranson slammed his fist on the desk. "Speak, or we will find you guilty of aiding the murderer."
"Mistress Sanderholt," Caelan said softly. The woman's eyes came to her. "Mistress Sanderholt, I know the truth, and you know the truth. That is all that matters. These people are going to do as they plan with or without your help. I do not want you to suffer on my account. Please, tell them what they wish to hear." Tears rolled down her face. "But—" Caelan straightened her back. "Mistress Sanderholt, as Mother Confessor, I command you to testify against me." Mistress Sanderholt gave her a twitch of a smile. She turned her face up to the council.
"I saw the Mother Confessor sneak up behind Prince Byron. She cut his throat before he knew she was there. She offered him no chance to defend himself."
Ranson smiled down and nodded. "Thank you, Mistress Sanderholt. And you were her friend, but you came forward and agreed to testify because you wanted the council and the people to know the truth?" More tears streamed down.
"Yes, though I loved her. I had to tell the people the truth of her murderous ways."
After she was escorted out, and the council had unanimously found Caelan culpable, Ranson stood, lifting his hand for silence before addressing the people.
"The Mother Confessor has been found guilty of all charges."
Everyone hooted and hollered their satisfaction. They shouted for an immediate execution.
"The Mother Confessor will be executed, but not this day."
He held his hand up angrily against the protests. They quieted.
"She has committed crimes against all the people. They must be given a chance to hear of justice being done. They must be given a chance to come to the beheading. It will be held in a few days when everyone harmed by this criminal has had a chance to come to see her executed."
Neville Ranson stepped down and came around the dais. He stood in front of her, looking into her eyes. He spoke quietly, to her and not to the crowd. "You would think to use your power on me, Mother Confessor." That had been exactly what she had been thinking, to use her power, knowing she would die in the process. But she said nothing. Ranson's smile was cold and cruel. "You shall not have the chance. I am going to strip you of 3 things. First, your power and its symbol. Second, your dignity. Third, your life." Caelan threw herself at him. He stood, his hands clasped, and watched as she was able to move only inches before she was mired in a thickness of air that held her tight. She fought unsuccessfully against the staggering power that held her. The wizard lifted his hands. Caelan saw a flash. She cried out as she felt a cold shock flood through her body. It felt as if she had plunged naked into an icy river. She shivered violently. The sting of cold brought tears to her eyes. The cold pain felt as if it could grow no worse, could hurt no more. But then it did. It felt as if her insides ripped, as if her heart were being torn from her chest. She screamed in pain. Stunned by the shock of it, she realized she was on her knees. Ranson was holding his hands out over her head. When the pain lifted, she felt tingling panic. Her power was gone. Where she had always felt it before, without even being aware of it most of the time, she now felt a forlorn emptiness. She had so often wished to be rid of it, but never realized what it would feel like to be without her magic. She cried out again. Tears streamed down her cheeks at the forsaken, vacant,
desolation. She felt naked before the mob of people. She forced herself to stop the tears. She would not let these people see the mother confessor cry. No, she would not let these people see Kaelin Amnel cry. Ranson drew Prince Fyron's sword from its scabbard. He stepped behind her. He took up her hair in his fist and pulled it out tight as she knelt on the cold floor. With the sword, he sliced her hair off, close, right at the nape of her neck. The shearing felt almost as shocking to her as having her power taken. The hair Richard loved so. She bit back tears. Neville Ranson held up the severed handful of her hair to wild cheering. Kaelin knelt, numbly staring at nothing as soldiers tied her wrists behind her back. Ranson grasped her arm under her shoulder and hauled her to her feet. "The first of it, then, Mother Confessor. You have been stripped of your power and its symbol, as I promised you. Now to the rest of it." Kaelin was silent. There was nothing to say, as Ranson and a cluster of grinning guards led her down through the palace. She didn't pay any attention to where she was being taken. She was thinking about Richard, hoping he would remember her love for him. She lost herself in memories of him. She let the world around her go. She would soon let the world of life go, too. The good spirits had deserted her. She was numb to what was happening. The emptiness of being without her power left her feeling half dead already. She had never known how much it meant to her, how much a part of her the magic was, until it was gone. She wondered if this dull bleakness was the way people without the power felt all the time. She couldn't imagine living without the magic. She longed for death now to end this dead feeling. Only Richard had accepted her with her power. She never completely accepted it herself, but Richard had. Now it was too late. She grieved more for the loss of her magic than her life. She knew now what the other creatures of magic would feel when it happened to them. She grieved for them. Ranson's hand on her arm jerked her to a halt, jerked her to awareness before an iron door in a dim corridor. One of the guards worked at a rusty lock on the iron door. Kaelin recognized the door. She had taken confessions down here. "And now to my second promise, Mother Confessor," Ranson said with a sneer. "You will be stripped of your dignity." Kaelin gasped as his fist grabbed what was left of her hair and jerked her head back. As she was held helpless, her wrists bound painfully behind her back and her hair in his fist, Ranson kissed her neck, right where Rahl had kissed her neck. The same horrors coursed through her mind as when Rahl had done it. She shuddered with revulsion, with the horror of the visions. In her mind, she saw the young women in Ebonicia, only this time she was one of them. "I would rape you myself," Ranson whispered in her ear. "But I find your sense of honor disgusting." The door squeaked open, and without any further word, Ranson shoved her through the doorway into the pit. Chapter 59. Kaelin gasped at the feeling of falling through space, but before she had a chance to fully consider what would happen when she hit the floor, rough hands caught her. They pushed her down to the cold stone. She saw the light of the doorway above disappear when the door clanged closed. In the light of a sputtering torch in a bracket, she saw grinning men all about, pushing in at her. The rope cut into her wrists. Her feelings of terror and helplessness gave way to desperate action. Kaelin kicked a man in the groin. She was on her back on the floor, so she had leverage to do damage. She rammed her heel into the face of another man leaning over her. He fell back with a cry. She kicked frantically at the others. The grasping hands caught her ankles. She kicked her legs, but the men held tight. She rolled to the side, breaking the grip, and skittered into a corner. Her freedom was only momentary. They seized her flailing legs again. In the back of her mind, as she fought, Kaelin desperately tried to think. A spark of thought tried to get her attention. It was something about Zed, but she couldn't think clearly. The men fighting to get at her pushed her white dress up her legs. Hands pawed at her thighs. Big, meaty fingers hooked her small clothes, stripping them down her legs and off her feet. She felt rough hands and cold air on her flesh. She fought the men and, at the same time, her own panic. 2 men were on the floor, one holding his crotch, the other sprawled out, blood gushing from his ruined face. His nose was crushed. There were 10 others all trying to get at her at once. They threw each other back, trying to force themselves on top of her, the biggest working his way in. Kaelin couldn't get her breath. With frantic effort, the spark of thought sprang forth. She remembered asking Zed if he could remove her power. She had wanted to be free of it so she could be with Richard. Zed had told her that it wasn't possible to rid a confessor of her power, that she was born with the magic and it couldn't be separated from her as long as she was alive. How could Ranson have stripped her of her power? Zed was a wizard of the First Order. There was no wizard with more power than a wizard of the First Order. Why wouldn't Ranson have wanted to rape her first? He said she disgusted him, but he said he wanted to strip her of her dignity. Why wouldn't he want to do it? Unless he was afraid. Afraid she would figure it out. Figure what out? It came to her. The wizard's first rule. People would believe anything if they wanted to believe, or if they were afraid it was true. She was afraid it was true that he had stripped her of her power. Maybe he had used magic to give her pain and mask her ability to sense her own magic, to try to trick her into believing what she feared. As the men groped at her, she groped for her power. She tried to find the calmness, the place of her magic, but it just wasn't there. All she felt was emptiness. Where she always felt the swell of magic before, she now felt only a numb, hollow void. She wanted to cry at the feel of the men's hands on her legs and between them, but she couldn't allow herself to lose control, her only chance. Try as she might, she couldn't find the magic, couldn't call it forth. It was simply gone. She desperately wanted her hands free. "Wait!" she screamed. The men all stopped for a moment, their faces pulling back, looking at her. She gasped to catch her breath. "Talk," she ordered of herself, "while you have the chance." "You're doing it all wrong!" They laughed. "We think we'll figure it out," one said. Kaelin struggled to control her fear and think. They were going to do what they were going to do, and she couldn't stop them. Fighting them in this way was going to accomplish nothing except to feed her panic. She had only one chance, and that was to use her head. She had to slow them down and give herself time to think. "If you do it this way, you will just be denying yourselves the full satisfaction of it." They frowned. "What do you mean?" "If you're all fighting each other and me, you won't be able to really enjoy me as a woman. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable if I cooperated?" They all looked at one another. One to the side spoke up. "She has a point. The Queen wasn't nearly so much good after she went numb on us." "Queen?" Kaelin asked. "What Queen? You men are just bragging on me. You've had no queen." "Queen Cyrilla," a different man said. "She fainted on us, then went feeble-minded, just lay there the whole time like a dead fish. But we had her anyway. Had a queen." Still, Kaelin fought back the scream, fought to keep the meaning of what she had just learned from making her start kicking again. That would only get her the same as Cyrilla. Her only chance was to use her head. She needed time to search for her magic, and if she somehow did find it, she needed the men separated. Otherwise, 9 men would overpower that one. She had to have things organized first in case the magic worked, and she needed the strongest to be the one. For an instant, she abandoned her idea, fearing it wouldn't save her, and worse, fearing she wouldn't have the nerve to do it. But then she bleakly realized that even if it didn't work, it didn't matter. They were going to rape her one way or the other. Her only chance was to try. She had nothing to lose. "That's what I mean. Wouldn't you rather have my cooperation? I'm going to be down here for days. You'll each have more than your share of time on me. Wouldn't you rather I helped? That way you could all have what you want." She thought she might vomit. "Keep talking," the biggest man said in a gruff voice. Kaelin stiffened her resolve. "I've never had a man before." They all hooted at their luck. She waited until their leers came back to her. She fought back the urge to shriek at the looks in those eyes. "Like I said, I've never had a man. I know you men are going to have me, and I can't stop you. If it's going to be done anyway, I'd rather enjoy it." Their hungry smiles widened. "Yeah? Well, what do you think you'd enjoy most, little lady?" "If you did it one at a time. Wouldn't that be better for you, too? If you weren't fighting each other, if you waited your turn, then you could concentrate on enjoying everything a real woman has to offer." A couple of the men grabbed at her legs, pulling them apart. They growled that they would have what they wanted their own way. The biggest, the one with the gruff voice, pulled them back, throwing one against the wall. His head banged with a loud thunk. "Let her talk. She makes sense." He turned his vicious eyes on her. "Let's hear your offer." Kaelin tried to slow her voice down and sound like she might be intrigued by the idea. She tried to sound self-confident as she shrugged. "If you do it my way, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll make sure you enjoy whatever you like." Some of the men chuckled. The big man's eyes showed his suspicion. "Why? And how do we know you mean it?" "Because I'll be able to enjoy it too, that way." Kaelin swallowed back her fear. "Untie my hands, and I'll show you I mean it." She leaned forward as he untied her hands, another man taking the opportunity to fondle her breasts. She remained still. At last, her hands were untied. She rubbed her aching wrists and then smiled at the big man as she ran her fingers down his cheek. He slapped her hand away. "You're running out of time. You better show us you mean what you say." Kaelin steeled herself as she leaned back against the wall. She pulled her dress up over her waist, drew her knees up and spread her legs. She looked to the big man. "Touch me." 3 of the other men reached for her. She slapped their hands away. "I said one at a time." She looked the big man in the eyes when they came up. He towered over the other men. "What's your name?"
"Tyler."
"One at a time. You first, Tyler. Touch me." The stone walls echoed with the sound of heavy breathing. The big man reached out and stroked her. It took all her strength to keep her knees apart. She forced herself to breathe. She prayed he couldn't see her shaking. A grin spread on his hulking face as his husky hand groped her. She coyly pushed his hand away and put her knees together. "See? Isn't that better than some delicate woman who faints at the first touch and lies on the floor like a dead fish?" The other men agreed that it surely was. Tyler gave her a suspicious look. "You look like one of them confessors." Kaelin sputtered a laugh. "Confessor!" She pulled out a short strand of hair. The feel of how short it was almost made her cry out in anguish. "Does this look like I'm a confessor?" "No. But that dress—" "Well," Kaelin said, "she wasn't wearing it, so I borrowed it." "Last I heard, they don't behead people for stealing a dress. What did you do to get yourself thrown in with us?" She held her chin up. "I didn't do anything. I'm innocent." The men laughed. They said that they, too, were innocent. Tyler wasn't laughing with them. He had a dangerous look in his eyes. She knew she had to do something, and quick. With her heart thumping so hard she thought it might come right out of her chest, she took Tyler's hand in both of hers and put it back up between her legs, pressing her thighs to it. Tyler's leering grin swept the caution from his face. "So, what is it you want us to do?" he asked. "I'll make myself available here, and the rest of you all go over there, while I'm with each man in turn. That way, I'll feel safe enough to enjoy it, and at ease enough to make sure you do, too." She looked back to the big man and licked her lips as she smiled. "And I have one other condition. I want you first. I've always wanted a really big man." She shivered at the look in his eyes. She told herself that she was the mother confessor. She had to keep her head. She licked her lips again as she wiggled herself against his hand. Tyler burst into laughter. The others all chuckled nervously with him. "You lofty ladies all act better than everyone else, but when it comes to it, you're just a whore like all the rest." His smile vanished in a way that made her heart skip a beat. "I wrung the neck of the last whore what acted like she was better than me and decided to change her mind. That wizard told us what he'd do if we were to kill you, but that don't mean we won't make you regret it if you go back on your word." Kaelin could only manage a smile and a nod. "Let's get to it." A sweep of his arm scattered the others to the opposite side of the pit, while she was desperately seeking the feel of her magic. He told them they could decide among themselves who went next, and then he turned to her. He started unbuckling his pants. Kaelin wildly searched her mind for a stall. She needed time to figure out how to find her power. "How about a kiss first?" "I don't need no kiss. he growled. Open your legs like before. I like that.
Well, it's just that a kiss from a big, handsome man gets a woman randy to please him.
He paused a moment, then put his right arm around her shoulders and slammed her to the floor beside him. You better get randy real quick before I lose my patience.
I promise. Just kiss me a bit first.
Tyler pressed his lips to hers. She gasped when his other hand suddenly went up between her legs, but this time with forceful insistence instead of a gentle touch like before. He thought the gasp was cooperation and pressed his lips harder to hers. She wrapped her arms around his neck. The smell of him almost made her sick. Kaelin tried to concentrate on finding the calm, as she always had before when she used her power. She could not find the place. She desperately sought the swell of magic but found nothing. Failure brought tears of frustration. Tyler's breathing was becoming emphatic. He was pressing so hard that it was hurting her lips against her teeth. She pretended to savor it. It was almost impossible to concentrate with the terror of what his hand was doing between her legs, but she dared not stop him. Panic rose in her throat as she forced herself to hold her legs open for him. Her heels pressed harder to the floor and her feet trembled in her boots. Kaelin reprimanded herself. She was the mother confessor. She had used her power countless times. She tried again, but nothing happened. Her memory of the young women in Ebonicia was keeping her from being able to focus. And then she thought of Richard. She almost wailed with longing for him. If she was ever to have a chance of seeing Richard again, she had to use her magic. She had to be strong. She had to do it for him. Nothing happened. She realized she was whimpering in frustration against Tyler's mouth. He took it for passion. His face pulled back a few inches. Spread your legs more, so they can all see how much a fancy lady wants Tyler. She submissively drew her heels closer to herself and spread her knees wider. The men all hooted their approval. She could feel her ears burning. She remembered what Ranson had said about taking her dignity. Tyler pressed his lips back to hers. Tears seeped from the corners of her eyes. It wasn't working. She couldn't find her power. If it was even there, she had no choice. She was going to have to follow through with what she had offered the men. Failure to do so now would only bring her a beating on top of it. There was no escape. She thought about the poor women in Ebonicia. That was what was going to happen to her. It was hopeless. In her mind, she gave up. She surrendered to what was going to happen. Something her father had told her sprang to the front of her mind. If you ever give up, Kaelin, you are lost. Fight with every breath, with the last if you must, but don't give up. Not ever. Don't hand them victory. Fight with what you have to the last breath. She wasn't doing that. She was giving up. Tyler sat up. Enough kissing. You're ready. She had run out of time. She wondered if Richard would hate her for this. No, he would know she had no choice. He would be disappointed only if she felt shame for being a victim. He had suffered unimaginable pain before Denna had done what she wanted. He knew what it meant to be helpless. She did not blame him for what was forced on him. He would not blame her. He would comfort her. If it didn't work with this man, she told herself, then maybe it would work with the next. She would keep trying with each. She would not give up. She would keep trying to find her power with each. Keep your legs open, Tyler growled as he undid his trousers. She realized she had unconsciously put her knees together. She obediently spread them again as a tear rolled down the side of her face. Dear spirits, she prayed, help me. No, the good spirits had never helped her before. They had never come to her aid before, despite her efforts on their behalf, despite her pleas. They would not come now. To the keeper with the worthless good spirits. Don't cry, girl, she told herself. Fight them, with your last breath if need be. Please, she said, just one more kiss. You had enough kissing to undo as you said. Time for me now. Kaelin pulled her heels up against herself, spread her legs as wide as she could, and wiggled her bottom as he leered. Please, your kisses are the best I've ever had. Just one more, please? She watched his chest heave. Then I'll please you like no woman ever has. Just one more kiss." He flopped down on her, between her legs. His weight drove the wind from her lungs. "One more, and then you deliver." He crushed his whiskered face to hers. He was out of control. His lips were cutting hers against her teeth. She tried to ignore the burning heat of him, pressing painfully against her. Kaelin slapped her hands to the sides of his muscular neck. Her lungs burned for air. This was her last chance, her last breath. Fight with it, she told herself. Fight for Richard. As she had done countless times, she released her restraint, although she felt no power pushing against it. It was like leaping into a dark, bottomless pit. There was thunder, but no sound. The violent jolt to the air brought down a shower of stone dust. The men all cried out with the pain of being so close when her power was released. Kaelin almost screamed with joy. She could feel the magic in her middle again. It was weak from having just been used, but she could feel it again. It was back. It had never left. Ranson had used magic to make her believe a lie. Tyler's jaw had gone slack as he pulled back, looking down into her eyes. "Mistress," he whispered, "come on me." The other men were scrambling toward them. "Protect me!" Heads cracked against the wall, sending splashes of blood across the stone. Tyler snapped a man's arm. Wails of pain echoed around the room. There was a furious battle for a few minutes until Kaelin was able to direct Tyler in accomplishing what she wanted, a truce. She didn't want him to fight all the men. If they succeeded in getting the better of him, then she was finished. She wanted them separated, the men keeping their distance and Tyler guarding her. That was her best chance of surviving until she could recover her power. She screamed orders to the men as well as Tyler. 6 were left standing, in fighting form and enraged. 1 was writhing on the ground, screaming in pain, a shattered bone jutting from his forearm, and the other 4, including the one she had kicked in the face, were not moving. Kaelin told the men that she would keep Tyler at bay as long as they stayed in their corner. Reluctantly, they moved to the opposite side, dragging the others with them. The screams kept them convinced that they should bide their time before taking on the big man with the wild eyes. She made them throw her small clothes, under threat of sending Tyler to get them. Kaelin sat in the corner, her back against the wall. Tyler stood before her in a half-crouch, dancing on the balls of his feet, his arms out and ready. The men watched as they rested against the other wall. Kaelin knew that this uneasy truce could not go on for days. Sooner or later, Tyler would run out of energy. Then they would have him. Then they would have her. The men knew that too. Chapter 60. The night wore on, with the men watching and Tyler guarding her. She caught a few moments of uneasy sleep from time to time. Kaelin had no idea what time it was, but she judged it to be between the middle of the night and close to dawn. Though she was afraid, and knew that they were going to come to behead her sooner or later, she felt joy that her power was back, and that she had beaten them with that much of it. The good spirits hadn't helped her, she had helped herself. She felt self-satisfaction at what she had done. She had not given up. And the good spirits had left her to it, as they always did. Kaelin was furious with the good spirits. Though she had lived her whole life to see their ideals upheld, they never once helped her. Well, no more. She was finished with the good spirits, as she was finished with trying to help the ungrateful people of the Midlands. What had it gotten her? She had learned in the council chambers what it had gotten her. It had gotten her the undying hatred of her people. The very people she fought for thought she harmed children. People didn't like confessors and were afraid of them for a variety of reasons, but she had been stunned to learn what people really believed about her. From now on, she was going to worry about herself, her friends, and Richard, and to keep her with the rest of them. He could have them all. She was through with it all. She was the mother confessor no longer. She was Kaelin. The torch sputtered out, plunging the pit into blackness. "Thank you again, good spirits!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Her words echoed around the pit. "To the keeper with you!" The men set upon Tyler in the dark. Kaelin didn't know what was happening. She could hear grunts and screams and thuds. She heard an echoing, banging sound. She couldn't understand what it was. And then she heard a muffled voice calling out her title. The familiar voice was coming from above.
Chandolin! Chandolin, I'm down here! Open the door!
Mother Confessor, came the voice from beyond the door. How do I open the door? Kaelin let out a shriek when a hand snatched her ankle and pulled her from her feet. Chandolin called out at the sound of her scream. Tyler grabbed the fingers around her ankle and bent them back until they snapped. The man screamed in the dark.
Chandolin, you need a key! Use the key!
Key? What is this key?
Chandolin!
She shoved a head away from her middle.
Chandolin! Remember when we were in the city with the dead people? Remember the Queen's room that was locked? Remember I showed you a key to open the door? Chandolin, one of the guards up there has a ring on his belt. It has the key. Hurry!
Kaelin recognized Tyler's grunt as he was slammed to the wall. She could hear the bone-jarring blows of his fist. She could hear a metallic noise from above. Mother Confessor, it will not turn.
Then it's the wrong one. Try another.
Someone crashed into her, knocking her to the floor. She clawed at his eyes. He punched at her middle. A sudden shaft of light descended into the pit. Tyler saw the man on her and threw him off. A ladder dropped down.
Tyler, keep them away from the ladder.
Kaelin threw herself onto the ladder and scrambled up. The men piled on Tyler. She heard him groan and then his neck snap. Her foot slipped through a rung when a fist punched the back of her calf. Hands grabbed at her ankles. Kaelin kicked the face of the man right behind and then clambered up. He tumbled back, taking the others with him. They charged back up in a rush. Kaelin stretched for the hand extended down. Chandolin clamped onto her wrist and yanked her through the doorway. He stabbed the man right behind her. As the man toppled back, Chandolin slammed the door closed. Panting, she fell into his arms. Come, Mother Confessor, we must get out of this place. There were dead guards everywhere, all killed silently from behind by Chandolin's Troga. He held her hand as they ran through the dank, dark halls and upstairs. She wondered how Chandolin had managed to find his way down here. Someone must have shown him the way. Around a corner they came to the site of a bloody battle. Bodies were sprawled everywhere. Only one man was standing. Orsk. His great battle-axe dripped with gore. Orsk nearly leapt out of his skin with joy when he saw her. She was almost thrilled to see his scarred face. I made him wait, Chandolin explained as he pulled her through the bloody mess. I told him that I would bring you if he waited and guarded this hall. Chandolin frowned at her. Kaelin realized he was staring at her hair, or what was left of it. He said nothing, though, and she was glad for that. It felt more than strange not to feel the weight of her hair. It was heartbreaking. She had loved her hair. So had Richard. Kaelin bent and took a war-axe from one of the dead guards. With her power not yet recovered, she felt better with a weapon in her hands. Chandolin, dragging Kaelin along by her hand, with Orsk protecting the rear, burst through a door. Directly outside, the captain of the guards had a woman pressed up against the wall. Her arms were wrapped around his neck as she kissed him. His hands were up her dress. As they charged past, and the startled captain looked up, Chandolin drove his long knife into the man's ribs. Come, he said to the woman. We have her. The woman fell into line with the rest of them as they wound their way up through the palace. Puzzled, Kaelin looked back. The woman in the hooded cloak was the woman who had fainted, Jebra Bevenvier. What's going on? Kaelin asked Jebra. Forgive me, Mother Confessor, for fainting. I had a vision of you being beheaded. It was so horrifying that I fainted. I knew I must help so that the vision would not come true. You told me that you had a friend in the woods. I went and found him. They all flattened up against a wall and waited for a patrol to pass through an adjoining room. When their echoing footsteps faded, Chandolin turned with a hot look to Jebra. What were you doing with that man? She blinked in surprise. He was the captain of the guards. He was making the rounds with a whole detachment. I convinced him to send the guards away for a while. I did the only thing I could think of to keep 50 men from trapping you down there. Chandolin grumbled that maybe it made sense. As they headed on, Kaelin told Jebra that she had done a brave thing, and that she understood what courage it took to do it. Jebra protested that she was no heroine and didn't want to be one. At an intersection with a vaulted corridor, Mistress Sanderholt was waiting. Letting out a cry, Kaelin threw her arms around the woman. Mistress Sanderholt held her bandaged hands out. Not now, Mother Confessor. You must escape. This way is clear. As the others rushed in the direction Mistress Sanderholt indicated, Kaelin went the other way. They all turned and ran after. What are you doing? Chandolin yelled. We must escape. I have to get something from my room. What could be more important than escaping? Grandfather's knife, she said as she ran. When they realized they were not going to be able to change her mind, they all followed after her as she led them up through the labyrinth of smaller and less frequently patrolled halls. Several times they did encounter guards. Orsk fiercely hacked them to pieces when they charged after her. As she came around a corner at the top of a stairway, a surprised guard spun to her. With all her strength, Kaelin buried her axe in the center of his chest. His sword skittered across the floor as he went down on his back. As he thrashed on the floor, Kaelin put a foot against his heaving stomach and tried to pull the axe out. Bubbles of air and blood frothed forth, but the axe was stuck tight in his breastbone, so she scooped up his Celtish sword instead. Chandolin lifted an eyebrow. Before they reached her room, she had cause to use the sword, and with similar, deadly effect. The others waited in the outer room, recovering their wind, while she rushed into her bedroom. She froze when she saw her blue wedding dress. She swept it up and held it to her breast. That was what she had come for. She didn't want to leave it. She was never returning to this place. Kaelin shed a tear on the dress, rolled it into a tight bundle, and stuffed it in her pack. All the other clothes from her pack were cleaned, too, and laid out for her. She stuffed them in the pack after strapping the bone knife around her left arm. She threw the mantle around her shoulders. Hurriedly, she strung the bow. She swept through the outer room, her pack and quiver on her back and her bow on her shoulder. She had everything she wanted, everything that meant anything to her. She paused a moment, looking at her room for the last time as she idly turned the round bone on her necklace, and then led the others out and down a back way, headed for an outside door. She lost count of how many men Chandolin took out with his troga, or knife. When a big guard charged out of a side hall and tried to roll them down, Kaelin ran him through with the sword. The four of them were grim death moving through the palace. The alarm bells rang frantically in the tower. On the landing leading to the great staircase, Orsk lopped off a guard's head. The body rolled down the stairs, spilling a trail of blood as if unrolling a red carpet for them. The headless man flopped to a stop against the statue of Magda Syros, the first Mother Confessor. They ran down the stone steps, the sound echoing in the vast chamber. Near the bottom, a sudden stab of pain took Kaelin's feet out from under her. She tumbled down the last few steps. The others shouted and rushed to her, wanting to know how she was hurt. She told them that she had just stumbled. She hadn't stumbled. Kaelin pulled her bow off her shoulder and pointed with it. "Down that hall! All of you, head down that hall. Turn right at the end. I'll catch up with you. Go." "We're not leaving you," Chandolin insisted. "I said go!" Kaelin stood against the blistering pain in her legs. "Orsk, get them moving, now! I'll catch up. I will be displeased with you if you fail to get them out of here." Orsk raised his axe and growled. The other two backed toward the hall as they pleaded with her. They protested that they had risked their lives to rescue her, and they would not leave her now. "Orsk, get them out of here!" "Why?" Chandolin and Jebra yelled together. Kaelin pointed with her bow. Across the great chamber, up in one of the distant arcades, stood a shadowed figure. "Because otherwise he'll kill you." "We must escape. He will kill you too. If he lives, he will hunt us down with magic and kill us all." A bolt of yellow lightning arced across the broad room. Stone crashed down, nearly covering the opening where the others stood. Kaelin drew one of Chandolin's flat-bladed, man-killer arrows from her quiver. "Mother Confessor!" Chandolin screamed. "You cannot make that shot. I could not make that shot. You must run." She didn't tell them that the wizard was sending slashing shards of pain through her, and she couldn't run. It was all she could do just to stand. "Orsk, get them out! Now! I'll catch up!" Another bolt of lightning sent stone flying everywhere, and the three of them running down the hall, Orsk pushing them along. Kaelin put a knee to the floor to steady herself as she knocked the arrow. She drew the string to her cheek. The blade of the arrow was horizontal in her line of sight. She could hardly see Ranson, he was so far away, and the pain was blurring her vision. But she could hear him laugh as he sent violent splinters of magic ripping through her. It sounded like Darken Rahl's laugh. She bit the inside of her cheek against the pain, against the scream trying to fight its way out. She couldn't hold back the clipped whimpers. "An archer, Mother Confessor," he called from the distance. His laughter echoed off the stone around her. "Your freedom was brief, Mother Confessor. I hope it was worth it to you. You will spend a good long time in the pit, thinking about it."
He was too far away. She had never made a shot from this far. Richard had. She had seen him do it. "Please, Richard, help me. Show me how, like you did that day. Help me."
Stone vines tore from the panel next to her and whipped around her middle, squeezing. The shearing pain made her shriek. She brought up the bow again. With her last breath, if need be, she told herself. Her arms shook. She could hardly see the wizard. He was too far away. The vines held her tight. She couldn't run even if she wanted to.
"Help me, Richard."
Another brutal wave of pain seared up her legs and through her insides. Burning tears ran down her cheeks as she shuddered and gasped. She couldn't hold the bow up. Lightning arced around the great staircase. The sound was deafening. Stone chips whistled past. Clouds of dust rose as a column collapsed with a crash. She heard Richard's words in her mind. "You have to be able to shoot no matter what is happening. Just you and the target, that's all there is. Nothing else matters. You have to be able to block everything else out. You can't think about how afraid you are or what will happen if you miss. You have to be able to make the shot under pressure." She remembered how he had whispered to her, whispered for her to call the target. With a jolt, the target came to her, as if the wizard were standing right in front of her. She could see the flashes of liquid light jumping from his fingertips. She could see her target, the bump in his throat bobbing up and down as he laughed. She let her breath flow out, as Richard had taught her. The arrow found the notch in the air. As gentle as a baby's breath, the arrow left the bow. She saw the feathers clear the bow. She saw the string hit her wrist. The stone vine wrapped around her throat. She kept her eyes on the target. She watched the feathers of the arrow as it flew. The pain tearing her insides rose with his laughter. The wizard's laughter cut off abruptly. Kaelin heard the thunk of the blade hitting his throat. When the stone vine suddenly dropped away, she fell forward on her hands and knees, tears dripping from her face as she waited for the pain to melt away. It went with merciful swiftness. Kaelin staggered to her feet. "To the keeper with you, too, Wizard Neville Ranson!" There was an ear-splitting crack, like a lightning strike, but instead of a flash of light, a ripple of total darkness swept across the room. Bumps rippled up her arms. The lamps flickered back on. Kaelin knew. The keeper had indeed taken Wizard Neville Ranson. She heard a grunt and turned just in time to see a guard leaping down the steps toward her. Kaelin ducked and came up under him as he landed. She used his momentum to loft him over the railing into the well below. He snatched at her as he went over, but his fingers caught only her necklace. It tore from her and went down with him. Kaelin bent over the railing, seeing him smack the stone floor 3 flights down. She saw the necklace tumble from his hand when he hit and slide across the floor. "Curse the good spirits," she growled. Kaelin started for the stairs to retrieve her bone necklace, but skidded to a stop and looked up at the sound of boots on stone. More guards were coming. She hesitated for a moment, looking down, and then ran for the hallway instead. The spirits hadn't helped her. What good was a necklace going to do? It wasn't worth her life. Kaelin caught the others as they made the outside doors. They all sighed with relief to see her and to hear that the wizard wouldn't be coming after them. Kaelin led as they ran out into the night. The 4 of them raced down the expansive steps to the relentless sound of the alarm bells behind. She headed south, the shortest distance to the woods. A breathless Jebra caught her arm, dragging her to a stop.
"Mother Confessor."
"I am not the Mother Confessor any longer. I am Kaelin."
"Kaelin, then. But you must listen to me. You cannot run away."
Kaelin turned back to the path through the courtyard. "I'm through with this place."
"Zed needs you."
Kaelin spun back. "Zed? You know Zed? Where is he?" Jebra gulped air.
"Zed sent me to Aidendrill the day after you left Tahara. He said he had to go get a woman named Addie, and then he would come to the Wizard's Keep. He sent me here to help you and Richard and have you wait. Zed needs you."
Kaelin gripped Jebra's shoulders. "I need Zed. I need him very badly."
"Then you must let me help you. You must not leave. They will expect you to run and will search the countryside. They will not expect you to remain in Aidendrill."
"Remain? Stay in Aidendrill?" She thought a moment. She was known in Aidendrill. No, not exactly. Her long hair was known. People other than counselors, ambassadors, staff, and nobility rarely saw the Mother Confessor up close, and when they did, they mostly stared at her long hair. She no longer had that hair. The thought of her loss made her insides knot up. She hadn't known how much her power and her long hair meant to her until they were gone. "It might work, Jebra. But where would we hide?" "Zed gave me gold. No one knows of my involvement in your escape. I will rent rooms and hide you, all of you." Kaelin considered a moment, then smiled. "We could be your servants. A lady like you would have servants." Jebra shrank back. "Mother Confessor, I could not do that. I am nothing but a servant myself. Zed made me pretend to be a lady, but I could not pretend that. You are a true lady." "Being a servant does not make you less than me. We all can be only who we are, no more, no less." Kaelin started them all off again, toward a part of Aidendrill with quiet, secluded, and exclusive inns. "And it is startling to learn what you can do when you have to. We will do what we must. But if you keep calling me Mother Confessor, you are going to get us all killed." "I will do my best, Kaelin. All I know is that we must wait until Zed returns to Aidendrill." She tugged insistently on Kaelin's sleeve. "Mother Confessor, where is Richard? It is vital." Her voice lowered with unease. "No slight intended, and I pray none is taken, but it is Richard that is important. Zed needs Richard." "That is why I need Zed," Kaelin said. Chapter 61. Richard grabbed an arm of each boy. "Slow down," he said in a low voice. "I told you I have to go first." Kip and Hirsch sighed impatiently. Richard checked around the corner, peeking down the hall, and then pushed the two boys up against the wall. Frogs kicked in their pockets. "This is serious. I picked you two because I know you're the best. Now you do as I told you, the way we planned it. Stay here with your backs to this wall and count to 50. You don't so much as peep around the corner until you get to 50. I'm depending on you to do it right." They grinned. "We're your men," Kip said. "We'll get them out of there." Richard squatted and put a finger close to each face in turn. "This is serious business. This isn't just some game. This time you could get in real trouble. Are you sure you want to do this?" Kip put his hands in his pockets, feeling the frogs. "You came to the right men. We can do it. We want to do it, Richard." They were excited because they had never made it past the guards before. This was uncharted territory for their specialty. Richard knew they didn't appreciate the danger involved, and he hated to have to use them in this manner, but it was the only thing he could think of. "All right, then. Start counting." Richard rounded the corner and swept down the hall, his Mriswith cape billowing open. When he reached the proper door, he stood against the white marble wall opposite the double doors and drew the hood up. He pulled the cape closed and concentrated on the marble behind him. He stood motionless. The boys burst around the corner, yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs as they ran down the hall. They stopped in front of the double doors, looking both ways. They didn't see him standing behind them, and he knew they were wondering where he was hiding. As they had been instructed, they threw the doors open and, giggling with excitement, began pulling frogs from their pockets and pitching them into the room. The two sisters were frozen in surprise for only an instant. Richard watched as both came flying around their desks, one snatching up a rod. The boys heaved their last frogs with a squeal and raced away in opposite directions, shouting taunts of, "Can't catch us! Can't catch us!" Sisters Ulicia and Fenella slid to a stop on the polished marble floor outside the doors. They almost slid right into him and were only inches away. Richard held his breath. The sisters saw the boys make the turns at opposite ends of the hall. They threw their hands out. Pictures crashed to the floor as flashes of shimmering light knocked them from the walls at the end, but they missed the boys. Growling in anger, the sisters parted, one dashing after each boy. Richard waited until they had turned the corner, and then he stepped away from the wall, letting his concentration relax, letting the cape return to black. He wondered what it would look like if someone were to see it happen, to see a person seem to materialize out of the air. The outer room was empty. Before the door between the desks, the air seemed to sparkle and hum. Experimentally, Richard put his hand into it. The air felt thick, but it seemed to have no harmful effect. He pressed himself through the sparkles and went through the door beyond. The room inside, not quite as large as his own outer room, was dimly lit and paneled in rich, dark wood. In the center sat a heavy walnut table piled with papers and books and 3 candles. Down the length to each side were floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed full of disheveled books and a few other odd objects. An old woman, one of the cleaning staff, in a heavy, dark gray work dress, was standing on a stool, dusting a top bookshelf. She turned with surprise as he came to a halt. She glanced to the door and then back to him.
"How did you—"
"I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to startle you. I just came to see the prelate. Is she about?" The woman squatted, her foot searching for the floor. Richard gave her his hand. She smiled her appreciation as she brushed a wisp of graying hair back from her face. Most of it was drawn into a loose knot at the back of her head. Once she was standing on the floor, the top of her head only came up to the lower tip of his breastbone. Her body was on the wide side, as if she had once been taller, and a giant had put his hand on the top of her head and squashed her down a good foot. She looked up, giving him a curious frown.
"Did Sisters Ulicia and Fenella let you come in?"
"No," Richard said as he looked about the comfortably cluttered room. "They stepped out."
"But they would have left the shield."
"Ma'am, I must speak to the prelate." Across the room, Richard saw doors to a courtyard standing open. "Is she about?"
"Do you have an appointment?"
she asked in a quiet, gentle voice. "No," he admitted. "I've been trying to get one for days. Those 2 wouldn't cooperate, so I made my own appointment." She put a finger to her lower lip.
"I see. But you must have an appointment. Those are the rules. I'm sorry."
Richard started for the open doors. He was getting impatient, but kept his voice calm, as he didn't want to frighten the old maidservant. "Look, ma'am, I must see the prelate, or we are all going to have an appointment with the keeper himself." Her eyebrows lifted in wonder.
"Really?"
She clicked her tongue.
"The keeper, is it? My.
Richard stopped suddenly. He winced and let out a groan. He turned on his heel. "You're the prelate, aren't you?" An impish grin came to her face, her eyes twinkling with it.
"Yes, Richard, I guess I am."
"You know who I am?" She chuckled.
"Oh, yes, I know."
Richard sighed. "So you're the one who runs this place." She laughed louder.
"As I hear it told, you seem to be running it now. Been here hardly a month, and you have half the palace wound around your will. I've been thinking about asking for an appointment to see you."
Richard gave her a friendly scowl. "I would have granted it."
"I've been looking forward to meeting you."
She patted his arm.
"From now on, you may come to see me whenever you wish."
"Then why wouldn't you let me in before?" She folded her hands together beneath her ample, rounded breasts.
"A test, my boy, a test."
She smiled up at him.
"I am impressed. I expected it to take you another 6 or 8 months yet."
The door burst open. Richard was jerked from his feet, yanked back by his collar, and smacked up against the wall. He was stuck tight, the wind knocked from his lungs. 2 irate sisters stood just inside the doorway with their fists on their hips.
Now, the prelate said. "Stop that, you 2. Let the boy down."
Richard thumped to the ground, glaring at the 2 sisters. "I am the one who talked those 2 boys into doing as they did. What they did is my fault. If there is any revenge, it had better be against me and not them. If you harm them, you will answer to me." One of the sisters took a step toward him. "Their punishment has already been ordered. This time, for once, they will learn a lesson." She angrily pointed a stout rod at him. "You are going to have your own punishment to worry about."
"Yes, Sister Ulicia," the prelate said. "I think punishment is in order."
The sister gave Richard a self-satisfied smile.
"Yours,"
the prelate said. Sister Alicia gaped. Prelate Annalena?
Did I not give you specific instructions that Richard was not to be allowed in here?
The two sisters straightened. Yes, Prelate Annalena.
And here he is, standing in my office?
Sister Alicia pointed at the door. But we left a shield. He could not—
Oh, could not.
The sister's hand dropped at seeing the prelate's wrinkled brow.
Seems I see him standing here. Do I not, sisters?
Yes, Prelate Annalena, the two said as one.
And so now your idea is to reward your own failure by going back to your posts, as if nothing had happened, and punish their success?
The prelate clicked her tongue.
You too will take the punishment you have ordered for the two boys.
The sisters blanched.
But, prelate,
the second whispered,
you can't have that done to a sister. Really, Sister Fenella, what did you order for the boys? To have their bottoms strapped, publicly, tomorrow morning after breakfast. That sounds fair. You two will take their place.
But, prelate, Sister Alicia whispered in astonishment, we are sisters of the light. That would be humiliating.
Learning humility never harmed anyone. We are all humble before the Creator. For your failure, you will be strapped in their place.
Sister Alicia stiffened. And if we fail to submit, Prelate Annalena? The prelate smiled.
Then you would be telling me that you no longer deserve to be trusted, and further, that you no longer wish to be sisters of the light.
They both bowed. When the door closed behind them, Richard lifted an eyebrow to the prelate. I hope never to get on your wrong side, Prelate Annalena. She chuckled.
Please, call me Anne. That is what my old acquaintances call me.
I'd be honored to call you Anne, prelate, but I'm not an old acquaintance.
You think not?
She smiled.
My, what a knowledgeable boy. Well, no matter. Call me Anne anyway. Do you know why I punished them? Because you took responsibility for your actions. They did not recognize the importance of that. You are learning to be a wizard.
What do you mean?
You knew it was dangerous to cross those two, did you not?
Richard nodded.
Yet you used those boys, knowing that it was a possibility they could be hurt.
Yes, but I had to do it. It's that important, and it was the only thing I could think of.
The burden of a wizard, that's what it's called. Using people. A wise wizard understands that he cannot do everything himself, and that if the matter is important enough, he must use other people to accomplish what must be done, even if it is to cost those other people their lives. It's a rare ability, and vital to being a good wizard. Perhaps to being a prelate, too.
Anne, it's urgent. I must speak with you.
Urgent, is it?
Well, then,
why don't we go for a walk in my garden and we can talk about this urgent business?
She placed her arm in his and walked him through the open doorway. Outside, in the moonlight, was a grand, expansive courtyard, with trees, paths, flower beds, wild areas, and a lovely pond. The beauty of the garden didn't register in Richard's mind. He had hardly been able to eat or sleep since he had had his talk with Warren. If the keeper escaped, he would have everyone, including Kaelin. Richard had to do something. Anne, there is great trouble in the world. I need your help. I need this collar off so I may go help.
That's what I am here for, Richard, to help. What is the trouble?
The keeper—
The nameless one, she corrected.
What difference does it make?
Calling him by his name calls his attention.
Anne, it's just a word. It's the meaning of the word that matters, not an arrangement of letters. Do you think that when you call the keeper the nameless one instead, that he would be fooled into thinking you weren't speaking of him? It's a mistake to assume your enemies are ignorant and you are clever. A hearty laugh rose from in her chest.
I have been waiting for a very long time for someone to figure that out.
She paused with him at the edge of the pond, and he asked, What is the pebble in the pond? She gazed out over the water.
You are one, Richard.
You mean there are more than one?
A small stone floated through the air up into her hand. Everyone has an effect on others. Some people inspire others to do great things.
Some take people into crime with them. Those with the gift affect those around them even more. The stronger the Han, the stronger the effect. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with a pebble in a pond? You see all the duckweed floating on the surface? Say that's the other people, the world of life, and this pebble is you. She tossed the stone into the pond. See what happens? The ripples caused by you affect everyone else. Without you, all those ripples would not have happened. So they flowed up and down on the ripples, but the stone sank. She gave him a humorless grin. Don't ever forget that. The answer gave him pause. I think you invest too much faith in me. You don't know anything about me. Perhaps more than you think, child. And what is it that concerns you about the keeper? Something must be done. He's about to escape. One of the boxes of Orden has been opened. The gateway is open. The stone of tears is in this world. I need to do something. Ah. She smiled as she drifted to a stop. So you, who was just thrown up against a wall by the Han of a mere sister, wants to go off and battle the keeper himself? But things have happened. Something must be done. I see you have been talking to Warren. A very bright young man, Warren. He is still young, though. Sometimes he needs direction, guidance. She tipped a branch closer. He studies hard and loves those books. I think he must know every smudge on them. She was inspecting a flower on the branch. As he watched her in the moonlight, he decided he might have thought himself more clever than he was. Warren, too. So, what about the keeper? What about the stone of tears? She put her arm back through his and walked him on. If the gateway is open and the stone of tears is in this world, Richard, why does the keeper not have us? Maybe he's about to swallow us all at any moment. Ah, so you think that maybe he is busy with his dinner, and when he is finished and wipes his chin clean, he will get around to swallowing the world of the living. So you want to rush off and close the gateway before he picks his napkin from his lap? Is this the way you think the worlds beyond ours work? In the same terms as this world? Richard nervously raked his fingers through his hair. I don't know. I don't know how it all works. But Warren said, Warren does not know everything. He is but a student. He has a talent for the prophecies, but he has much to learn. Do you know why we keep the prophecies down in the vaults and restrict who may read them? For the very reason we are having this discussion, because prophecy is dangerous to the untrained mind, and sometimes even to the trained mind. There is more to things than you see, or the keeper would have us already. Are you saying we're not in danger? She smiled a sly smile. We are always in danger, Richard. As long as there is a world of the living, there will be danger. All life is mortal. She patted his arm again. You are an important person, a person in prophecy, but if you go off foolishly, you can cause more harm than good. The stone of tears being in this world cannot in itself allow the keeper to escape through the gateway. The stone is a means to that end. I hope you're right, he said as they walked on. She glanced up. How is your mother doing? Richard looked off into the darkness. She died when I was young, in a fire. I'm sorry, Richard. And your father? Which one? He muttered. Your stepfather, George. Richard cleared his throat. He was killed by Doc and Rahl. He darted her a sidelong glance. How do you know my stepfather? She gave him one of those timeless looks that he had seen from others before, from Addie, Shota, Sister Verna, Duchailu, and Kalen. I'm sorry, Richard. I didn't know he had died. George Cypher was quite a man. He came to a stop, his flesh a tingle. You, he whispered. You are how my father got that book. He left the statement vague enough that she would have to fill in the details to confirm it. A little of her smile came back. Afraid to say it out loud. The Book of Counted Shadows, that is the book you are speaking of. She gestured to a stone bench. Sit down, Richard, before you fall down. Richard slumped to the bench. He looked up as she stood before him. You gave that book to my father. Actually, I helped him get it. You see, Richard, as I told you, you and I are old acquaintances. Of course, the last time I saw you, you were bawling your head off. Only a few months old you were. She smiled distantly. If your mother could see you now. She was bursting with pride over you. She said you were the blessing to balance the curse. You see, Richard, balance is what the world of the living is all about. You are a child of balance. I have much invested in you. Richard's tongue seemed stuck to the top of his mouth. Why? Because you are a pebble in the pond. Her eyes seemed to go out of focus. Over 3,000 years ago, wizards had subtractive magic. None since has been born with it. We have been hoping, but none until now has come into this life. A few have had the calling, but not the gift of it. You have the gift for both additive and subtractive magic. Richard shot to his feet. What? Are you mad? Sit down, Richard. The quiet power of her voice, her penetrating gaze, her presence made him sink to the bench. For some reason she seemed suddenly very big to him. She was the same size as before, but it felt as if she towered over him. Her voice became imposing too. Now you listen to me. You are causing me a great deal of trouble. You are like a bull that keeps knocking down fences and trampling the crops. Too much is at stake to have you acting without knowing what you are doing. I know you think you are doing right, but so does the bull. Your problem is lack of knowledge. I intend to give you an education. Though you will not believe some of what I have to tell you, you had better come to accept it, or you will be in that collar a good long time, because it cannot come off until you accept the truth. I was told that the sisters took the collar off. The look in her eyes made him wish he had kept his mouth closed, or that he could trade places with the two sisters who were to take a public strapping. Only when you accept yourself, accept your ability, your true power, will it come off. You put the Radahan around your own neck. We don't have the power to take it off until you can help us with your own power. The only way you can do that is to learn and to accept who you are. Now, first of all, you must understand about the Keeper and the Creator and the nature of this world. Your problem, the problem most people have, the problem Warren has, is that you try to understand the worlds beyond in terms of this world. Good and evil, the Creator and the Keeper are chaos divided into two opposing forces. Although each abhors the other, they are interdependent and cannot exist one without the other. They define each other. The struggle, our struggle in this world, is maintaining the balance. Although Richard kept his mouth shut, he couldn't keep the frown from his face. From the Creator springs life, the soul of life. It blooms into this world. Without the Keeper, without death, there can be no life. Without death, life would be open-ended. Can you even imagine a world in which no one ever died? Where every child born lives forever? Where every plant that sprouts flourishes? Where every tree lives forever, and every seedling sprouts and grows to a tree? What would happen? How could we eat if we could kill no animal or harvest no crop, if it all lived forever and could not die? A never-ending life of gnawing, ravenous hunger? The world of the living would be consumed by chaos and destroy itself forever. Death, the underworld, as some call it, is eternal. You think of it in terms of this life. In eternity, time has no meaning, no dimension. To the Keeper, a second or a year has no meaning. It is through those in this world who serve him that the Keeper is given the dimension of time. It is their urgency that drives his struggle, because they understand time. He needs the living if he is to succeed. His promises to those who help him are seductive, and they hunger for his triumph. So, what part do the living play in this? We divide and define the chaos with order and keep it separated, light and dark, love and hate, good and evil. We are the balance. We are like the duckweed floating on the surface of the pond. The air above is the Creator, the depths below the Keeper. The souls of the living which have come down from the Creator blossom to life in this place, and when they die, they descend to the world of the dead. But that does not mean it is evil. Evil is a judgment we put on it. The Keeper is like the muck at the bottom of the pond. Spirits of the dead reside anywhere from the depths of that chaos and hate near the Keeper to near the living, near the light of the Creator. It is the hope of the living to spend eternity in the warmth of that light. It is we, the living, who separate and define the worlds to each side of life. Magic is the element that gives this world the power to do that. Magic is the balance point. The Keeper would like to swallow the world of the living, to triumph. To do that, he must eliminate magic. But at the same time, in order to triumph, he must use magic to tip the balance. Richard struggled to keep his head above the murky waters of confusion. And wizards have the power to influence this balance? She was still leaning over him. She held up a finger. Yes, you have both sides of the magic. Her smile evaporated in a way that took his breath with it. That makes you an extremely dangerous person, Richard. You have both sides of the gift. You have the power to mend or destroy the veil. There are good people who, if they knew of your power, would kill you in a twinkling for fear you might destroy us all, if not deliberately, by accident. And you? Are you one of those? If I were, I would not have helped your father get the Book of Counted Shadows. Your involvement stopped the immediate threat, but it also fed the gateway magic and chances greater danger in the future. It was a risk I had to take, because the consequences of not doing so would have been disaster. But if what has happened is not fixed, it will be greater disaster in the end. What is the veil? Where is it? She reached out and tapped his forehead. The veil is within those of us with magic. We are its custodians. That is why balance means so much to those with the gift. When the veil is torn, the balance is tipped. The further it tips, the more the veil tears. The Creator rules his domain, the Keeper his. The Keeper needs the Creator to feed him life. The Creator needs the Keeper to allow it to be renewed. The veil keeps the balance. Her face was grim. This view would be considered blasphemy by many. They see the Keeper only as evil that must be destroyed. But to do so would ultimately accomplish the opposite, all life being swept away like a sandbar in a river flood. Just for the sake of argument, what if I did have both kinds of magic? What is my power for? Most wizards have a talent that leans in a particular direction. Some are healers. Some make things of magic. More rare are prophets. The most rare are war wizards. There has not been one born in over 3,000 years. Until you. Richard wiped his sweaty palms on his pant legs. I don't like the sound of that. War wizard has two meanings which balance each other, as in all things magic. The first meaning is that they can tear the veil, bring destruction and death, war. And the second is that they have the magic needed to fight against the powers of the Keeper. Being a war wizard does not mean you are evil, Richard. Many who fight do so to protect those who are defenseless. It means you have the capacity to care enough to fight, to defend the innocent. Lest he who is born true can fight for life's bond. And that one is marked. He's the pebble in the pond, Richard quoted. She lifted an eyebrow. For one who professes to scoff at prophecy, you seem to know some of the more pivotal passages. If I'm not entirely addled, I expect you have been marked. Richard could feel the scar on his chest as he nodded. Are you saying that my life is already marked out? That I'm just meant to live it out as it has been preordained?
No, Richard. Life is not predetermined. The prophecies mean only that you have potential. You have the ability to influence events. That's why it is so important for you to learn. Of most importance is that you learn to accept yourself. If you do not do this, you will harm the most vital part of yourself, your free will. If you act without understanding, you could cast yourself into the chaos. I let you live when you were born because you have the potential for doing good. Within you is the hope of life. But until you truly accept both sides of your magic, you are a danger to every living thing.
Richard desperately wanted to change the subject. He felt as if the world were crushing him. What is the Stone of Tears? She gave a little shrug.
In the world of the dead, it exists as a force. In this world, it exists as an object with power, representing that force. The Stone of Tears is like a weight that holds the keeper at the infinite end of his world, where his influence here is diminished to the point of balance.
Then if it's here, off him, he's freed from his prison.
If that were true, we would all be dead.
She lifted a questioning eyebrow, but Richard didn't say anything.
It's one of the seals that locks the keeper beyond. There are others that still hold. Magic helps hold him back for now. The Stone of Tears has the power, though, to destroy the balance, to tear the veil and free the keeper if it is used in this world by such as you in the wrong way. You see, the stone has the power to banish any soul to the infinite depths of the underworld. But if it were used in that way, through hate, through selfishness, it would feed power to that side and destroy the veil. The veil can only be restored by one with the gift for both sides of the magic. The stone must be put back where it belongs. We must struggle to keep the other seals intact until the day when one such as you can restore this lock while there is still time. Meanwhile, the keeper gains strength here. His minions struggle to break the other seals. There are other ways to free the keeper. Anna, are you sure about me? Maybe you proved it just tonight by walking through that shield. Our shields are made of additive magic. The only way for you to penetrate it was for your Han to use subtractive.
Maybe my Han, my additive magic is just stronger.
When you came through the Valley of the Lost, you would have been drawn to the towers. To both towers. Am I right?
I could have just come across them by accident. She let out a tired sigh.
The towers were created by wizards who had both kinds of power. In the White Tower there is white sand, sorcerer's sand. I doubt you would have taken any.
That doesn't prove anything. And what is sorcerer's sand?
Sorcerer's sand is extremely valuable, nearly priceless. It is only gathered by chance happenings across the tower. Sorcerer's sand is the crystallized bones of the wizards who gave their life into the towers. It's a sort of distilled magic. It gives power to spells drawn with it, good and evil. The proper spell drawn in white sorcerer's sand can invoke the keeper. You took, instead, some of the black sand, did you not?
Well, yes, I just wanted a little bit, that's all. She nodded.
Just a little bit. Richard, no wizard since the towers were built has been able to gather any black sorcerer's sand. It cannot be taken from a tower by any but those with subtractive magic. Guard that black sand with your life. It's more valuable than you can imagine.
Why? What will it do?
Black sorcerer's sand is the counter to the white. They nullify each other. The black, even one grain of it, will contaminate a spell drawn to invoke the keeper. It will destroy the spell. A spoonful of it is a weapon worth kingdoms.
Still, he said, it could just be that
the last wizards born with both kinds of magic invested the palace of the prophets with their magic. The prophets of that time knew one would be born again with both sides of the magic, a war wizard, and so they created two, the Hagen Woods and the Mriswith. One born with the subtractive would be drawn to that place, drawn to do battle there. The collar keeps the additive gift from killing you. The Hagen Woods
provide an outlet for the other side of your power. It is something the sisters cannot provide."
"But I use the sword of truth." His voice sounded to him like a plea into a gale. It was the sword.
"The sword of truth was also created by wizards with the gift for both sides of the magic. Only one born the same could bring out the full range of its magic. Only you can use the sword to its full potential, and you have not done so yet. It is an aid to you, but even so you do not need it to kill the Mriswith. Your gift is enough. If you do not believe me, leave your sword and go into the Hagen woods with just your knife. You will still kill the Mriswith."
"Others have used this blade. They didn't even have the gift, much less subtractive magic."
"They were not truly using the sword's magic. The blade was made for you. It's an aid, much as prophecy is an aid, much as the Mriswith are an aid, sent down through time."
"I don't think I could be one of those war wizards."
"Do you eat meat?"
"What does that have to do with anything?"
"You are a child of balance. Wizards must balance themselves, the things they do, their power. War wizards rarely eat meat. Their abstinence is a balance for the killing they sometimes must do."
"I'm sorry, Anne, but I just can't believe I have subtractive magic."
"That's why you are such a danger. Every time you encounter magic, your Han learns more about how to protect you, to serve you, but you are not aware that it is learning. The Radha Han helps it grow, though you're not aware of the process. You do things without knowing the importance or the reason, like when you were drawn to the black sorcerer's sand and took it, or when you took the round scrin bone from Addie."
Richard's brow pulled together. "You know Addie, too?"
"Yes. She helped your father and me get through the pass so we could retrieve the Book of Counted Shadows."
"What round bone are you talking about?" Richard saw the slightest twitch of alarm in her eyes.
"Addie had a round bone, carved all over with beasts. It's an object of great power. Your subtractive magic would have drawn you to it."
Richard remembered seeing the round bone on a high shelf. "I saw such a thing at her house, but I didn't take it. I wouldn't take something that didn't belong to me. Maybe that means I don't really have subtractive magic." She straightened.
"No, you noticed it. The fact that you didn't take it means only that since you did not have the Radha Han on yet, your power had not developed enough to draw you to the scrin bone the way it drew you to the black sand."
Richard hesitated. "Is this some kind of problem?" She smiled. It looked forced to him.
"No. Addie would protect that bone with her life. She knows how important it is. You can recover it in the future."
"What does it do?"
"It helps protect the veil. When used by a war wizard like you, with both powers, it invokes the scrin. The scrin are a force that helps keep the worlds separated. You might say they are guardians of the boundary between worlds."
"What if the wrong person got their hands on it? A person wishing to help the keeper?" She pulled on his shirt, urging him up.
"You worry too much, Richard. I have work to do. You must leave me to it now. Do your best, child, and study. Learn to touch your hand to get control of it. You must learn if you are to be of any help to the Creator."
Richard turned back to her. She was staring off.
"Anne, why does the Keeper want the world of the living? What will it gain him? What is the purpose?"
Her answer came in a soft, distant voice.
"Death is the antithesis of life. The Keeper exists to consume the living. His hatred of life has no bounds. His hatred is as eternal as his prison of death."
Chapter 62. Richard was in a world of his own as he headed for the stone bridge. He had been cloistered in his room for days, thinking. When the sisters came to give him his lessons, he put in only a half-hearted effort. He now feared he just might touch his Han. Warren was busy day and night in the vaults, checking what Richard had told him and looking for more information. There had to be at least some truth to what the prelate had told him. Why else would the keeper not yet have used the gateway, if he could? He needed to go for a walk. He felt as if his head were about to burst. He just wanted to be away from the palace for a while. Pasha suddenly appeared at his side.
"I've been looking for you."
He stared ahead as he walked. "Why?"
"I just wanted to be with you."
"But I'm going for a walk in the country." She shrugged.
"I wouldn't mind a walk. May I come along?"
Richard looked over. She was in her wispy maroon dress, the one with the V-shaped neckline. The day was chilly. At least she had on a useful-looking violet cloak. She was wearing big gold loop earrings. Her belt matched her necklace with the same kind of gold medallions. She looked alluring in the outfit, but they weren't exactly hiking in the country clothes. "Are you wearing those useless slippers?" She held a foot out to show him her tooled leather boots.
"I had them made special just so I could go for walks with you."
Made special, he grumbled to himself. Richard remembered how hurt she had been that time he had told her that the blue dress didn't become her. He didn't want to hurt her feelings by sending her away. She was only trying to please him. Maybe, he thought, the company of a smiling face would do him good. "Well, all right, then. I guess you can come along as long as you don't think I'm going to entertain you in conversation." She grinned and took his arm.
"I'd be happy just to walk with you."
At least having Pasha on his arm kept most of the women away from him as they passed through the city. The ones who did boldly approach earned a glare from Pasha. The ones who braved the glare earned something else, a touch of her Han. They yelped from the invisible pinch and made themselves scarce. Richard understood now why the palace was breeding wizards. They were trying to get one with additive and subtractive magic. And now they had one. They walked silently up into hills bathed in the golden light of the late afternoon sun. Richard felt better out in the open, rocky hills overlooking the city. Though it was an illusion, he felt free. He suddenly wished Pasha weren't along. He hadn't come out to see Gratch in days. Gratch was probably frantic. He was at a loss as to what he was going to do next. He didn't know if everything the prelate had said was true, and he didn't know which he feared more, that it was a lie or the truth. Pasha's hand on his arm tightened in a way that brought him out of his brooding thoughts and made him draw to a halt. She glanced about nervously. He could tell by the way she was breathing through her mouth that she was frightened. "What's wrong?" he whispered. Her gaze searched the surrounding rocks.
"Richard, there is something out here. Please, let's go back."
Richard drew the sword. Its unique ring filled the still afternoon air. He felt nothing, no sense of danger, but Pasha's Han obviously felt something that frightened her. Pasha let out a little shriek. Richard spun. Gratch's head poked up above a rock. Pasha backed away. "It's all right, he won't hurt you." Gratch gave a tentative grin, showing his fangs as he stood to his full, towering height.
"Kill it!" she screamed. "It's a beast! Kill it!"
"Pasha, calm down, he won't hurt you." She backed farther away. Gratch stood looking from Richard to Pasha, not knowing what to do. Richard realized she might use her power to hurt the Gar, so he put himself between the two.
"Richard, move! It must be killed! It's a beast!"
"It won't hurt you. I know him, Pasha." She turned and ran, her violet cloak flying behind. Richard groaned as he watched her leap from the top of one rock to another, making her way down the hill. He scowled back at Gratch. "What's wrong with you? Did you have to scare her? What are you doing, showing your face to people?" Gratch's ears wilted. His shoulders slumped and he began to whine. When his wings started quivering, Richard went to him. "Well, it's too late now to be sorry. Come on and give me a hug." Gratch cast his eyes to the ground. "It'll be all right." He put his arms around the big furry creature. Gratch finally responded. He threw his arms and wings around Richard, gurgling his happiness. In a moment, he pulled Richard off the rock and wrestled him to the ground. Richard tickled his ribs and wrestled until Gratch was giggling in glee. After they had settled down, Gratch put a claw tip in the pocket where Richard kept the lock of Kalen's hair. He looked at Richard from under hooded eyebrows as big as axe handles. Richard finally figured out what Gratch meant. No, that's not the same woman. It's a different person." Gratch frowned. He didn't understand. Richard didn't feel like trying to explain that the lock of hair he was always looking at was not from Pasha. At Gratch's urging, Richard instead wrestled with his woolly friend. It was twilight when Richard made it back to the palace. He was going to have to find Pasha and explain to her that Gratch was his friend and not a dangerous beast. Before he had gone far, Sister Verna found him instead. "Did you feed that baby Gar back in the wilds, the one I told you to kill? Did you let that beast follow us?" Richard stared at her. "It was helpless, sister. I couldn't kill something that was no harm to me. We've become friends." Muttering, she wiped a hand across her face. As absurd as it sounds, I suppose I can understand. You needed companionship, and you certainly didn't want it from me. Sister Verna, but why would you let Pasha see it? I didn't. He just popped his head up. I didn't know he was there. Pasha saw him before I knew. She let out an exasperated sigh. The people around here fear beasts. They kill them. Pasha went screaming to the sisters that there was a beast in the hills. I'll explain it to them. I'll make them understand. Richard, listen to me. He backed away a step and stood silently while he waited for her to go on. The palace believes that pets are a hindrance to learning to use your Han. They believe it diverts feelings away from them to the creature. I think they are being foolish, but that is beside the point. What is the point? You mean they will try to keep me from seeing him anymore? She put an impatient hand on his arm. No, Richard. They think it's a vile beast that could turn on you. They think you are in danger. The sisters are forming a search party as we speak. They intend to hunt it down and kill it for your own good. Richard stared at her concerned expression for only a second, and then he was running. He charged over the bridge and back into the city. People gaped as he flew past. He leapt over carts that wouldn't move out of the way fast enough. He knocked over a stand selling amulets. People hollered at him, but he ran on. His heart thumped in his ears as he raced up the hills. Several times he stumbled over ditches or rocks, but he rolled to his feet, gasping for air, and rushed on. In the darkness, he leapt from rock to rock as he crossed ravines. At the crest of a round-topped hill near where he had been with Gratch earlier, he yelled, between panting. His fists at his sides, he tipped his head back and screamed Gratch's name. His voice echoed off the surrounding hills. Only silence answered when the echoes died out. Exhausted, Richard fell to his knees. They would be coming soon. The sisters would use their Han to find the Gar. Gratch wouldn't know what they intended. Even if he kept his distance, their magic could reach out and kill him. They could knock him from the air or set him afire. Gratch! Gratch! A dark shape blackened a patch of stars. The Gar thumped to the ground and folded his wings. He cocked his head and gave a purling gurgle. Richard grabbed Gratch's fur in his fists. Gratch, listen to me. You have to go away. You can't stay here any longer. They're coming to kill you. You must leave. Gratch let out a questioning whine that rose in pitch. His ears perked forward. He tried to put his arms around Richard. Richard pushed him away. Go! You understand me? I know you do. Go! I want you to go away. They will try to kill you. Go away and never come back. Gratch's ears wilted as he cocked his head to the other side. Richard pounded a fist to the Gar's chest. He pointed north. Go away! He threw his arms out and pointed again. I want you to go away and never come back. Gratch tried to put his arms around Richard again. Richard pushed them away again. Gratch's ears lay down against his head. Richard wanted more than anything to hold his friend and tell him that he loved him too, but he couldn't. He had to make him go in order to save his life. Well, I don't love you. Go away and never come back. Gratch looked to the hill Pasha had run down. He looked back at Richard. His green eyes were filling with tears. He reached out for Richard. Richard shoved him away. Gratch stood with his arms out. Richard remembered the first time he had held the furry beast. He had been so little then. He was so big now. But as he had grown, his friendship and his love had grown too. He was Richard's only friend, and only Richard could save him. If Richard really loved him, he had to do this. Go away! I don't want you around anymore. I don't want you to ever come back. You're just a big dumb bag of fur. Go away! If you really love me, then you'll do as I ask and go away. Richard wanted to keep yelling, but the lump in his throat caught the words. He backed away. Gratch seemed to wither in the cool night air. His arms came out again with a pitiful, forlorn wail. He called with a plaintive, keening cry. Richard took another step back. Gratch took a step toward him. Richard picked up a rock and heaved it at the Gar. It bounced off his huge chest. Go away! Richard cried. He threw another rock. I don't want you around anymore. Go away! I don't ever want to see you again! Tears ran from the glowing green eyes over the wrinkles of his cheeks. Gratch! No! Richard! If you really love me, then you will do this. Go! The Gar looked again to the hill Pasha had run down, turned, and spread his wings. With a last look over his shoulder, he bounded into the air and flew off into the night. When he could no longer see the dark shape against the stars, or hear the sweep of wings, Richard crumpled to the ground. His only friend was gone. "I love you too, Gratch," he cried in racking sobs. "Dear spirits, why have you done this to me? He was all I had. I hate you, every last one of you." He was halfway back when it hit him. He froze in his tracks, his mouth hanging open. In the stillness of the night, his shaking fingers reached to his pocket. The lights of the city flickered in the near distance. Rooftops shimmered in the moonlight. Distant sounds of the city drifted out to him at the edge of the hills. He pulled out the lock of Kalen's hair. "If you really love me," she had said, "you will do this." That was what he had told Gratch. In a flash of understanding, it all came to him. The joy of comprehension took his breath. Kalen had not been sending him away. She had been saving his life. She had done for him what he had just done for Gratch. The pain of having doubted her took him to his knees. It must have broken her heart. How could he have doubted her? The collar. He had been so afraid of the collar he had been blinded to it. She loved him. She didn't want to be set free. She wanted only to save his life. She loved him. He threw his arms open and turned his face up to the sky. "She loves me!" He knelt, staring at the lock of hair she had given him to remind him of her love. In his whole life he had never felt a sense of relief this great. The world came back to life for him. Richard's mind swirled in a confusion of conflicting emotions. He felt heartsick that he had sent Gratch away, that Gratch thought Richard didn't want him around anymore, but at the same time he felt overwhelming joy that Kalen loved him. In the end, joy won out. He decided that some day Gratch might come to understand, as he had, that it had been necessary. Some day he would have the collar off, and he would find Gratch and make it up to him. And even if he didn't, the Gar was better off living as a Gar should, hunting and searching out its own kind. It would come to have its own happiness, as had Richard. Although he wanted more than anything to throw his arms around Kalen, hug her tight, and tell her how much he loved her, he couldn't. He was still a prisoner of the sisters, but he would study and learn and get the collar off. He would get the collar off and return to Kalen. He knew without a doubt that she would be waiting for him. She had said she would always love him. When he met the search party of sisters at the edge of Tanamura, he told them that they needn't bother, that they would find the beast gone. They didn't believe him and went on into the hills. Richard didn't care. Gratch was gone. His friend was safe. Richard bought a gold necklace from a street hawker. He didn't know if it was real gold, but he didn't care. It looked pretty. He trotted the rest of the way to the palace. Pasha was pacing up and down in the hall outside his room. Richard, I was so worried. I know that right now you're furious with me, but in time you will see that—" He grinned. "I'm not angry, Pasha. In fact, I brought you a present to thank you." She smiled in coy surprise as he offered her the necklace. "For me? Why?" "Because of you, I figured out that she loves me, and always has. I was just being a blind fool. You helped me see that." She regarded him with a frosty look. "But you are here now, Richard. You will forget her in time. You'll see that I'm the one for you." He smiled happily at her. "Pasha, I'm sorry. It's nothing against you. You're a beautiful young woman. In time you'll find the one for you. You can have your pick of nearly any man. Everyone likes you. But I'm not the one for you. Maybe if I lived to be 100, but short of that." Her sly smile returned. "Then I will wait." He kissed the top of her head before going through the door. He didn't think he would be able to sleep while he was this excited, but all the walking and running had left him exhausted. His last thoughts before he drifted off were of Kalen. He pictured her in his mind, as if she was there with him, her special smile, her deep green eyes, and her radiant long hair. He drifted into the best sleep he had had in months. In the days following, Richard felt as if his feet hardly touched the ground. Everyone was puzzled by his good mood. They frowned at him at first, but were eventually caught up in his cheer. Some of the sisters giggled when he told them they looked as beautiful as a sunny day. He urged the sisters who came to practice with him to try harder to help him reach his Hahn. He had them stay longer than usual. Sisters Tove and Cecilia bubbled with enthusiasm. Marissa and Nicky bestowed small smiles of pleasure. Armina was cautiously pleased, and Liliana delighted. He wanted his collar off, and until he could do what they wanted, he knew it would stay on. Having not seen Warren in a while, he finally went down to the vaults to see how his search was coming. Sister Becky was off retching, and the other sister giggled when he winked at her. Warren was pleasantly surprised to see him and exhilarated about some of the things he had found. He could hardly wait to tell Richard. When the door to one of the back rooms had grated closed, he started opening volumes on the table.
"What you told me has been a great help. Look here."
Warren pointed at words Richard couldn't understand.
"Just like you told me, this says that the Stone of Tears being in this world in itself does not free the keeper."
"So what significance does it have?"
"Well, it's as if there are a number of locks on his prison door, and this turns the key in one, but it does not free him. There are a number of ways for it to help him, a number of objects of magic to help, but the Stone of Tears itself must be used by one from this world, one with the gift for both additive and subtractive magic to free the keeper. Those with only the gift for additive can cause harm, tear the veil more, but not free him with it."
"I think," Warren said with a twinkle,
"that we're safe with that black stone in this world as long as we're careful."
"It's not black. I never told you it was black. I just described the shape and size." Warren touched a finger to his lower lip.
"Not black. Then what color is it?"
"Amber." Warren slapped his hands to his chest with a groan of relief.
"Thank the Creator!"
He let out an uncharacteristic whoop.
"Whoa, that's the best news I've heard all year! Amber means it was touched by a wizard's tears. That repulses the keeper. It's like rotten, festering meat would be to us. His agents won't touch it."
Richard's grin widened. It had to be Zed who had done it. That was why he felt Zed's pull from the stone. This, on top of his discovery about Kaelin, was just too much. He couldn't keep the happiness to himself.
"Warren, I have other good news. I'm in love. I'm going to be wed."
Warren gave another whoop, but then his smile wilted.
"It's not Pasha, is it?" "If it is, that's all right. I will understand. You two will make a handsome—"
Richard lightly touched Warren's shoulder. "No, it's not Pasha. I'll tell you about her some other time. She's the Mother Confessor. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What about the other things?"
"Well,"
he pulled another book across the table. "There are precious few references to the round bone you spoke of, and the scrin. One of them is in a forked prophecy having to do with the winter solstice coming up in a couple of weeks. It's a complicated juncture of forks and crossovers. We've only recently learned that the prophecy about that woman and her people is the descendant of a true fork." Whenever Warren went off on his talk of forks and junctures, Richard always started getting lost. About the only thing he understood was winter solstice. "What does the winter solstice have to do with anything?" Warren looked up.
"Winter solstice. The shortest day of the year. Shortest day, longest night, see what I mean?"
"No. What does that have to do with the scrin?"
"The longest night of the year. Longest night, most darkness. You see, the keeper has certain times when he can exert greater or lesser influence in this world. His is the world of darkness, and when we are in the period of the longest darkness, the veil is at its weakest. That's when he is able to do the most harm."
"Then we're in danger in a few weeks. At winter solstice." Warren's eyebrows lifted in delight.
"Yes, but you've given me the information to solve an upcoming prophecy, along with what we now know to be the true fork involved along with it. You see, with this winter solstice, there is a prophecy about the danger to the world of the living. The keeper has to have a number of elements in place for it to be a true fork, such as an open gateway, but he needs an agent in this world."
Warren leaned forward in delight.
"And he, in turn, needs the scrin. If he has the scrin bone you told me of,
He can invoke the Guardian and destroy it. If the Guardian is destroyed, the Keeper can come through the gateway." "Warren, that sounds pretty frightening to me." Warren lifted his hand with a dismissive wave. No. Many prophecies sound ominous like this one, but the elements are rarely all in place, so they turn out to be false forks, as most do. The books are clogged with false forks, because Warren, get to the point. Oh, yes. Well, you see, you told me that your friend has the bone that can invoke the scrin, and the Keeper would need an agent, but he doesn't have one. Without the scrin bone, and with the upcoming fork which we know must be passed correctly, and we think it will, this is just another false fork, so we're safe." Richard felt a distant tingling of apprehension, but Warren's bubbly confidence overwhelmed it. He was caught up in Warren's enthusiasm. He gave the young man a clap on the back. "Good work, Warren. Now I can concentrate on learning to use my Han." Warren beamed. "Thank you, Richard. I'm so glad you've been able to help me. I've made more progress than I ever thought I would before I met you." Still grinning, Richard shook his head in wonder. "Warren, I've never met anyone that was so smart, yet so young." Warren laughed as if that was the funniest thing he had ever heard. What's so funny?" "It's a joke," Warren said, wiping tears from his eyes. "What joke?" Warren's laughter slowed to a frowning chuckle. "About me being young. It was funny." Richard held his polite smile. "Warren, why is that funny?" Warren's chuckle died down to a grin. "Because I'm 157 years old." Richard's flesh prickled. "Now you're making a joke. That's a joke." "It is a joke, Warren, isn't it?" Warren's good humor evaporated. He blinked. "Richard, you do know, don't you? They must have told you. I was sure they would have told you by now." Richard's arm swept the books aside. He scooted his chair closer. "Told me what?" "Warren, don't you say something like that and then go silent on me. You're my friend. You tell me." Warren cleared his throat and then wet his lips with his tongue. He leaned in a little. "Richard, I'm sorry. I thought you knew, or I would have told you myself a long time ago. I would have." "Told me what?" "The magic. The magic of the Palace of the Prophets. It has additive and subtractive elements to it that are tied to the other worlds. That makes time move differently here." "Warren," Richard said hoarsely, "do you mean it affects all of us? All those wearing the collar?" "No. Everyone at the palace. The sisters, too. This place is spelled. As long as the sisters live at the palace, they age the same as we do. The spell makes us age more slowly, makes time seem different to us." "What do you mean, different?" "The spell slows our aging process. For every year we age, those outside age between 10 and 15 years. Richard's head was spinning. "Warren, that can't be true. It can't." He tried desperately to think of proof. "Pasha! Pasha could only be—" "Richard, I've known Pasha for over 100 years. Richard slid the chair back and stood. He raked his fingers through his hair. "That doesn't make any sense. It has to be some kind of... Why would it work like that?" Warren took Richard's arm and sat him down. He pulled his own chair close. He spoke in a soft, concerned voice, as one would when breaking calamitous news to someone. "It takes a long time to train a wizard. Outside, in the rest of the world, over 20 years had gone by before I was even able to touch my Han. But because I live here, I had aged less than 2 years. 20 years had passed here, too, but I aged only 2. If the palace did not slow our aging, we would all die of old age before we could even light a lamp with our Han. I've never heard of it taking less than 200 years to train a wizard. Commonly, it takes near to 300, and sometimes even as much as 400. The wizards who created this place knew that, and so they tied the magic here to the worlds beyond, where time is meaningless. I don't know how it works, just that it does." Richard's hands shook. "But I have to get this collar off. I have to get to Kalen. I can't wait that long. Warren, help me. I can't wait that long." Warren glanced to the floor. "I'm sorry, Richard. I don't know how to get our collars off, and I don't know how to get by the barrier that keeps us here.
I know how you feel, though. It drove me into the vaults for the last 50 years. Some of the others don't seem to care and say that it just gives them more time with women. Richard slowly rose. I can't believe it. Warren turned his face up. Richard, please forgive me for telling you. I'm sorry I was the one to hurt you. You've always been... Richard put a hand to Warren's shoulder. It's not your fault. You didn't do it. You simply told me the truth. His voice felt as if it were coming from the bottom of a well. Thank you for the truth, my friend. All he could think, as his feet shuffled toward the door, was that his dreams were all dying. If he couldn't get the collar off, everything would be lost. Sisters Ulicia and Fenella both stood in warning as he came through the doors. They backed away the same as the guards had when they saw the look on his face. A sparkling shield went up before the door. He went through it without slowing. The door beyond burst open for him without him touching it, part of the frame splintering. It somehow never occurred to him to use the knob. The prelate was sitting with her hands folded on the heavy walnut table. Her solemn eyes watched him come. Richard pressed up against the table, towering over her. I must admit, Richard, she said in a somber tone, that I have not been looking forward to this visit. His straining voice broke. Why didn't Sister Verna tell me? I ordered her not to. And why did you not tell me? Because I wanted you first to learn some significant things about yourself, so you would be better able to understand your importance, the burden of a wizard, and of a prelate, too. Richard sank to his knees before her desk. Anne, he whispered, please help me. I must have the Radahan off. I love Kaelin. I need her. I need to get back to her. I've been gone a long time. Please, Anne, help me take that collar off. She closed her eyes for a long moment. When they opened, they were heavy with regret. I spoke the truth, Richard. We cannot get the Radahan off until you learn enough to help us. That will take time. Please, Anne, help me. Isn't there any other way? Slowly, her eyes staying on his, she shook her head. No, Richard. Over time you will come to accept it. They all do. It is easier for the rest because they came here as boys, not understanding, and grasp it only over time. We have never had to tell one grown like you who could understand the significance. Richard couldn't make himself think clearly. It felt as if he were stumbling in a dark dream. But we'll lose so much time together. She will be old. Everyone I know will be old. Anne smoothed her hair back as she averted her eyes. Richard, by the time you are trained and leave here, the great-great-great-grandchildren of everyone you know will have died of old age and been buried in the ground for over 100 years. He blinked at her, trying to comprehend the math of the generations involved, but it all turned to mush in his mind. He suddenly remembered what Shota had warned him of, a trap in time. This was that trap. He had been stripped of everything by these people. Everything he loved was gone. He would never see Zed again, or Chase, or anyone he knew. He would never hold Kaelin again. He would never be able to tell her that he loved her, that he understood the sacrifice she had made for him. Chapter 63. Richard looked up from where he sat on the floor to see Warren in the doorway. He hadn't heard the knock. When he said nothing, Warren rushed over and squatted down beside him. Listen, Richard, something you said made me think. You said that you were going to wed the Mother Confessor. Richard's mind came out of the daze, and his eyes suddenly came up. The prophecies about her, isn't it? The prophecy you said would come on winter solstice. I think it might be, but I don't know enough about her, about confessors, to tell. Does the Mother Confessor wear white? Yes. The confessors are born to find the truth. She is the last one. Richard, I think that is good news. I think she is to find happiness and bring it to her people on winter solstice. Richard remembered the vision he had had in the Tower of Perdition. He remembered the horror of what he had seen. The words Kaelin had spoken were burned into his memory. He quoted it to Warren. Of all there were, but a single one born of the magic to bring forth truth will remain alive when the shadow's threat is lifted.
Therefore comes the greater darkness of the dead. For there to be a chance at life's bond, this one in white must be offered to her people to bring their joy and good cheer.
Yes, that's it. I believe that the greater darkness means both the keeper and winter solstice. I think that means... Richard, where did you read that prophecy?
I didn't read it. It was brought to me in a vision of her. Warren's eyes grew big, the way they tended to do when he was astonished.
You had a vision of prophecy?
Yes. She brought me the words and also brought a vision of what it means.
What does it mean?
Richard brushed at his pant leg. I can't tell you. She said that I could speak the words, but not of the vision. I'm sorry, Warren, but I dare not violate that warning without knowing the consequences. But I can tell you that the results of this prophecy coming true would not be joyful for her or for me. Warren considered a moment.
Yes, you are right.
He looked over out of the corner of his eye.
Richard, there is something about prophecy I think I should tell you. Hardly anyone knows this, but the words don't always reflect the true intent.
What do you mean?
Well, a few times when I have read prophecies, I've had a vision. The vision turns out to be true, and so does the prophecy, but not in the way you would think from reading it. I believe that the true way prophecy is meant to be understood is through the gift, through the visions.
Do the sisters know this?
No. I think this is what it means to be a prophet. Richard, if you had this vision and heard the words and saw the meaning, maybe that means you are a prophet.
According to the prelate, I have a different talent. If she is right, then having the vision might just be part of my ability for what I truly am.
Which is?
The prelate said I'm a war wizard. His eyes widened again.
Richard, war wizards have the gift for both magics. None with the gift for subtractive, too, has been born in thousands of years. Maybe the prelate is wrong.
I hope she is, but it would explain some things. From what a friend of mine told me, additive magic is using what is, adding to it, multiplying it, altering it, the doing of things. Subtractive magic is the counter, the undoing of things. All the shields are put up by the sisters. They have only additive. Even those with the gift cannot easily go through them or break them because they also have only additive. Power against power. But somehow I'm able to walk right through the shields around here without even trying. Subtractive magic would explain that. Subtractive would counter the additive of the shields, undo it.
But you said you tried to go through the barrier that keeps us from leaving. That's a shield, too. Why can't you go through that shield, then, if you really have the subtractive?
Richard lifted an eyebrow and leaned in. Warren, who put those shields in place?
Well, the ones who placed the rest of the magic of the palace, the wizards of old.
Who you said had subtractive magic. That shield is the only one placed by them. It's the only one I can't go through. It's the only one my subtractive magic, if I truly have it, wouldn't counter. See what I mean? Warren sat back on his heels.
Yes.
He rubbed his chin as he thought.
Well, that would make sense. It might fit with some of the prophecies about you. If you really are a war wizard and are the one born true.
And do these prophecies say I will prevail? Warren hesitated. He glanced over at the sword of truth lying on the floor nearby.
If I said white blade, would that mean anything to you?
Richard let out a heavy breath at the memory. I can turn the blade of my sword white, through magic.
Warren wiped his hand over his face. And I think we might be in trouble. There is a prophecy that says, should the forces of forfeit be loosed, the world will be shadowed yet by darker lust through what has been rent. Salvation's hope, then, will be as slim as the white blade of the one born true.
Through what has been rent? The open gateway, Richard said.
That would make the darker lust be the keeper.
Warren, I have to do something about the prophecy. The one about the one in white. It's important. Do you have any ideas?
Warren watched him as if trying to decide something. I do. I don't know if it will help. He put weight on his hands as he rubbed them on his thighs. They have a prophet here, at the palace. I've never seen him. I want to, but they won't let me. They say it's too dangerous for me to talk to him until I learn more. They promised that when I learn enough, they will let me talk with him.
Here, in the palace? Where? Warren pulled a fold of his robes from under his knees. I don't know. It would have to be one of the restricted areas, but I don't know which one, and I don't know how we can find out. Richard stood. I do. Richard knew he had gone to the right guard when swordsman Kevin Andelmere turned white as a spirit at the mention of the prophet. He was reluctant, feigning ignorance at first, but when Richard gently reminded him of all the favors, Kevin whispered the location. The compound Kevin had divulged was one of the most heavily guarded. Richard knew where all the guards were stationed because he had gathered white roses there and had been up on the wall to look out at the sea. He also knew all the guards. They were frequent visitors to the prostitutes he provided. He didn't slow at the outer gate, but simply gave a nod to the wink the guards gave him. The guards at the rampart were considerably more reticent, stammering and holding out a hand to halt him. He shook the hand, pretending that he thought that was what was meant by it. They finally sighed and resumed their post as he marched away, his mriswith cape billowing open. At the end of the rampart was a small colonnade, and at the end of that, winding stairs that led down to the prophet's quarters. The guards at the door he wanted were the two he had had trouble winning over at first, and the first to receive his gift of female company. They stiffened when they saw him. Richard casually made for the door between them. Walsh? Wollaston, how you doing? They crossed their pikes over the door. Richard, what are you doing down here? The roses grow up top. Look, Walsh, I have to go see the prophet. Richard, don't put us in this spot. You know we can't let you in. The sisters would skin us alive. Richard shrugged. I won't tell them you let me in. I'll say I tricked you. If anyone finds out, which they won't, just tell them I snuck by, and you didn't know until I was on my way out. I'll back your story. Richard, you're really... Have I ever done anything to cause trouble? Have I ever done anything but help all you men? I buy you drinks, I loan you money when you need it, I let you have free access to the girls, and it never costs you a copper. Have I ever asked for anything in return? Richard had his hand on the hilt of the sword. One way or another, he was going through that door. Walsh pushed a stone chip with his boot. With a heavy sigh, first one and then the other pulled their pikes up. Wollaston, go make your rounds. I'm going to the privy for a sit. Richard took his hand from his sword and gave the man a pat on the shoulder. Thanks, Walsh. I appreciate it. Halfway down the inner hall, Richard felt layers of resistance, shields, like the ones that were outside the prelate's door, but they only slowed him a bit. The room inside was as spacious as his own, but perhaps more elegantly appointed. One wall held large tapestries, and another expansive bookshelves. Most of the books, though, seemed to be scattered about the room on chairs and couches and covering the blue and yellow carpets on the floor. Richard could see the back of a man in the chair beside the cold hearth. You must tell me how you do that, the man said in a deep, powerful voice. I would be most interested in learning the trick. Do what? Richard asked. Walk through shields as if they weren't there? Burns the flesh right off me if I try. If I ever figure it out myself, I'll let you know. My name is Richard. If you're not busy, I would like to speak with you. Busy? The man's shoulders shook with his hearty laugh. When he stood, Richard was a little surprised at how big he was. His long, white hair had made Richard think he might be old and shriveled. Old he was, shriveled he was not. He looked strong and full of vitality. His smile was welcoming and threatening at the same time. He wore a Radahan, the same as Richard. My name is Nathan, Richard. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I didn't expect you would find your way in alone. I wanted to come alone so we could talk freely. And do you know that I am a prophet? I didn't come here to learn to bake bread. Nathan's smile widened, but he didn't laugh. His brows pulled together like a hawk's. His voice took on a hiss. Would you like me to tell you of your death, Richard? How you are to die? Richard flopped down on the couch and plunked his feet up on a table. He returned the hawk-like glare and threatening smile in kind. Sure, I'd love to hear all about it. And then when you're done, I will tell you how you are to die. Nathan lifted an eyebrow. And are you a prophet? Enough of one to tell you how you are to die? The frown turned curious. Really? Tell me then. Richard took a pear from a bowl on the table, polished it on his pant leg, and took a bite. He spoke as he chewed. You are going to die right here, in these rooms of old age, without ever seeing the outside world again. The creases in Nathan's face deepened as his expression sagged. Seems you are a prophet, my boy. Unless you help me. Maybe if you help me, I'll be able to come back here and help you get out too. And what is it you want? I want this collar off. A sly grin spread on Nathan's face. Seems we share a common interest, Richard. But the sisters say I will die without it. The sly grin widened. They demand truthfulness from others, but rarely inconvenience themselves with it. The sisters have their own agenda, Richard. There is more than one path through the woods. The sisters say I must learn to use my Han in order to get it off. They don't seem to be helping much in that. It would be easier to teach a stump to sing than for a mere sister to teach you to use your Han. You have subtractive magic. They can't help you. Can you help me, Nathan? Perhaps. Nathan sat down in his chair, leaning forward intently. Tell me, Richard, have you ever read The Adventures of Bonnie Day? Read it? It's my favorite book. I read it until my eyes nearly wore the words off the pages. I'd love to meet the person who wrote it and tell him how much I liked the book. A broad, childlike grin stole onto Nathan's face. You just have, my boy. You just have. Richard came forward from the back of the couch. You? You wrote The Adventures of Bonnie Day? Nathan quoted a few passages to prove his intimate knowledge. I gave the book to your father to give to you when you were old enough to read. You were just born at the time. You were there with the prelate? She didn't tell me that. I doubt the truth occurred to her. You see, Anne doesn't have the power to get into the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill. I helped George get in so he could get the Book of Counted Shadows. They have some very interesting books of prophecy there. Richard stared in astonishment. Seems we are old acquaintances, then. More than acquaintances, Richard Rahl. Nathan gave him a meaningful look. My name is Nathan Rahl. Richard's mouth dropped open. You are my great something or other? Too many greats to count. I am nearly 1,000 years old, my boy. He waggled a finger in the air. I have had an interest in you for a long time. You are in the prophecies. I wrote The Adventures of Bonnie Day for some of those who had potential. It is a book of prophecy, of sorts. A primer of prophecy, one you would be able to understand so it would help you. It did help you, didn't it? More than once, Richard said, still having trouble keeping his jaw up. Good. I'm pleased, then. We gave the book to a few special boys. You are the only one still alive. The rest died in inexplicable accidents. Richard finished the pear while he thought. He definitely didn't like the part about subtractive magic. So, can you help me with using my power? Think, Richard. The sisters have not given you pain with the collar, have they? No, but they will. Fighting the last war, Richard. What did Bonnie Day tell the Warwick troops guarding the moors? That the enemy would not come the same way as they had before. That they were foolishly wasting their energy trying to fight the last war. Nathan lifted an eyebrow. You seem to have missed the lesson. Just because something happened to you before, that does not mean it will happen again. Think ahead, Richard, not behind. Richard hesitated. I had a vision in one of the towers. A vision that Sister Verna used the collar to hurt me. And it brought the anger forth. Richard nodded. I called the magic and killed her. Nathan gave a small, disappointed shake of his head. The vision was your own mind trying to tell you something, trying to show you that you could defend yourself if they did that you could defeat them. It was your gift and your mind working together trying to help you. You were too busy fighting the last war to heed the message. Chagrined, Richard kept his mouth shut. He had worried about them hurting him to the exclusion of everything else. He had ignored the true meaning of what Caelan had done because he had been so afraid of the past coming to life again. Think of the solution, not the problem. That was what Zed had taught him. He had been blinded to the future by the past. I see what you mean, Nathan, he admitted. What did you mean about the sisters not giving me pain with the collar? Anne knows you are a war wizard. I told her before you were born. I told her near to 500 years ago. She would have given orders to the sisters. Giving pain to a war wizard is like kicking a badger on his rump. You mean that pain is somehow the secret to my power? No, the result of pain. Anger. He gestured to the sword at Richard's hip. You use the sword in that way. Anger calls forth the magic. Actually, you call the magic, it brings you anger, and so the magic works. Would you like me to show you how to touch your Han? Richard scooted forward. Yes. I never thought I would say that, but yes, I need to be able to get out of here. Hold up your palm. Good. He seemed to pull an aura of authority around himself. Now, lose yourself in my eyes. Richard stared into the hooded, deep, dark azure eyes. The gaze drew him in. Richard felt as if he were falling up into the clear blue sky. His breath came in ragged pulls, not of his own will. He felt Nathan's commanding words more than heard them. Call forth the anger, Richard. Call forth the rage. Call forth the hate and fury. Richard felt it, just as when he drew the sword. As he felt his breath being drawn for him, he felt the anger being drawn. Now, feel the heat of that rage. Feel the flames of it. Good. Now, focus those feelings in the palm of your hand. Richard funneled the rage of the magic to his hand, directed its flow, feeling its force. His teeth gritted with the power of it. Look in your hand, Richard. See it there. See what you are feeling. Richard's eyes moved slowly to his hand. A ball of blue and yellow fire tumbled slowly above his outstretched palm. He could feel the energy flowing from himself into the fire. He increased the flow of rage, and the angry ball of flame grew. Now, cast the rage, the hate, the anger, the fire at the hearth. Richard threw his hand out. The slowly tumbling sphere of flame stayed with his hand. He looked to the hearth, focusing the rage outward, casting it away from himself. The liquid light howled as it streaked to the hearth, exploding there with a crack like lightning. Nathan smiled with pride. That is how it's done, my boy. I doubt the sisters could teach you that in 100 years. You're a natural, no doubt about it. You are a war wizard. But Nathan, I didn't feel my Han. I didn't sense anything different. All I felt was angry, like when I used the sword. For that matter, like when I shut my finger in a door. Nathan nodded knowingly. Of course not. You are a war wizard. Others have only one side of the gift. They use what is around them, the air, heat, cold, fire, water, whatever they need. War wizards aren't like others. They instead tap the core of power within themselves. You don't direct your Han. You direct your feelings. The sisters teach the how of how everything is done. That is irrelevant to your power. For you, results are all that are important because you draw power from within. That is why the sisters cannot teach you. What do you mean, that's why they cannot teach me? Have you ever seen a seamstress miss a pincushion? The sisters want you to watch your hand, the pin and the pincushion. That's the way other wizards use their magic. War wizards don't watch, they just do. Their Han acts instinctively. Was that wizard's fire? Nathan chuckled. That was to wizard's fire what an annoyed moth is to an enraged bull. Richard tried again, but the fire wouldn't come. The anger wouldn't come. He could draw the sword's anger, but it wasn't the same kind he had done with Nathan, from within himself. It won't work. Why can't I do it again? Because I was helping you, showing you with my own power what it's like. You are not yet able to do it on your own. Why? Nathan reached over and tapped Richard's head. Because it must come from in here. You have yet to accept yourself, who you are. You don't believe. You still fight who you are. Until you accept yourself, until you believe, you won't be able to call forth your Han, your power, except in great anger. What of the headaches that come from my gift? The sisters said they would kill me without the collar. The sisters nibble around the truth as if it were gristle in a piece of meat. They only eat it if they're starving. They want us prisoners so they can bring us to their ways. What they attempt to do when they train with you is what I have just done. The headaches are dangerous, but only if a young wizard is left alone with his power. When you had the headaches, were you ever able to make them go away? Yes. Sometimes when I concentrated on shooting arrows, or when something inside warned me of danger, or when I was angry and used the magic of the sword, then they went away for a time. That's because you were bringing the gift into harmony with your mind. The only thing required to keep the gift from harming you is a bit of instruction, like I just gave you. Teaching wizards should be a wizard's business. For a wizard, bringing your mind into harmony with your gift is a simple matter, because it's the male gift teaching the male gift. What I have just done with you is enough to keep the gift from harming you for a good long time, without Varada Han. In the future, joining with a wizard will take you the next step and protect you until you reach the following plane. It's only important to have help available when you need it. The sisters need 100 years to show you what I have just done. They use the collar as an excuse to take us prisoner for their own purposes. They have their own ideas about the training of wizards. Their idea is to control wizards. Why? They think wizards are responsible for all the evil that has befallen mankind, and if they collar the power, control it, and indoctrinate it, they will bring the light of their theology to the people. They are zealots who believe they are the only ones who know the true way to eternal reward in the Creator's light. They feel justified in using any means to gain that end. You mean that what you have just showed me, with my power, is enough to keep the gift from killing me without the collar? It's enough to keep the gift from killing you, but it would take many more lessons to teach you to be a real wizard. All I have done is to hold the stallion's bit so he won't buck you off. It would take much more work to teach you to ride with grace. Richard could feel the muscles in his face draw tight. If this is true, then they are kicking the rump of a badger. Thank you for helping me. Richard rubbed his fingers together. Nathan, there is great trouble coming very soon. I need to know a few things. Do you know the wizard's second rule? Of course. But you must learn the first before you have the second. I already know the first. I killed Rahl with the first. It states that people can be made to believe any lie, either because they want to believe it's true or because they are afraid it's true. And the counter to it? The secret is that there is no counter. I must be always vigilant, knowing that I too am vulnerable, and never arrogantly believe I am immune. I must always be alert that I can fall prey. Very good. And the second rule? Nathan's white eyebrows hooded his azure eyes. The second rule involves unintended results. So, what is it? The second rule is that the greatest harm can result from the best intentions. It sounds a paradox, but kindness and good intentions can be an insidious path to destruction. Sometimes doing what seems right is wrong and can cause harm. The only counter to it is knowledge, wisdom, forethought, and understanding the first rule. Even then, that is not always enough. Good intentions or doing right can cause harm? Such as? Nathan shrugged. It would seem kind to give candy to a small child because they like it so. Knowledge, wisdom, and forethought tell us that it would make the child sick if we continued this kindness at the expense of good food. That's obvious. Anyone would know that. Say a person hurts their leg and you bring them food while they heal, but after time they still don't wish to get up because it hurts at first. So you continue to be kind and bring them food. Over time their legs will shrivel, and it will be even more painful to get up, so you are kind and continue bringing food. In the end, they will be bedridden, unable to ever walk again because of your kindness. Your good intentions have brought harm. I don't think that happens often enough to be a problem. I'm trying to give you obvious examples, Richard, so you will be better able to extrapolate to more difficult problems and understand an obscure principle. Good intentions, being kind, can encourage the lazy and motivate sound minds to become indolent. The more help you give them, the more help they need. As long as your kindness is open-ended, they never gain discipline, dignity, or self-reliance. Your kindness impoverishes their humanity. If you give a coin to a beggar because he says his family is hungry, and he uses it to get drunk and then kills someone, is it your fault? No, he did the killing. But had you given him food instead, or gone and given his family food, the killing would not have happened. It was a good intention that resulted in harm. Wizard's second rule: the greatest harm can result from the best intentions. Violation can cause anything from discomfort to disaster to death. Some leaders have preached peace, saying that even self-defense is wrong. It seems the best of intentions to shun violence. In the end, it often leads to a slaughter, where their threat of violence in the beginning would have prevented attack and resulted in no violence. They put their good intentions above the realities of life. They accuse warriors of being bloodthirsty when the warriors would have actually prevented bloodshed. Are you trying to say I should feel no shame at being a war wizard? It does the sheep no good to preach the goodness of a diet of grass if the wolves are of a different mind. Richard felt as though he were having a conversation with Zed. But kindness can't always be wrong. Of course not. That's where wisdom comes in. You must be wise enough to foresee the consequences of your actions. But the problem with the second rule is that you can't always tell for sure whether you are violating it or simply doing right. Worse, magic is dangerous. When you add magic to the good intentions, violation of the second rule can lead to catastrophe. Using magic is easy. Knowing when to use magic is the hard part. Every time you use it, you can bring unexpected ruin. Do you know, Richard, that it's the weight of one flake of snow that is one too many and causes an avalanche? Without that one last flake, the catastrophe would not happen. When using magic, you must know which is the one snowflake too many before you add its weight. The avalanche will be out of all proportion to what you think the weight of that flake would invoke. Richard rubbed his thumb on the hilt of his sword. Nathan, I think I may have torn the veil because I violated the wizard's second rule. You did. What did I do? You used your magic through the wizard's first rule to win. In so doing, you fed magic to the boxes, the gateway, tearing the veil. You did it through ignorance. You didn't know that the unintended results of doing what seemed right could be the destruction of all life. One snowflake indeed. Magic is dangerous. How can I fix it? The stone of tears must be put back on the keeper. The lock, the seal must be restored. The stone of tears must be sent back to its rightful place in the underworld, where it will serve to restrain the keeper's power in this world. To do that requires both powers. The key must then be turned in the lock, so to speak, by closing the gateway. This also requires both magics. Doing any of this with only one side of the magic would rip the veil, so a wizard with the gift for only the additive, such as myself, would be of no help. Only one such as you can accomplish the task. Until it is done, we are in terrible danger. If you act wrongly, use the stone for your own reasons, you have the power to destroy the balance and tear the veil the rest of the way, sending us all into eternal night. Richard stared at the table while he thought. Do you know what an agent is? Ah, you must be talking about the trouble with the upcoming winter solstice. An agent is one who trades favors with the keeper, favors such as the innocent souls of children, in return for knowledge of the use of subtractive magic. He gave Richard a dark look. But that would not be a problem, because you sent Rahl to the underworld, where he has no power here. Rahl is in the underworld. is he not? Richard felt a gnawing pain in the pit of his stomach. He had not only torn the veil, but in violating the second rule again, by trying to help with a gathering, he had brought an agent, Dark and Rahl, back to this world where he could act to tear the veil. It was all Richard's fault. He felt hot and dizzy. He thought he might be sick at any moment. "Nathan, I have to get this collar off." Nathan shrugged. "I can't help with that." Richard had come here for a specific reason. He decided he had to try to get the answer. He cleared his throat. "Nathan, there is someone very important to me. She is in danger, and I must help. There is a prophecy about her that is written down, but it also came to me in a vision." "Which prophecy?" "Of all there were, but a single one born of the magic to bring forth truth will remain alive when the shadow's threat is lifted." In his deep, powerful voice, Nathan finished the prophecy. "Therefore comes the greater darkness of the dead. For there to be a chance at life's bond, this one in white must be offered to her people to bring their joy and good cheer." "Then you know of it." "Nathan, I saw the meaning of the prophecy. I was told not to speak of the vision, but it's not a joyful outcome as far as I'm concerned." "She's beheaded," Nathan said in a quiet voice. "That is the true meaning of that prophecy." Richard put his arm across his churning stomach. That was what he had seen in the vision. His world started spinning again. "Nathan, I have to get away from here. I have to stop that from happening." "Richard, look at me." Richard looked up, managing to hold the tears back. "Richard, I must tell you the truth. If this prophecy does not happen, there is nothing beyond. We all die. It will be the end of all life. The Keeper will have us. If you use your power to stop it, you will rip the veil asunder and allow the Keeper to swallow the world of the living." Richard shot to his feet. "Why? Why would she have to die to save the living? It makes no sense." His fist tightened around the hilt of the sword. "I have to stop it. It's just a stupid riddle. I won't let her die for a riddle." "Richard, a time will come when you have to make a choice. I've been hoping for a very long time now that when that time comes, you will be wise enough to make the right choice. You have the power to destroy us all if you choose wrongly." "I will not stand here while you tell me I must let her die. The good spirits have done nothing to help. I must. I will." Richard stormed from the room. Cracks ran along the walls beside him as he marched down the hall. Chunks of plaster rained down behind as he went. Richard only dimly noticed, but it pleased his temper. When he went through the shield, the paint on the walls to the side charred and curled. Richard's thoughts ran wildly in all directions at once. He knew now that his vision had been of what was going to happen if he didn't stop it. It was going to come true if he couldn't get away from the palace. Maybe that was what the prophecy meant, that he would be held prisoner there and he wouldn't be able to help, and Kaelin would die. In the courtyard below, Richard saw a commotion. Guards were running from everywhere. When he got closer, he saw one of the Baka Banmana blade masters. There had to be close to 100 worried-looking guards surrounding him in a ring, holding their distance. The man in loose-fitting clothes in the center of the ring looked unconcerned. Richard pushed through the throng. "What's going on?" The man bowed to Richard. "Kaharin, I am Jayan. Your wife, Duchailu, has sent me to give you a message." Richard decided not to contest the wife part. "What is it?" "I am to tell you that she has followed her husband's instructions. We have brought the Majandai to a peace with us. We no longer make war with them or the people here." "That's wonderful news, Jayan. Tell her I am proud of her and her people." "Your people," Jayan corrected. "She wants you to know she has decided to bear the child, and she also sends message that we are ready to return to our homeland. She wishes to know when you will come to take us there." Richard glanced around at the people. Not only guards were gathered, but sisters, too. He recognized a few of his teachers watching. Sisters Tovi, Nikki, and Armina. Pasha stood nearby. At the far edge of the crowd, he saw Sister Verna. On a balcony in the distance, beyond the walls, he saw the squat figure of the prelate. Richard turned back to Jayan. "Tell her to be ready, that it will be soon." Jayan bowed. "Thank you, Kaharin. We will be ready." Richard spoke to the guards in a circle around them. "This man has come in peace. He is to be left in peace." Jayan strode away, unconcerned, as if he were alone on a walk, but the ring of guards moved with him, as Richard knew they would until he was well clear of the city. The crowd started drifting away. Richard's head was pounding. He had brought his father back from the underworld by violating the wizard's second rule a second time in the spirit house. He had tried to do the right thing and instead had brought harm. Warren had told him that the keeper needed an agent to escape, and Richard had provided one. His mind reeled. He had just found out that Kaelin loved him, and life seemed good again, only to discover that he was to be trapped here for hundreds of years, and if he couldn't escape, Kaelin would die on winter solstice. His thoughts went around and around in a desperate tangle. He had to do something. Time was running out. He decided to find the one person who might be able to help him. Chapter 64. She heard the voices in the outer office and hoped it was who she thought it would be. She was not looking forward to this, but she was running out of time. Richard would have surely found a way to see Nathan by now, and Nathan would have done his part. Now it was time to do hers. She couldn't completely trust Nathan, but in this he would have done what was required. He knew the consequences of failure. His had been a task she didn't envy, adding the weight of that snowflake. With a flick of her fingers, the door swung open. She had had to have the carpenters fix the door frame. Richard had shattered it with his hand without even being aware of what he had done, and that was before he had even gone to Nathan. The curt speech cut off as the door opened, and the three faces looked in, awaiting instruction.
"Sister Alicia, Fenella, it's late. Why don't you two run along to your offices and tend to your paperwork? I will see her. Sister Verna, please come in."
Anne stood as Sister Verna strode in. She liked Verna. She abhorred what she was going to have to do to her, but she was running out of time. Hundreds of years to prepare, and now time and events were slipping through her fingers. The world was at the brink. Verna bowed. "Prelate Annalena?"
"Please, Verna, sit down. It has been so long."
Verna pulled a chair close to the opposite side of the table. She sat with her back straight and her hands folded in her lap.
"How good of you to take your valuable time to see me."
Anne almost smiled. Almost.
"Dear Creator, thank you for sending her to me testy. Though it won't make my job any less onerous, it will surely make it easier. I have been busy."
"So have I," Verna snapped. "For the last 20-odd years."
"Apparently not busy enough. We seem to be having difficulty with the boy you collected, who you should have taken to task before he even arrived."
Verna's face turned scarlet. "Had you not forbidden me from doing my duty, using my skills, I would have done so."
"Oh, are you so barren of resourcefulness, Verna, that you could not function with minor restrictions? Pasha, a mere novice, seems to be having better success, and she functions under the same restrictions."
"You think so? You think he is under control?"
"He has not killed anyone since Pasha took over."
Verna stiffened. "I think I know something of Richard. I would advise the prelate caution in her confidence." Anne looked down, moving papers about as if devoting attention to words she was not seeing.
"I will take your advice under consideration. Thank you for coming, Verna."
"I'm not finished. I haven't yet begun." Her eyes came slowly up.
"If you raise your voice to me again, you will be, Verna."
"Prelate Annalena, please forgive my tone, but there are matters of grave importance I simply must raise." Anne sighed, feigning impatience.
Yes, then please do get to it. I have much work to do."
She folded her hands on the desk and gave Verna a blank look.
"Go on, then."
"Richard grew up with his grandfather."
"How nice for him."
Verna paused in annoyance at the interruption. "His grandfather is a wizard of the First Order. His grandfather wanted to teach him."
"Well, we will see to his teaching. Is that all?"
Verna's eyes narrowed. "I do not need to remind the prelate that it is a direct violation of the truce to take a boy from a wizard who would teach him. I was told that there were no wizards left in the New World to teach boys. I was lied to. I was used. We have been stealing boys. You made me a part of that." Anne smiled indulgently.
"Sister, we serve the Creator, so all may learn to live in His light. Now, in view of our duty to the Creator, what is a truce with heathen wizards?"
Verna was struck speechless.
"Dear Creator, I like this woman so. Please, give me the strength to break her."
Nathan had added his snowflake. She had to add hers. "I have been sent on a 20-year chase without knowing the reason. I have been deceived. My 2 companions died, one at my hand. I have been forbidden use of my power to do my job." "Do you think I forbid your use of your power capriciously? Is that what's bothering you, Verna? Very well, then. If you must know the reason, it was to save your life." Verna stiffened in caution. "If I remember my lessons in the vaults, there is only one reason such restriction would save my life." Inwardly, Anne smiled. Verna wanted it spoken aloud.
"Indeed, Richard has subtractive magic."
"You knew that? You had one with subtractive magic collared? You would risk that? You would have him brought here to the palace?" Her hands unfolded and she leaned in a bit. "Why?" Anne held the other's gaze.
"Because there are Sisters of the Dark in the palace."
She didn't twitch. She knew. At least, she suspected.
"Bless you, Verna. You are a bright one. Forgive me for what I must do."
"Is this room shielded?" Verna asked in an even tone.
"Of course."
She left unsaid that her shield would not protect against these sisters. "Do you have proof of such an accusation, prelate?"
"I do not need proof right now because this conversation is restricted. You will not speak of it, unless you plan to bring charges. If you do, I, of course, will deny it, and say a bitter sister was trying to accuse the prelate of blasphemy for personal gain, and then we would have to hang you. Neither of us wants that, now do we?"
Verna sat stiff and still. "No, prelate. But what does that have to do with bringing Richard here?"
"When your house is overrun with rats, the only thing you can do is bring in a cat."
"This cat sees us all as rats, maybe with good reason.
Some might say that perhaps you were not bringing in a cat for your rats, but bait. Richard is a good person. I would not like to think he is being sacrificed." "Do you know why you were selected to go after Richard?"
"I had thought it was your vote of confidence." Anne shrugged.
"In a way it was. Although I'm not sure that there are Sisters of the Dark in the palace, and I have no idea who they are if it's true, I had to assume that if it is true, then, since Grace and Elizabeth were at the top of the list, they would be Sisters of the Dark. I knew from prophecy that only my eyes have seen that Richard probably has subtractive magic, and further that he would refuse the first 2 offers. I knew the first 2 sisters would die. If the Nameless One's disciples knew any of this, they would want the 3rd name on the list to be one of theirs too. I used my prerogative as prelate to pick the 3rd sister."
"You chose me because you had faith that I was not one of them?" What Anne wanted to say was,
"I have known you since you were a child, Verna. I know your quick mind, your heart, and your soul. You, of all the sisters, were the one I trusted with the fate of the world. I knew Richard would be safe in your hands."
But she could not say that.
"I chose you, Verna, because you were far down on the list, and because, all in all, you are quite unremarkable."
The room rang with silence for a long moment. Verna swallowed. "I see." Anne affected dispassionate objectivity. Inside, her heart was breaking.
"I doubted you were one of them. You are a person of little note. I'm sure Grace and Elizabeth made their way to the top of the list because whoever directs the Sisters of the Dark considered them expendable. I direct the Sisters of the Light. I chose you for the same reason. There are sisters who are valuable to our cause. I could not risk one of them on such a task.
The boy may prove of value to us, but he is not as important as other matters at the palace. He may be a help. It was simply an opportunity I thought to take. If there had been trouble and none of you made it back, well, I'm sure you can understand that a general would not want to lose his best troops on a low-priority mission." Verna's breathing looked forced. Her voice sounded it. "Of course, Prelate Annalena." Anne shuffled her papers impatiently. "I have important matters to get back to. Is there anything else, sister?" "No, Prelate." When the door closed, Anne lowered her face into her shaking hands. Tears dripped onto her papers. She appraised his eyes for a long moment. Richard didn't know if she would say yes or not, but he had had to tell her much of what he had learned just to get her to agree to listen to his plea. He couldn't afford to fail. He needed help. He had to trust someone. "All right, Richard. I will help you. If half of what you say is true, I must help you." Richard sighed as he closed his eyes in relief. "Thank you, Liliana. I'll never forget you for this. You're the only one around here who will listen to reason. Can we do it now? Time is critical." "Now," she whispered harshly. "Here. Richard, if what you say about you having subtractive magic is true, it won't be a simple matter to remove your Radahan. I will need to retrieve an object of magic that the sisters keep guarded. It's an aid used to amplify power. Maybe through that, and with your help, it will be enough to get the collar off. Not only that, but if the Nameless One is involved, there is no telling what ears or Han might be paying attention." "Then when? Where? It has to be soon." She wiped her fingers over her eyes as she considered. "Well, I think I can retrieve the object before tonight, so we could try tonight. But where? It can't be in the palace. It would be too dangerous." "The Hagen Woods," Richard said. "Everyone avoids the Hagen Woods." Liliana looked up. "Richard, you can't be serious. It's dangerous there." "Not for me. I already told you how I can tell if the Mriswith are coming. We'll be safe enough, and we won't have to worry about any sisters or Pasha stumbling by while we're trying to get this cursed thing off my neck." She let out a frustrated breath. At last she laid a hand on his shoulder and, giving it a squeeze, smiled. "All right. The Hagen Woods, then." With a stern look, she gripped his shoulder and held him out at arm's length. "I'm violating a whole stack of rules by doing this. I know it's important and the right thing to do, but if they catch us before we can do it, they will make sure I never get near enough to you to ever again try." "I'm ready now. Let's go." "No, I must try to retrieve the aid first." She cocked her head to the side as she frowned. "And I just thought of something else. They keep telling you not to let the sun set on you there. Why?" Richard shrugged. "Because it's dangerous." "And after everything you've learned, you believe them? You trust them? Richard, what if they don't want you to let the sun set on you there because you might learn something useful? You said the Hagen Woods were placed there by the wizards of old who had subtractive magic in order to help those like you. What if the sisters don't want you to have that help? What if they are just trying to make you afraid so you won't discover it?" Wizard's first rule. Were they deceiving him? Was he believing a lie? "You may be right. We'll go before sunset." "No, we don't want to be seen together, and it will take me some time to steal the aid. Do you know where the long, split rock sits in the stream to the southwest corner of the Hagen Woods?" "I know the place." "Good. You get there before the sun sets. You are the one the magic is for. Go in the woods by the split rock. Tie strips of cloth to branches so I can follow where you went and find you. I'll meet you there in the woods when the moon is 2 hands in the sky. And Richard, don't you dare tell anyone about this, or you will be risking not only my life and yours, but Kaelin's too." Richard nodded with a smile of thanks. "On my word. Tonight, then." He paced his room after she left. He was anxious to get this over with and be off. He was running out of time. If Dark and Rahl had the Skrin bone, they were already out of time. But that was just foolish. How would he get it? He was a spirit. Maybe it was as Warren said, that the elements were rarely all in place. It was Kaelin he was worried about. He had to help her.
A knock brought him out of his thoughts. He thought it might be Liliana come back, but when he opened the door, a distraught Perry pushed into the room.
Richard, I need your help.
He pulled out a fistful of robes.
Look at this. They promoted me.
Richard glanced down the length of the simple brown robes. Congratulations. That's great, Perry.
It's a disaster. Richard, I need your help.
Richard frowned. Why is it a disaster? Perry threw his arms in the air, as if it should be obvious to anyone.
Because I can't go into the city. I'm restricted in these robes. I'm not allowed to go over the bridge.
Well, I'm sorry, Perry, but I don't see how I can help you. Perry took a deep breath to calm himself. He looked up pleadingly.
There's a woman in the city. I've been seeing her steady of late. Richard, I really like her. I'm supposed to meet her tonight. If I don't show up so I can explain, if I never show up again, she'll think I don't care about her.
Perry, I still don't see what I can do about it. Perry grabbed him by his shirt.
They took all my clothes, Richard. You could lend me some of yours. Then no one would recognize me and I could sneak into the city and see her. Please, Richard, lend me some of your clothes.
Richard thought a moment. He didn't care if he was violating some obscure rule of the palace. It seemed insignificant compared to what he was doing. But he still worried for Perry. The guards all know me. They will see it's you in my clothes and tell the sisters. Then you'll be in for trouble. Perry glanced away, frantically thinking.
Night! I'll wait until night and then I'll go. They won't see so clearly who it really is at night. Please, Richard, please.
Richard sighed. It's fine by me, Perry, if you want to risk it. Just don't get yourself caught. I'd hate to know I helped get you in trouble. He gestured to the bedroom, where the wardrobe was. Come on, take whatever you like. You aren't quite my size, but I guess you're close enough. Perry added a grin to his sidelong look.
The red coat? I can have the red coat? She'd like me in that.
Sure. Richard led a giddy Perry toward the bedroom. If that is what you would like, take it. I'm glad someone will enjoy wearing the red coat. Perry sorted through the wardrobe, looking for a pair of pants and a shirt he thought would look dashing.
I saw Sister Liliana leaving your room just before I came.
He pulled out a ruffled white shirt.
She one of your teachers?
Yes. I like her. She's the nicest of the lot. Perry held up the shirt in front of himself.
How does this look on me?
Better than on me. You know Liliana?
Not really. She just always gives me the shivers. Those strange eyes of hers.
Richard thought about Liliana's pale blue eyes, shot through with violet flecks. He shrugged. I thought they were strange, too, at first. But she's so bubbly and friendly that I don't even notice them anymore. She has such a warm smile that it's hard to see anything else. She considered the captain standing before her desk. He was asking an outrageous price. But then, what was the palace's gold to her? Before it was missed, she would be gone. As she had feared, the boy was proving troublesome to tame. It was becoming important to cultivate other options. There were other ways of seeing to the keeper's wishes, other ways of keeping her oath. I agree to your price. In fact, I double it just to ensure your loyalty. She pushed the purse across the desk. Captain Blake licked his cracked lips as he watched it moving closer. He finally reached out and took it, testing its weight before tucking it in his coat.
Very generous of you, sister. You're a woman who knows how to win a man's loyalty.
You're not going to count it, Captain? His cold eyes weren't touched by his servile smile.
Aye, sister, I'll be counting it when I get back to the Lady Zephyr. When do you wish to sail?
There were still a few matters, a few loose ends to attend to. Soon. I have paid you more than enough to have you at the ready until I'm ready.
Aye, sister, you have at that.
He scratched his scruffy chin.
I'm content to sit. I'm in no great hurry to be sailing to where you want to go.
She leaned forward. You are sure you can make the voyage?
Aye, sister. The Lady Zephyr has made the voyage before and can again. Still, I've no itch to be off into those waters until I have to.
He straightened his tattered coat.
How many ladies will you be bringing?
An apologetic smile spread easily on his weathered face.
I'll need to see to the proper accommodations.
Sitting back, she again ground her teeth at the memory of Liliana pulling off her hood at the joining rite. Liliana had let every other sister know her identity by doing that. Worse, she had been warned. It was more than a mistake. It was arrogance. Liliana was proving dangerously untrustworthy. With the power she was appropriating, there was no telling what she would do next. There was certainly no reason to take Liliana. As for the others, why take them all? The prelate had made a mistake by speaking her suspicions aloud, thinking a shield of additive magic would protect her. The prelate would have cause to suspect 6 of the sisters, but if the prelate were to die, there would be no reason for anyone, even Liliana, to suspect the others. Why take them when they might prove useful here? She was liking this plan more by the moment. Myself and 5 others will be going.
Mind if I ask why you fine ladies want to be sailing out around the Great Barrier? Isn't the old world to your liking?
She leveled a menacing glare on the man standing before her. I have bought your ship, your crew, and you for as long as I want them and for whatever purpose I want them. Answering questions was not part of the bargain.
No, sister, I just thought.
Your silence was. Without taking her eyes from his, she flicked her wrist and brought a blade to hand. I have always thought death too brief a lesson. I believe in long lessons. If I so much as suspect you have violated your part of the bargain, any part of it, they will find you still breathing, but without an inch of skin left anywhere on you. Do we understand each other? Captain Blake stared furiously at the blue and yellow carpet beneath his feet.
Aye, sister.
Then that will be all, Captain. I will be seeing you soon. Be ready to sail the instant you see 6 sisters coming. After he had gone, she pulled a spare dakra from a drawer and, resting an elbow on the desk, watched it spinning in her fingers as she thought. She didn't like leaving matters to chance. Best if all the loose ends were taken care of. Someone would have to eliminate Richard Rahl. Someone not going with them. She smiled. Someone expendable. Chapter 65. Richard sat quietly with his legs folded and the sword across his knees. He wore his Mriswith cape so that Pasha and Sister Verna wouldn't know where he was. He didn't want either to know the sun had set on him in the Hagen woods. Either would surely come after him if they knew what he was doing. He had found a small clearing, high enough to be dry, and had waited there since the sun had gone down. He could see the full moon through the tight tangle of branches and judged it about 2 hands high. He didn't know what was supposed to happen in the Hagen woods when the sun set on you there, but so far it seemed as it always had when he had been there before at night. He returned Liliana's call, and she came out from behind a fat oak. She looked about at the woods. It wasn't a tentative glance, but a confident appraisal. She sat before him, crossing her legs. I got it. The aid I told you about. Richard smiled in relief. Thanks, Liliana. She pulled it from her cloak. In the moonlight he could see it was a small statue of a man holding something clear as glass. She held it up, showing it to him. What is it? The crystal, this clear part here, has the power to amplify the gift. I don't have the power to get your Radahan off, if it is true that you have subtractive magic, because I have only additive. You will hold this in your lap. When we join our minds, this will help amplify your power so I can use it and be able to break the hold. Good. Let's begin. She pulled the statue back. Not until I tell you the rest. He looked into her pale, pale blue eyes at the dark flecks spread through them. So tell me. The reason you can't help get the collar off is because you don't have the training to use your gift. You don't know how to direct the power. This will overcome that deficiency. I hope. You're trying to work up to warning me about something. She gave a single nod. You don't know how to control the flow, so you will be at the mercy of the aid. But the aid doesn't understand pain. It simply does what it must, what I need. So you're telling me it might hurt? I'm prepared to endure pain. Let's get started. Not might. She held up a cautionary finger. Richard, this is dangerous. It will hurt you. It will feel like your mind is being torn apart. I know you want to do this, but I don't want to deceive you. This will make you think you are dying." He felt a trickle of sweat run down his neck. "It must be done. I will be directing my hand to try to break the hold of the collar. The aid will be pulling power from you to do as I need to overcome the Radahan. It will hurt you." "Liliana, I can take whatever is necessary. It must be done." "You listen to me, Richard. I know you want to do this, but you listen. I will be pulling the gift from you to help break the collar. Your mind will feel like I'm trying to pull the very life from you. Your inner mind may interpret that as me trying to suck the gift, the very life, from you. You will have to endure the feeling of having your life ripped from you. You will have to endure it until the collar breaks. If you try to stop it when my power is in you, trying to do as I must." "So what you are saying is that if it's too much and I want to stop, I can't. If I try to stop the pull on my magic, it will kill me." "Yes. You must not resist. If you do, you will die." Her expression was as serious as he had ever seen it. "You must trust me and not try to stop what is happening to you, or you will die, and then Kaelin will die. Are you sure you can do that?" "Liliana, I would do anything, endure anything to save Kaelin. I trust you. I will put my life in your hands." She at last nodded and placed the statue in his lap. She gazed into his eyes a long moment and then kissed her finger. She touched the kissed finger to his cheek. "Into the void, then, together. Thank you for your trust, Richard. You will never know what this means to me." "Nor to me, Liliana. What do you want me to do?" "The same as we have always done before. You just try to touch your Han, as always, and I will do the rest." She wiggled forward until their knees were pressed together. They held hands, letting them rest over their knees. Each drew a deep breath and closed their eyes. At first, it was the same as it always was, just deep relaxation as he concentrated on the image of the sword of truth. The pain, at first, was simply an uncomfortable tingling. It spiraled deeper, settling at the base of his spine, feeling like a pulled muscle. The pain worked its way up his back. Abruptly, it erupted everywhere at once, something like the pain of the Aegil, a hot ache searing through the marrow of his bones. Denna had taught him to endure pain. He said a silent thank you to Denna for what she had done. Maybe it would be what he needed to endure this, to save Kaelin. The twisting torture took his breath. His back stiffened. Sweat instantly drenched his face. His lungs burned for air. With the greatest of effort, he drew a breath. Shattering pain exploded through his mind, plunging him into a timeless place of ripping, unending agony. He struggled to hold the sword in his mind. Tears ran down his face. He had to do this. It felt as if every nerve in his body were exposed and being held to a flame. He thought his eyes might burst. He thought his heart might burst. He flinched with each agonizing tug of pain. It was torture beyond endurance. And then it seemed as if what he had felt had not yet been the beginning of it. He was unable to scream, to breathe, to move. It seemed his very soul was being ripped from him. As Liliana had warned him, it seemed as if his very life was being pulled from him. He felt a wash of panic that this was killing him. He felt dark death soaking into the void left by what was being ripped from him. He dimly worried that this wasn't right. Terror burgeoned deep within him, and then that too was pulled into the swirling torrent erupting outward. He wanted nothing more than to scream, as if it would somehow ameliorate the agony, but he could not. His muscles seemed to be losing their life along with the rest of him. He could not breathe or even hold his head up. "Please, Liliana, please, hurry, please." He struggled not to resist what she was doing. He prayed that he would not fight her. He had to get to Kaelin. She needed him. His eyes were open, he realized, when he recognized the statue in his lap. His head was hanging. The crystal was beginning to glow a dull orange. A dim part of him thought that that must mean it was working, doing its job. His head felt as if it were coming apart. He expected to see blood dripping down, but he saw only the orange glow increasing. "Please, Liliana, hurry." Blackness darkness was enveloping him. Even the insufferable pain was beginning to seem distant. He felt life slipping from his grasp. He felt an emptiness coming upon him that was more ghastly than anything he thought possible. In the fading recesses of his mind, he felt a presence. Mriswith. He felt them near. His level of alarm rose. They were around him, closing in. And then he heard, as if from a great distance, Liliana's voice. "Wait, my pet. You may have what is left when I am finished with him. Wait." He could dimly see the Mriswith in his mind, as he always had when they came to him. When Liliana spoke, they moved back. Why would she say that? Why would the Mriswith move back at her command? What did she mean? Maybe the pain had driven him insane, and it was only a mad illusion. He felt a presence at his back, not a Mriswith. Worse, more gruesome by 10. He felt its fetid breath on his neck. Liliana's voice came in a dangerous hiss. "I said wait." The presence receded a bit, but not as far as the Mriswith. What did she mean? They could have what was left. He was dying. That was what she meant. He could feel it. He was dying. No, Liliana said he would think that. It was simply happening as she had said. That was all. He had to be strong for Kaelin. But he had so little left to give. He was dying. He knew he was. The statue in his lap was glowing brighter. The hot breath returned to his neck. He heard a low growl from the loathsome thing. He vehemently wanted it away from him. Liliana's menacing voice came again. "Wait. I will be finished in a moment, and then you may have his body. Wait." In that instant, something deep within him told him that if he was ever going to save himself, this was the last chance. It had to be now. The decision to act was sudden desperation. From deep within, from the core of his mind, from the core of his being, from the core of his soul, he wrenched his will to action, and by force of will, with frantic, colossal effort, he yanked his power, his life, himself, back. A thundering boom sounded, and an impact sundered the air, throwing the two of them apart. Richard landed on his back at one edge of the clearing, Liliana at the other. The sword of truth was in the center. The Mriswith and the other creature melted back into the darkness among the trees. Richard gasped for air. He sat up and shook his head. The statue lay on the ground in the center, near his sword. The orange glow was gone. Liliana floated upward without effort. It looked as if an invisible hand had lifted her gently to her feet. The sight raised hackles on the back of his neck. She smiled wickedly. Richard hadn't thought Liliana to be capable of such a vile grin. It made his toes curl in his boots. "Oh, Richard, I was so close. I've never experienced anything like it. You have no idea of the glory of what you have. But I will have it yet." Richard glanced to the sides, trying to decide which way to run. He felt like a fool, and at the same time was overcome by a sense of profound loss. "Liliana, I trusted you. I thought you cared for me." She lifted an eyebrow. "Did you?" The slow smile returned. "Maybe I did. Maybe that's why I was doing it the easy way. Now we do it the hard way." Richard blinked. "What do you mean, the hard way?" "The Quillian would have been the easy way. I have taken on the gift from many a male, but you resisted where they could not. Now I must skin you alive to have your gift. First, I will have to disable you. You will lie helpless as I do it." She held out a hand. A sword floated out from behind the big oak, out of the darkness and into her hand. With a shriek, she swept across the clearing toward him. Her sword flashed in the moonlight. Without thinking, Richard lifted his hand, calling his sword and its magic. The response was instant. The anger inundated him. He felt the hilt slam into his palm as Liliana swung her sword. The sword, the magic, the spirits were with him. He brought the blade up, blocking her strike. Dimly, Richard wondered why his sword didn't shatter hers. But then he was moving. The dance with death had begun. He countered her strikes, and she his. He evaded attacks that should have had him, and she thwarted attacks that should have had her. She spun like the wind, slipping away at the last instant. He felt as if he were fighting a shadow. No human could move the way she did. He could not move the way she did. Behind, he felt the sudden, loathsome presence. He checked the thrust of her blade and spun, bringing the sword around with lightning speed. For an instant, he saw a snarl of fangs and a malicious glare, and then the sword made solid contact, and what was there was rendered unrecognizable as it disintegrated. He felt her blade coming and dove over the falling hulk. Rolling to his feet, he returned the attack. The night air rang over and over with the sound of steel on steel. Richard realized that her blade must somehow be like his. She had a weapon, the match of the sword of truth. Besides that, she had command of magic he could only imagine. He didn't have to imagine long. As the battle wound its way across the clearing, both straining with all the fury they could bring forth, she leapt back and sent a bolt of fire racing toward him. He dodged at the last instant, and it flew past, hitting a tree. The trunk exploded in a shower of splinters. The top of the tree crashed down around him, some of the branches knocking him from his feet. Liliana slashed through branches as thick as his arms to get at him. They splintered the way the trunk had. Richard scrambled out from under and fought her back into the thick woods. As they clashed over and over again while descending a steep hill, he began to analyze her tactics. She fought ferociously, but without grace, like a soldier in combat among the lines. He didn't know how he knew that, except it had to come from the spirits of his sword's magic. The way she attacked, slashing and swinging, left her open for a thrusting counterattack. Richard pressed that attack at her, but when he finally managed to thrust at her middle, the strike that should have found its mark slid to the side. She was protected somehow. She had the use of magic he didn't understand. Richard was exhausted and was fighting on the pure rage and fury of the magic. She didn't even seem winded. "You can't win, Richard. I will have you." "Why? You can't win in the end." "I will have my reward." He ducked behind a tree, just missing a swing that sent wood chips flying. "If you help to keep her escape, he will swallow all life." "You think so? You think wrong. He will reward those who serve him. He will grant me things the Creator never could." He stabbed at her, but the sword slid to the side. "He's lying to you." Her blade whistled past his face. Her calm, deliberate attacks were relentless. "We have a bargain. My oath seals it." "And you believe he will keep his end?" "Join with us, Richard, and I will show you the glory that awaits those who serve him. You can live forever." Richard leapt to the top of a rock. "Never!" She looked up with a cold detachment. "I thought this would be pleasurable, but I find I am growing bored." Liliana swept a hand out. Twisting, snaking lightning came from the hand, but it was not like any lightning he had ever seen before. It was black lightning. Instead of a bolt of light and heat, it was an undulating void, as dark as the night stone, as dark as the boxes of Orden, as dark as eternal death. The dim, moonlit scene seemed a sunny day in comparison. Richard knew he was seeing subtractive magic. Liliana swept the black lightning across the rock beneath his feet. It effortlessly sliced a smooth-edged void through the rock. The remaining part he stood atop collapsed onto the half below. Trees behind, for a good distance, severed in the same way by the same black bolt, crashed to the ground in a roar of noise. Richard lost his footing and toppled backward onto the steep slope, tumbling down the hill. He threw his arms out to stop himself when he hit the flat at the bottom and immediately rolled over onto his back. He looked up and gasped. Liliana was standing right over him, her sword held high in both hands. By where she was looking, he knew she intended to cut off his legs. He froze at seeing her sword commence its descent. What he was doing was not working. He had to do something else or he was going to die. Her blade was a blur in the moonlight. He released himself, gave sanction to his inner self, his gift. He would surrender to whatever was there or he would die. It was his only chance. He found the calm center within and did its bidding. He saw the sword of truth thrusting upward. His knuckles were white with effort. The sword was a white glow in the gloomy light. With all his force, he drove the hissing white blade into Liliana under her ribs. When the tip severed her spine, coming out her back between her shoulder blades, she went limp. Only his sword and strength held her upright. Her mouth dropped open in a gasp. Her sword fell, sticking in the ground to the side. Her wide, pale eyes stared down at him. "I forgive you, Liliana," Richard whispered. Her arms twitched in an uncoordinated manner. Terror filled her eyes. She tried to speak, but only blood frothed forth. There was an ear-splitting crack like a lightning strike, but instead of a flash of light, a ripple of total darkness swept through the forest. Its touch made his heart skip a beat. When it lifted, the moonlight seemed dazzling, and Liliana was dead. Richard knew the keeper had taken her. Before, he had called the sword's white magic, knowing full well what it meant. This time, he had done as Nathan had told him, and let his instinct, his gift, call it forth. It had been a surprise to him, both the instant calling of the white magic and the fact that he had not consciously done it. Something within had known that that was what was needed to counter the keeper's hate that filled Liliana. Richard was left stunned by what had happened. He stared down at Liliana as he withdrew his sword. He had confided in her. He had trusted her. He realized that he was still where he had started, with the collar around his neck and no ideas of how to get it off. Collar or no collar, he had to get through the barrier that kept him here. He decided that he would go get his things from the palace, and then he would find a way through the invisible wall. As he wiped the sword clean on her clothes, he recalled how it had been in the center of the clearing, a good distance from him. He had somehow called it to him, along with the magic. The sword had flown through the air and come into his hand. He set the sword on the ground and experimentally called its magic. The anger, the fury filled him as always. He held his hand out and willed the blade to come to him. It lay rock solid on the ground. Try as he might, it would not so much as twitch. Frustrated, he returned it to its scabbard. He pulled Liliana's sword from the ground and broke the blade over his knee. When he threw it aside, he noticed something white nearby. White bones gleaming in the moonlight were mostly all that remained of the desiccated corpse. Only the top half was there. He assumed animals must have gotten the rest, but then he found the pelvis and legs some distance away. Tattered remains of a dress that matched the top half still surrounded the leg bones. Richard knelt, inspecting the upper body. Animals had not touched it. There was not a single tooth mark on any bone. It remained now as it had fallen. With a frown, he saw that the bones of the lower spine were shattered. He had never seen bones splintered in such a way. It was as if this woman had been blown in half while alive. He knelt silently, staring, wondering. Someone had killed this woman. Somehow, he knew, magic had killed this woman. "Who did this to you?" he whispered down at the corpse. Slowly, a skeletal arm rose toward him in the moonlight. The fingers uncurled. A thin chain dropped down, dangling from the bones of a finger. Richard, his hair feeling as if it were trying to stand on end, carefully took the chain from the fingers. There was a single object on the chain. He held it up in the moonlight and saw it was a lumpy piece of gold formed into the letter J. "Jedediah," Richard whispered, now knowing what made him do so. Chapter 66. As Richard approached, he noticed a commotion on the stone bridge. A crowd lined one edge, everyone looking down to the river. At the center, he eased his way through toward the low, walled railing. As he did, he saw Pasha at the crown, too, leaning out over the stone, looking down. "What's going on?" he asked as he came up behind her. Pasha spun at the sound of his voice. She flinched when she saw him.
"Richard, I thought—"
She looked back over the railing, down to the river, and then back to him. You thought what? She threw her arms around his middle.
Oh, Richard, I thought you were dead. Thank the Creator.
Richard pried her arms off and then leaned over, looking down to the dark river below. Several small boats, each with a lantern, were towing a body tangled in their hand-casting nets. In the flickering yellow light, he could see the red coat. Richard ran over the bridge and down the banks, reaching the shore as the men were landing the boats. Grabbing the nets from a man, he hauled them and their load up onto the grassy bank. There was a small, round hole in the lower back of the red coat. He rolled the body over and looked into Perry's dead eyes. Richard groaned. Wizard's second rule. Perry had died because Richard had violated it. He had tried to do something good, with the best of intentions, and it had brought harm. It was Richard the Dakra had been meant for. It was he they thought they were killing. Pasha was standing on the bank behind him.
Richard, I was so afraid. I thought it was you.
She started crying.
What was he doing in your red coat?
I loaned it to him. He gave her a quick hug. I have to go, Pasha.
You don't mean the palace. You didn't really mean what you said about leaving. I know you didn't. You can't leave, Richard.
I meant every word. Good night, Pasha. He left the men to their grisly task and headed for his room. Someone had meant to kill him, and it hadn't been Liliana. Someone else was trying to kill him. As he was loading his things into his pack, he heard a knock at his door. He froze, a shirt half folded in his hands. Then he heard Sister Verna's voice beyond the door, asking if she could come in. Richard yanked the door open, preparing to launch into a tirade, but the look on her face caught the words in his throat. She stood woodenly, staring off at nothing. Sister Verna, what's wrong? He took her arm and led her into his room. But here, sit down. She sank to the edge of the chair. Richard knelt in front of her and took her hands. Sister Verna, what's wrong?
I've been waiting for you to return.
Her puffy red eyes finally sought his.
Richard,
she said in a subdued voice,
I could really use a friend right now. You are the only one who came to mind.
Richard hesitated. She knew his condition, though he now knew she couldn't get the collar off.
Richard, when Sisters Grace and Elizabeth died, they passed their gift to me. I have more power than any sister at the palace, any normal sister. I know you won't believe this, but I doubt even that will be enough to remove your collar. But I wish to try.
Richard knew that she couldn't remove it. At least he was told that she couldn't. Maybe Nathan was wrong. All right. Try then.
There is pain involved.
Richard's brow drew together in a suspicious frown. Why do I not find that surprising?
Not for you, Richard, for me.
What do you mean?
I have discovered that you have subtractive magic.
What would that have to do with it?
You locked the Radahan on yourself. It locks on by using the magic of the one it is attached to. I have only additive magic. I don't think that will be sufficient to break the bond. I have no power over your subtractive magic. It will fight what I try to do, and that will hurt me. But don't be frightened. It won't hurt you.
Richard didn't know what to do, what to believe. She put her hands to his neck, at the sides of his collar. Before she closed her eyes, he saw a glazed look he recognized. She was touching her hand. Muscles tense, with his hand on the hilt of his sword, he waited, prepared to react if she tried to harm him. He didn't want to believe Sister Verna would harm him, but then he hadn't thought Liliana would ever hurt him either. Her brow wrinkled. Richard felt only a pleasant, warm tingle. The room vibrated with a dull hum. The corners of carpets curled up. Windows rattled in their frames. Sister Verna shook with effort. The standing mirror in the bedroom shattered. Panes of glass in the doors exploded as the doors to the balcony banged open. The curtains billowed outward as if in a wind. Plaster fell from the ceiling and a tall cabinet toppled over with a crash. A low moan of pain issued from her throat as the flesh on her face trembled. Richard seized her wrists and pulled her hands from his collar. She sagged forward.
Oh, Richard,
she said in a mournful voice. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Richard took her in his arms and held her tight. It's all right. I believe you, sister. I know you tried. You have found a friend. She squeezed him tight. Richard, you have to get away from this place. He sat her back in the chair as she wiped her fingers at the lower lids of her eyes. Richard rocked back on his heels. Tell me what's happened. There are Sisters of the Dark in the palace. Sisters of the Dark? What does that mean? The Sisters of the Light work to bring the light of the Creator's glory to the living. Sisters of the Dark serve the Keeper. It has never been proven that they even exist. The accusation without proof is a crime. Richard, I know you aren't going to believe me. I realize this sounds like I'm just... I killed Sister Liliana tonight. I believe you. She blinked at him. You did what? She told me she was going to take my collar off. She had me meet her in the Hagen woods. Sister Verna, she tried to take the gift from me, for herself. She can't do that. A female cannot take on the gift of a male, or the other way around. It isn't possible. She said she had done it many times before. It seemed possible to me when she was trying. I could feel her pulling the life, the gift, right out of me. She almost succeeded. I came close to death. She brushed back her curly hair. But I don't see how... Richard pulled out the statue. She was using this. The crystal started glowing orange when she was doing it. Do you know what it is? Sister Verna shook her head. I think I've seen it before, somewhere, but I can't remember. It was so long ago, before I left the palace. What happened then? When that didn't work, because I used my power to stop her, she called a sword from the shadows. She wanted to wound me. She said she was going to skin me alive and then steal my gift for herself. She tried to cut off my legs. Somehow I got her first. Sister Verna, she had subtractive magic. I saw her use it. Not only that, but someone else is trying to kill me. I loaned my red coat to Perry. They just dragged his body out of the river. He had been stabbed in the back with a dakra. She grimaced. Oh, dear Creator. She twined her fingers together in her lap. The palace knows you have subtractive magic. They're using you to flush out the Keeper's disciples. She took his hand. Richard, I've been a part of this. I should have long ago questioned things that were wrong, but I didn't. I instead did as I thought was right. Questioned what? Forgive me, Richard. You should never have had a Radahan put around your neck. It wasn't necessary. I was told there were no wizards in the New World to help boys. I thought you would die without our help. Your friend Zed could have kept the gift from harming you. The prelate knew there were wizards to help you. She let you be stolen from your friends and loved ones for her own selfish reasons. You didn't need the Radahan to save your life. I know. I talked to Nathan. He told me. You went to the prophet? What else did he say? That I have more power than any wizard born in 3,000 years. But I have no idea how to use it. And that I have subtractive magic. He said that the sisters could not remove the collar. I'm so sorry I brought this upon you, Richard. Sister Verna, you were deceived, as was I. You're a victim, too. They've used both of us. There is worse trouble. There is a prophecy that says that on winter solstice, Kaelin is going to die. I must stop that from happening. And Darken Rahl, my father, an agent of the Keeper, is in this world. You saw the mark he burned on me. He is an agent who can tear the veil if he has all the elements in place, though I doubt he does. Sister Verna, I have to get away from here. I must get through the barrier. I'll help you. Somehow I'll help you get through the barrier. Your problem will be the Valley of the Lost. I don't think you can get through the valley again. Now that the collar has helped your subtractive magic grow, you will call the spells to you. The magic will find you this time. I might have a way. I must try. Sister Verna thought a moment. The Keeper would want to stop you if there is a possibility for this prophecy about his agent to come to pass. The Sisters of the Dark will work to stop you. I am sure Liliana wasn't the only one. Who placed her as my teacher? The prelate's office assigns teachers, but the prelate probably wouldn't have done it herself. Such matters are usually handled by her administrators. Her administrators? Sisters Ulicia and Fenella. I thought they were her guards. Guards? No, maybe in a bureaucratic sense. The prelate has more power than they. She doesn't need guards. Some of the boys think of them as guards because they are always turned away from the prelate's door by the two sisters. They do some of their work in the prelate's office, and they have their own offices where they handle a variety of administrative tasks. Maybe the Sisters of the Dark came after me, decided they had to act now because they had been discovered. No, the prelate told me no one but she knows. Could anyone have overheard? No, she shielded the room. Richard leaned in. Sister Verna, Liliana had subtractive magic. The prelate's shield would not have worked against that. One of those two administrators assigned Sister Liliana to me. She drew a sudden breath. And the other 5? If one or both of those two in the outer office heard what the prelate knows, then the prelate... Sister Ulysses' office. That's where I saw that statue. Richard grabbed her wrist and yanked her from the chair. Come on! If they tried to kill me, they may try to kill the prelate before she warns anyone else. The two of them raced down the stairs and out of Gillamy Hall. They crossed the lawns in the darkness, ran down halls and through passageways. Kevin wasn't there. Another guard was on duty, but he didn't stop them as he, too, knew Richard, and sisters were not restricted. Richard knew they were too late when he saw the charred doors to the prelate's office broken from their hinges. He slid to a stop on the slick marble floor of the hall. Papers and ledgers were scattered out into the hall. Sister Verna was still running down the hall as he went into the office with his sword drawn. It looked as if a thunderstorm had been turned loose inside. What was left of Sister Fenella lay on the floor behind her desk. The rest of her was splattered across the wall. He heard Sister Verna gasp as he kicked in the door to the prelate's office. When the door swung back, Richard dove through and rolled to his feet with his sword in both hands. The prelate's room was more of a mess than the outer room. Papers were nearly a foot deep over most of the floor. It looked as if all the books from the shelves had exploded, throwing the pages everywhere. The heavy walnut table was in splinters against the far wall. The room was in near darkness. Only the doorway behind and the open doors to the moonlit garden let in any light. Sister Verna lit a bright flame in her palm. In the sudden illumination, he saw a form at the far end of the room near the overturned table. The head came slowly up, the eyes locked on his. It was Sister Ulicia. Richard dove to the side as a bolt of blue lightning blasted through the room, ripping open the wall behind. Sister Verna returned the attack with a searing gout of yellow flame. Sister Ulicia dove through the doorway into the courtyard to avoid the fire. Richard went after her. Sister Verna ran to the overturned, splintered table, pawing scraps away. "Duck!" Richard screamed back to her. A twisting rope of the black lightning sliced through the walls right over his head as he flattened to the floor. Severed bookshelves crashed down. He could see through the void sliced by the black lightning into the next room and the rooms beyond. Plaster and lath and stone collapsed down, raising boiling clouds of dust. In a fury, without thinking, Richard came to his feet when the black lightning ceased and ran outside. He saw a dark form running down the path. Again, black lightning arced from the shadows. The snaking void raked the courtyard. Trees toppled over, limbs snapping and popping as the trees fell. A stone wall collapsed when it was sliced in two. The noise was deafening. When it stopped, Richard sprang to his feet again. He was just about to start running down the path to find her when an invisible hand snatched him, yanking him back. "Richard!" Sister Verna's growl was as strong as he had ever heard it. "Get in here!" He returned to the prelate's room, panting when he stopped over Sister Verna. "I have to go!" She shot to her feet and grabbed his shirt in her real hand. "Go what? Go get killed? What good will that do? Will that help Kaelin? Sister Ulicia is a master of powers you cannot even imagine. But she might get away. At least you will be alive when she does. Now come, help me with this table. I think the prelate is still alive." Hope leapt to life in him. "Are you sure?" Richard started pulling the broken pieces away, throwing them behind. He found the body at the bottom of the debris. Sister Verna was right. The prelate was alive, but looked seriously hurt. Sister Verna used her power to lift heavy pieces of the table and bookcases clear, while Richard carefully pulled lesser chunks off the small woman. She was wedged into the bottom bookshelf against the wall and covered with blood. She groaned when Richard gently put his hands around her and drew her out. He didn't think she was long for this life. "We have to get help," he said. Sister Verna's hands played over the prelate's body. "Richard, this is very bad. I can feel some of her injuries. It's more than I can help with.
I don't know if anyone will be able to help with this."
Richard lifted Anne in his arms. "I can't let her die. If anyone can help her, it's Nathan. Come on!" Guards and sisters came rushing, having heard the deafening roar of the power Sister Alicia had unleashed. Richard didn't stop to explain as he made for Nathan's compound. He tried to hold Anne gently as he ran, but he knew by her groans that he was hurting her. Nathan came in from his courtyard when he heard them call. "What was all that noise? What is it? What's happened?"
"It's Anne. She's been hurt."
Nathan led him into the bedroom. "I knew that stubborn woman was asking for trouble." Richard laid Anne gently on the bed and stood near as Nathan experimentally glided his spread fingers over the length of her. Sister Verna waited and watched from the doorway. Nathan pushed up his sleeves. "This is serious. I don't know if I can help her." "Nathan, you have to try." "Of course I do, boy." He made a shooing motion with his hands. "You two go wait out there. This will take a while. At least an hour or two before I know if what I can do will help enough. Leave me to it. You can be of no help." Sister Verna sat with her back stiff while Richard paced.
"Richard, why do you care so much what happens to the prelate? She had you taken when she shouldn't have."
Richard combed his hair back with his fingers. "I guess because she had the chance to take me when I was little, and she didn't. She let me grow up with my parents. She let me have their love. What else is there to life but the chance to be nurtured by love? She could have taken that too, but she didn't."
"I'm glad, then, that you are not bitter."
Richard paced and thought. He didn't pace for long. "Sister, I can't sit here doing nothing. I'm going to talk to the guards. We need to know where those teachers of mine are and what they're doing. The guards will find out for me."
"I suppose it couldn't hurt. Go, talk to the guards. It will make the time pass more quickly."
Richard strode down the dark stone corridors, deep in thought. He needed to find out where Sisters Toby, Cecilia, Marissa, Nicky, and Armina were. Any, or all, could be Sisters of the Dark. Who knew what they were planning next? They could all be looking for him. They could all be... Stunning pain hurled him back. It felt as if he had been whacked across the face with a club. He staggered to his feet, the world spinning and tipping. He dumbly felt for blood, but there was none. Another blow smashed into the back of his head. He pushed himself up on his hands, trying to decipher where he was. His thoughts came thick and slow. He struggled to understand what was happening. A dark shadow stood over him. With an effort and halting movements, he came to his feet again. He groped for his sword, but couldn't remember which hand to use. He couldn't make himself move fast enough. "Out for a walk, country boy." Richard looked up at a smirking Jedediah, standing tall with his hands in opposite sleeves. Richard found the hilt of his sword. He sluggishly worked at drawing it. He lurched back as he battled to bring the magic forth. As the rage flooded into his foggy brain, Jedediah pulled his hands out. He had a dakra. His arm lifted, the silver knife in his fist. Richard wondered what he should do, and if this was real. Maybe he would wake and find it only a dream. At the apex of his swing, light seemed to come from within Jedediah's eyes. Slowly at first, and then, with gathering speed, Jedediah toppled forward, slamming face first to the stone floor. A ripple of heart-stopping darkness swept through the corridor. When the torchlight returned, Sister Verna was standing behind where Jedediah had stood. She had a dakra in her hand. Richard collapsed to his knees, still trying to gather his wits. Sister Verna rushed forward, putting her hands to the sides of his head. Alertness jolted into his mind. As he came to his feet, he glanced down at the body, seeing a small, round hole in the back.
"I thought I had better go talk to some of the sisters," she explained. "I realized that the more people who know about the Sisters of the Dark, the better."
"He was the one, wasn't he? He was the one you loved." She slipped the dakra back up her sleeve.
"He wasn't the Jedediah I knew. The Jedediah I knew was a good man."
"I'm sorry, Sister Verna." She nodded absently.
"You go talk to the guards. I'll talk to the sisters. Meet me back in Nathan's room when you're through. I think it best if we catch a few hours' sleep there instead of our rooms."
"I think you're right. We can get our things when it's light and then be off." When he heard Nathan come into the room, Richard sat up in the chair and rubbed his eyes. Sister Verna rose more quickly from the couch. Richard blinked, trying to banish the haze of sleep. They both had been up late. The whole palace was in an uproar. What had happened in the prelate's office was proof enough of the mythical Sisters of the Dark. Doubters had only to take one look at the smooth-edged voids that lined up through a dozen walls, or the cleanly sliced trees and stone, to know that nothing short of subtractive magic had been used. Richard had sent the guards out to look discreetly for the 6 sisters, Sister Ulicia and his 5 teachers. The sisters were searching too. He had also gone to talk to Warren, to tell him what had happened. Richard stretched his legs as he stood.
How is she? Is she going to recover?
Nathan looked haggard.
She's resting more comfortably, but it's too soon to tell. When she is rested, I will be able to do more.
Thank you, Nathan. I know Anne could be in no better hands than yours. He added a grunt to his sour expression.
You're asking me to heal my jailer.
Anne will appreciate it. Perhaps she will rethink your being held. If she doesn't, I'll come back and see what I can do.
Come back? Going somewhere, my boy?
Yes, Nathan, and I need your help.
If I help you, you might get it in your obstinate head to go off and destroy the world.
And do the prophecies say you were sent to stop me? Nathan let out a tired sigh.
What is it you want?
How can I get through the barrier? My collar stops me.
What makes you think I would know?
Richard took an angry stride toward the towering old wizard.
Nathan, don't play games with me. I'm in no mood, and this is too important.
You've been through.
You went with Anne to get the book from the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill, remember?
He smoothed his sleeves down.
It's a simple matter of shielding the Rada Han. Anne helped me through. Sister Verna can do the same for you. I'll tell her how.
And what of the Valley of the Lost? Can I get back through that? Nathan, his eyes suddenly intent with a dark look, shook his head.
You have called too much power to yourself. The collar has helped it grow. You'll also call the spells. Sister Verna can't pass again. She's been through twice already. Additionally, she has too much power now. With passing twice and taking the gift of the other 2 sisters, she is locked here.
Then how did you ever get through 3 times? You're from Dahara, that's once. You went to the New World again with Anne and came back. That makes 3 times. How did you do it, if it can't be done? A sly smile came to his lips.
I did not go through the valley 3 times, only once.
He held up a hand to silence Richard's arguments.
Anne and I didn't go through the valley. We went around the obstacle. We sailed around the ambit of the spells far out to sea, landing finally in the southernmost reaches of Westland. It's a long journey and not easily done, but we made the crossing. Not many do.
I see. Richard glanced back to Sister Verna. I don't have that kind of time. Winter solstice is not even a week away. I have to go through the valley. Richard, Sister Verna said in a soft voice, I can understand how you feel, but it will take almost that much time just to reach the Valley of the Lost. Even if you find a way through, there is no time to get where you want to go. Richard controlled his rage.
I am inexperienced at being a wizard. I cannot count on my gift. For that matter, I don't care if I ever learn to use it. But I am also the seeker. In that, Sister Verna, I am not so inexperienced. Nothing is going to stop me. Nothing. I've made a promise to Kaelin that if I must go to the underworld and battle the Keeper himself in order to protect her, I will do it.
Nathan's expression darkened.
I have warned you, Richard. If that prophecy is not allowed to take place, the Keeper will have us all. You must not try to stop it. You have the power to hand the world of the living to the Keeper. It's just a meaningless riddle, Richard growled in frustration, though he knew better.
Nathan's scowl was the scowl of a Rahl, the scowl Richard had inherited.
Richard, death is intrinsic to life. The Creator brought it to be too. If you make the wrong choice, all the living will pay the price of your pertinaciousness. And Richard, don't forget what I told you about the Stone of Tears. If you misuse it to banish a soul to the depths of the underworld, you will destroy the balance between everything.
Stone of Tears? Sister Verna said in a suspicious tone. What would Richard have to do with the Stone of Tears? Richard turned back to Sister Verna. We're running out of time. I'm going to my room to get my things. We need to be on our way. Richard, Nathan said, Anne has put her faith in you. She let you have the love of your family so that perhaps you will better understand the true meaning of life. Please consider that when the time for choice is upon you.
Richard looked up at Nathan for a long moment. Thank you for your help, Nathan, but I won't let the one I love die for a riddle in an old book. I hope to see you again. There is much for us to talk about. Richard dumped the bowl full of gold coins into the bottom of his pack before stuffing the rest of his things in. He reasoned that if it helped him save Kaelin, then it was the least the palace could do, after all they had done to him. The gold had been a kindness that lulled the rest of the young men at the palace into laziness. It harmed their humanity, as Nathan had said. Maybe that was why Jedediah turned to promises from the keeper. Richard doubted that any of the young wizards, except Warren, had done a day's work since they had come here, and had ready access to unlimited gold, but no knowledge of its value. Just one more way the Palace of the Prophets destroyed lives. He wondered how many children of young wizards that gold had spawned. Richard went out onto the balcony to take stock before he left. Guards were patrolling the grounds. Sisters, too, were diligently searching every building and covered corridor. The sisters would have to somehow deal with those 6. He certainly had no idea how to contain their power. When he heard the door in the front room, he assumed it would be Sister Verna. They had to get going. When he turned and looked, he had no time to react. Pasha was storming through the room toward him. She threw her hands up. The doors blew off their hinges and over the balcony railing, falling the 30 feet to the stone-paved courtyard below. The impact of the solid wall of air threw him back. Only the railing prevented him from being thrown over with the splintered doors. The wind had been knocked from his lungs, and a sharp pain in his side prevented him from taking another breath. As he staggered away from the edge of the balcony, another blow threw him back once again, this time hammering his head against the stone railing. He saw a shocking spray of blood hit the stone before the slate floor collected him. Pasha was screaming in a rage. At first, her words were nothing but an incoherent buzz in his mind. He pushed himself up with his hands. Blood was running from his head. A pool of it spread beneath him. Reeling, he toppled to his side. He managed to sit up and flop back against the railing.
Pasha! What? Keep your filthy mouth shut! I won't hear any of it!
She was standing in the doorway, fists at her sides. One fist held a dakra. Tears streamed down her cheeks.
You're the Keeper's spawn! You're an obscene disciple of the Keeper! You do nothing but hurt good people!
Richard put his hands to his head. They came away covered with blood. He was so dizzy he had to fight the urge to be sick. What are you talking about? He managed to mumble.
Sister Alicia told me. She told me you serve the Keeper. She told me how you killed Sister Liliana.
Pasha, Sister Alicia is a sister of the dark.
She told me you would say that. She told me how you used your vile magic to kill Sister Fenella and the prelate. That's why you were always wanting to go to the prelate's office, so you could kill our leader in the light. You are filth!
The world swam before his eyes. He saw 2 of her moving around and around each other. Pasha, that's not true.
Only the Keeper's trick saved you yesterday. You gave someone else the coat I loved to humiliate me. Sister Alicia told me how the Keeper whispers in your ear. I should have killed you when I saw you on the bridge. Then none of this would have happened. But I foolishly thought I could save you from the Keeper's clutches. Those sisters and the prelate would be alive now had I finished the job. I failed the Creator when you tricked me into killing Perry, but that will not save you again. Your vile underworld tricks will not save you again.
Pasha, please just listen to me. You're being lied to. Please, listen. The prelate isn't dead. I can take you to her.
You wish to kill me too. That's all you ever talk of. Killing. You profane us all. And to think I could have ever have thought I loved you.
She raised the dakra and, with a scream, ran for him. Richard somehow managed to pull the sword, woozily wondering which image of her to try to stop. The anger, the magic of the sword brought strength to his arms. He brought the sword up as she dove for him, dakra first. The 2 images of her converged. The sword never touched her. With a shriek, she was propelled over the railing above him. She screamed all the way down.
Richard's eyes winced shut when he heard her scream terminate as she hit the stone. Richard opened his eyes to see a stunned Warren standing in the doorway. He remembered Jedediah's fall on the stairs. "Oh, dear spirits, no," Richard whispered. He levered himself to his feet and took a quick glance over the edge. People rushed from different directions toward the body. Warren was shuffling woodenly toward the railing. Richard stopped him halfway there. "No, Warren, don't look." Tears welled up in Warren's eyes. Richard put his arms around his friend. "Why did you do that?" he thought. "I could have done it. I was going to do it. You didn't have to." Over Warren's shoulder, Richard saw Sister Verna standing in the room.
"She killed Perry,"
Warren said.
"I heard her admit it. She was going to kill you."
"I could have done it," Richard thought. "You didn't need to." But instead he said, "Thank you, Warren. You saved my life."
"She was going to kill you,"
he cried against Richard's shoulder.
"Why would she do that?"
Sister Verna put a comforting hand to Warren's back.
"She was lied to by the Sisters of the Dark. The Keeper filled her mind with lies. She heard the whispers of the darkness. The Keeper can make even the good listen to his whispers. You did a brave thing, Warren." "Then why do I feel so ashamed? I loved her, and I killed her."
Richard simply held him as he wept. Sister Verna pulled them back into the room. She made Richard bend over as she examined his head. Blood was dripping all over the floor.
"This must be tended to. I can't fix this much damage."
"I can," Warren said. "I'm fair at healing. Let me do it." When Warren had finished, Sister Verna made Richard hold his head over the basin while she poured the ewer of water over him, washing off the blood. Warren sat on the edge of a chair, his head in his hands. Richard thought that he was going to need the basin. Warren's head came up when the sister finished.
"I figured out the rule you told me about. People will believe a lie because they want to believe it's true, or because they are afraid it is. Just like Pasha believed a lie. Am I right?"
Richard smiled. "You are, Warren." Warren managed a weak smile.
"Sister Verna, can you take this collar off me?"
Sister Verna hesitated.
"You would have to pass the test of pain, Warren."
"Sister," Richard said, "what do you think he just did?"
"What do you mean?"
"The young wizards sent back through the valley are able to pass because they don't have sufficient power to draw the spells to them. They are not full wizards. Zed told me that wizards have to pass a test of pain. Over the millennia, the sisters have convoluted that into making them endure physical pain. I think they're wrong. I think the test Warren just passed is more pain than the sisters could ever give. Am I right, Warren?" He nodded, his face going white again.
"Nothing they ever did hurt like this."
"Sister, remember when I told you how I turned the blade white and killed that woman by loving her? Maybe that, too, was a form of the test of pain. I know how much that hurt." She spread her hands in dismay.
"Do you really think that one with the gift must kill someone they love to pass the test? Richard, that can't be."
"No, sister. They don't have to kill someone they love, but they must prove they can make the right decision. They must prove they have what it takes to choose the greater good. Would one with the gift be a good servant to this creator of yours, to the hope of life, if they could act only for selfish needs? Giving someone pain as the sisters do doesn't prove anything except that the victim does not die. Wouldn't serving the light of life and loving life require that the person prove instead that of their own free will they would choose right, choose that light of life and love for all people?"
"Dear Creator," she whispered, "have we had it wrong all this time?"
Her hand covered her mouth a moment.
"And we thought we were bringing the Creator's light to these boys."
Sister Verna's back straightened with resolve. She stood before Warren, putting her hands to the sides of his Radahan. As she stood with her eyes closed, her hands to the collar, there was a humming vibration in the air. After a moment, silence settled over the room, and then Richard heard a snapping sound. The Radahan cracked and fell away. Warren looked positively giddy at the sight of the broken collar. Richard wished it could be that easy for him. "What are you going to do now, Warren?" Richard asked. "Are you going to leave the palace?"
Maybe, but I wish to study the book some more first, if the sisters will allow it.
"They will allow it," Sister Verna said. "I will see to it."
Then maybe I would like to travel to Aidendrill, to the Wizard's Keep, and study the books and prophecies you told me were kept there.
"That sounds a wise plan, Warren." "Sister, I must be going."
"Warren," she said, "why don't you come along until I reach the valley? You are free now."
She glanced to the balcony.
"I think it would do you good to get away from here for a time and think of other things. And I could use some help when we reach the valley, if Richard accomplishes what he thinks he will." "Really? I would like that."
As the three of them lugged their gear toward the stables, 3 guards, Kevin, Walsh, and Bollaston, spotted them and ran to catch up.
"We may have found them, Richard," Kevin said.
"May have? What do you mean? Where are they?"
"Well, last night the Lady Sepha set sail. We talked to people down at the docks who said they saw some women, maybe the sisters, go aboard. Most agree they saw 6 women go aboard in the darkness just before she sailed."
"Sailed?" Richard groaned. "What's the Lady Sepha?"
"A ship, a big ship. They left with the tide late in the night. They have a good lead, and from what I hear, there isn't a ship in port that can catch the Lady Sepha, or go as far to sea." "We can't go after them and do your other task," Sister Verna said.
Richard shifted his pack in annoyance. "You're right. If it's really them, they're gone for now, but I know where they're going. We'll have to deal with them later. At least the Palace of the Prophets is safe. We have more important things to tend to right now. Let's get the horses and be on our way." Chapter 67. Kaelin ran down the dark stone corridors and through the tomb-like chambers. The first rays of light splashed golden patches against the coarse, dark gray granite wall opposite the windows as she raced up an east stairway. Her heart pounded with the effort. She had not stopped running since Jebra had told her that she had spied a light in the Wizard's Keep, that Zed was back. She remembered what it felt like to run with long hair, the weight of it, the way it streamed out behind, flowing with her strides. She felt none of that now. But it didn't matter. She felt only desperate elation that Zed was back. She had been waiting so long. She screamed his name as she ran. Bursting into the cluttered reading room, she stumbled to a panting halt. Zed stood behind a table with books and papers scattered over it, just as she remembered it from the last time she had seen it months ago. Candles on stands gave the small room an intimate glow. The reading room had but a single window, facing the still murky western sky. A big man with bushy eyebrows, mostly gray hair, and a weathered, creased face looked up from a walking stick he was inspecting. Addie sat in a chair to the side, her head flitting toward sounds. Zed cocked his head with a curious frown.
"Zed!" she gulped air. "Oh, Zed, I'm so relieved to see you."
"Zed?" He turned toward the big man. "Zed?" The big man gave a nod. "But I like Reuben."
"Zed, I need your help."
"Who be there?"
Addie said from the chair.
"Addie, it's me, Kaelin."
"Kaelin?
She twitched her head toward Zed.
Who be Kaelin?"
Zed shrugged.
"The pretty girl with short hair. She seems to know us."
"What are you talking about? Zed, I need help. Richard is in trouble. I need you."
Zed's brow wrinkled in bewilderment.
"Richard? I know that name, I think."
Kaelin was frantic.
"Zed, what's the matter? Don't you know me? Please, Zed, I need you. Richard needs you."
"Richard?
He rubbed his smooth chin as he stared in thought at the table.
Richard?
"Your grandson! Dear spirits, don't you know your own grandson?"
He stared at the table, thinking.
Grandson? I seem to remember... No, can't say I do."
"Zed, listen to me. The Sisters of the Light have him. They've taken him away."
Kaelin stood silently, catching her breath. Zed's hazel eyes rose slowly to meet her gaze. His face lost its curiosity as his eyebrows drew in to hood his glare.
"The Sisters of the Light have Richard?
Kaelin had seen wizards angry, but she had never seen a look in any wizard's eyes like the look in Zed's eyes. "Yes," she said. She wiped her sweaty palms on her hips as she watched a crack run up the stone of the wall behind him. "I came and took him." Zed put his knuckles to the table and leaned toward her.
That's not possible. They couldn't take him unless they got one of their cursed collars around his neck. Richard would not put a collar around his neck.
Kaelin's knees were beginning to tremble. "He did." His seething expression seemed it might ignite the very air.
Why would he put their collar around his neck, confessor?
"Because," she said in a small voice, "I made him put it on." The candles on one of the stands close to him abruptly melted, dripping their wax to hissing puddles on the floor. The iron arms that had held the candles drooped down like a plant needing water. The big man shrank back toward the wall of shelves. Zed's voice came in a dangerous whisper.
You did what, confessor?
The room echoed with silence as she stood quivering. "He didn't want to. I had to do it. I told him that he had to put it on to prove he loved me." Kaelin thought she felt herself hit the wall. She couldn't understand why she was sprawled on the floor. She pushed herself up with shaking arms. She gasped as she was suddenly jerked to her feet and slammed against the wall again. Zed, his eyes wild, was right in front of her.
You did that to Richard?
Kaelin's head spun. Her own voice sounded distant. "You don't understand. I had to. Zed, I need your help. Richard told me to find you and tell you what I had done. Please, Zed, help him." In a rage, Zed backhanded her across the face. She skinned her hands on the stone floor as she went down. He yanked her to her feet and slammed her to the wall once more.
I can't help him. No one can. You fool!
Tears ran down her face.
"Why? Zed, we have to help him."
She brought up her arms in front of her face to ward him off when he drew his hand back again. It didn't help. Her head smacked the wall again. The room spun. She shook all over. She had never seen a wizard in a rage so out of control. Kaelin knew he was going to kill her for what she had done to Richard.
You fool, you treacherous fool! No one can help him now.
"Please, Zed, you can. Please, help him."
Not even I. No one can get to him. I can't pass the towers. Richard is lost to us. All I had left is lost.
"What do you mean, lost to us?"
With trembling fingers, she wiped blood from the corner of her mouth. She didn't wipe the tears.
"He will be back. He has to come back."
Zed's eyes never left hers as he slowly shook his head.
Not while any of us are alive. The palace of the prophets is in a spell of time. Richard will be there for the next 300 years while they train him. We will never see him again. He is lost to this world.
Kaelin shook her head.
"No. Dear spirits, no. That can't be. We will see him. It can't be true."
True, Mother Confessor. You have put him beyond any help. I will never again see my grandson. You will never again see him. Richard will not return to this world for another 300 years because of you. Because you made him put on that collar to prove he loves you.
He turned his back to her. Kaelin fell to her knees.
"No!"
She beat her fists on the floor.
"Dear spirits, why have you done this to me?"
She cried in choking sobs.
"Richard, my
Mother Confessor,"
Zed asked in a menacing voice, his back still to her. Kaelin sat back on her heels. What did it matter any more? "The council convicted me of treason. I have been sentenced to be executed, to be beheaded. The people all cheered at the pronouncement of sentence. They all wanted to see it done. But I escaped." Zed nodded.
The people shall have their wish.
He grabbed what was left of her hair in his fist and started dragging her from the room.
For what you have done, you shall be beheaded.
"Zed!"
She screamed.
"Zed, please don't do this."
He used magic to drag her down the hall like a sack of feathers.
Tomorrow at the winter solstice festival, the people shall have their wish. They shall see the mother confessor beheaded. As first wizard, I will see to it. I shall see it done.
Kaelin went limp. What did it matter? The good spirits had abandoned her. They had stripped her of everything that mattered. Worse, she herself had condemned Richard to 300 years of the thing he feared most. She wanted to die. Death couldn't come fast enough for her. Richard stood with his hands on his hips as he watched the dark clouds made by spells in the distance, in the Valley of the Lost. They looked beautiful in the sunrise, with golden edges and striations of glowing rays, but he knew they were deadly. Duchailu put an affectionate hand to his arm.
My husband makes me proud this day. He returns our land to us, as the old words have foretold.
I've explained it to you a dozen times, Duchailu. I am not your husband. You have simply misinterpreted the old words. It only means we must do this together, and we haven't done it yet. I wish you would have come with me without bringing everyone else. I don't even know if this will work. We could be killed. She patted his arm reassuringly.
The Kaharin has come. He can do anything. He will return our land.
She left him to his thoughts and started back to the camp.
All our people should be with us. It is their right.
She stopped and turned back.
Will we be leaving soon, Kaharin?
Soon, Richard said absently. She started off again.
I will be with our people when you are ready for me.
The entire Baka Banmana nation was camped behind them. Thousands upon thousands of tents were spread out over the hills like mushrooms after a month of rain. He hadn't been able to talk them out of coming, to convince them to wait, so they were all here with him. Richard sighed. What difference did it make? If he was wrong, and this failed, he had no reason to worry about all the Baka Banmana being disappointed in him. He would be dead. Warren and Sister Verna quietly came up behind.
Richard,
Warren said,
can we talk to you?
Richard continued to stare out at the storms. Of course, Warren. He cast a glance back. What's on your mind? Warren pushed his hands up the opposite sleeves of his robes. Richard thought it made him look very wizard-like when he did that. Warren was going to someday end up being Richard's idea of what a wizard ought to be. Wise, compassionate, and charged with knowledge Richard could only wonder at. If they didn't all die, that was.
Well, Sister Verna and I were talking about what happens after you get through the valley. Richard, I know what you want to do, but we have run out of time. There never was enough time to begin with. Tomorrow is winter solstice. It can't be done.
Just because you don't know how to do something, that does not mean it can't be done.
I don't understand.
Richard smiled at him. You will. You will understand in a few hours. Warren looked away toward the valley. He idly scratched his nose.
If you say so, Richard.
Sister Verna said nothing. Richard was still trying to get used to her not arguing with him whenever he said something oblique. He wasn't sure she didn't want to. Warren, about the prophecy, the one about the gateway and the winter solstice, are you sure it's about this winter solstice? Warren nodded. And if there were an agent with an open box of Orden and the scrin bone, are those the only elements needed to open the gateway, to tear the veil? A hot breeze ruffled Warren's hair.
Yes, but you told me Rahl is dead. There is no agent.
It sounded more like a worried question than a statement.
Must the agent be alive?
Sister Verna asked. Warren shifted his weight to the other foot.
Well, not in principle, I guess. If he were somehow called back into this world, but I don't see how that could be done. But if it were done, that would be all that was needed.
Richard sighed in frustration. And then this spirit agent could do the things the living agent would have done? Suspicion crept onto Warren's face.
Well, yes and no. It would require another element. A spirit cannot perform the physical requirements necessary to complete the covenant. He would need a coadjutor.
You mean the spirit could not perform certain of the tasks needed, so he would need hands that would work in this world?
Yes. With a helper, a spirit could do what was needed. But how could an agent be called back into this world? I don't see how that could be accomplished.
Sister Verna glanced away.
You had better tell him.
Richard pulled his shirt up and showed Warren the scar. Darken Rahl burned me with his hand when I unintentionally called him back into this world. He said he was here to tear the veil. Warren's eyes opened wide. His worried gaze darted to the sister and then back to Richard.
If Darken Rahl is an agent, as you said, and he has someone to help him, then we are only one element away from destruction. Scrinbone. We need to know.
Richard pushed the Mryswith cape back over his shoulder. Sister Verna, would you help me? What is it you would like me to do? The first time you told me how to try to touch my Han, I decided to concentrate on a mental image of my sword. But that time, the first time, I used a background to put it against. It was something from the Book of Magic I told you about, the Book of Counted Shadows. When I tried to touch my Han with the sword on that background, something happened. I was somehow in Dahara, in the People's Palace, where the boxes are. I saw Darken Rahl. He saw me, too, and spoke to me. He told me he was waiting for me. Sister Verna's eyebrows lifted.
Did this ever happen again?
No, it frightened the wits out of me. I never used that background again. I think if I use that background now, I may be able to see what is happening there. She folded her hands together before herself.
I've never heard of such a thing, but it may have something to do with the magic of Orden.
It would not be the first thing about you that astonished me. It could be real, or just a fear, like a dream. I need to try. Would you sit with me? I'm afraid of not being able to pull back.
Of course, Richard.
She sat down on the ground and held up a hand.
Come, I will be with you.
Richard pulled the Mryswith cape around himself as he sat down, folding his legs. This thing hides my Han. Maybe it will work to keep Darken Rahl from seeing me this time. Richard relaxed himself as he held hands with Sister Verna. He concentrated on the mental image of the sword against the black square with a white border, as he had done the first time. As he concentrated, seeking the calm center, something began to happen. The sword, the black square, and the white border all began to shimmer as if seen through heat waves, the same as the first time. The solid form of the sword softened, becoming transparent, and then vanished. The background dissolved. Once again, Richard was looking into the garden of life at the People's Palace. He searched the filmy image, seeing white bones where before he had seen burned bodies. He remembered them lying over the short walls, in bushes and sprawled on the grass. They were much as he remembered, only now they were mostly exposed bones. Richard saw the white, glowing figure of Darken Rahl, but he was not standing before the stone altar, before the 3 boxes of Orden. He was near the circle that had held white sand. The sand had not been there the last time he had seen this vision. A woman in a long brown skirt and white blouse knelt at Darken Rahl's feet, bent over the circle of sand. Richard willed himself closer. She was drawing lines in the sparkling sorcerer's sand. Richard remembered some of the symbols she was drawing. Darken Rahl had drawn them before, when he had opened the box. Richard watched her hand moving slowly, carefully as she drew the lines of spells. Her right hand, he noticed, was missing the little finger. In the center of the circle, in the center of the sorcerer's sand, sat a round object. Richard went closer. It was carved all over with beasts, just as the prelate had described. Richard wanted to scream with rage. Just then, Darken Rahl lifted his face and looked right into Richard's eyes. A smile slowly spread on his lips. Richard didn't know if Darken Rahl was really looking at him or not, but he didn't wait to find out. With desperate effort, he forced the image of the sword back into his mind, like slamming a door, at the same time banishing the black and white background. With a gasp, Richard forced his eyes open. His chest heaved. Sister Verna's eyes came open too.
Richard, are you all right? You've been at it an hour. I felt you trying to pull back, so I pulled with you. What happened? What did you see?
An hour? Richard was still trying to catch his breath. I saw Darken Rahl and the Scrinbone. He had a woman there helping him draw spells in the sorcerer's sand. Warren leaned over Richard's shoulder.
Maybe it was just a vision of a fear. It may not have been real.
Warren could be right, Sister Verna said. She drew her lower lip through her teeth as she thought.
What did the woman look like?
Wavy, shoulder-length brown hair. Maybe about your size. She was bent over, drawing in the sand, so I couldn't see her eyes. Richard pressed his fingers to his forehead as he thought. Her hand. She was missing the little finger on her right hand. Warren groaned. Sister Verna's eyes slid closed. What? What's the matter?
Sister Odette, she said. That's Sister Odette.
Warren nodded confirmation.
She's been gone for close to 6 months. I thought she went to get a boy.
Curse the spirits, Richard said under his breath. He sprang to his feet. Warren, run and get Duchailu. Tell her we must leave right now. He ground his teeth in frustration. He had thought he had all the time he needed. Well, he still had enough time, if he hurried. Duchailu seemed in a trance as Richard pulled her forward by the hand. With the sword of truth in his other hand, Richard was in a world of his own, too. His thundering rage was a match for the angry black clouds. The spells of magic circled them like a pack of dogs around the porcupine, angry and insistent, but holding their distance as they searched for an opening. Wisps of light emerged from the darkness and whirled around them, spiraling down to vanish into an aura that surrounded Duchailu. She seemed to be absorbing the magic, as Sister Verna told him she had done before. Together, they were the completed link Warren had told him the old book said would contain the power and bring the towers down. Through the waves of heat and the boiling mist, Richard saw the first tower. He pulled Duchailu onward, toward the glistening black wall that disappeared into the darkness overhead. Dust and dirt lifted around them as they rushed toward the arched opening in the wall. Spells snatched at them, but their light was sucked to Duchailu. Richard acted without thought, not knowing what drove him onward and not trying to stop it. If he was to succeed, if he was to save Kaelin, he had to let those things within himself guide him. He had to hope that if he truly had the gift, it would react on instinct, as Nathan had told him, and do what was needed. Duchailu seemed not to notice the sparkling black sand they stood on in the center of the tower. She seemed lost in a private spell of her own, in the power passed down to her from those who built the towers and took her people's land. So far, she had done her half of what was needed. She had protected him. Now, Richard had to do his part. On impulse, holding her hand tight in his, he lifted the sword high in the other, pointing it straight up. He lost himself in the fury of the magic, letting it overwhelm him. He felt the heat of it in the calm center he had always sought. He let the rage fill the void. Lightning exploded from the sword, arcing up into the darkness overhead, jumping from one wall to the other, bathing them all in liquid light. The noise was deafening. Fire raced through the black stone until the whole of the tower glowed, the stone turning white in the heat of the luminous discharge. Richard felt as if the lightning were passing through him too. It seared him with its power, erupting outward and up through the sword. Only his rage enabled him to endure the ferocity of the onrushing force coming from within. Flickering webs of lightning cascaded down the walls and across the black sand until everything was alive with it. The black sand turned white, as had the walls, and the world burned with pulsing fire and light. Abruptly, it ended. The lightning cut off, the fire winked out, and the roar of noise ceased, leaving silence ringing in his ears. The polished black stone of the tower was left a blinding white gloss. Duchailu seemed still not to notice what was around her, and Richard pulled her onward to complete the task for which they both had been born. In the white tower, as he held the sword high, he expected the flash of heat and light again, but it did not come. Instead, the counter to it, the balance to it, exploded forth. Concussion ripped the air, threatening to strip flesh from bone as black lightning blasted upward, a void in the light. Like the lightning before, Richard felt the might of the power erupting from deep within himself, as if his very soul were pouring it forth. The snaking void in the light raked the walls and, with a thunderous roar, pierced a void into the darkness above. As the black lightning twisted into the darkness overhead, shadows oozed down the white walls, making it seem as if they were melting into the depths of eternal night. Darkness reached the ground and flowed toward them, soaking into the white sand, turning it black. Richard never gave thought to trying to escape the encroaching night. When it reached them, he felt as if they were being plunged into icy water. Duchailu, her eyes closed, shivered with the touch of it. Richard noted it, but through the wrath of the sword's magic, it was a distant sensation that only fed the anger. It seemed the whole world had vanished forever into inky obscurity. Light and vision were beyond even memory. Richard felt the undulating, twisting rope of the black lightning, the void in the world of life, cut off. Sudden silence replaced the cacophony. He could hear himself breathing hard. He could hear Duchailu doing the same. Light and life and warmth emerged from the cold void. Outside, through the arches in the stone, now glossy black where it was once white, Richard could see light coming through the thinning fog. The ground that before was baked and barren was now green and lush. Still holding hands, he and Duchailu stood in the archway, watching the haze and smoke lift on a world no one had seen in thousands of years. Hand in hand, they walked out into the cool air, across the thick grass, and through shafts of sunlight. The storms of spells were gone, the dark clouds they spawned evaporating as they lifted. The air smelled fresh and clean. The feel of life vibrated around them. The valley off to the pale blue line of mountains in the distance was lush and green. Groves of trees were gathered in places along meandering streams. Gentle rises overlaid each other in differing shades of green. Richard could understand why the Baka Banmana would want their land back. It was a place that simply looked like home. This was a place of light and hope that would have stayed in a people's heart throughout all the dark centuries. It was not a place that belonged to them. It was they that belonged to this place.
"You have done it, Kaharin,"
Duchailu said.
"You have returned our home from beyond the mist."
Richard saw a few people scattered about in the distance, those who had been trapped in spells for untold years. They wandered aimless and confused. He had to find two, he knew. Sister Verna and Warren galloped toward them, bringing his horse. Before they had completely stopped, Richard was up on Bonnie. Duchailu thrust a hand up. She wanted to go with him. Reluctantly, he pulled her up behind.
"Richard," Warren said, "that was astonishing. How did you do it?"
"I haven't the slightest idea, Warren. I had been hoping you could explain it to me." Richard galloped Bonnie off in the direction he remembered seeing Chase and Rachel when he had been through the valley the first time. Warren and Sister Verna followed after. It wasn't long before he found them sitting on the bank of a brook. Chase, with his arm around Rachel's shoulders and his usual look of strained tolerance nowhere in evidence, looked confused. Richard swung his leg over Bonnie's neck and leapt down. "Chase, are you all right?" "Richard, what's going on? Where are we? We were coming to get you. You can't go." He looked around. "You can't go into the valley. Zed needs you. The veil is torn." "I know." Richard handed the reins to Sister Verna and quickly introduced everyone. "My friends will explain it all to you." He put a knee to the ground in front of Rachel. The dark, amber-colored stone of tears hung on a chain around her neck, just as he remembered it. "Rachel, are you all right? How do you feel?" She blinked up at him.
"I was in a nice place, Richard."
"This is a nice place, too. You'll be fine now. Rachel, did Zed give you that stone?" She nodded.
"He said you might want it, and I was to keep it for you until you came to get it."
"That's why I'm here, Rachel. May I have it then?" She smiled and pulled it over her head. Richard unclasped the chain and pulled the stone off. Holding it in his hand, he could feel its warmth and Zed's presence. The chain was too small for him. He handed it back to Rachel, telling her it looked prettier on her than it would on him, and then strung the stone onto a leather thong he had ready. He hung the stone of tears around his neck, along with the aegil and the dragon's tooth. From the corner of his eye, he watched the distant dot growing in the sky.
"Richard,"
Warren said,
"after seeing what I just saw with the towers, I have no doubt you can do what you say you can do, but you have no time to reach where you must go. Tomorrow the world is going to end if you don't get there. What are you going to do? Where is it we are going, my husband? Duchailu asked.
We are not going anywhere, Duchailu. You are staying here with your people.
Husband?
Chase said, a scowl finally starting to creep onto his face. I am not her husband. It's just some silly idea she got in her head.
Richard watched the red shape growing high up in the sky.
Look, I don't have time to explain it. Sister Verna and Warren can tell you about it.
Sister Verna, a suspicious frown on her face, took a step toward him. What are you going to do? Warren was right. You have no time.
In the distance, the red wings spread wide as the dragon plunged into a dive. Richard unhooked his pack from Bonnie, slinging it onto his back. He gave Bonnie's neck a goodbye hug. He hooked on the quiver and slipped the bow over his shoulder. From the corner of his eye, he watched the dragon plummet straight down. I'm going to halftime. I must leave you now, sister.
What do you mean you are leaving? How?
At the last instant, the dragon pulled out of the dive. Her long neck stretched out. Wings spread wide, she shot toward them at incredible speed, skimming along just above the ground. I have only one chance to reach my goal in time. I must fly.
Fly!
Warren and Sister Verna shouted together. Scarlet swept up with a roar. Everyone else saw her for the first time. Immense wings beat to slow the dragon's speed. Their clothes flapped in the sudden burst of wind. The grass all around flattened in the gusts. Warren, Sister Verna, and Duchailu stepped back in surprise. Scarlet settled to the ground as her forward speed was brought to a halt by her beating wings.
Richard,
Sister Verna said as she slowly shook her head.
You have the oddest pets of anyone I've ever met.
Red dragons are pets to no one, sister. Scarlet is a dear friend. Richard trotted toward the huge red dragon glistening in the sunlight. Scarlet snorted a small cloud of gray smoke.
Richard, how good to see you again. Since you called me so urgently with my tooth, I presume you are in trouble again, as usual.
Trouble indeed, my friend. Richard patted a glossy red scale. I've missed you, Scarlet.
Well, I've already eaten. I guess I must instead give you a ride in the sky to work up an appetite. Then I will eat you.
Richard laughed. Where's your little one? Her ears twitched.
Off hunting. Gregory is not so little anymore. He misses you and would like to see you.
I would like to see Gregory, too, but I'm in a terrible hurry right now. I'm running out of time.
Richard! Duchailu ran toward him. I must go, too. I must go where my husband goes.
Richard leaned toward Scarlet's ear as she lowered her head and peered at him with one yellow eye.
A little flame, Scarlet, he whispered. Just for effect, don't hurt her.
Duchailu leapt back with a squeal as a burst of fire charred the grass at her feet. Duchailu, your land is returned to your people. You must stay with them. You are their spirit woman. They need you. They need your guidance. I would ask something else of you. Protect the towers that are on your land. I don't know if they can bring any harm, but as the Kaharin, I order that no one shall ever enter them. Guard them and keep all others out, too. Live in peace with others who would live in peace with you, but continue to practice with the blade so you may protect yourselves.
Duchailu drew herself up tall. The little strips of cloth on her prayer dress fluttered in the breeze, along with her thick black hair. You are wise, Kaharin. I will see that it is as you say, until you return to your wife and your people. Richard, Sister Verna said. Her face held a serious look. Do you know where Kaelin is?
Aidendrill. She would have gone there. The prophecy takes place before her people. She will be in Aidendrill.
The time of choosing is upon you, Richard. Where are you going now?
He looked long into her steady gaze.
Dahara. After appraising him silently for a moment, she at last embraced him in a warm hug. She kissed his cheek. And then? Richard raked his fingers through his thick hair.
Somehow I will stop what is to happen in Dahara, and then I must get to Aidendrill before it's too late. Take care, my friend.
She nodded. Warren and I will see to the people here who have been released from the spells. They will need guidance. I have been a Sister of the Light for nearly 200 years. All I ever wanted was to help people who needed it. But you had help.
There is no excuse for taking you or others. I want to try to set some of this right." Warren gave Richard a firm hug. "Thanks, Richard, for everything. I look forward to seeing you again." Richard winked. "Try not to have any adventures." "I'll go with you," Chase said. "No." Richard wiped a hand over his face. "No, go home, Chase. Take Rachel to her new mother and her brothers and sisters. Emma will be worried sick by now. She hasn't seen you in ages. Go home to your wife and family. I'll need to be returning home soon, too." Richard turned back to Sister Verna. "We must do something about those 6 sisters. They're sailing for Westland. The people there have no protection against magic. In Westland, those sisters will be like hawks in a hatchery." "I think that journey will take them some time. You have time enough for them, Richard." "Good. Galen will want to wed before the Mud people. Then I may need to come and get some advice on how to handle those 6. Talk to Nathan and Anne. We can decide what to do then." "Be careful," Warren said. He stood stoically with his hands in the opposite sleeves of his robes. "And I don't just mean with yourself. Don't forget the things Nathan and I have told you. Don't forget that everyone else is in danger from what you can do with the Stone of Tears. I don't think you have yet reached your time of choosing." "I'll do my best." Scarlet lowered herself so he could climb up onto her shoulders. He gripped the black-tipped spines and hauled himself up. Richard gave a slap to a red scale. "To Dahara, my friend." Again. With a roar of flame, Scarlet launched into the sky. Chapter 68. In the distance, in the pre-dawn gloom, he could see the green glow. It rose from the People's Palace through the glass roof of the Garden of Life like a beacon. Richard had seen that color of green from only one place, the underworld. The icy wind tore at his clothes as Scarlet's wings beat with a steady cadence. She had put strenuous effort into the flight to Dahara. She understood the danger posed by the Keeper. The underworld would take her, too, and she hated Darken Rahl. He had stolen her egg before and used it to enslave her. As she began her descent, she peered back, her ears turning toward him. "There will be enough time, Richard. We can still make it to Aidendrill. It is only just dawn." "I know you'll get me there, Scarlet. I'll try not to give you too much time to rest." Scarlet banked to the left, steepening their descent down toward the courtyard where they had been before. It was a place the huge dragon could land in the dark with room to spare. The palace's vast jumble of roofs and walls rushed up toward them with frightening speed. Richard's toes tingled with the feeling of floating off her back as she plummeted. Suddenly, from the darkness below, a blinding flash of lightning crackled up all about them. It left yellow lines of afterimage in his vision. Before Richard could make sense of it, another came. Scarlet roared in pain and pitched to the left. They dropped into a sickening spiral toward the ground. Richard gripped her spines as the huge dragon tried to recover. On the vast steps rotating below, he saw the woman illuminated by the light of the next bolt of lightning she sent forth from her hands. Once again, Scarlet roared in pain. He couldn't see the woman in the darkness when the lightning cut off. Scarlet struggled to check the uncontrolled descent. Richard knew that another bolt of the lightning would finish her. He tore the bow from his back and yanked an arrow from the quiver. "Scarlet, make fire so I can see her!" As Richard drew the string to his cheek, Scarlet let out a fiery roar of pain and anger. In its red glow, he saw the woman raise her arms again. Before he could call the target, the spiral took her out of his line of sight. "Scarlet, look out!" Scarlet drew back her right wing and they tipped the other way. The yellow lightning streaked past to the left, just missing them. The ground was coming up fast. In the flickering red light of the dragon's blast of fire, Richard saw her raise her hands again. He drew the bowstring and twisted his body with their motion to keep her in sight. Before she could disappear again, he called the target. The instant it came to him, the arrow was away. "Turn!" Scarlet beat her right wing, making them wobble in the air as the yellow bolt erupted past between the dragon's neck and wing. Almost before it began, the lightning cut off. A ripple of total blackness passed over them. The arrow had found its mark. The Keeper now had Sister Odette. With a hard jolt, they hit the ground. Richard was thrown off and tumbled across the ground. He sat up and shook his head, then sprang to his feet. "Scarlet, are you hurt bad? Are you alive?" "Go," she groaned in a deep, vibrating voice. "Hurry, get him before he has us all." She held her trembling left wing out. Richard stroked her snout. "I'll be back. Hang on." Richard drew the sword as he charged up the hill of steps. He didn't need to call forth the anger. It was with him before he had even touched the hilt. He ran in a blind rage toward doors between the colossal columns. As he ran through the doors, a handful of soldiers charged out of the darkness. Without pause, Richard scythed into them. His blade flashed in the torchlight coming from the vast halls inside. Richard danced with the spirits. His blade was fluid grace among the hacking soldiers. The first he cut in half, breastplate and all. Every charge was met with swift steel. In a matter of moments, the 15 men lay scattered across the bloody floor, and then Richard was moving again. So much for his welcome back. He remembered the Daharan army pledging their loyalty to him the last time he had been here, when he had killed Dark and Rahl. Maybe they just didn't know who he was. More likely, they knew precisely who he was. Richard chose a hall that led in the direction of the Garden of Life. 3 levels of balconies looked down on the hall. Most of the torches were dark. He saw no people as he ran past a devotion square with white sand raked in circles around a pitted rock. From a staircase at the side, a half-dozen Mord Sith charged down, running toward him. Each wore her red leather uniform, and each had an aegil in her hand. Through the rage, he realized that he couldn't use the sword on them, or they would capture him by its magic. He was furious. He needed to get to Dark and Rahl. He didn't need to have to deal with these deadly women. Reluctantly, Richard sheathed his sword and drew his knife. Denna had told him once that if he had just used his knife instead of his sword, he would have had her. He was not going to be able to outrun them. He was going to have to kill them. The biggest, a blonde-headed woman at the lead, held her hands out as he went for her. "Lord Rahl, no!" The other 5 slid to a stop behind her. Richard slashed at her, but she lurched back into a half-crouch with her hands held out to the sides. "Lord Rahl, stop! We are here to help you!" Though he had put the sword away, he had no shortage of rage of his own. He had to get to Dark and Rahl if he was to get to Caelan. "Help me in the afterlife. You will be there shortly." "No, Lord Rahl, I am Kara. We are here to help you. You cannot go that way. That hall is not secure." Richard stood panting, knife in hand. "I don't believe you. You want to capture me. I know very well what Mord Sith do to their captives." "I knew Denna, your mistress. You wear her aegil. Mord Sith do not live to hurt their captives any longer. You set us free. We would never hurt the one who set us free. We revere you." "When I left here, I told the soldiers to burn all those outfits and give you new clothes. I ordered the aegil taken from you. If you revere me, why have you not followed my orders?" A sly smile touched her lips as she lifted an eyebrow over a cold blue eye. "Because you cannot free us just to enslave us in a life you choose. We are free to choose for ourselves. You made that possible. We chose to fight to protect our Lord Rahl. We have sworn to lay down our lives for you if necessary. Not only the men of the first file can protect you, we have chosen to be your personal bodyguards. Not even the first file dared argue with us. We take orders from no one but Lord Rahl." "Then I order you to leave me alone." "I'm sorry, Lord Rahl, but we cannot follow that order." Richard didn't know what to believe. This could just be a trap. "I'm here to stop Dark and Rahl. I have to get to the Garden of Life. If you don't get out of my way, I will have to kill you." "We know where you go," Kara said. "We will take you, but you must not go that way. We do not hold all the palace. That way is not safe. In fact, this whole section of the palace is in the hands of the insurgents. The first file would have lost 1,000 men to come down here. We told them we would go, that it would be less risk to you. For that reason only they agreed." Richard started angling around the women. "I don't believe you, and I can't risk what you would do if you are lying. This is too important. If you try to stop me, I will have to kill you." "If you go that way, Lord Rahl, you will die. Please, let me whisper a secret message in your ear." Kara handed her aegil to a woman behind her. "You may hold your knife to me. I am without a weapon." Richard gripped her hair in one fist and held the razor-sharp knife to her throat. If she so much as flinched, he intended to cut her throat. Kara put her mouth close to his ear.
"We are here to help you, Lord Rahl," she whispered. "It is the toasted toad's truth."
Richard straightened. "Where did you hear such a thing?"
"Do you know its meaning? Commander General Trimac said that it is a coded message from First Wizard Zorander so that you would know we are loyal to you. He told me to tell no one but you."
"Who's General Trimac?"
"The Commander General, first file of the Palace Guard. They are loyal to you. The first file is the ring of steel around the Lord Rahl. Wizard Zorander told General Trimac to guard the Garden of Life at all costs. 2 days ago that magic woman came. She killed nearly 300 of our men getting into the Garden of Life. We tried to stop her, but we could not. We have no magic against her. She killed close to 100 on her way out tonight. We followed her out and watched from a window on the 3rd level. We saw her send lightning to strike your dragon from the sky. We saw you kill her. Only the true Lord Rahl could do that. Please, Lord Rahl, terrible things are happening in the Garden of Life. Let us take you there so you may stop the evil spirit."
Richard had no time to waste. They had to have gotten that message from Zed. He had to trust them. "All right, let's go, but I'm in a hurry." Grins came to each woman. Kara took back her Aegil and grabbed him by the shirt at one shoulder. Another of the Mord Sith gripped his shirt at the other shoulder. They started running, dragging him along with them. Kara whispered that he should be as quiet as possible. The other 4 spread out in front, scouting the way. They took him quickly but silently through small side halls and dark rooms. While the scouts slipped up narrow servants' stairs, Kara and the other pressed him up against the wall, crossing their lips with a finger, waiting until they heard a short whistle, then dashed up the stairs, pulling him along by his shirt. At the top of the stairs, he nearly tripped over the body of one of the 4 Mord Sith who had gone ahead. Her face had been split open by a sword. 8 Daharan men in armor were sprawled in contorted positions down the hall, blood running from their ears. Richard recognized death caused by an Aegil. One of the women in red leather at the end of the hall motioned them onward. Kara pulled him around a corner where the woman pointed and up another staircase. He felt like a sack of laundry the way they yanked him this way and that, jamming him up against walls and in corners while others scouted a clear course. He could hardly keep up with them as they ran down halls, still gripping his shirt at each shoulder, hauling him along. Richard lost track of where they were going as they went upstairs and through countless rooms. A few of the rooms had windows, and he could see that the sun was coming up. Richard was winded when he finally recognized the broad corridor they entered. Hundreds of men in uniforms of mail and shiny breastplates all dropped to a knee when they saw him. The clatter of all their armor and weapons echoed down the wide hall. Every man put a fist over his heart. When they came up, one stepped forward. "Lord Rahl, I am Commander General Trimac. We are close to the Garden of Life. I will lead you there." "I know where it is. Lord Rahl, you must hurry. The rebel generals have launched an attack. I don't know if we will be able to hold this position long, but we will hold it to the last man while you are beyond." "Thank you, General. Just hold them off until I send that bastard Darken Rahl back to the underworld." The general gave a salute of his fist to his heart as Richard started moving. He trotted down a polished granite hall he remembered. It took him to the huge, gold-covered doors to the Garden of Life. Nearly in a trance of rage, Richard burst through the doors into the garden. The sun was up. Its first rays lit the treetops in the garden. Richard marched down the path, past the short vine-covered walls, and out onto the grass. In the center of the garden was a circle of white sand, sorcerer's sand. The round scrin bone sat in the center, with complicated lines drawn in the sand that encircled it. Beyond was the altar with the 3 boxes of Orden, the gateway to another world. Each was beyond black, seeming as if it would suck the light from the room. From the open box, a shaft of green light poured forth, up through the glass roof and into the sky. Whatever Darken Rahl had been doing was opening the gateway. Sparkling light, blue, yellow, and red, spiraled around the shaft of green light. The white, glowing form of Darken Rahl watched him stride across the grass. Richard stopped before the circle of sorcerer's sand opposite him. A small smile spread on Darken Rahl's lips. "Welcome, my son," came the hiss of his voice. Richard felt the scar of the handprint heat on his chest. He ignored the pain of it. Darkenroll's glowing blue eyes moved to the stone of tears hanging from Richard's neck. Darkenroll's gaze locked on Richard's.
I have spawned a great wizard. We would like you to join with us, Richard.
Richard said nothing. He seethed with wrath as he watched Darkenroll's smile widen. Through the fury of anger, the pounding wrath of magic, he watched, and he sought the calm center, too.
We can offer you what no other can, Richard. What the Creator himself cannot offer. We are greater than the Creator. We would like you to join with us.
What could you possibly offer me?
Darkenroll spread his glowing arms.
Immortality.
Richard was too angry to laugh. When did you succumb to the delusion that I would believe anything you would have to say?
It is true, Richard,
he whispered.
We have the power to grant it.
Just because you managed to get some of the sisters to believe your lies, that does not mean I would.
We are the keeper of the underworld. We control life and death. We have the power to grant either, especially to one of your magic. You can be the master of the world of life, as I would have been before you interfered.
Not interested. Got anything better to offer? Darkenroll's cruel smile widened. His eyebrows lifted.
Oh, yes, my son,
he hissed.
Oh, yes.
He swept his hand out over the circle of sand. Shimmering light formed into a person kneeling forward. The light coalesced into a recognizable form.
Kaelin.
She was in her white confessor's dress, kneeling forward. Her hair was cut short, just as in the vision he had had in the tower. A tear fell from her closed eyes as the side of her face pressed to the block. She mouthed his name, and that she loved him. Richard's heart pounded violently.
The dragon is wounded, Richard. She cannot take you to Audendrill. Your time has run out. You have no option left but to let us help you.
What do you mean, help? Roll's smile returned.
I told you, we have the power over life and death. Without our help, this afternoon, before her people, this is what will happen.
His glowing hand swept out again. The blade's broad edge glinted in the air above her. The axe descended, thunking into the wooden block, sending out a spray of blood. Richard flinched. Kaelin's head tumbled away. Bright red blood spread beneath her, soaking into the sand, into the white dress as her body toppled to the side.
No!
Richard screamed, his fists at his sides.
No!
Darkenroll swept his hand over the body, and it vanished into sparkling light and faded away.
Just as I have taken away the vision of what will happen this day, we can stop the reality. We can offer immortality not only to you, but if you join with us, to her too.
Richard stood stunned. It sank in, really sank in for the first time. Scarlet was wounded. She could not fly him to Audendrill. This was winter solstice. Kaelin was going to die this day, and he had no way of getting to her. His breath came in ragged gasps. The world was ending for him. This was the meaning of the prophecy. If he took this offer, if he chose to stop her death, then the world would end for everyone else. He thought of Chase taking Rachel home to meet her new mother. He thought of all the happiness she would have in that life with love around her. He thought of his own life with his mother and father, of the love, the happy times together, even the not-so-happy times, and how much it had meant to him. He thought about the time he had spent with Kaelin and the joy of being in love with her, and all the other people who must have had such joy and would in the future, if there was a future.
You can walk hand in hand with her, Richard, forever.
Richard's eyes came up from the white sand.
Hand in hand through the ashes of death, forever.
What would it do to Kaelin, to her love for him, if he offered her such a selfish destiny? She would be horrified. Then, whenever she looked at him, she truly would see a monster. Forever. He would live forever with her revulsion, not her love. Thus, in trying to save her, he would destroy not only everyone else, but her heart, too. The price was too high, even for his love. But this would end his life, his love, too. Richard was consumed with rage and calm at the same time. He stared into the glowing eyes of evil. You would poison our love with your taint of hate. You don't even know the meaning of love. The wrath swelled to a wild storm within him. At least he would extract his price for this, his vengeance. Richard lifted the stone of tears in his fist. Rahl staggered back a step.
Richard, think about what you are doing. You will pay for this.
Richard pulled a handful of black sorcerer's sand from his pocket and cast it onto the circle of white sand. Rahl threw his arms open.
No! You fool!
The white sand writhed as if alive, as if in pain. The symbols drawn in it twisted, contorting around themselves. The ground shook. Steaming fissures raced across the grassy ground. Lightning flared up from the sparkling white sand, flicking about the Garden of Life. The room thundered with a riot of noise and blinding light. The sorcerer's sand melted into a liquid pool of blue fire. The air shuddered with violent concussions. Rahl shook his fists to the sky.
No!
His head came down, and when he saw Richard coming slowly toward him, the stone of tears held out in his fist, he went still. His hand came up in forbidding. Richard staggered to a stop, the pain of the scar on his chest taking his breath. The agony seared through him. From deep within he pulled resolve and made himself move despite the torment. Each step only increased the pain. It felt as if his flesh were burning off his bones and the marrow itself were boiling. In the calm at the center of the storm of anger, he was able to ignore it. Richard pulled the stone of tears off over his head. He held the leather thong out in his hands, the stone dangling before Rahl's face. Rahl shrank back. You will wear this in the depths of death, forever. Richard stepped closer. Kneel! The glowing form sank to its knees. The glowing eyes stayed on the stone in the air above. Richard lowered the leather thong to hang it over the head of his father's spirit. He paused. Over Rahl's head, behind him, he saw the altar that held the boxes. The open one in the center, alive with things beyond knowing, was sending its green light upward in a beacon. Richard remembered what Anne, Nathan, and Warren had told him. If he used the stone for selfish reasons, for hate, it would tear the veil. He wanted more than anything to send Rahl to the depths of the underworld, to punish him forever for what he had done, but that would only accomplish what he had already decided was beyond price. Besides, he had brought this on himself. That he had not done it intentionally made no difference. Life was not fair, it simply existed. If you accidentally stepped on a poisoned snake, you got bitten. Intentions were irrelevant. I have caused my own grief, Richard whispered. I must suffer the consequences of my own actions. I cannot make others pay for what I have caused, intentionally or not. Richard hung the stone of tears back around his own neck. Rahl came to his feet in alarm.
Richard, you don't know what you're saying. Punish me! Hang the stone around my neck! Have your vengeance!
Richard turned partway toward the center of the Garden of Life and held out his hand. The round scrin bone in the pool of blue fire hurtled to his palm. His magic protected him. He held the scrin bone up high. In the grip of rage, in the grip of calm, he called the power onward. It erupted from his fist. Lightning, yellow and hot,
shot forth into darkened Rahl. Lightning black and cold shot forth into darkened Rahl. They twisted together in the unleashed wrath of the scrin. A ripple of total darkness swept across the room, and when it lifted, the lightning and darkened Rahl were gone. The scrin bone felt cool in his fist. The green light from the box glowed brighter, making the room hum. Richard pulled the stone of tears from his neck. The leather thong fell away as the stone turned to black in his palm. Richard thrust out his hand. The stone of tears flew to the green light, floating in it a moment, rotating in the beam. The green light faded as the stone of tears sank toward the box, becoming transparent until it passed from existence. The beacon of green light vanished, plunging the garden of life into silence. Richard held the scrin bone out in his fist, and once again the twin lightning erupted, thundering across the distance. Flashes of white-hot light and ice-cold blackness washed over him. When it ended, and silence rang in his ears once more, the 3 boxes sat on the altar. Each was closed. Richard knew they could not be opened again without the book, and the book existed only in his head. The boxes of Orden and the gateway they represented would remain closed for all time. Richard heard a metallic snap. He felt something brush at his neck, felt something fall at his feet. He looked down to see the collar, the Radha, on the ground. It was off his neck. He was free of it. The pain, too, was gone. He felt his chest. The scar was gone. In the silence, Richard stood dazed. He wasn't sure what had just happened. He didn't know how he had done it. It was over. For him, everything was over. Kaelin was going to die this day. And then he was running. The day wasn't over yet. As he emerged from the doors of the Garden of Life, the 5 moored Sith surrounded him. He ignored them as he ran. In the corridor beyond, a sweaty, dirty General Trimac waited with hundreds of men just as grimy-looking. Many were bloody. With a cacophony of clanging armor and weapons, the men, as far as he could see down the smoky corridor, fell to their knees, fists clapped to hearts. General Trimac returned to his feet. As he took 3 long strides toward Richard, Kara moved protectively in front of him. "Get out of my way, woman!" Kara didn't budge. "No one touches Lord Rahl. I'm his protection just as much as—" "Stop it, both of you!" Kara relaxed and stepped to the side. General Trimac gripped Richard by the shoulders. "Lord Rahl, you've done it. It took a long time, but you did it." "Done what? What do you mean it took a long time?" His eyebrows lifted. "You've been in there most of the day." Richard's breath faltered. "What?" "We fought them fiercely for hours, but we were being pushed back. We were outnumbered 10 or 15 to 1. Then you sent the lightning. I've never seen anything like it. Wizard Zorander told me that the palace is a huge power spell drawn on the ground of the plateau, drawn to protect and give power to the Lord Rahl. I never would have believed it until I saw it myself. The whole of the palace was alive with lightning. It flickered through every wall in the place. Every one of those bastard generals who was loyal to Darken Rahl was cut down by the lightning. Their troops who fought on were ripped apart by it too. Those who laid down their weapons and joined us were unharmed." Richard didn't know what to say. "I'm glad, General, but I can't take credit. I was in there the whole time. I'm not even sure what I did in there, much less what happened out here. We are the steel against steel. You did your part. You were the Lord Rahl, the magic against magic. We are all proud of you." General Trimac gave Richard a clap on the shoulder. "Whatever you did, you must have chosen right." Richard put his fingers to his forehead, trying to think. "What time is it?" "Like I said, you were in there most of the day while we fought out here. It's near to late afternoon." Richard clutched at his chest. "I have to go." He started running. Everyone charged off after him. Before long, he was confused by the huge converging halls. He slid to a stop on the slick marble floor and turned to Kara at his hip. "Which way?" "To where, Lord Rahl?" Where I came in, the fastest way."
"Follow us, Lord Rahl." Richard ran behind the 5 moored Sith. Behind him came what seemed to be the entire army of the palace. The racket of all the armor and boots echoed off the walls and ceilings high overhead. Columns, arches, staircases, devotion squares, and intersections of halls flew past. They raced down halls and downstairs. Richard was winded when nearly an hour later he went through the doors between the giant columns and out into the cold air. Soldiers poured out behind. He ran down the steps, 4 at a time. Scarlet lay on her side in the snow, the glossy red scales rising and falling with her labored breathing. "Scarlet, you're still alive." Richard rubbed her snout. "I was so worried."
Richard, I see you have managed to survive. It must not have been as difficult as you thought."
She struggled to give a dragon's grin. It faded.
"I'm sorry, my friend, but I cannot fly. My wing is injured. I tried, but until it is healed, I'm afraid I'm stuck on the ground."
Richard shed a tear on her snout. "I understand, my friend. You got me here. You saved the world of life. You are a heroine more noble than any in history. Will you be all right? Will you be able to fly again?" She managed a weak laugh. "I will fly again, but not for a month or so. I will recover. It is not so bad as it seems." Richard turned to the officers behind.
"Scarlet is my friend. She has saved us all. I want you to bring her food, whatever she needs until she is recovered. Protect her as you would me."
Fists went to hearts. Richard grabbed the general's arm.
"I need a horse, a strong horse, right now, and I need to know how to get to Aidendrill."
The general turned.
"Get a strong horse, now! You, go get maps to Aidendrill for Lord Rahl."
Men started running. Richard turned back to the dragon. "I'm so sorry you're suffering, Scarlet." Scarlet's chuckle rumbled deep in her throat. "The injury is not so painful. Look over there, around the side." Her head, at the end of her long neck, followed him around. Richard was astonished to see an egg nestled in a crook of her tail. A big yellow eye peered at him. "I just gave birth. That is most of my weakness. Just as well I'm to be aground." She played fire over the egg. Tenderly, she stroked her talons over it. As Richard watched, he thought about the beauty of life and how happy he was that others could continue to have it. But the vision of the falling axe kept playing over and over in his head. He couldn't stop the horror of it. His hands shook. It could be happening at that very moment. His breathing came in ragged pulls. At last, a man came running with a map. He held it out and pointed. "Here, Lord Rahl, is Aidendrill. This is the fastest route, but it will still take you several weeks." Richard stuffed the map in his shirt as another soldier galloped up on the horse. Richard retrieved his pack and bow from the snow where they had fallen when Scarlet had come to ground. General Trimac held the reins to the muscular horse while Richard quickly lashed his things to the saddle. "There is food in the saddlebags. When will you return, Lord Rahl?" Richard's mind was in a fog, racing in 1,000 directions at once. All he could see was the axe falling. He leapt up into the saddle. "I don't know. When I can. Carry on until then, and continue to guard the Garden of Life. Don't let anyone go in there." "Safe return, Lord Rahl. Our hearts are with you." Fists went to chests as he urged the powerful horse into a gallop and charged at full speed through the huge gates that stood open for him. Chapter 69. Richard cursed under his breath when the horse dropped dead under him. He picked himself up when he had stopped rolling through the snow and started pulling his things off the lifeless, lathered beast. He felt an ache of sorrow for the horse. It had given him everything it had. He had lost count of how many horses had died under him. Some simply stumbled to a stop and refused to move any more. Some dropped to a walk and would run no more. Some gave everything until their hearts quit. Richard had known he was being too hard on them and had tried to pace them, but he simply could not bring himself to go slow enough. When a horse died or quit running, he managed to find another. Some owners were reluctant to sell, thinking they would haggle with him. Richard threw a fistful of gold at them and took the horse. He was near dead with exhaustion himself. He had slept and eaten little. Sometimes he had walked while his mount recovered. When he had had to find a new horse, he had run. Richard hoisted the pack onto his back and started trotting off. It had been 2 weeks since he had left Tahara. He knew he had to be close to Aidendrill. The fact that it was 2 weeks past winter solstice somehow didn't seem as important as his rush to reach Galen. It somehow seemed to him that if he could hurry fast enough, it would save her, that if he put in his best effort, it would somehow make time wait for him. He could not accept that he was too late. He came to a panting halt at the top of a rise in the road. Ahead, in the sparkling sunlight, lay Aidendrill. On the wall of mountains to the far side of the city, he could see the gray walls of the wizard's keep. Richard ran on through the snow. The streets were crowded with people hurrying through the cold afternoon air, and people standing about, stomping their feet to keep warm as they hawked their wares. Richard rushed past them all. When he saw people were staring at him because of the sword of truth, he pulled the Mriswith cape over it. A hawker ahead stood by the side of the road with a short pole resting on the ground. It had a crossbar with wispy strips hanging from it. When Richard realized what the man was calling out, he came out of his mental fog with a jolt. "Confessor's hair!" the man bellowed. "Get a lock of the mother confessor's hair! Right off her vile head, don't have many left! Show your children the hair of the last confessor!" Richard's eyes locked on the long hair. It was Galen. He swept the lot of it off the pole and stuffed it in his shirt. When the man thought to fight for it, Richard slammed him up against the wall. He gripped the man's shirt in his fists and lifted him clear of the ground. "Where did you get this?" The council. Bought it from them to sell. Bought it fair after they cut it from her. It belongs to me." He shouted for help. "Thief! Thief!" When an angry crowd pressed in to defend the man, the sword came out. People scattered. The hawker ran for his life. Richard's fury was building, despite his putting the sword away as he headed for the confessor's palace. He saw it rising up on the vast grounds ahead. He remembered Galen telling him how magnificent it was. He knew it almost as if he had seen it before. He remembered, too, Galen telling him about a woman there, a cook. No, the head cook. What was her name? Something. Sanderholt, that was it. Mistress Sanderholt. The aroma of cooking led him to the kitchen entrance. He charged through the door. A room full of working people shrank back at the sight of him. It was obvious that no one wanted any part of whatever he was about. "Sanderholt!" he called out. "Mistress Sanderholt, where is she?" People nervously pointed to a hallway. Before he had gone more than a dozen strides down the hall, a thin woman came rushing from the other direction. "What's the trouble? Who's calling me?" "I am," Richard said. Her frown withered to a look of consternation. "What is it I can do for you, young man?" she said in an uneasy voice. Richard worked at keeping threat out of his tone. He didn't think he was very successful. "Galen, where can I find her?" Her face turned nearly as white as her apron. "You would be Richard. She told me of you. You look like she said." "Yes, where is she?" Mistress Sanderholt swallowed. "I'm sorry, Richard," she whispered. "The council sentenced her to death. The sentence was carried out at the winter solstice festival." Richard stood staring down at the thin woman. He was having difficulty deciding if they were talking about the same person. "I think you misunderstood," he managed. "I mean, the Mother Confessor. Mother Confessor Galen Amnell. You must be talking about someone else. My Galen can't be dead. Came as fast as I could. I swear I did." Her eyes were filling with tears. She tried to blink them away as she stared up at him. Slowly, she shook her head. She put a bandaged hand to his side. "Come, Richard. You look as if you could use a meal. Let me get you a bowl of soup." Richard dropped his pack, bow, and quiver to the floor. "The Central Council sentenced her to death?" She gave a weak nod. "She escaped, but was caught. The Central Council
reiterated the sentence before the people at the execution. And then the members of the council all stood smiling, while the people cheered them.
Maybe she escaped again. She's a resourceful woman.
I was there,
she said in a broken voice, tears running down her face.
Please don't make me tell you what I saw. I've known Kaylin since she was born. I loved her.
Maybe there was a way to go back somehow and get here in time. There had to be a way. He felt hot and dizzy. No. It was too late. Kaylin was dead. He had had to let her die to stop the Keeper. The prophecy had beaten him. Richard gritted his teeth. Where is the council? At last she managed to take her eyes from him. She pointed a bandaged hand down the hall and gave him directions. She turned back.
Please, Richard. I loved her too. Nothing can be done now. You can accomplish nothing.
But he was already moving, the Mryswith cape flying behind as he swept down the hall. He saw only enough of what was around him as he moved swiftly along to follow the directions she had given him. He moved toward the council chambers the way his arrows flew to the target when he called it. Guards were everywhere, but he paid them no heed. He had no idea if they paid him any, nor did he care. He flew single-mindedly toward his target. He heard the movement of men-at-arms around him in the side halls. He barely noted them on the balconies. At the end of a column-lined hall stood the doors to the council room. As he marched down the hall, men moved in front of the doors. He only dimly noticed them. He saw only the doors. His sword still hadn't left its scabbard at his hip, but the magic was coursing through him at full fury. The soldiers closed rank before the doors. He didn't slow, the black cape billowing open, his brow set in a glare as he charged ahead. They made their move to stop him. Richard marched on. He wanted them out of his way. The power came by instinct, without conscious effort. He felt the concussion. In his peripheral vision he saw blood hit the white marble. Without missing a stride, he emerged from the ball of flame in a gaping hole twice the size the doorway had been. Huge chunks of stone hurtled through the air, trailing smoke. Debris rained down about him. One of the doors spiraled through the air in an arc. The other spun like a top as it skittered across the floor of the council chamber along with ragged pieces of armor and shattered weapons. At the far end of the room, men behind a curved desk rose angrily to their feet. As he advanced relentlessly onward, Richard drew the sword. The unique sound of steel rang in the huge room.
I am Supreme Counselor Thurston,
the one in the center at the tallest chair said.
I demand to know the meaning of this intrusion.
Richard was still coming.
Be there one of you who did not vote to sentence the Mother Confessor to death? She was sentenced to death for treason, legally and unanimously sentenced by this council. Guards, remove this man!
Men came running across the vast floor, but Richard had already closed on the dais. The councillors drew knives. Richard leapt to the top of the desk with a scream of rage. The blade cleaved Thurston in two from ear to crotch. A swing to each side took off heads. Several of the men tried to stab him. They weren't close to fast enough. The sword found every robed figure, including the ones who tried to run. It was over in seconds, before the guards had made half the distance. Richard leapt back atop the desk. He stood in the grip of unbridled wrath, holding the sword in both hands. He waited for them to come. He wanted them to come.
I am the Seeker. These men have murdered the Mother Confessor. They have paid the price of murder. Decide if you wish to be on the side of dead cutthroats or on the side of right.
The ring of men slowed their advance, looking tentatively to one another. Finally they stopped. Richard stood, panting. One man looked back at the hole in the wall where the doors had been, and then glanced over the debris scattered across the floor.
You are a wizard?
Richard met the man's eyes.
Yes, I guess I am.
The man sheathed his sword.
This is Wizards' business. It's not our place to challenge wizards. I'll not die for something that's not my place.
Another sheathed his weapon. Soon the room rang with the clatter of steel being returned to hangers and scabbards. They began leaving, the room echoing with the sound of their boots. In a matter of moments, the vast council chamber was empty, but for Richard. He sprang down from the desk and stared at the tall chair in the center. It was about the only thing not dripping with gore. That would have been the Mother Confessor's chair. Kaelin's chair. She would have sat in that chair. Woodenly, Richard sheathed the sword. It was over. He had done everything there was to do. The good spirits had deserted him. They had deserted Kaelin. He had sacrificed everything to see right done. The good spirits had done nothing to help. To the keeper with the good spirits. Richard dropped to his knees. He thought about the sword of truth. It had magic. He decided that he couldn't count on it working for what he needed now. Instead, he drew the knife at his belt. He had done everything there was to do. Richard put the point of the knife to his chest. With cold precision, he looked down to make sure it was pointed at his heart. Kaelin's hair, the hair he had taken from the hawker, stuck from his shirt. Richard pulled the lock she had given him from his pocket. She had given it to him to remind him she would always love him. He wanted only to end his uncontrollable agony. "She is awake," Prince Harold said. "She is asking for you." Kaelin finally pulled her gaze from the flames in the hearth. She darted a cool glance at the wizard sitting next to Addie on a wooden bench. Though Zed had recovered his memory, Addie had not. She still thought of herself as Elda, and was still blind. Kaelin crossed the dark dining hall. When they had arrived, the inn had been deserted, as had the rest of the town, for fear of the advance of the Celtish forces. The empty town was a good place to rest in their run from Aidendril. 2 weeks on the run had left them all in need of a rest and a little warmth. A week out of Aidendril, their little company, Zed, Addie, Ahern, Jebra, Chandalin, Orsk, and Kaelin, had been intercepted by a small force led by Prince Harold. Prince Harold and a handful of his men had escaped the slaughter of his forces in Aidendril and had lain in wait. When Queen Cyrilla was taken out to be beheaded, he made a daring raid, and in the confusion of people come to see the execution, he snatched his sister from the axeman. 4 days after joining with Prince Harold, they encountered Captain Ryan and his remaining 900 men. They had wiped out the Imperial Order to a man. It had cost them dearly, but they had carried out their mission. Even her pride in them failed to rally her spirits, though she refused to betray that to those men. After she wrung out a cloth in the basin, Kaelin sat on the edge of her half-sister's bed. Cyrilla was aware, as she was from time to time, though she always slipped back into the dazed stupor before long. When she was in that state, she saw nothing, heard nothing, and said nothing. She simply stared. Kaelin was heartened to see her tears now, as it meant she was awake. When she was alert, only Kaelin could talk to her. The sight of men sent her either into a screaming fit or back into a stupor. Cyrilla clutched Kaelin's arm as Kaelin wiped the cool cloth over her brow.
"Kaelin, have you thought about what I said?"
Kaelin pulled the cloth back.
"The Queen, my sister? Please, Kaelin, our people need a leader. I am not fit to do it now."
She clutched her hand tighter to Kaelin's arm. Tears poured forth.
"Kaelin, you must do this for me, for them."
Kaelin wiped the tears with the cloth.
"Cyrilla, things will turn out well. You will see."
She clutched a fist over her belly.
"I cannot lead now. Cyrilla, I understand, I do. Though they did not do to me what they did to you, I was in that pit. I understand. But you will recover yourself. You will, I promise. And you will be the queen for our people? If I agree, it would only be temporary, only until you have regained your strength." "No,"
she moaned. She sobbed, hiding her face against the pillow.
Don't. Please, dear spirits, help me. No.
And then she was gone again, gone into the visions. She went limp, still as death, staring up at the ceiling. Kaelin kissed her cheek. Prince Harold waited in the darkness outside the door.
How is my sister?
The same, I'm afraid. But have faith, she will recover. Kaelin, you must do as she asks. She is the queen.
Why can't you be king? That would make more sense.
I must fight on for our people, for all the Midlands. I cannot devote myself to the struggle if I'm burdened with concern over being king, too. I'm a soldier, and I wish to serve in the way I know. It is what I was meant to do. You are an Amnel, daughter to King Wyborn. You must be the queen of Gallia. Kaelin started to flip her long hair back over her shoulder, but it wasn't there. It was hard to forget the habits of a lifetime, to remember that her hair was chopped short. I will think on it, she said, as she started off. She stood once more before the fireplace, the only source of light in the dining hall, staring into the flames, watching the once living things turn to ash. Everyone avoided her and left her to herself. After a time she realized Zed was standing beside her. She was only now beginning to get used to him in those fancy robes. He held his cup out.
Why don't you have a sip of spiced tea?
She didn't look up from the flames.
No, thank you.
He rolled the cup in his palms.
Kaelin, you can't go on blaming yourself. It is not your fault.
You wear lies poorly, wizard. I saw the look in your eyes when I told you what I had done, remember?
I've explained that to you. You know I was under the spell cast by the 3 sorceresses, and only great emotional shock could break it. Anger could do the task, but once anger is brought on, it must be allowed to rage uncontrolled if it is to break the spell. I have told you how sorry I am for what I did to you.
I saw the look in your eyes. You wanted to kill me.
He watched from under his eyebrows.
I had to do that, Mother Confessor.
Kaelin, I told you I am no longer the Mother Confessor.
Call yourself what you will, but you are who you are. Denying the name does not make it so. And as I told you, I had to do that too. To bring on a death spell, the person to be spelled has to be convinced they are to die, or it will not work. Once the anger brought back my memory, I knew I had to use a death spell, so I simply used what was happening to do what had to be done. It was an act of desperation. Had I not done it in that way, people would not have believed they saw you beheaded.
Kaelin shuddered at the memory of that magic. As long as she lived, she would never forget the chill touch of the death spell.
You should have used magic to destroy that council of evil instead. You should have saved me by killing those men.
And then everyone would have known you were still alive. Everyone there was under the madness of hate. Had I done that, then we would have had the entire army and tens of thousands of people chasing after us. This way no one chases us. We can now proceed with what must be done.
You can proceed. I have quit the cause of the good spirits.
Kaelin, you know what would happen if we were to give up. It was you yourself last autumn who came to Westland to find me and tell me that very thing. You helped convince me that if we abandon the side of magic, of right, of helping those who are powerless, then the enemy is handed an uncontested victory.
The spirits saw fit to leave me without help. They stood by as I delivered Richard into the hands of the Sisters of the Light. They let me hurt him, let him be taken from me forever. The good spirits have chosen their side, and it is not with me.
It is not the good spirits' job to govern the world of the living. It is our job, the job of the living, to tend our own world.
Tell it to someone who cares.
You care. You just don't realize it at the moment. I've lost Richard too, but I know that I cannot allow that to deter me from right. Do you think Richard would love you if you were really the kind of person who could abandon those who needed your help?
She said nothing, so he pressed the attack.
Richard loves you partly because of your passion for life. He loves you because you fight for it with everything you have, with the same ardor as his. You have already proven that.
He was the only thing I ever wanted out of life, the only thing I asked the good spirits for. And look what I've done to him. He thinks I betrayed him. I made him put a collar around his neck, the thing he feared more than death. I am not fit to help anyone. I only bring harm.
Kaelin, you have magic. I have told you magic must not be allowed to die. The world of life needs magic. If magic is extinguished, all life will be impoverished and could even be destroyed. No one knows about the forces we have. We will go to Ebenesia. No one will expect that, and pull the Midlands forces together from there to strike back against them. No one will know we have brought Ebenesia back from the ashes of death. All right! If it will steal your tongue, I will be the queen, but only until Cyrilla is better."
The fire crackled and popped. Zed spoke in quiet admonition.
"You know that is not what I mean, Mother Confessor."
Kaelin said nothing. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from crying. She would not let him see her cry.
"The wizards of old created the Confessors. You have unique magic. It has elements to it that no other magic has, not even mine. Kaelin, you are the last Confessor. Your magic must not be allowed to die with you. Richard is lost to us. That's the way it is. We must go on. Life and magic must go on. You must take a mate and give the world that magic into the future."
Still she stared into the flames.
"Kaelin," he whispered, "you must do it to prove Richard's love and faith in you."
Slowly she turned to the room behind. Orsk sat cross-legged on the floor beside Chandelian. Only he looked at her, with his one eye, the scar across the other looking white and angry in the firelight. He watched every move she made. Everyone else in the room tried to appear furiously engaged in their own business.
"Orsk,"
she called. The huge man sprang to his feet and crossed the room. He stood hunched before her, waiting word whether he was to fetch her a cup of tea or kill someone.
"Orsk, go up to my room and wait for me."
"Yes, mistress."
After he had bounded up the stairs, she slowly crossed the room. She could hear the bed creak when he sat on it to wait. As she put her hand to the newel post, Zed put his over it, stopping her.
"Mother Confessor, it does not have to be him. You can surely find one more suited to your likes."
"It makes no difference. I have already touched him with my power. Why harm another for no more than this?"
"Kaelin, I'm not saying it has to be now. Not this soon. I am saying only that you must come to accept it, and at some point it must be."
"Today? Tomorrow? Next year? What does it matter? It will be the same in 10 years as it is today. Wizards have been using the Confessors for thousands of years. Why should I be any different? I may as well get it over, so you will be content." His watery gaze stayed on hers.
"Kaelin, it's not like that. This is the hope of life."
She felt a tear roll down her cheek. She could see the pain in his eyes, but she showed him no mercy for it.
"Call it what you will. That does not change what it is. It is rape. My enemies could not accomplish it. It took my friends to rape me."
"I know, dear one. How well I know."
She started up the stairs again, but his hand on her arm stopped her.
"Kaelin, please, do just one thing for me first. Go for a little walk to think things over and ask the spirits for guidance. Pray to the good spirits. Seek their direction."
"I have nothing to say to the good spirits. It is they who wish this. They have sent you to give me guidance." His thin hand stroked her short-cropped hair.
"Then do it for Richard."
She stood staring at him. Finally, she glanced out the back door to the small, frozen garden at the back of the inn. It was just dusk outside. Kaelin stepped down.
"For Richard."
Chapter 70. Richard sat in Kaelin's tall chair, stroking the long locks of her hair. He had pulled them out of his shirt, not wanting to stab himself through her hair. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there, touching her hair, lost in memories of her, but he noticed it was just turning dark out the windows. Richard laid the hair carefully over the arm of the chair and picked up the knife once more. In a daze of anguish, he put the point to his heart. His knuckles were white around the handle. It was time. At last it was going to be over. The pain would end. His brow creased. What was it Mistress Sanderholt had said? Kaelin had told her of him? He wondered if Kaelin had told Mistress Sanderholt anything else. Maybe a last message for him before she died. What could it hurt to ask? He could die then. Richard pulled Mistress Sanderholt from her kitchen into a small pantry lined with stores. He closed the door.
"What have you done, Richard?"
"I killed her murderers."
"Well, I can't say I'm sorry about that. Those men did not belong on the council. Let me get you something to eat."
"No, I don't want anything." "Mistress Sanderholt, you said Kaelin told you of me. Is that right?" She didn't look like she wished to dredge up the memories, but at last she took a deep breath and nodded.
"She came home, but things had changed here. Kelton had...
I don't care what happened here. Just tell me about Kaelin.
Prince Fyron was murdered. She was convicted wrongly of that crime and a whole list of others, including treason. The wizard in charge sentenced her to be executed.
Beheaded, Richard said. She gave a reluctant nod.
She escaped, with the help of some of her friends, killing the wizard in so doing, then went into hiding. But she got word to me, and I visited her. At those visits, she told me of all the things she had been through. She told me all about you. She liked to talk of nothing more.
Why didn't she escape? Why didn't she run?
She said she had to wait for a wizard named Zed to help you.
Richard's eyes closed as pain tightened in his chest. And so they caught her while she waited?
No, that's not how it happened.
Richard stared at the grain patterns on the wood floor while she went on.
The wizard she waited for returned. He's the one who turned her in.
Richard's head came up. What? Zed came here? Zed wouldn't turn Kaelin over to be executed. Her back stiffened.
Turn her in, he did. He stood on the platform before the cheering crowd and ordered it done. I watched as that vile man gave the nod to the axeman.
Richard's mind spun in confusion. Zed? A skinny old man with long, wavy white hair sticking out in every direction?
That is he. First wizard Zeticus Zul the Ronda.
For the first time, a spark of hope ignited in him. He didn't know everything about Zed, but he did know him capable of similar things. Could it be? He grabbed her by her shoulders. Where is she buried? Mistress Sanderholt took him out into the dusk to the secluded courtyard where confessors were buried. She told him that Kaelin's body had been burned in a funeral pyre, supervised by the first wizard. Then she left him to be alone with the immense marker stone over her ashes. Richard ran his fingers over the letters carved in the grey granite. Kaelin Amnel, Mother Confessor. She is not here, but in the hearts of those who love her. She is not here, he said aloud, quoting from the marker. Could it be a message? Could she be alive? Had it been a trick by Zed to save her life? Why would he do it? Maybe to keep them from chasing after her. Richard fell to his knees in the snow before the monument. Dare he hope? Just to have his hopes crushed? He put his trembling hands together and bowed his head. Dear spirits, I know I have done wicked things, but I have always tried to do right. I have fought to help people and to uphold your principles of honesty and right. Please, dear spirits, help me. I've never prayed to you in earnest for anything before, not like this. I've never meant anything like this before. Please, if you never again help me this one time. Please, dear spirits, I can't go on if I don't know. I've given up everything to see right done. Please grant me this. Let me know if she is alive. His head hanging, tears dripping from his face, he saw flickers of light on the ground before him. Richard looked up. A glowing spirit towered over him. When he recognized who it was, he went rigid. Kaelin had walked around the garden countless times. Part of her hesitation was dread that she might be granted confirmation of her fear. Finally, she knelt down and folded her hands together on a rock before her. She bowed her head.
Dear spirits, I know I am not worthy, but please grant this. I must know if Richard is all right, if he still loves me.
She swallowed back the burning sensation in her throat.
I must know if I will ever see him again. I have been disrespectful, I know, and I have no excuse but my own failing as a good person. If you grant me this, I will do whatever the good spirits require of me. But please, dear spirits, I must know if I will ever see my Richard again.
Her head hung as she cried. Tears dripped from her face. Before her, on the ground, flickers of light danced. Kaelin looked up into the face of the glowing spirit towering over her. She felt the warmth of a calm smile from the face she knew. Slowly, involuntarily, Kaelin rose to her feet. Is it really you?
Yes, Kaelin, it is I, Denna.
But you went to the keeper. You took the mark Dark and Rahl put on Richard. You went to the keeper in Richard's place.
The glowing smile of peace swelled Kaelin's heart with joy.
The keeper was repulsed by what I had done. He rejected me. I went instead to be with what you think of as the good spirits. In much the same way that what I did earned me peace I never expected, The sacrifices you and Richard have selflessly made for others and each other have merited the granting of this peace to the two of you. Because you each possess both sides of the magic and are linked to me by deeds, before I pass beyond the veil, I am empowered to bring you together for a brief time in a place between the worlds.
Denna, draped in long, flowing robes, spread her arms wide. The luminous folds hung from her arms all the way to the ground.
Come, child, come into my arms, and I will take you to Richard.
Trembling, Kaelin stepped under Denna's outstretched arm. Richard stood under the illumination of Denna's arm as it came tenderly around him. The world vanished into the radiance. He didn't know what to expect, only that he wanted to see Kaelin more than life itself. The overpowering white blaze dimmed to a mellow glow. Kaelin appeared before him. She gasped, and then threw herself into his arms. She wailed his name as she clutched him. They embraced, without words, just feeling the presence of each other. He felt her warmth, her breathing, her quaking. He didn't want to ever let her go. They sank to the soft support under them. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't care. It was solid enough to hold them. He wanted her arms around him forever. She finally stopped weeping and put her head against his shoulder as he held her tight. At last, she looked up to his face, her beautiful green eyes gazing deeply into his.
Richard, I'm so sorry I made you put that collar around your...
Richard put his finger to her lips. It was all for a reason. It took me time to understand how foolish I was being and how brave you are. That is all that matters. It makes me love you all the more because you sacrificed your own needs to save me. She shook her head.
My Richard, how did you get here?
I prayed to the good spirits. Denna came.
Me too. Denna made a sacrifice for you too. She took the power of the mark so you would live. Denna gave your life back to me. She is at peace now.
I know. He ran his hand down her head, down her short hair. What happened to your hair?
A wizard cut it off.
A wizard? Well, then I guess a wizard will have to restore it to you. Richard ran his hand lovingly down her hair. He remembered the way Zed had stroked his hand down his own jaw to make his beard grow. It seemed as if from having seen Zed do it, he knew how to do it too. With each stroke of his hand, her hair lengthened. Richard continued to pull from the calm center within him, and her hair continued to lengthen. When it was the same as before, he stopped. Kaelin lifted a long lock of her hair, looking at it in wonder.
Richard, how did you do that?
I have the gift, remember? She beamed with her special smile, the smile of sharing she gave no other. Kaelin ran her hand down his cheek.
I'm sorry, Richard, but I don't like your beard. I like you the way you were before.
He lifted an eyebrow. Really? Well then, since we set you back to right, we will just have to do the same for me, too. Richard drew his hand down his jaw, again pulling the power from the calm center. Kaelin gasped in astonishment.
Richard, it's gone! Your beard is gone! You made it vanish! How did you do that?
I have the gift for both sides of the magic. She blinked in surprise.
Subtractive magic? Richard, is any of this real, or am I just dreaming it?
And then he kissed her, long and deep. Feels real to me, he said breathlessly.
Richard, I'm afraid. You're with the sisters. I will never again be able to be with you. I can't go on if you're going to be taken from...
I'm not with the sisters. I'm in Aidendrill.
Aidendrill?
He nodded. I left the Palace of the Prophets. Sister Verna helped me. Then I had to go to Dahara. Richard told her everything that had happened since he had left her, and she told him all she had been through. Richard could hardly believe the things she had done. I'm so proud of you, he said. You truly are the Mother Confessor. You are the greatest Mother Confessor that ever lived. Go back to the hall before the council chambers and you will see big paintings of confessors who are greater than I will ever be. That, my love, I doubt. He kissed her again, a hot, passionate kiss. She kissed him back, desperately, as if she needed nothing so much from life as to be in his arms kissing him. He kissed her cheek, her ears, and her neck. She moaned against him.
Richard, is the scar, Dark and Rahl's mark, really gone?
He pulled his shirt open to show her. Her hand stroked his chest.
It's really true,
she whispered. Tenderly she kissed his chest. She ran her hand over him, kissing where it had been. She gave a sucking kiss to his nipple. "Not fair," he said breathlessly. "I get to kiss anything on you that you kiss on me." Kaelin looked him in the eye as she unbuttoned her shirt. Bargain struck. She started pulling at his clothes as he trailed wet kisses down her soft flesh. Her breathing quickened with each. "Kaelin," he managed to say as he pulled away, "the good spirits may be watching us." She pushed him onto his back and kissed him.
If they truly are good spirits, they will turn their backs.
The feel of her warm flesh made his head spin. The feel of the shape of her made him moan with need. Around them, the mellow glow pulsed with their breathing. It seemed to be an extension of their heat. Richard rolled over on top of her. He gazed down into her green eyes. "I love you, Kaelin Amnell, now and always."
"And I you, my Richard."
As they pressed their lips together, she wrapped her arms around his neck and her soft legs around his. In the void between worlds, in the soft glow of a timeless place, they were one. Chapter 71. Kaelin strolled back into the inn. She stood in the shadows at the end of the hall leading into the dining room. She still felt the glow, the warmth, the mind-numbing joy and fulfillment. Everyone looked up when they heard her footsteps. Zed shot to his feet.
"Kaelin, Bags, girl, where have you been all night? It's just turning to dawn. You've been missing since dusk. We've been searching the town all night for you. Where did you go?"
She turned and held her hand out.
"To the little garden out back."
Zed stormed across the room.
"You were not in the garden."
She smiled dreamily.
"Well, that was where I went, but I left that place. I went to be with Richard. Zed, he escaped from the sisters. He is in Aitendrill."
Zed slowed to a stop.
"Kaelin, I know you have had a hard time of it, but you have simply had a vision of something you wished."
"No, Zed. I prayed to the good spirits. She came and took me to Richard, to be with him in a place between the worlds."
"Kaelin, that is simply not—"
Kaelin stepped out of the shadows into the firelight. Zed's eyes went wide.
What happened to your hair?"
the wizard whispered.
"It's long again."
Kaelin grinned.
"Richard made it right. He has the gift, you know."
She held out the aegil hanging from her neck.
"He gave me this. He said he doesn't need it anymore."
"But there has to be some other explanation."
"He gave me a message to give to you. He said to thank you for not closing the open box of Orden. He said he was glad his grandfather was wise enough not to violate the wizard's second rule."
"His grandfather?"
Tears ran down his wrinkled face.
"You saw him? You really saw him? Richard is safe!"
She threw her arms around him.
"Yes, Zed. Everything is going to be all right now. He restored the Stone of Tears to where it belongs and closed the Box of Orden. He called it the Gateway. He said it takes both additive and subtractive magic to do it, or it would have destroyed all life."
He gripped her shoulders and held her out.
"Richard has subtractive magic? Impossible!"
"He had a beard and made it vanish. He said to remind you of the lesson you gave him, that only subtractive could do that."
"Wonder of wonders!"
His sharp features came closer.
"You're all in a lather, girl."
He put a stick-like hand to her forehead.
"You don't have a fever? Why are you sweating?"
"It was hot in that other world. Quite hot."
He peered at her hair.
"Your hair is all tangled. What kind of wizard would grow hair back all tangled? I would have grown it back straight. Oh, that boy has a lot to learn. He didn't do it right."
Kaelin's eyes went out of focus.
"Believe me, he did it right."
He turned his head, appraising her with one eye.
"What were you doing all night? You've been gone the whole night. What have you two been doing?"
Kaelin could feel her ears heat. She was glad she had long hair again.
"Well, I don't know. What do you and Addie do when you are alone together all night?"
Zed straightened.
"Well,"
he cleared his throat.
"well, we
He lifted his chin and pointed a finger skyward.
talk. That's what we do. We talk."
Kaelin shrugged.
"That's what we did too. Just like you and Addie do all night. We talk."
A sly grin stole onto his face. He hugged her tightly in his thin arms, patting her back.
"I'm so happy for you, dear one."
Zed took her hands in his and danced around the room. Ahern smiled and pulled out a little flute, playing a bouncy tune.
My grandson is a wizard. My grandson will be a great wizard, just like his grandfather.
The celebration went on for a few minutes, with everyone joining in the laughing. They all clapped in time with the tune as Zed danced with her around the room. Kaelin saw one person not joining in. Addie sat in a rocking chair in the corner. She had a small, sad smile on her face as she turned her ear to follow them. She went to the old woman and knelt before her. Kaelin took up her frail hands.
"I be happy for you, child,"
Addie said. "Addie," Kaelin said in a soft voice, "the spirit sent a message for you." She shook her head regretfully.
"I be sorry, child, but it would mean nothing to me. I not remember being this woman, Addie."
"I promised to deliver the message. It's important to one beyond that you have it. Will you hear the message?"
"Tell me then, though I be sorry I won't know its meaning."
"It's a message from one named Pell." The room was silent behind her. Addie's rocking came to a halt. She straightened the littlest bit, her eyes filled with tears. Addie's hands tightened around Kaelin's.
"From Pell? A message from my Pell?"
"Yes, Addie. He wants you to know that he loves you, and that he is in a place of peace. He said to tell you that he knows you never betrayed him. He knows how much you love him, and he is sorry you have had to suffer. He said to tell you to be at peace, knowing all is well between your spirits." Addie turned her ear away and looked at Kaelin with her white eyes. Tears rolled down her cheeks.
"My Pell knows I did not betray him."
Kaelin nodded. "Yes, Addie. He knows and loves you as always." Addie pulled Kaelin into her arms as she wept.
"Thank you, Kaelin. You could never know how much this means to me. You have given me back everything. You have given me back the meaning of life."
"I know how much it means, Addie." Addie stroked the back of Kaelin's head as she held her close.
"Yes, child, perhaps you do."
Jebra and Chandalin cooked breakfast while the rest of them talked and planned. Though it would be a grisly job clearing Ebonicia of all the bodies, at least it was still winter, and not the task it would be in spring. From Ebonicia they would pull the Midlands back together. Kaelin told them that Richard would try to meet up with them in the Galilean Crown City, and that he said that then he might need to take Zed back to Westland to see about the Sisters of the Dark, but for now they were safely out to sea. After a good meal, filled with joy and happy conversation that had been missing for so long, they started packing up their things. Chandalin, with an uneasy expression, pulled Kaelin aside.
"Mother Confessor, I wish to ask you something. I would not ask you except I know no one else to ask."
"What is it, Chandalin?"
"How do you say breasts in your tongue?"
"What?"
"What is the word for breasts? I wish to tell Jebra that she has fine breasts."
Kaelin rolled her shoulders self-consciously. "Chandalin, I'm sorry, but I meant to have a talk with you about that. I guess with everything that happened, I never got around to it."
"So talk now. I wish to tell Jebra how much I like her fine breasts."
"Chandalin, with the mud people, that is a proper thing to say to a woman. It's a compliment. But in other places, it is not taken as a compliment, but as improper. Very improper, until two people know each other."
"I know her well."
"Not well enough. Will you trust me in this? If you really like her, then you must not tell her this, or she will not like you."
"But women here do not like to hear the truth."
"It's not that simple. Would you tell a woman in your village you would like to see her with the mud washed from her hair, even though it is the truth?" He lifted an eyebrow.
"I see what you mean."
"Do you like other things about her?" He nodded enthusiastically.
"Yes, I like everything about her."
"Then tell her you like her smile, or her hair, or her eyes."
"How do I know which is the proper thing to compliment?"
Kaelin sighed. "Well, for now, just stick to anything that isn't covered by clothes, and you will be safe." He nodded thoughtfully.
"You are wise, Mother Confessor. I am glad you have Richard back as your mate, or you would surely have chosen Chandalin."
Kaelin laughed and gave him a hug. He returned it warmly. Outside she saw to the men. Captain Ryan, Lieutenant Hobson, Bryn and Peter, and others she knew. They were infected by her smile and good cheer. In the stables she checked on Nick. Chandalin had stolen him back when they fled Aidendrill. The big war horse neighed softly at her approach. Kaelin rubbed his grey nose as he nudged his head against her. "How you doing, Nick?" he nickered. "How would you like to carry the Queen of Gallia to the palace in Ebenicia?" Nick tossed his head enthusiastically, anxious to be out of the stables and off into the brightening day. Water dripped from melting icicles at the edge of the stable roof. Kaelin looked out over the hills. It was going to be a rare, warm day in the winter, but soon it would be spring. Mistress Sanderholt was surprised when Richard took another bowl of soup and chunk of bread.
"Mistress Sanderholt, you make the best spice soup in the world, after mine."
In the kitchen beyond, the help was busily going about breakfast preparations. She closed the door.
Richard, I'm pleased you are so much better. I was worried you would do something terrible last night. You were grieving so. But this is too much of a change. Something must have happened to make you have such a turnaround in spirit.
He looked up at her as he chewed. He swallowed the bread. "I will tell you if you promise to keep it a secret for now. It could cause serious trouble if you told anyone."
A promise, then.
Kaelin is not dead. She stared blankly at him.
Richard, you are worse than I thought. I myself saw—
"I know what you saw. The wizard you saw is my grandfather. He used a spell to make everyone think she was executed so they would not be hunted down, so that they could escape. She is safe." She threw her arms around his neck.
Oh, dear spirits be praised!
"Indeed," Richard said with a grin. Richard took the bowl of soup outside to watch the dawn. He was too exhilarated to be cooped up indoors. He sat on the vast steps, looking around at the magnificent palace soaring up all around him. Towers and spires and sweeping roofs loomed in the early dawn light. As he ate his soup, he watched a gargoyle atop the edge of a nearby enormous frieze supported by fluted columns. The pink clouds were just beginning to glow behind it, silhouetting the grotesque, hunched shape. Richard had just put a spoonful of spiced soup in his mouth when he thought he saw the gargoyle take a deep breath. Richard set the bowl down. He rose to his feet, his eyes never leaving the dark shape. It moved again, just a little twitch.
"Gratch? Gratch? Is that you?"
The shape didn't move. Maybe it was just his imagination. Richard held his arms open wide.
"Gratch! Please, if that's you, forgive me! Gratch, I've missed you!"
It was still a moment, and then the wings stretched out. It leapt from the corner of the building and swooped down in a glide toward him. With a flutter of wings, the huge gar landed on the steps a short distance away.
"Gratch! Oh, Gratch, I've missed you!"
The gar watched with glowing green eyes.
"I don't know if you can understand, but I didn't mean what I said. I was only trying to save your life. Please, forgive me. Richard loves Gratch."
His wings fluttered. A cloud of breath came from between long fangs. His ears perked up.
"Gratch, lug, Gratch, arn."
The gar bounded into Richard's arms, knocking him to the steps. Richard hugged the furry beast, and Gratch enfolded him in arms and wings. Each stroked the other's back, and each grinned in his own way. When they finally sat up, Gratch hunched down, staring curiously at Richard's face. With the back of a huge claw, he stroked Richard's jaw. Richard felt his smooth face as he smiled. "It's gone. I'm not going to have a beard anymore." Gratch's nose wrinkled in disgust. He let out a gurgling growl of displeasure. Richard laughed. "You'll get used to it." They sat together in the quiet of the dawn. "Do you know, Gratch, that I'm a wizard?" Gratch gurgled a laugh and frowned dubiously. Richard wondered how a gar could know what a wizard was. Gratch never failed to astonish him with what he knew, with what he could grasp. "No, really, I am. Here, let me show you. I'll make fire." Richard held his palm out. He called the power from the calm center. Try as he might, nothing happened. He could not make so much as a spark. He sighed as Gratch howled in a roar of laughter, his wings flapping with the joke. A sudden memory came to him, something Denna had told him. He had asked her how he had done all those things with magic. She had looked at him with that all-knowing smile of peace and said, "Be proud you made the right choices, Richard, the choices that allowed to happen what came about, but do not call arrogance to your heart by believing that all that happened was your doing." Richard wondered where the line was. He realized he had a lot to learn before he was a real wizard. He wasn't even sure he wanted to be a wizard. but he now accepted who he was, one born with the gift, born to be the pebble in the pond, son of Dark and Rahl, but lucky enough to have been raised by people who loved him. He felt the hilt of the sword at his elbow. It had been made for him. He was the seeker, the true seeker. Richard's thoughts again touched the spirit who had brought him more happiness than in life had brought him pain. He was deeply gratified that Denna had found peace. He could want nothing more for her, for someone he loved. He came out of his thoughts and patted the guard's arm. "You wait here a minute, Gratch. I'll get you something." Richard ran into the kitchen and retrieved a leg of mutton. As he ran back down the steps, Gratch danced from one foot to the other in excitement. Together they sat on the steps, Richard eating his soup and Gratch tearing into the meat with his fangs. When they had finished, Gratch had even eaten the bone, Richard pulled out a long lock of Kaelin's hair. "This is from the woman I love." Gratch considered, then looked up as he gently reached out. "I want you to have it. I told her about you and what you mean to me. She will love you just as I love you, Gratch. She will never chase you away. You can be with us whenever you want for as long as you want. Here, give it back a moment." Gratch held out the length of hair. Richard took off the thong holding Scarlet's tooth. It would do him no good any longer. He had already called her with it. He tied the long lock of hair to the thong and then hung the whole thing over Gratch's head. With a claw, Gratch stroked the long hair. His grin wrinkled his nose and showed the full length of his fangs. "I'm going to go to her now. Would you like to come along?" Gratch nodded his enthusiasm, his head bobbing, his ears twitching, and his wings fluttering. Richard looked down on the city. Troops were moving about. A lot of troops. Imperial Order troops. It wouldn't be long before they gained the courage to investigate the death of the Council, even if it was at the hands of a wizard. Richard smiled. "Then I guess I better find a horse and we can be on our way. I think it best if we were away from here." He looked out on the brightening day. A breeze with a hint of warmth ruffled his Mriswith cape. Before long, it would be spring. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Stone of Tears by Terry Goodkind, copyright 1997 by World English, and performance copyright 1997 by Brilliance Corporation, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other book cassette titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Corporation, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.